Chapter 1. The Arrival of the Multiverse Game. A Nation Transcends. Beep. 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 In the villa, Mubai lay quietly on the bed, an oxygen mask adorning his face. The life support machine beside him emitted a sporadic sound, the lines representing his vitality, showing little fluctuation. Mubai, if you die, don't come looking for me. I'm doing this for your own good. After all, you're no different from corpse now. Before the bed stood a stunningly beautiful woman, her voice a soft whisper as she slowly reached towards the life support machine. It was evident that she intended to disconnect him. Sensing the impending approach of death, Mubai felt an overwhelming urgency within. A sudden car accident had left him in this state. Despite possessing a vast fortune, he had become a mere vegetable. Although he could hear the sounds of the outside world, his body remained unresponsive. Driven by an intense will to survive, Mubai's fingers twitched slightly. Yet, no one was there to witness it. Lu Rian's attention was drawn away by the sudden opening of the door. A young man entered, frowning as he spoke. "Rian, why are you still hesitating at this moment? Is that Zhao Zu's voice? What is he doing here, and what does he mean by that?" Upon hearing Zhao Zu's voice, Mubai's heart sank. The ensuing dialogue only fueled his rage. "This guy is an orphan the moment he dies. You become the sole legal heir to his inheritance." The glint of greed flashed in Zhao Zu's eyes as he wrapped his arm around Lu Rian's waist, grinning. "I've been waiting 5 long years for this day." 5 years? Do you have any idea how I've endured this time? As Zhao Su spoke, he began to make unwelcome advances towards Lu Rian. The latter rolled her eyes, retorting, "Weren't you quite excited when watching my videos with Mubai?" Lu Rian was Mubai's university classmate, undeniably the belle of their school. Officially, she had been Mubai's girlfriend since their freshman year. However, in truth, Zhao Su was her first love. Everything they had done was a calculated scheme to seize Mubai's substantial inheritance to facilitate their plans. Zhao Su had gone so far as to arrange for Lu Rian to be in Mubai's bed. Once they were wed, it was finally time to reap their rewards. Thus, the tragic car accident occurred, a mere hobby, yet you seem to enjoy it quite well, Zhao Su said, tilting Lu Rian's delicate chin, narrowing his eyes slightly. "What's wrong? You haven't truly fallen for this guy, have you?" It's your incompetence at play." Lu Rian playfully pushed Zhao Su away, frowning. "If you had just killed him outright, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Who knew this guy would be so resilient, surviving such a serious accident?" Zhao Su scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the unconscious Mubai, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. However, even if the king of hell himself were to come today, he couldn't save his life. With that, Zhao Su reached out and removed the oxygen mask from Mubai's face. Lu Rian showed no intention of stopping. She merely crossed her arms and quietly observed the scene. "The task is complete from this day forth. Everything belonging to this fellow is ours." Imagining the blissful life that awaited them, Zhao Su excitedly lifted Lu Rian and kissed her directly. "Why the rush? Let's change rooms. You don't mind sharing a space with a corpse, do you? Isn't it because you're simply too alluring, my dear?" Their voices gradually faded into the distance, leaving Mubai seething with rage. It dawned on him that these two had been plotting against him since the very first day they met this moment. However, Mubai felt utterly powerless. Deprived of oxygen, his already feeble breaths were met with an overwhelming sensation of suffocation. Within mere seconds, his consciousness began to blur. Just then, a magnificent portal suddenly materialized in the sky above Blue Star. The most astonishing aspect was that it was visible from any hemisphere. Even as Mubai hovered near the brink of consciousness, the image of the portal filled his mind. Countries worldwide instantly sounded their air raid alarms, bracing for an imminent threat. Following this, a mysterious voice emanated from the portal, resonating in the minds of all. "Congratulations, Blue Star has been selected to participate in the multiverse game. The nationwide traversal will officially commence in 30 seconds. A friendly reminder. Game-related information has been implanted in your minds. Please recall it at your convenience." This inexplicable phenomenon sent shockwaves throughout Blue Star, plunging it into a frenzied, "I truly have the information about the multiverse game in my mind. This is incredible," exclaimed one. "Nationwide traversal. Everyone will enter the game world, starting from scratch. This is nerve-wracking. I wonder what the multiverse game entails." Those privileged elites should be the ones worried. Haha, true enough. Once in the multiverse game, it matters not who you are. After playing games for so many years, it's finally our time to rise. I hope to awaken a powerful talent skill. I don't need an SSS rank, at least an S rank would suffice. According to the information released by the multiverse, the probability of awakening an S rank talent is merely 1 in 10 million. Better not dream too big. Inside the villa, the two who were preparing for a fierce battle stiffened in shock. I don't know how to play games, what should I do? Lu Rian furrowed her brows, her expression grim. Zhao Su erupted in frustration. I've been planning this for 5 years. I was on the verge of becoming a billionaire, and now you're telling me I have to start from scratch. For the two who were about to inherit all of Su Mubai's fortunes, the nationwide traversal into the game world was nothing short of a thunderclap. The multiverse game provided no means for recharging. Everyone entering had to start new. Recalling the information that had suddenly appeared in their minds, they understood that they had no advantages whatsoever. As long as there's a breath left, one can enter the multiverse game. Suddenly, Lu Rian raised her head. Su Mubai won't be able to enter, will he? A flicker of panic crossed her face as she spoke. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhao Su sneered. Given his current physical condition, even if he manages to enter, he would merely be a useless entity. After the transmutation, the Myriad Worlds game would scan each player's physical data, generating initial attributes with a maximum score of 10 in various categories. Considering Su Mubai's present state, the attributes were all too predictable. Thus, Zhao Su hardly regarded him as a threat. Currently, his only hope rested in awakening a formidable talent. Amidst the haze, Su Mubai felt a surge of information materializing within his mind. Myriad Worlds game? Transmigration. A suffocating sensation intensified. Yet at that moment, Su Mubai grasped onto a final glimmer of hope, as if seizing a lifeline. With a semblance of renewed vigor, he strained to muster his last breath, yearning to enter the Myriad Worlds game. For Su Mubai, 30 seconds felt like an eternity. What sustained him was the unquenchable fury within and a profound enmity towards Lu Rian and Zhao Su. The events of the past replayed incessantly during those 30 seconds, akin to a revolving lantern. Just as Su Mubai hovered at the brink of despair, the grand portal in the sky finally responded. A resonating hum erupted, and a blinding golden light burst forth, with billions of light beams swiftly descending, enveloping every individual on Blue Star with precision. In the next moment, the beams dissipated and the inhabitants of Blue Star vanished without a trace. Chapter 2. If the attributes are inadequate, then one must exploit the glitches. In a dim and desolate realm, a celestial hall floated amidst the void. Su Mubai lay within the hall, his eyes firmly shut. Huff! The sound of labored breaths echoed within the celestial hall, indicating that he had escaped peril, and awakening was merely a matter of time. Welcome, Blue Star player, to the Myriad Worlds game. Commencing physical data scan. As the system's voice resonated, a golden beam descended from above, sweeping across every inch of Su Mubai's skin. Scan complete, generating initial panel. In an instant, the golden beam dissipated and Su Mubai's fingers twitched. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, greedily inhaling the air. Huff, this is indeed real. His astonishment surged as he surveyed his surroundings, his eyes brimming with the exhilaration of having survived. The earlier suffocating sensation still lingered in his heart. Lu Ri and Zhao Su. The thought of that treacherous pair made Su Mubai grit his teeth in fury. He had nearly met his demise at their hands, with his vast fortune on the verge of being seized. Yet now, the arrival of the Myriad Worlds game had bestowed upon him an opportunity for revenge. Next comes the awakening of my talent, I presume? Su Mubai inhaled deeply, a flicker of determination igniting in his gaze. I hope my luck will not be too dismal. Having not opened his eyes for so long, he felt a momentary discomfort. Fortunately, the colors and radiance within the celestial hall were not blinding. Without delay, the system's voice resonated once more. Character panel has been generated, commencing talent awakening. Each player entering the Myriad Worlds game would automatically awaken a talent within the celestial hall, from the lowest F rank to the highest SSS rank. There are a total of 9 tiers. The Myriad Worlds game does not specify the criteria for talent awakening, however. It is evident that possessing formidable talent is essential for a formidable rise within this realm. Soon, the system's notification brought a delightful surprise to Su Mubai. Talent awakening complete. Congratulations, player. You have successfully awakened the S-level exclusive talent promotion. S-level. Su Mubai's eyes sparkled with astonishment. According to the information provided by the Myriad Worlds game, the probability of awakening in S-level talent is merely 1 in 10 million. To his astonishment, he had awakened such a powerful talent. Talents ranked below S are collectively referred to as ordinary talents, meaning that numerous players may awaken identical talents. In contrast, talents ranked above S are deemed exclusive. This signifies that promotion is a unique talent skill belonging solely to Su Mubai, one that others cannot awaken. Promotion, S-level exclusive talent skill, which consumes a portion of one's lifespan, can permanently elevate any skill by 1 rank, with the highest effect applicable to S-level. Skills. The first 3 uses incur no cost. Any skill. Su Mubai was momentarily taken aback, and before he could ponder further, the system notification sounded once more. Upon entering the game, your identity is that of a descendant. Please confirm your name in the game. I end the Myriad Worlds game. All NPCs are genuine beings. The humans of Blue Star have all traversed to this world and been digitized by the system. As for the means of returning to Blue Star, the Myriad Worlds game does not disclose this information. After some contemplation, Su Mubai stated, Bai Yi. Name successfully registered. Welcome player, Bai Yi, to the Myriad Worlds game. Please select your profession. With the utterance of those words, dozens of beams of light descended from the heavens. Each beam contained an image that bore an exact resemblance to Su Mubai, representing various professions. These figures were all foundational professions within the Myriad Worlds game, categorized into 4 major types: physical, magical, defensive, and supportive. Professions such as warrior, archer, rogue, martial artist, mage, and priest were all present. There also exist hidden professions within the game, but those cannot be selected at the character's creation. Typically, players choose the profession that best aligns with their awakened talent. However, Su Mubai's talent, promotion, can be applied to any profession. Warrior or wizard? Su Mubai stroked his chin, scrutinizing the distinctions among the various professions. Yet, he soon realized he was overthinking. The figures before him began to vanish one by one. Detecting that player Bai Yi's initial attributes do not meet the requirements. Eliminating unselectable professions, the system's notification caused Su Mubai's expression to change. In mere moments, only one figure remained before him. Based on player Bai Yi's initial attributes, the only selectable profession is necromancer. Profession selection successful. Without affording Su Mubai a chance to choose, the last remaining figure suddenly radiated light and then seamlessly merged into his being. Simultaneously, the hospital gown he wore slowly transformed into a tattered linen robe. A faint aura of death began to permeate the air around him. Open the attribute panel. Gazing at his entirely new attire, Su Mubai's countenance turned ashen. It was not that he deemed the necromancer profession lacking, rather, he was compelled to ascertain just how abysmally low his initial attributes were. Attribute panel player, Bai Yi level, 00.00 profession. Necromancer strength, 1 constitution, 1 agility, 1 spirit, 10. Free attribute points, 0 each level up. Grants 5 free attribute points. Health, 11 permanently unmodifiable due to unknown reasons. Mana, 200,000, 201 point of spirit, 20 points of mana. Attack power, 1 spell. Power, 10 physical defense, 1 magical defense, 5. Different professions have varying attribute bonuses. Exclusive talent, promotion professional skills, summon skeleton. Level 1, Scorch level 1, summoning space, 01. Equipment, practice bone staff, patched robe lifespan, less than 1 year. Damn it, why is it like this? Staring at his dismal attribute panel, Su Mubai found it difficult to accept. All 4 attributes, save for spirit, were tragically set at a mere 1. It was no wonder he could only transition into a necromancer. Other professions, even mages and priests, required constitution and agility to exceed 2 points. Ordinarily, the foundational attributes of an average individual would fluctuate around 5 points. Yet, Su Mubai had become the extreme anomaly. His spirit was maxed out, while the others languished in utter wasteland. The health cap was further hindered by an unknown cause, remaining perpetually unenhanced. With a permanent health of merely 1 point, a single touch could bring about his demise. How could he possibly navigate this game? The prospect of a lifespan of less than a year plunged Su Mubai into despair. 364 days was insufficient for a year, even an hour was inadequate. Who could tell if he might suddenly succumb to an untimely end? It seemed the multiverse game had merely yanked him back from the brink of death, yet had failed to resolve his plight entirely. Su Mubai could not help but exhale a heavy sigh. Indeed, while the multiverse game possessed the capability to assist, it bore no obligation to do so. Yet he felt a profound sense of bitterness, akin to having hope dangled before him only to be snatched away in an instant. Such a disparity was far more unbearable than outright despair. Permanently 1 health point? A lifespan of less than a year. Scrutinizing his panel, Su Mubai clenched his teeth. Since it has come to this, I shall take a gamble. This grade ability of promotion could only apply to grade skills, thus might it extend to S-grade skills upon advancement. Contemplating this, Su Mubai inhaled deeply, focusing his thoughts. Grant me the power to consecutively promote promotion 3 times. Chapter 3. The Addiction of Bug Exploitation. Note: continuous promotion of exclusive talent skills 3 times requires a total consumption of years of lifespan. Remaining lifespan insufficient. You possess 3 opportunities for use without consumption. Do you confirm the consumption of all opportunities to elevate the exclusive talent skill to a higher tier? Goodness, does even the myriad realms of gaming not know how many years of lifespan are required? They have resorted to using 3 question marks. Upon hearing the system's notification, Su Mubai felt a jolt of surprise, followed by a surge of joy on his face. Just as he had suspected, it was indeed possible to promote his exclusive talent. Moreover, the tier of the targeted effect would also rise correspondingly. An S-class talent, upon 1 promotion, becomes SS class, and after 2 promotions, reaches SSS class. Would consecutive promotions thrice surpass the SSS class? The information provided by the myriad realms of gaming did not mention such a tier of talent skill. No wonder the consumption was marked with 3 question marks. It is likely that the myriad realms of gaming could not have anticipated the emergence of someone like Su Mubai, who would gamble everything so recklessly. With a permanent life limit of merely 1 point, coupled with less than a year's lifespan, Su Mubai opted for a bold gamble. After all, the worst outcome would not be catastrophic. Should he win, the rewards would be monumental. With this thought in mind, Su Mubai decisively made his choice, confirming the consumption of all opportunities. However, the system's notification sound did not immediately follow, seemingly stalling due to this audacious maneuver. Su Mubai couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety. If this gamble were to fail, he would have to navigate the aftermath cautiously. After a tense wait of several minutes, Su Mubai suddenly felt a heart-stopping force erupt from within him. Boom! 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 Immediately thereafter, 3 beams of light soared into the sky, stirring the dark void outside the celestial hall. The beams intertwined, displaying a kaleidoscope of colors. Once all the radiance dissipated, the long-awaited system notification finally reappeared. Notification: exclusive talent skill promotion successful. Continuous promotion to a higher tier achieved. Congratulations! Player Yi has acquired the unique, forbidden-level exclusive talent skill, Cataclysm. He had won the gamble. Su Mubai clenched his fists, excitement radiating from him. A unique forbidden level. Such a title was clearly extraordinary. The exclusive talent skill signified that it was solely his. So did this uniqueness imply that within the entire myriad realms of gaming, Cataclysm was the only forbidden level talent? With this thought, Su Mubai eagerly clicked to view the talent description. Cataclysm. Unique forbidden level exclusive talent skill effects. 1. Promotion. Permanently elevate any entity by 1 tier without consumption. 2. Sublimation. Consume certain resources to permanently elevate any entity by 2 tiers. 3. Cataclysm. Consume a portion of lifespan to permanently elevate any entity by 3 tiers and bestow upon it the cataclysmic attribute. Tiers surpassing limits cannot be probed, replicated, or plundered. player by Yi will completely vanish upon death. The terrifying effects of Cataclysm left Su Mubai utterly speechless. To ascend a rank without any cost is indeed astonishing. The objective of the promotion has shifted from any skill to any entity. This is utterly preposterous. In the realm of the game, currency, equipment, and skills all qualify as entities. Even professions and one's very self fall within this category. Upon scrutinizing the skill description several times, Su Mubai gasped in astonishment. Such a talent is so extraordinarily powerful that even he, its originator, finds it excessively unbalanced. Wait, to promote a rank without cost? Suddenly, Su Mubai recalled something, his pupils widening in disbelief as a look of euphoric joy spread across his face. He focused his thoughts and directly invoked Cataclysm. Promotion target, Cataclysm. Exploiting glitches can be quite addictive. However, this time, his plans were thwarted. The radiant beam of skill promotion did not manifest, and a chilling system notification echoed in his ears. Sorry, the rank of this skill has exceeded the limit and cannot undergo Cataclysm. It seems I've been overly greedy. Su Mubai smiled faintly, feeling no surprise at the failure of the promotion. If he were allowed to ascend infinitely in this manner, would the multiverse game not simply collapse? A vague suspicion began to form in his mind. The multiverse game could not have existed for long. Otherwise, such a blatant bug would not be present. Just as he was preparing to examine his other skills, the system notification chimed again. Notice, your exclusive tableau-level talent Cataclysm has acquired additional usage restrictions. Click to view details. Cataclysm. Exclusive tableau-level talent skill usage restrictions. Cannot affect this talent. Cannot affect the player's essence. Cannot affect Cataclysm characteristics. Repeated use on the same target will override previous enhancement effects. Goodness. Su Mubai was taken aback. He had attempted to exploit a loophole only to find himself at a loss. Not only had he failed to promote, but he had also accrued 4 additional usage restrictions. It appears that the multiverse game has successfully patched this bug. Nonetheless, he had not left empty-handed. Glancing at the final line of the skill description, Su Mubai's eyes sparkled with intrigue. One opportunity to use Cataclysm without cost is available. He had anticipated the emergence of restrictions regarding Cataclysm. If it were possible to reuse it without overriding enhancement effects, wouldn't that mean he could elevate all low-level entities to their highest forms without expenditure? However, such a thought was unrealistic. Now, with the chance to utilize Cataclysm without cost, Su Mubai felt thoroughly satisfied. Aside from his talent and essence, this was the most worthwhile pursuit. Surveying his dismal attribute panel, Su Mubai focused once more and invoked Cataclysm. Notice, to promote the profession Necromancer by 3 ranks requires the expenditure of 100,000 years of lifespan. Insufficient remaining lifespan. You possess one opportunity to use Cataclysm without cost. Do you confirm the use of this opportunity to promote the profession Necromancer to a higher rank and apply the Cataclysm effect? 100,000 years of lifespan. This outrageous cost caused Su Mubai's eyes to widen. However, the absence of cost naturally makes it all the more valuable. The rank of a profession differs from that of skills. In the vast expanse of the myriad realms within the game, there exist 3 tiers of professions: ordinary professions, hidden professions, and unique hidden professions. One cannot fathom the outcome of advancing 3 consecutive levels. Will it culminate in a transformation akin to the cataclysmic talent, thereby resulting in the emergence of a singularly forbidden profession? Suppressing the tumultuous excitement within, Su Mubai inhaled deeply and made his choice. He confirmed the consumption of this opportunity. With a resonating hum, the cataclysmic talent activated, enveloping Su Mubai in a shroud of enigmatic power. Immediately thereafter, a series of system notifications echoed in his ears. Notification: your profession, Necromancer, has successfully ascended to a higher tier. Congratulations, player by Yi, on your transition to the exclusive hidden profession, Lord of Death. Your attributes have undergone a transformation. You have acquired a new skill, Life Link. You have learned a new skill, Summoning Amplification. You have obtained the exclusive item, Book of Death. Your exclusive hidden profession, Lord of Death, has gained a cataclysmic effect. Click to view details. Chapter 4. Entering the game. Skills of the Death Sovereign. The Infinite Realms game will officially commence in 10 seconds. Players, please prepare yourselves. 10 on 8. Due to the extensive time consumed by the ascension of his talents, Mubai found himself devoid of the opportunity to examine the newly acquired skills. However, he reassured himself that he could delve into them post-entry into the game. With a fleeting glance at his slightly altered attributes panel, he prepared himself for the game. His attributes had not increased. However, his mana capacity had risen from 200 to 600. His spell power had also escalated to 30 points. Furthermore, the free attribute points gained with each level up had surged from 5 to 15. Evidently, the attribute enhancements and growth rate of the Death Sovereign were thrice that of a standard necromancer, not accounting for equipment attributes. His power was ninefold that of an ordinary profession. Such formidable strength was truly worthy of the title of an exclusive hidden class. Thoughts of Lu Riao and Zhao Su. The treacherous duo flickered a cold glint in Mubai's eyes. The Infinite Realms game was not without its perils. In the novice village, a protective mechanism was in place, where death would merely result in a loss of experience. Yet, once one ventured beyond the novice village, each death would not only incur a loss of levels, but also a reduction of 10 of one's lifespan, with a minimum penalty of 10 years. In other words, if a player's remaining lifespan was less than 10 years, death would render them incapable of resurrection. Of course, the game also housed artifacts capable of extending one's lifespan, though these required exploration and discovery by the players themselves. The three had not traversed a great distance prior to their transition. According to the information provided by the Infinite Realms game, they might not be in the same novice village, but upon exiting, they would surely converge in the same city. Mubai felt an overwhelming eagerness to locate the two, to allow them to experience the depths of his previous despair. As the countdown concluded, a burst of white light enveloped the astral hall, and Mubai felt a fleeting sensation before he found himself in the novice village. Welcome, players from Blue Star, to the Infinite Realms game. You are in the Dragon Empire's novice village, number 9527. May your forthcoming journey be safe. The system's voice resonated above the novice village as beams of white light flashed, and players began to materialize around Mubai. Wah, how do you play this game? Is there a kind gentleman who can teach me? I have an early morning class. Why was I forcibly brought here? Let me go back. Returning to Blue Star is a mere fantasy now. One must ponder how to survive in this realm. LOL, datafication. The dreams I once harbored while reading novels have finally materialized. We all start on equal footing. This time, I shall rise. Equal footing? My friend, you may be mistaken. Have you heard of advanced talents? I awakened an S-class talent right from the start. This wave is destined for takeoff. Esteemed one, do you require any accessories for your legs? Brother, take me along. I'm a D-cup healer with ample healing, seeking a group for a B-class talent mage. The air was thick with the sounds of players discussing their newfound reality. The abrupt emergence of the Infinite Realms game had forcibly drawn everyone into this digitized world. Some are restless, others are lost, some are excited, while others are engulfed in despair. For those who are already destitute and unencumbered by attachments, the multiverse game evidently presents an opportunity to transform their lives. However, there is no turning back to Blue Star. Players began to depart from the arrival square, eager to engage with NPCs in the novice village in hopes of undertaking quests based on their prior gaming experience. Yet, the situation proved far more challenging than they had anticipated. Each NPC in the multiverse is a sentient being, unlike the mechanical task dispensers of Blue Star's former games. Mubai chose not to follow the crowd. Instead, he made his way directly towards the village's exit. Time waits for no one, and he was uncertain how long he might survive. Thus, he needed to level up swiftly and find treasures that could extend his lifespan. Rather than squander time in the novice village searching for low-level tasks, it was far more pragmatic to venture outside and hunt monsters. By the time Mubai reached the entrance of the novice village, over 10 minutes had elapsed. During this interval, many players had passed him by and engaged in combat with the wild beasts beyond the village. His agility attribute was a mere 1, rendering his movement speed quite dismal. In the multiverse game, identical attributes manifest differently across various classes. For physical classes, enhancing agility increases movement speed, attack speed, and critical hit rate. Classes such as archers and rogues can also gain a slight boost in attack power. In contrast, for magic classes, agility not only enhances movement speed, but also marginally improves casting speed. It is noteworthy that attributes like evasion and accuracy are absent here. The multiverse game is a data-driven reality. To strike an enemy or evade an attack relies solely on one's reflexes. Naturally, an increase in agility also contributes positively to one's reaction time. Therefore, Mubai deemed agility indispensable for every class. Fortunately, the freedom attribute points for the Deathmaster class are sufficiently high. Reaching level 1 would enable him to catch up with the average player. As he walked, Mubai reviewed all of his skills. Summon Skeleton, F, level 1, active skill. Summons a feeble skeleton to fight on your behalf. Casting time, 3 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Mana cost, 20 points. The skeleton's attributes are influenced by the player's spirit attribute. Burn, F, level 1, active skill. Unleashes the soul's fire to scorch the target, inflicting a total of 150 spell power in magical damage over 5 seconds. Attack range 30 meters, casting time 2 seconds, cooldown 5 seconds, mana cost 10 points. This skill is inherent to the Necromancer and represents the most basic F-level abilities. The skeletons summoned by the Necromancer can exist indefinitely, provided it remains alive. When not needed, it can be recalled to the summoning space at any time. Until he learns to expand his skills, the summoning space is limited to 1 slot, meaning the Necromancer can only summon a single skeleton at any given moment. Thus, in the early stages of the game, the Necromancer class is, in reality, quite weak. Those who typically choose this profession are players endowed with a natural affinity for summoning. However, Mubai is no ordinary Necromancer. He is a unique hidden class known as the Lord of Death. Life Link, A, level 102, active skill. This ability allows you to link to a summoned undead creature, sharing health points with it. It can be executed instantaneously, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. This skill alleviates Mubai's concerns regarding his health limit. As long as the summoned undead remains, he need not fear sudden demise. Summoning Amplification, S, passive skill, no level. Skill effects. 1. Casting time for summoning skills is reduced by 50. 2. Cooldown time is diminished by 50. 3. Attributes of summoned creatures are enhanced by 50. 4. Maximum summoning space is increased by 500. The second skill is particularly notable, an exalted percentage enhancement. Such abilities become increasingly formidable as one progresses further into the game. Additionally, Mubai has acquired a unique item. Book of Death, class-specific day and night offhand item. Indestructible, non droppable, non tradable. Level 0 follows the character. Attributes unlocked after reaching level 1. Special effects unlocked after reaching level 10. This tome contains the laws of the craft, accessible solely to you. Upon meeting the requirements, you may learn exclusive skills of the Lord of Death from it. Currently, the Book of Death bears no attributes, yet its description suggests it is far from ordinary. Unfortunately, Mubai's level is insufficient to unlock its secrets. As his gaze falls upon the calamity traits associated with his class advancement, Mubai's eyes widen in astonishment. Chapter 5. Some attacks are painful to witness, truly deserving of its status as a forbidden level talent. It is nothing short of terrifying. Class, Death Sovereign, exclusive hidden class, Cataclysmic traits 1. All skill effects are doubled. 2. Level insufficient, not activated. 3. Level insufficient, not activated. The Cataclysmic traits effectively bestow upon Mubai's class 3 additional attributes. Although only one has been activated for the time being, it is already formidable enough. What does it mean for all skill effects to be doubled? Mubai can hardly wait to test his newfound prowess. While he still has the option to promote his existing skills without any cost, he intends to leave the village entrance before taking that step. After all, it is not yet the time for invincibility, and there is no need to reveal too much in public. Besides, it won't take long to depart from the village entrance. With his thought in mind, Su Mubai waved his practice bone staff and unleashed a skill. Summoned skeletons. In the next moment, a vein gray vortex suddenly appeared beside Su Mubai. From this vortex, two skeletons, each standing at 1.5 meters tall, emerged side by side. Crack, crack! The flickering flames of souls danced within the eye sockets of the two skeletons, one to the left and one to the right, standing silently beside Su Mubai. As an F-grade skill, the summoned skeletons were, understandably, not particularly strong. Their bones were pale and riddled with numerous cracks. Even the iron swords in their hands were rusted and full of chips. Su Mubai even suspected that these two beings might collapse at any moment. However, as the saying goes, one must not judge by appearances. While their form might be ostentatious, the most crucial aspect remains their attributes. Instantly unleashed, Su Mubai's eyes gleamed. The doubling effect of the class's cataclysmic traits was even more outrageous than he had anticipated. Not only had the number of summons doubled, but the original 50 cooldown reduction had also skyrocketed to 100. Likewise, the skill Summon Skeletons now had no cooldown time for Su Mubai. Surely, the attributes must have doubled as well? With a thought, Su Mubai opened the attribute panel of the little skeletons. Little skeleton strength, 20 vitality, 20 agility, 20 mentality, 20 health, 200 attack power, 20 physical defense. Skills, the most basic little skeleton, barely qualified to become a skeleton warrior after enhancement. The attributes of the two little skeletons were identical, epitomizing a single, unadorned word, powerful. Originally, based on Su Mubai's 10 points in mentality, the summoned little skeletons would have had only 5 points across all attributes. Such stats, devoid of class bonuses and skills, were comparable to those of an ordinary player. Now, under the combined effects of summon amplification and the cataclysmic traits, the attributes of the two little skeletons had quadrupled. Even more terrifying, as long as there is space in the summoning area, Su Mubai could continue to summon such skeletons. Currently, he could summon up to 10 little skeletons simultaneously. The formation of the Cataclysmic Legion is just around the corner. Goodness, your talent must surely be at least an A grade. A voice resonated, catching Su Mubai slightly off guard as he turned to face the source. There approached a warrior player, brandishing a longsword. His gaze fixated on the two small skeletons, an expression of contemplation in his eyes. Indeed, an A-grade enhanced summon, Su Mubai mused, a faint smile gracing his lips as he glanced at the individual SID, Night Wanderer. At this nascent stage of the Myriad Realms game, scarcely anyone could conceal their identity. The small skeletons he summoned not only outnumbered others, but also exhibited a size advantage over those conjured by other necromancers. It was only natural for someone to take notice. This was precisely why he refrained from hastily employing the Cataclysm talent to elevate his skills and equipment. The effects post-enhancement would inevitably yield alterations. With the game still in its infancy and power disparities yet to manifest, revealing excessive uniqueness was hardly prudent. Shall we form a party to level up together? I possess an A-grade talent as well. Our combined efforts would surely expedite our progression, Night Wanderer proposed, raising his longsword in a gesture of camaraderie. Not only he, but a considerable number of players had already congregated at the village entrance, all eager to form teams. Although the novice village was designed for players to acclimatize to the game, the creatures therein were far from trivial. Even the lowest tier monsters, the ground chickens, possessed the capability to eliminate individual players. Ground chicken, level 1 health, 100 attack power, 10 physical defense, 5 magical defense, 2. Could anyone truly be bested by a chicken? In the span of mere seconds, Su Mubai witnessed several flashes of white light illuminating the vicinity. Evidently, some players were indeed falling prey to the ground chickens. Unless one exploited a bug, a single attack from this creature could vanquish Su Mubai tenfold. Yet at this juncture, it posed no challenge to him whatsoever. Politely declining Night Wanderer's invitation, Su Mubai concentrated his thoughts and promptly cast Life Link on one of the fully healed skeletons. After all, with only a single point of health, a moment's inattention could spell disaster. To his astonishment, As he wielded his bone staff, he discovered that he had simultaneously linked to two small skeletons. Below his health bar, two additional, faintly crimson bars materialized, each representing double the health of the skeletons. Health, 1-1. Lifelink 1, 400-400. Lifelink 2, 400-400. What a surprise. The target count has doubled. Raising an intrigued brow, Mubai silently commended the unique characteristics of his profession. Shielded by the two small skeletons, he stepped forth from the novice village. The surroundings were alive with the fervor of battle, players exerting themselves against the ground chickens. Mubai also noted the standard necromancers summoning skeletons of a mere height of around 1 meter, some 30 centimeters shorter than his own. Why on earth did I choose a tank profession? These chickens peck so painfully, he lamented. Enough complaining. Let us get to slaying these chickens. Goodness. Their attack power exceeds my own. Alas, a level 0 player is inferior to even a level 1 chicken. I shall cease this endeavor and return to the village to explore any available life professions. This game is for those who wish to engage in such battles. Look at that white knight. The two skeletons he summoned far surpass mine in strength. He must have awakened some extraordinary talent. It is yet another day of envy for the fortunate among us. Mubai paid no heed to the discussions surrounding him. Near the village entrance, the free-range chickens had ample targets, yet he had no intention of contesting the monsters, instead directing his small skeletons towards the distance. After painstakingly exploiting such a significant bug, who would bother with level 1 monsters? The game features an integrated minimap, allowing players to summon it at will, appearing as a translucent panel in the upper right corner of their view without obstructing sight. According to the map, Mubai swiftly departed the territory of the free-range chickens and entered the realm of level 2 monsters. Red-eyed rabbit. Level 2. Health, 150-150. Attack, 15. Physical defense, 7. Magical defense, 3. Caution, it may leap to strike you. The number of players here had significantly diminished. Currently, those daring enough to hunt in this area were either players who had awakened A-level talents or established teams. Perhaps the rabbit's propensity for aggressive leaps played a role as well. Upon his arrival, Mubai witnessed 2 tank players curled up on the ground, having been struck. The Infinite Realm game is a vivid world, featuring a 100 sensation of pain. Merely observing the scene made him involuntarily gasp. Any man would fear such an attack. With such an assault style, not even Tyson would dare to confront it. Even Taro would need to evade. Fortunately, he was spared the necessity of direct confrontation. With a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, Mubai advanced while controlling 2 small skeletons to commence clearing the monsters. With the absence of a player horde, he knew that to enter higher-level maps would inevitably attract some red-eyed rabbits. In the Infinite Realm, there is no concept of green-named monsters. Once one steps outside the village, the wilderness is filled with red-named adversaries. The piercing gaze of the red-eyed rabbits fixated on players' vulnerabilities certainly sent chills down his spine. However, the small skeletons possessed no vulnerabilities, fearlessly wielding their rusted swords as they charged towards the red-eyed rabbits. -13, -15, the red-eyed rabbit, in pain, let out a roar and abruptly charged at one of the small skeletons. -11, the small skeleton, lacking any sensation of pain, mechanically retaliated with its sword. For such low-level monsters, Mubai saw no need to meticulously maneuver the skeletons. In truth, he would never have such a need. What is the necessity for intricate tactics? A direct approach of overwhelming quantity and quality is far more gratifying, is it not? Chapter 6, Ascending Currency. Having distanced himself from the novice village, Mubai once again wielded his bone staff. Summoned skeletons, a pale, gray vortex emerged, and 2 small skeletons emerged brandishing weapons, immediately joining the fray against the red-eyed rabbit. How could a mere level 2 creature withstand the onslaught of 4 skeletons with superior attributes? In mere seconds, the red-eyed rabbit met its demise, leaving behind a lifeless body and a gleaming copper coin. A faint, almost imperceptible white light merged with Mubai's being as the system notification chimed. Defeated a level 2 red-eyed rabbit, received an additional 50 experience bonus, experience points 3. It appeared that ascending to the next level was not a daunting task. Mubai cast a glance at his attribute panel. The experience bar flickered slightly, now reading 3. This indicated that he needed to slay 33 more red-eyed rabbits to level up. The 4 skeletons pressed onward, relentlessly dispatching any red-eyed rabbits that obstructed their path. Mubai refrained from casting Burn, choosing instead to conserve his mana entirely for the skeletons. The damage inflicted by Burn was rather meager. Even with the enhancement from the class-specific disaster trait, it could only deal 90 points of magical damage within 5 seconds, not accounting for the creature's magical defenses. In terms of cost-effectiveness, this skill paled in comparison to summon skeletons. By this point, the 4 skeletons had already vanquished several red-eyed rabbits, elevating Mubai's experience to 21. However, the red-eyed rabbits were exceedingly stingy, dropping nothing but a few copper coins. The currency in a world of 10,000 realms, akin to the online games of the past, is divided into gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins, all with an exchange rate of 100. According to the information stored in Mubai's mind, there seemed to be even higher forms of currency within the game, although they were evidently inaccessible in the early stages. He cast a glance at a few players not far off, suppressing the urge to use the disaster to convert copper coins, and continued to follow the 4 skeletons forward. He refrained from summoning additional skeletons to avoid drawing too much attention. Summoning 4 skeletons was already sufficient to intimidate those around him. Only after Mubai's figure gradually faded from view did the players in the red-eyed rabbit territory begin to converse. Look at him. He casually levels up while strolling around. Being a necromancer is truly delightful. Delightful? Please, take a look at the skeletons I've summoned. Can they even be compared to Bayez? Who told you to choose the necromancer class without summoning talents? That Bayi must possess at least an A-grade talent, right? So powerful. It's likely that his strength ranks among the top in our novice village. At this rate of leveling, he will undoubtedly make it onto the leaderboard. We will soon find out. By the way, when did the world of 10,000 realms say the level leaderboard would be announced? Tomorrow. Congratulations to player Bayi for leveling up to level 1, attributes 1, skill points 1, free attribute points 15. Not long after entering the area of level 3 monsters, a golden light flashed, and Mubai's level ascended to 1. The attributes 1 and skill points 1 are enhancements that every player receives upon leveling up. However, with regard to the free attribute points, due to the profession bonus of the Death Sovereign, Mubai acquires 3 times the free attribute points with each level up compared to ordinary players. If this continues, even without utilizing Cataclysm, he will swiftly ascend to become a boss among players. After a moment of contemplation, Mubai allocated 4 points to agility, and then devoted all remaining points to his mental attributes. Strength held no value for him, and as for constitution, it was utterly useless. After all, with a permanent limit of merely 1 drop of health, who would invest in such a trait? At last, the area was deserted. Surveying his surroundings, Mubai grinned broadly. He deliberately steered clear of other players as he advanced. Furthermore, given that players capable of training in the level 3 monster zone were already scarce, only the silhouettes of level 3 wildcats remained in his vicinity. At this moment, Mubai had summoned 10 little skeletons, exhausting his summoning capacity. After allocating his points, his mental attribute reached 22. The panels of all the little skeletons also underwent real-time changes. Their 4-dimensional attributes surged to 44, reflecting a remarkable balance and simplicity. However, Mubai's journey of exploiting advantages had only just commenced. Opening the 20-slot backpack that new players are equipped with, Mubai grimaced. The drop rate for low-level monsters in the Myriad Realms was exceedingly low. Not a single piece of equipment had been acquired throughout his journey. In fact, even copper coins were not guaranteed drops from every monster. He decided to test whether copper coins could be directly upgraded to silver coins. Extracting all 12 copper coins from his backpack, Mubai concentrated. Cataclysm. Target, 12 copper coins. Prompt, please select the upgrade tier. First tier, second tier, third tier. Second tier. Mubai wished to ascertain the resources required for upgrading copper coins to the second tier. Prompt, to transcend 12 copper coins. A total of 1 silver and 20 copper is required. Insufficient resources, transcendence fail. Such a low consumption? Mubai raised an eyebrow. If the value of the upgraded copper coins matched his expectations, then this cost was indeed minimal. The outcome would reveal itself after one upgrade. Shaking his head, Mubai activated Cataclysm once more, targeting the 12 copper coins in hand. This time, however, he opted for the first-tier upgrade. Prompt, confirming 0 consumption to upgrade 12 copper coins to the first tier. Confirm. With a mere thought, the copper coins in Mubai's grasp shimmered briefly. You have acquired 12 ancient copper coins. Huh? Shouldn't a first-tier upgrade yield silver coins? What on earth are ancient copper coins? Gazing at the coins in his hand, which were slightly darker in hue, Mubai found himself momentarily taken aback. Ancient copper coin. A suspended circulation copper coin, value unknown. Only collectors of ancient currency may find it desirable. Mubai's lips twitched as he stowed the ancient copper coins back into his backpack. Not only did the currency upgrade fail, but this peculiar item also occupied a slot in his inventory. Nevertheless, Mubai did not harbor excessive disappointment. With the talent of Cataclysm at his disposal, earning money would be effortlessly achievable. Moreover, since ancient copper coins existed, they might prove useful at some point in the future. Indeed, the backpack is also capable of advancement. Gazing at the remaining 19 slots in his novice backpack, Mubai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he activated Cataclysm once more. Prompt, please select the tier for advancement. First tier, second tier, third tier. First tier. Prompt, do you confirm the advancement of a novice backpack to the first tier without any consumption? Confirm. You have acquired a large backpack. Large backpack contains 50 slots of space. Proceed. Mubai's gaze fell upon the bone staff in his hand. Before embarking on his grand journey of leveling up, he must elevate every item at his disposal, not solely his equipment, but all of his skills as well. Chapter 7. Comprehensive Promotion, the Sacred Text of Death. As Mubai employed the skill and equipment of Cataclysm, the 10 small skeletons continued their relentless movements without pause. 5 of them formed a small squad, persistently hunting down the obstructing mountain cats. Utilizing Cataclysm did not necessitate a halt. After his agility surged to 6 points, Mubai's movement speed finally returned to normal. Thus, the skeletal squad advanced further while simultaneously clearing out the monsters in their path. By repeatedly activating Cataclysm, Mubai effectively masked the skill's visual effects. Otherwise, the soaring beams of light during the enhancement of high-level skills would be far too conspicuous. You have acquired a common equipment bone staff. You have acquired a common equipment linen robe. In the myriad of worlds within the game, equipment is categorized into 10 tiers, ranging from inferior to extraordinary. Inferior. Common black iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, epic, legendary, and mythical. The equipment that players start with is merely the most inferior type, serving only as decorative items. Their sole purpose is to prevent exposure and enable the casting of skills, as many abilities cannot be utilized without a weapon. Now, with both pieces of equipment upgraded to the common tier, Mubai finally possessed a semblance of a stat boost. However, the enhancement was minimal, merely increasing his spell strength and physical defense by a few points. What genuinely augmented his prowess was the promotion of his skills. Your F-grade skill Summon Skeleton has successfully advanced to E-grade skill Summon Skeleton. Summon Skeleton, E, Level 1, Active Skill. Summons a skeleton to fight on your behalf. Casting time, 3 seconds. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. Mana cost, 40 points. The skeleton's attributes are augmented by the player's mental attributes. This time, the 10 small skeletons engaged in battle did not receive an immediate enhancement. It appeared that a resummoning was necessary following the skill's promotion. Mubai, however, did not hasten to summon anew. Instead, he continued utilizing Cataclysm to promote the remaining skills. Your F-grade skill burn has successfully advanced to E-grade skill burn. The name of burn remained unchanged, yet the skill's damage escalated from 150 to 200, with the mana cost adjusted to 20 points. Next came the pivotal moment. A glimmer of brilliance sparkled in his eyes as Mubai selected his next skill. Your A-grade skill Life Link has successfully advanced to S-grade skill Life Share. Life Share, S, passive skill, no level. Skill effect. You share health points in a one-way manner with all summoned undead creatures. Incredible. Upon reading the straightforward description of life share, Mubai could not suppress his astonishment. Not only had an active skill transformed into a passive one, but the targets of shared health had expanded to encompass all summoned entities. The leap from A grade to S grade represented a profound transformation. Such a skill essentially granted the player an S grade talent, a feat unattainable in the early stages of the game. However, Mubai's extraordinary capabilities could not be overlooked. Coupled with the cataclysmic traits of his profession and the skill summon amplification, the value of life share in his hands vastly surpassed that of an ordinary player's S-grade talent. After all, players who awaken such talents are unable to summon numerous entities in the early stages of the game. Gazing at the newly unveiled health bar beneath his life points, the stark contrast between the staggering figure of 8,000 and the 1-1 health value was palpable. At this moment, even Mubai felt somewhat monstrous. Permanently at 1 hit point? So what? My secondary health pool approaches 9,000, and this is still a magic-based class? This figure would surely cause even S-rank talent tank players to weep and report themselves for cheating. A smirk crept onto Mubai's lips as his gaze settled on the final skill. Cataclysm. Target. Summoning Amplification. Your S-rank skill, Summoning Amplification, has successfully ascended to SS rank skill Death Summoning. Death Summoning. SS. Passive skill, no level. Skill effects, 1. Casting time for summoning skills reduced by 75. 2. Cooldown time for summoning skills reduced by 75. 3. Attributes of summoned creatures increased by 100. 4. Summoning space limit increased to tenfold. The effects of Death Summoning doubled the enhancement. Not to mention, Mubai was now one step closer to summoning the Plague Legion. Summoning space, 1020. Regrettably, the summoning space was merely a property, not a tangible entity, rendering it impossible to exploit Cataclysm for free. With a thought, Mubai retrieved the Book of Death from his inventory. It was time to elevate this item. As his level rose to 1, the attributes of the Book of Death were finally unveiled. Yet, only a basic attribute of spell power 10 activated, which hardly matched the prestige of a unique piece of equipment. Without hesitation, Mubai equipped the Book of Death in his offhand position. Clad in a dark gray robe, one hand gripping a skeletal staff and the other holding an ancient tome exuding an aura of death, he finally resembled a necromancer. However, the grandeur of Death Sovereign was still far from evident, given his low level. Cataclysm. Target. Book of Death. This time, the activation of Cataclysm took noticeably longer than before. Although the visual effects were suppressed, Mubai still felt an unsettling aura, just as he suspected a failure to ascend. The chilling system notification finally resonated in his ears. Your unique item Book of Death has successfully ascended to the Death Codex. Death Codex, class-specific, White Knight. Special item cannot be dropped, damaged, or traded. Can be summoned or retracted at will level. 1. Follows character, base attribute. Spell power 15 special effect. Unlocks at level 10. This is a tome of rules. Only you may peruse it. Upon fulfilling the requirements, you may learn exclusive skills of the Death Sovereign from its pages. Was it merely an increase of 5 points in spell power? Mubai furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the panel of the Death Codex multiple times before finally noticing a subtle discrepancy in the description. What was once the Book of Laws has now transformed into the Book of Rules. It appears that the true strength of the Death Codex can only be discerned after one's own level has ascended. Observing the metamorphosis of the Death Codex from a secondary item to a special artifact, Mubai concentrated his thoughts, and the Death Codex instantly shimmered with a faint glow, etching itself as a sigil upon the back of his left hand. To his astonishment, he discovered that the secondary slot in his equipment interface had miraculously become vacant. Moreover, the increase in spell power granted by the Death Codex remained intact. This implies that Mubai would be able to equip an additional secondary item compared to others. Elated by this unexpected boon, his spirits soared. Having utilized Cataclysm to its fullest extent, his power had undergone a remarkable transformation. The next step is to swiftly seek out treasures that can augment his lifespan. Mubai tightened his grip on the staff in his hand. Thus, the journey of leveling up officially commences. Chapter 8. The terrifying surge with a singular skill point allocated to summon skeleton. Su Mubai brandished his bone staff. A pale gray vortex, slightly larger than before, materialized, from which two skeletal soldiers emerged. Following the enhancement of his skill, the summoned skeletons exhibited a notable increase in strength. Their bones were no longer stark white, but possessed a subtle sheen. The fissures on their surfaces had diminished, and their weapons were now devoid of any imperfections. They finally exuded a semblance of imposing presence. After a series of 10 successive usages, only 400 mana points were expended. Given Su Mubai's maximum mana capacity of 1320 points, this posed no burden whatsoever. In no time, a total of 20 skeletons stood in an orderly arrangement on either side of him. The only drawback was the variety of weapons they wielded: swords, knives, spears, and staffs, ranging from the commonplace to the eclectic, with the sole exception of ranged weapons. Skeleton, strength, 87, vitality, 87, agility, 87, mentality, 87, health, 870, attack power, 87, physical defense, 44, skill, heavy strike, E level 2, swings the weapon to deal 155 physical damage to the target, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. The most ordinary of skeletons, a base-level entity among undead creatures. Such attributes are undeniably luxurious at this stage. Should any necromancer manage to summon a single skeleton of this caliber, they would undoubtedly become the object of admiration among numerous players. However, Su Mubai possessed a staggering 20 of these skeletons, due to the summoning space limit of 20. The previous 10 skeletons had automatically disintegrated. The summoning space not only determines the maximum number of summoned beings, but also allows the necromancer to withdraw their summons into the space at will. Health, 1-1. Health share, 34,800, 870. 20 skeletons class catastrophe trait doubled. Glancing at his health bar, Su Mubai couldn't suppress a slight smile. Now, he intended to explore another idea. If successful, his combat prowess would ascend to new heights. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. His gaze fixated on the 20 newly summoned skeletons, and with a thought, he declared, "Catastrophe. Target, 20 skeletons. First stage. Prompt. Do you wish to confirm the override of the previous effect and re-upgrade the skill summon skeleton?" Cancel. Disappointment flickered across Su Mubai's face as he shook his head. It appeared that within the judgment of the catastrophe talent, these skeletons were integral to the skill. Although he did not manage to exploit a bug once more, Su Mubai was still quite satisfied with his current strength. With a firm grip on the map to ascertain his direction, Su Mubai waved his hand and proclaimed, "Let us set forth." A cacophony of bone-on-bone sounds erupted as the skeletons automatically divided into small squads, commencing their slaughter. Their impressive agility of 87 allowed them to outpace even the level 3 mountain cats. -79, -82, -126. The mountain cats ahead scarcely had time to react before they were swiftly dispatched by a myriad of weapons. 3 skeletons attacking simultaneously could annihilate a single mountain cat in an instant. With a comprehensive enhancement, Su Mubai's pace of advancement saw a significant increase. Concurrently, the system notifications announcing experience gains flooded the screen. Slain a level 3 mountain cat, received an additional 50 level-up bonus, experience points 4. 5. Slain a level 3 mountain cat, received an additional 50 level-up bonus, experience points 4. 5. While the majority of players struggled valiantly against the relentless ground chickens, Su Mubai's leveling journey felt akin to a leisurely stroll. The only factor limiting his speed was, ironically, his own agility. 20 skeletons roamed this area as if it were no man's land. Observing the skyrocketing experience bar, Su Mubai silently calculated the experience required for the next level. Ascending from level 0 to level 1 necessitated merely 100 points, while progressing from level 1 to level 2 increased to 300 points. Presently, the experience from low-level monsters equated to their level numbers. It was evident that future levels would become increasingly arduous. Yet, Su Mubai harbored no concerns, for his prowess was extraordinarily formidable, even without deliberately seeking out monsters. A golden light flashed around him as he exited the mountain cat territory. Congratulations to player Wanjie for reaching level 2. Attributes 1, skill points 1. Free attribute points 15. Leveling up was indeed this effortless. Throughout the entire process, aside from initially summoning skeletons, he had not even lifted a finger. Even the copper coins that dropped were collected by a skeleton, which subsequently delivered them to him. He allocated 4 points to agility and the remainder to spirit. Naturally, the newly acquired skill points were dedicated to enhancing the level of summoned skeleton. The E-level summoned skeleton possessed attributes equivalent to 60 of his spirit attribute. With each incremental upgrade in skill level, the attributes of the skeletons increased by an additional 10, coupled with the boost from his spirit attributes. The skeletons summoned by Mubai had attained a staggering total of 147 points in attributes. This remarkable enhancement stemmed from his current low level, whereby each upgrade conferred significant benefits to the skeletons. Mubai opened the map, confirmed his direction, and commanded his skeletons. This location was still not his destination. Beyond the territory of the level 5 monsters lay the entrance to the first and only dungeon of the novice village. There, he would find a most suitable environment for leveling up. Almost unscathed, he traversed the areas populated by level 4 and 5 monsters, and soon arrived at the dungeon entrance with his legion of skeletons. It was a swirling vortex-shaped portal, measuring 2 meters in width and height, nestled within a valley. Beside the portal stood a massive stone tablet inscribed with 4 prominent characters. Mist Forest. This was the inaugural dungeon for players, identical in every novice village. Mubai's ambition, naturally, was to secure the first completion of this dungeon, not solely for newbie village number 9527, but for all novice villages. Mubai glanced at his 93 experience points, not in haste to enter, but rather standing still for 2 minutes in quiet contemplation. Soon, a flash of golden light illuminated the scene. Congratulations, player Wanjie. Your level has been upgraded to level 3. Attributes 1, skill points 1, free attribute points 15. As soon as he allocated his points, a skeleton approached, cradling over a dozen copper coins in its hands. Beneath the coins lay a pair of shoes. Finally, some equipment had dropped, which was no small feat. Mubai raised an eyebrow, stowing the coins in his backpack. After inspecting the attributes of this ordinary gear, he promptly activated Cataclysm. You have acquired the black iron-grade equipment. Double-layered cloth shoes. Double-layered cloth shoes. Type, shoes armor. Cloth level, 5 grade. Black iron durability, 30-30 armor. 6 movement speed. 2, with double-layered protection. Feel more secure. Although the level 5 gear was beyond his current ability to equip, he would finally have shoes once he reached that level. Indeed, the game world of 10,000 Realms was quite stingy. His starting equipment consisted solely of a tattered robe and a practice-bone staff, leaving him utterly bare. He was even without undergarments. Mubai could feel the refreshing breeze against his exposed skin while moving. Thankfully, melee players began with a 2-piece outfit. Otherwise, he would be in quite the predicament during combat. There should be a place in the novice village to obtain undergarments, but with his life hanging by a thread, he had no time to search. He chose to embrace a carefree and unrestrained existence. With a wave, he summoned all the skeletons back into the summoning space and slowly extended his hand to touch the portal before him. The existence of the Misty Forest served to help players further acclimate to the world of 10,000 Realms. The requirements for entry were not stringent. One merely needed to be present in the vicinity and have reached level 3. Death within the instance would only result in a loss of 10 of the current level S experience points. The early levels posed little challenge in terms of progression, and it was likely that player teams would soon arrive here. After all, there were some players with high-level talents. While their progress might not match Mubai's, it would certainly surpass that of ordinary players. Notice, treasures exist within the Misty Forest, yet it is fraught with peril. Do you wish to challenge it alone? Confirmed. This was a 5-person instance that typically required cooperation among various classes to succeed. However, it was clear that Mubai was an exception. A team? Could 20 of his skeletons not suffice? Notice, please select the difficulty level of the instance. The small instances in the world of 10,000 realms featured 4 difficulty settings, ranging from easy to difficult, normal, hard, nightmare, and hell. Naturally, with such an extensive advantage, Mubai was inclined to explore the highest level of difficulty. After all, death would merely cost him 10 of his experience points. Items that could extend life were clearly not ordinary. If such items truly existed in a novice village, the likelihood of obtaining them as a reward for completing the hell level instance was certainly the greatest. Mubai glanced at his exaggerated health sharing bar, suddenly feeling that the hell level difficulty was perhaps not so daunting after all. As he made his choice, the swirling portal rippled with concentric waves. The colors shifted continuously, transitioning from an initial white to an abyssal black. At that moment, the portal resembled a ravenous beast. Without a moment's hesitation, Mubai stepped forward and crossed the threshold. Prompt: you have entered the hell-level misty forest. In an instant, darkness enveloped him, and he found himself in a forest shrouded in thick mist. The fog surrounding him significantly limited his field of vision, reducing it to scarcely a quarter of the outside world. The entire forest was eerily silent. Mubai could easily hear the sound of his own breath. Yet he sensed an overwhelming presence of danger lurking all around him. For ordinary player teams, the primary objective upon entering the misty forest would be to find their way. Mubai was no exception. However, he did not intend to search personally. With a mere thought, he summoned the spatial portal. In a flash of white light, 4 squads of skeletons materialized neatly before him. 40 ethereal blue flames flickered gently, instantly adding an air of terror to the misty forest. Chapter 9. The foggy forest of wilderness, navigating through the dense mist, slaying monsters. With a mere thought, 4 squads of skeletons swiftly embarked on their quest in 4 different directions. The soft clattering of bones echoed prominently in the silence of the fog-laden woods. After a level up, the skeletons' attributes had significantly improved. Their agility soared to an impressive 215 points, enabling them to move with remarkable speed. Watching their bones jolt as they ran, Mubai feared that these creatures might inadvertently disassemble themselves. Fortunately, such a mishap did not occur. The 4 squads of skeletons vanished from sight in the blink of an eye, and the surrounding fog began to swirl ominously. Mubai narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing the presence of his summoned undead in his mind. Soon, he received feedback from the skeletons. Within a range of 100 meters, he could manipulate the summoned creatures at will. However, beyond this limit, the connection would sever. At this moment, Mubai was uncertain how to enhance this range. Nevertheless, he was confident that an ordinary necromancer would not possess such an extensive control range at this stage. The exclusive hidden profession of Death Sovereign, along with the myriad of information from the game, remained largely elusive to him. The world was far more expansive than Blue Star. The novice village was merely a starting point. The future Disaster Legion would begin its growth from the hellish foggy forest. Eureka! Feedback from the skeletons ignited a spark in Mubai's eyes as he directed all his skeletons toward the north. As he approached, a notification chimed from the system. Defeated an 8-level elite monster, the Mist Tree Demon, earning an additional 50 experience bonus, experience point 60. Was the experience from elite monsters 5 times that of ordinary ones? Watching his experience bar rise from 0 to 2, Mubai nodded in satisfaction. With merely 50 monsters needed for a level up, it should not take too long. However, the experience required for leveling was increasingly substantial. Upon arriving at the battleground, he found only 2 severed bodies of tree demons. The skeletons had already resumed their exploration. Thanks to the S-grade passive skill, Life Sharing, he did not need to specifically leave behind skeletons for his protection. Bending down to pick up 3 fallen copper coins, Mubai leisurely admired the scenery as he ventured deeper into the foggy forest. Having found the right direction, he naturally encountered more monsters. Defeated an 8-level elite monster, the Mist Tree Demon, earning an additional 50 experience bonus, experience point 60. Defeated an 8-level elite monster, the Mist Tree Python, earning an additional 50 experience bonus, experience points 60. Every few seconds, Mubai's experience points surged. This was still due to the vastness of the foggy forest. where the distribution of monsters was not particularly dense. At last, he caught up with the main force and laid eyes upon the panel of elite monsters. Fog Tree Demon, level 8. Elite, health, 3,600, 3,600, attack, 74, physical defense, 60, magical defense, 40 skill. Entangle, beware of every tree surrounding you, for they may launch an attack at any moment. Fog Tree Python, level 8. Elite, health, 3,000, 3,000, attack, 108, physical defense, 52, magical defense, 30, skill, strangle. It is said that the Fog Tree Python enjoys games of binding. It remains uncertain whether you can withstand it. The Fog Forest is a level 5 dungeon, where the hellish difficulty elevates the monsters' levels by 3, all of which are elite beings. The health points of these elite monsters surpass even those of the skeletons summoned by Mubai. However, their attributes are significantly inferior. The coordination among the skeletons, while not perfect, poses little challenge under their collective assault. Fixating on a Fog Tree Python, Mubai wielded his bone staff and intoned a magical incantation. 2 seconds later, a wisp of ghostly blue flame shot forth, instantly merging into the body of the Fog Tree Python. Burn -98, -101. Each second, a damage numeral of approximately 100 appeared above the python's head. Upon reaching level 3, Mubai's spell power soared to an impressive 156 points. Of this, 46 points were attributed to his mental prowess, enhanced thrice by the Death Sovereign class, comprising the majority. The remaining 18 points stem from the Death Codex and the Bone Staff. In the game of Myriad Realms, equipment progresses in stages every 5 levels. Thus, the attributes of the Death Codex will only change upon reaching level 5. Over the course of 5 seconds, Burn inflicted just over 500 points of magical damage upon the Fog Tree Python. While this may seem considerable compared to an ordinary player, it pales in comparison to the output of 20 skeletons. Nevertheless, Mubai remained unfazed, continuously casting burn to augment his damage output. Although he lacked potions to restore mana, with his current mental attributes, he could recover 46 points of mana every 5 seconds during combat, 3 times that of an ordinary necromancer. Upon defeating the level 8 elite monster Fog Tree Python, an additional 50 overlevel bonus is awarded, experience point 60. Another system notification chimed, prompting a subtle smile from Mubai. Loot acquired. The drop rate in hellish dungeons indeed surpasses that of the outside world. Having defeated merely a dozen monsters, he had already obtained a piece of equipment. Moreover, it was a piece of black iron gray gear. Python Belt. Belt leather armor level 5 black iron gray durability 30/30 armor 9 constitution 2. Imagine being adorned with a giant python. Regrettably, it was a piece of leather armor. Glancing at the equipment description, Mubai's lips twitched. One wonders what peculiar sense of humor the game possesses, as each piece of equipment comes with such an evocative description. In the game, equipment is categorized into cloth armor, leather armor, chain armor, and plate armor. Generally speaking, low-level equipment is only subject to level requirements. However, each profession is limited to wearing specific types of armor. The Death Sovereign is derived from the Necromancer. Thus is also a cloth armor class. Although it may not be of immediate use, it can still be sold for a decent sum. With a mere thought, Mubai activated Cataclysm on the Tree Python Belt. You have acquired a bronze-level equipment, Tree Python Belt. The name remains unchanged, yet all attributes have been enhanced. Comparatively, bronze equipment of the same level is approximately 50 stronger than black iron equipment. Nevertheless, the increased attributes still amount to only 1. Casually tossing it into his backpack, Mubai continued to assist the skeletons in clearing monsters. His primary desire was not for equipment, but for skill books. The Misty Forest, as the first dungeon in the Novice Village, serves as a locale for players to acquire both equipment and skill books. Naturally, the drop rate for Hell difficulty is significantly higher, and as the golden light flashed, Mubai had already obtained 3 pieces of equipment and 2 skill books. Congratulations, Player Bai Yi. Your level has risen to level 4, attributes 1, skill points 1, free attribute points 15. You have acquired black iron level equipment, wooden magic wand. You have acquired black iron level equipment, Snake Fang Dagger. You have acquired black iron level equipment, Tree Python Leather Armor. You have obtained an E-level skill book, Bind. You have obtained an E-level skill book, Strangle. Among these 5 items, only the Wooden Magic Wand can be used once Mubai reaches level 5. After using Cataclysm to upgrade all equipment and skill books by 1 tier, Mubai promptly stowed them away in his backpack. Once this dungeon run concludes, other players should also begin their own runs, providing an opportune moment to sell to them. However, Mubai harbored concerns that other players might lack sufficient funds. He was well aware of the drop rates in the myriad realms of the game. Even with his prowess, his total wealth barely exceeded 3 silver coins. In the initial stages of the dungeon, surely the players in his party would be able to gather some funds? Shaking his head, Mubai continued to direct the skeletons deeper into the misty forest. Following his level up, the skeleton's attributes increased to 292 points, further accelerating their monster clearing speed. Were it not for the sparse density of monsters in the misty forest, Mubai's leveling speed could have been even more rapid. Upon encountering the first boss, his level finally reached 5. During this interval, his gains were substantial. Including the double-layer cloth shoes and the wooden magic wand, he possessed a total of 5 usable items. In addition, there was a skill book from the necromancer. Yet this seemingly insignificant low-level skill dramatically amplified his already formidable power several-fold. Chapter 10. The Mist Tree Python King equipped with his gear, Mubai focused his thoughts and summoned his newly enhanced attribute panel. Attribute panel, player, Bai, level 5-1, 28, class, Sovereign of Death, agility, 51, mentality, 108, health, 1-1, magic power, 6,480, 6,480, spell power, 409. Note: less significant attributes are omitted. Exclusive talent, Cataclysm, unique forbidden level, class skills, summon skeleton E, burn E, summon space expansion D, life sharing S, death summons SS, summon space, 2100 equipment, wooden magic wand, emerald robe, emerald belt, emerald trousers, double-layered cloth shoes, class exclusive, the Tome of Death, lifespan, less than 1 year. The 5 pieces of equipment collectively enhance his mentality by a mere 13 points. A modest increase for Mubai. What astonished him most was that the most significant enhancement did not derive from the Tome of Death, but rather from a low-level skill of the necromancer. Summon Space Expansion, originally an E-level skill book, was upgraded to D-level after Mubai exploited it with Cataclysm. Summon Space Expansion, D, passive skill, no level, Summon Space 2. For an ordinary necromancer, this skill merely allowed the summoning of 2 additional skeletons. However, for Mubai, its effects were akin to that of an SS-level skill. Bolstered by the class's catastrophic attributes, its efficacy doubled, granting an additional 4 to the summon space. Coupled with the enhancement from Death Summons, Mubai's summon space limit soared to a terrifying 100. He was venturing further down a path of madness. Gazing at his formidable attribute panel, Mubai could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. Who would have imagined that a low-level skill could yield such a tremendous enhancement? Perhaps it could become even more formidable. Fixating on this summon space expansion skill, Mubai narrowed his eyes slightly. A thought sparked within him that demanded exploration. Once a skill book has been learned, can it still be regarded as the same entity? With this in mind, Mubai concentrated. Cataclysm. Target. Summon Space Expansion. Prompt. Please select the promotion tier. First tier, second tier, third tier. Mubai took a deep breath and silently chanted in his heart. Promote to first tier. However, the immediate system prompt that followed doused his excitement with cold water. Prompt. Do you confirm the non-consumptive override of the previous promotion effects? Cancel. A flicker of disappointment crossed his gaze. It seemed that the game had effectively sealed off any exploits. The inability to exploit bugs was undeniably frustrating. With a slight pout, Mubai finally turned his attention to the changes in the Tome of Death. Grimoire of Death class exclusive, White Knight, special item non-droppable, indestructible, non-tradable. Can be summoned or retracted at will level. 5. Follows the character Base attributes. Spell power, 75. All attributes, 25 damage dealt to undead creatures increased by 100. Your summon entities also benefit from this enhancement. Special effect. Unlocked at level 10. This is a rulebook, which only you may peruse. Upon meeting the requirements, you can learn exclusive skills of the Death Master from its pages. At level 5, the Grimoire of Death already reveals its brilliance. Merely the increase of all attributes by 25 is sufficient to incite frenzy among players at this stage. As for the double damage against undead creatures, it holds little immediate utility. In the novice village of 9,527, there are no maps or dungeons inhabited by such entities. The runes on the back of his left hand shimmered, and the Grimoire of Death materialized instantaneously. Mubai attempted to open it once more, yet found it still beyond his grasp. Must it await level 10 for perusal? Frowning slightly, Mubai retracted the Grimoire of Death and brandished his wand to cast Summon Skeleton. A pale gray vortex emerged, from which 2 skeletons stepped forth, swiftly joining the skeletal battalion. Skeleton, Strength, 583, Constitution, 583, Agility, 583, Spirit, 583, Health, 5,835,830, Attack Power, 583, Physical Defense, 292, Skill, Heavy Strike, level 5. Swings weapon to deliver a heavy blow to the target, inflicting 175 physical damage. Cooldown time of 30 seconds. An exceptionally robust individual, its power has far exceeded the limits of ordinary skeletons of the same level. Mubai gazed at the group of abnormally strong skeletons surrounding him, and then turned his attention to the formidable boss and its 2 minions not far ahead. His expression momentarily grew peculiar. There lay 3 enormous tree serpents, particularly the central one, coiled nearby like a small hillock. Fog Tree Serpent King, Level 8, Silver Grade Boss, Health, 88,000, Attack Power, 327, Physical Defense, 136, Magical Defense, 98, Skills, Strangulation, Devour, Toxic Spray, Earthquake. Are you certain you are prepared to face this behemoth? It devours its prey without leaving a bone behind. Fog Tree Serpent Guard, Level 8, Enhanced Elite, Health, 8,350, Attack Power, 198, Physical Defense, 72, Magical Defense, 60, Skill, Strangulation, a standout among the Fog Tree Serpents. Tasked with security duties, also known as the Guard. In the myriad realms of the game, monsters are classified into 4 tiers: Normal, Enhanced, Elite, and Enhanced Elite. Enhanced Elites, aside from health and skills, do not significantly lag behind lower-tier bosses in other aspects. The boss tiers correspond to equipment levels, ranging from Black Iron to Mythical, encompassing a total of 8 tiers. Beyond possessing greater health and skills, all boss-level entities have the ability to regenerate health during combat. Although the recovery is modest, merely 1 every 5 seconds, this capability renders the prospect of defeating a boss bleak if the player's damage output falters. To vanquish the Mist Tree Python King, the party's damage per second must exceed 176 points, a daunting challenge for a 5-member team. Without a member endowed with formidable talents, the likelihood of overcoming the Mist Tree Python King is nearly non-existent. And yet, this creature is merely the first boss encountered in the Misty Forest, exemplifying the hellish difficulty ahead. However, for Mubai, this posed no challenge whatsoever. In addition to health and abilities, the skeletal army he summoned was more than capable of overwhelming this boss. With a decisive thought, Mubai commanded the Skeletal Legion to advance. Concurrently, he waved his wand, summoning 2 additional skeletons. The Mist Tree Python Guard reacted instantaneously, unleashing a long forked tongue as it lunged fiercely at the skeletal army. In response, the Skeletal Legion delivered relentless and merciless blows. The 2 guardians, large in stature, absorbed the full brunt of the onslaught. Damage numbers surged in a flurry. -892, -901, -1,788. A continuous stream of damage indicators, interlaced with a few critical hits, revealed the frailty of their health against such devastation. By the time the Mist Tree Python King raised its head, the bodies of the two guardians had already stiffened. Chapter 11. Crushing and Triggering Announcements. Defeating the Level 8 Enhanced Elite Monster, the Misty Tree Python Guardian, grants an additional 50 level up bonus and 180 experience points. Two system notifications echoed. Yet Mubai remained unfazed. With a flourish of his wand, a wisp of ethereal blue flame erupted forth, striking the head of the Misty Tree Python King and commencing the ensuing onslaught. Minus 288, confronted by 24 skeletons, the Misty Tree Python King's pupils glimmered ominously, emitting a warning hiss. However, it was to no avail. The skeletal army adhered strictly to Mubai's commands, unleashing a barrage of weapon strikes upon the boss. Hissed the Misty Tree Python King, in pain, opened its cavernous maw and devoured one skeleton whole. Simultaneously, its massive form ensnared another skeleton. Yet, such an assault proved utterly insufficient to threaten the skeleton's impressive health of 830 points. The remaining skeletons continued their relentless assault, each wave of attacks draining nearly 10,000 health points from the Misty Tree Python King. What rendered the creature even more despairing was the sight of that human in the distance, casually waving his wand to summon two more skeletons. As the gatekeeper boss of a hellish 5-person dungeon, the Misty Tree Python King could scarcely fathom that it would one day be surrounded by over 20 skeletons. In truth, it should be grateful that its size was not greater and its health not more formidable. Otherwise, it would have faced 100 skeletons in this relentless assault. Boom! As its health plummeted like a waterfall, the Misty Tree Python King unleashed its ultimate attack. Its tail lifted high, striking the ground with astonishing speed. In the next moment, a shockwave radiated outward, causing the very earth to tremble, rendering Mubai incapable of casting any spells. Concurrently, the Misty Tree Python King expelled a surge of green energy, aimed squarely at Mubai. As a silver-level boss, the creature possessed considerable intelligence. Recognizing that these skeletons were controlled by this human, if it could eliminate him, the threat would be swiftly resolved. As the venom neared Mubai, a cunning glint flashed in the Misty Tree Python King's eyes. Foolish human, once poisoned, your demise is assured. Yet, the outcome left the Misty Tree Python King utterly bewildered. The venom indeed struck Mubai, yet he appeared unaffected. Minus 938, minus 196, minus 196. A series of damage numbers erupted above Mubai's head, accompanied by a toxic effect lasting 30 seconds. Such damage would undoubtedly be fatal for a level 5 player. However, in Mubai's eyes, it was trivial. Having summoned a total of 26 skeletons, the shared health pool had already surpassed 300,000. Even standing there to be struck by the Misty Tree Python King posed no burden. A level 5 player possessed over 3 times the health of a level 8 silver boss. Who would the boss turn to for justification? The tremors have not yet subsided when the Mist Tree Python King falls victim to the relentless assault of over 20 skeletons. Its lifeblood spilled upon the ground. Even the devouring skill it initially unleashed remains unfinished. The skeletons, consumed, emerge from the serpent's maw, and its health bar diminishes by less than a fifth. Aside from being drenched in saliva, the boss is rendered powerless. Defeated the level 8 silver boss, Mist Tree Python King, earning an additional 50 experience bonus, totaling 400 experience points. The bounty of experience bestowed by the boss propels Mubai's newly acquired experience bar to an impressive 73. After reaching level 5, the demands for experience escalate dramatically, requiring a staggering 20,000 for the next ascension. This level marks a subtle watershed, where players begin to diverge significantly in their progress. However, to Mubai, the journey of leveling remains effortlessly manageable, for the number of skeletons he can summon has quintupled. The system notifications persist. Congratulations! You're the first player in the 9527 Novice Village to single-handedly defeat a boss, earning 1 Junior Soul Stone and 1 gold coin. Congratulations! You're the first player in the 95-27 Novice Village to single-handedly vanquish a silver boss, earning 5 Junior Soul Stones and 5 gold coins. Notice, a public announcement for the Novice Village is about to commence. Would you like to conceal your name? No. Mubai raises an eyebrow and makes his selection. In the next moment, the enigmatic voice that heralded the selection of Blue Star echoes throughout the entire 95-27 Novice Village. Announcement from 95-27 Novice Village. Congratulations to Bai Yi for being the first player to single-handedly defeat a boss. We urge all players to learn from him to reap substantial rewards. 3. Announcement from 95-27 Novice Village. Congratulations to Bai Yi for being the first player to single-handedly defeat a silver boss. We urge all players to learn from him to reap substantial rewards. 3. The system's proclamations, repeated 6 times. Ignite a fervor among all players in the 95-27 Novice Village. In an instant, the chat channel bursts into a frenzy. Single-handedly defeating a boss? A silver one at that. What a jest. Faced with this unexpected announcement, countless players stand in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend that such a feat could have been accomplished. Is the disparity between individuals truly this vast? Gazing at the ground-dwelling chickens and the red-eyed rabbits before them, many players remain frozen in place, only to swiftly succumb to the ground as lifeless corpses. To be slain by a ground-dwelling chicken is a mental humiliation. To be defeated by a red-eyed rabbit is a double blow to both body and spirit. Who is this Bai Yi? I am eager to uncover the nature of his extraordinary talents. Surely, they must be at least of S rank, if not SS rank. Otherwise, it is unfathomable that he could so swiftly vanquish a silver boss. The myriad realms of the game seem woefully unbalanced. I can barely manage to defeat a mere monster, while he conquers bosses with ease. Why is that fair? Where's the absolute equity? Acceptance is the only course. Toiling like a beast before my crossing. I find myself but cannon fodder in this new life. Countless messages flood the screen, leaving players in a state of profound shock. Numerous formidable teams have begun to seek out Mubai, eager to recruit him. Simultaneously, several individuals are seizing this opportunity to scout for new members in the chat channels. In the realm of level 4 monsters, a small squad efficiently dispatches the lesser foes. Their prowess is evidently superior to that of ordinary players. Is it truly necessary to slay a boss to trigger an announcement? Had I known, I would have allowed Feng Yi to tackle that black iron-level boss alone. In the center of the group, a portly middle-aged man expresses his mild dissatisfaction. Who could have anticipated such a requirement? Nevertheless, there will surely be further opportunities. Feng Yi Xiao swiftly thrusts his weapon, annihilating the creature before him in an instant. The damage exceeds 400 points, a clear indication of his extraordinary talent. Bending down to collect the fallen copper coins, Feng Yi Xiao hands them to the portly man, his expression grave as he remarks, "This Bai Yi possesses strength beyond my own. As a silver-level boss, I am currently no match for him. Are you suggesting that his talent is of SS rank?" The wealthy man receives the coins, his eyes wide with astonishment. Feng Yi Xiao has awakened an S-level talent, and yet Bai Yi surpasses him. Quite likely, Feng Yi nods, and it is undoubtedly a combat-oriented SS-level talent. "Uncle, do you think this Bai Yi would agree to join us?" Another teammate steps forward, addressing the wealthy man. It appears that the leader of this squad is not the one with the S-level talent, Feng Yi, but rather the unassuming wealthy man. "I shall extend an invitation and see." The wealthy man replies with a slight nod, his demeanor suggesting a quiet confidence in the outcome. Chapter 12. The Soul Stone. Freebies bring joy. Beep, beep, beep. As the announcement concluded, Mubai noticed his communicator ringing urgently. The number of friend requests skyrocketed from 0 to 999 in an instant. All declined. With a mere thought, Mubai rejected all incoming friend requests and set his profile to disallow additions through search. Compared to these individuals, he was far more preoccupied with the rewards just distributed by the system. Waving his hand, he summoned 2 new skeletons. As he commanded his skeletal army to continue their exploration, he opened his inventory. Soon, an expression of sheer ecstasy adorned his face. The effects of the Soul Stone were indeed as he had envisioned. Beginner's Soul Stone. Special item absorbing, it will extend your lifespan by 30 days. Note, regardless of whether the Beginner's Soul Stone is placed in your inventory or warehouse, you will lose 1/10 upon death, with a minimum loss of 3 days. Is this truly the item that can prolong life? The Beginner's Soul Stone, perfectly round and about the size of an infant's fist, radiated a soft, white glow. Lifespan was Su Mubai's greatest concern. He had thought it would be challenging to find such treasures in the early stages, yet he acquired them with such ease. He had merely slain the Mist Tree Python King, and it rewarded him with 6 Beginner Soul Stones. That amounted to a full 6 months of life. If the wealthy elites of Blue Star were to discover this, they would surely go mad with desire. However, in this era of universal transmigration, the times had changed. Those individuals were now merely ordinary players among the masses in the myriad worlds of the game. Those who could obtain soul stones in the game's early stages would undoubtedly be the most formidable beings in each novice village. Moreover, for Su Mubai, this was not simply an extension of 6 months of life. Gazing at the beginner's soul stone in his hand, a slight smile crept across Su Mubai's lips. Cataclysm. Target, beginner's soul stone. Tip, please select promotion tier. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Tier 2. Although Su Mubai was aware that his funds were likely insufficient, having just acquired a substantial sum of 6 gold coins, he still wanted to give it a try. What if? Tip, to elevate a beginner's soul stone requires a total of 10,000 soul coins. Insufficient resources, promotion failed. While there was no what if, only 10,000. And still soul coins. Gold coins were not even enough to qualify for the promotion of the soul stone. Soul coins? Su Mubai murmured. Is this a higher grade currency? Such a thing would only be obtainable through triggering system announcement rewards. Otherwise, it was inconceivable in a novice village. Shaking his head, Su Mubai concentrated and activated Cataclysm once more. This time, he chose to promote one of his soul stones to Tier 1. Having learned from the cautionary tale of copper coins being upgraded to ancient copper coins, he dared not promote all of his beginner soul stones at once. These were treasures that pertained to his lifespan. If anything went awry, it would leave him with nowhere to lament. Tip, do you confirm the promotion of one beginner soul stone to Tier 1 without consumption? Confirm. You have obtained a middle-level soul stone. The intermediate soul stone is a special item that, when absorbed, extends one's lifespan by an additional 120 days. It is crucial to note that whether the intermediate soul stone is kept in the backpack or in storage, one will lose 1/10 of its value upon death, with a minimum loss of 12 days. The disparity between the 2 tiers of soul stones reveals that upon a player's demise, not only is 1/10 of their lifespan forfeited, but also 1/10 of their soul stones. The thrill of acquiring items without cost is undeniably addictive. Su Mubai emulated others, promoting all 5 remaining beginner soul stones in his inventory to intermediate. However, he chose to absorb only one initially, ensuring he would not face sudden death. As for the remaining 5, he intended to reserve them for the time being. Even if he were to absorb all of them, his lifespan would merely extend to 2 years, still falling short of the 10-year mark. Upon exiting the novice village, he would still be susceptible to the penalties of death. It would be wiser to conserve them. Should he amass sufficient soul coins during this period, he could elevate these soul stones another tier. At the very least, if other players acquired them, he could exchange intermediate for beginner ones, continuing to benefit from the upgrades with even greater returns. The soul stone in Su Mubai's grasp radiated a vibrant green light as it merged with his essence. Although the lifespan attribute on his panel still indicated less than a year, he no longer needed to worry about the threat of sudden demise for the next 120 days. The sound of clattering bones approached as several skeletons emerged, bearing the spoils dropped by the Fog Tree Anaconda King. With the hellish difficulty and the first kill, the Anaconda King generously dropped an array of items. Aside from the system rewards, this marked Su Mubai's first encounter with monsters directly dropping silver coins, specifically 30 silver coins. Additionally, the Anaconda King yielded 5 pieces of equipment and 2 skill books. 4 of these were silver-grade gear, while the other was a backpack. The remainder consisted of various materials suitable for crafting in secondary professions. Upon a cursory examination, Su Mubai waved his hand, immediately promoting all items at no cost. Enhanced Snake Skin Backpack. Contains 100 slots. Toxic Ring. Ring accessory. Level 5. Golden grade. Durability 100-100. Spell power 30. Agility 10. Spirit 10. With a chance to inflict an additional 150 poison damage with spell skills, triggering once every 10 seconds. If you can't defeat them, poison them. Each player is permitted to equip up to 5 backpacks. After donning the Enhanced Snake Skin Backpack, Mubai expanded his storage capacity to 150 slots. Items like soul stones can stack up to 100 per slot. Given the stingy drop rates in the myriad realms of the game, the backpack would certainly suffice for the time being. Aside from the Toxic Ring, the other 3 pieces of equipment were all physical type, which Mubai promptly stored in his backpack after the promotion, intending to sell any unnecessary items once he exited the dungeon. As for the 2 skill books, they were merely D-grade before the promotion. The Fog Tree Anaconda King was a silver grade boss, indicating that acquiring advanced skills in the myriad realms of the game is no easy feat upon awakening a high-level talent at the outset. Players undeniably enjoy a significant advantage in the early stages. Regrettably, both skill books are not suited for the Necromancer class. Mubai shrugged and tossed the skill books in his backpack. Just as he was about to summon a skeleton once more, he suddenly found himself momentarily frozen. Gazing at the skill, Summon Skeleton, a thought crossed his mind. Cataclysm. Target. Summon Skeleton. Prompt. Please select the promotion tier. First tier, second tier, third tier. Second tier. Prompt. Do you confirm the expenditure of 5 gold coins to override the previous promotion effect and elevate the skill Summon Skeleton to a higher tier? Quite costly indeed. Observing the price of 5 gold coins, Mubai furrowed his brow. Money can be earned again. Gritting his teeth, he chose to confirm the decision. With the Cataclysm talent at his disposal, he found it effortless to accumulate wealth. Moreover, the Summon Skeleton skill essentially represented his current combat prowess. With sufficient gold in hand, it was only natural to pursue elevation. In the next moment, the icon for Summon Skeleton in his skill bar underwent a remarkable transformation. Chapter 13. The Born Leader. The icon, once featuring a solitary skeleton, has quietly transformed into 2. One skeleton stands to the left, the other to the right. The one on the right remains largely unchanged, while the left one brandishes a bow and arrow. Your F-level skill, Summon Minor Skeleton, has successfully evolved into a D-level skill, Summon Skeleton Soldier. Summon Skeleton Soldier, D, level 6 active skill, summons either a skeleton warrior or a skeleton archer to fight on your behalf. Casting time is 3 seconds, cooldown time is 30 seconds, and it consumes 200 mana points. The skeleton's attributes are enhanced by the player's mental attributes. At last, a ranged skeleton. Gazing at the skill description, Mubai could hardly contain his delight. The expenditure of 5 gold coins was indeed worthwhile. Although the skeleton army had swiftly overwhelmed the Fog Tree Python King, this was primarily due to the boss's considerable size. Against a smaller boss, the Skeleton Legion would struggle to achieve such rapid success. Even striking a blow would require patience and waiting in line. Now, with the addition of the Skeleton Archer, the army's composition is no longer monotonous. Summon Skeleton Soldier. Mubai waved his wand, invoking the skill. A low hum resonated as a pale, gray vortex materialized, from which emerged a skeleton warrior and a skeleton archer, marching side by side. The bones of both figures gleamed with an unmistakable luster. The skeleton warrior brandished a bone sword that shimmered ominously, resembling a standard-issue weapon. The skeleton archer bore a quiver on its back and gripped a towering bone longbow, with ethereal blue flames flickering in its eye sockets. Skeleton warrior, strength, 637, vitality, 637, agility, 637, health points, 7,644, 7,644, attack power, 956, physical defense, 319, skill, heavy strike, E, level 6, delivers a powerful strike to the target, inflicting 175 physical damage, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. The skeleton, having transitioned to a warrior, experiences a significant increase in strength. Skeleton archer, strength, 637, vitality, 637, agility, 637, health points, 6,370, 6,370. Attack power, 764. Physical defense, 319. Skill, double shot, double shot. E, level 6. Instantly fires 2 arrows, delivering a dual strike to the target, each arrow inflicting 90 physical damage, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. The skeleton, having transitioned to an archer, experiences a significant increase in agility. Mubai adorned himself with a venomous ring, enhancing his mental attributes by 10 points. The attributes of the 2 types of skeleton soldiers had not changed from their previous state, and their innate skills remained at E level. However, upon acquiring their respective classes, both received an attribute boost. The skeleton warrior's attack power increased by 50, and its health surged by 20. As for the skeleton archer, while speed and attack speed statistics were not displayed, it was evident from the description that it was swifter than its counterpart. Pleased with the panels of both soldiers, Mubai nodded in satisfaction. His undead army finally resembled something formidable. Autonomous combat. With a mere thought, commands were issued, and the 2 entities promptly began their actions, one advancing while the other followed. At the outset, the skeletal archer exhibited a markedly swifter pace. However, it soon deliberately decelerated, allowing the skeletal warrior to take the lead. Before them, over 20 skeletal figures had already discerned the correct path and engaged with the monsters within the instance. Defeat an 8-level elite goblin to earn an additional 50 over-level bonus, experience point 60. In no time, Mubai's experience bar began to fluctuate. He ambled toward the battlefield, unhurried, summoning 2 skeletal soldiers with each wave of his wand. Even after exhausting his considerable 7,080 mana points, he could not completely fill the summoning space. Lacking potions, Mubai could only await the automatic recovery of his mana. Fortunately, with his high mental attributes, it was not long before the original 20-plus skeletons were entirely replaced. Summoning space, 100, with 40 skeletal warriors and 60 skeletal archers. A formidable legion surged into the goblins' territory. Goblin, level 8, elite, health, 2,800, attack power, 96, physical defense, 58, magical defense, 45, skill, throw. These green-skinned diminutive beings are the indigenous inhabitants here. They will assault any creature that intrudes upon their land. The goblins possessed lower health than the previous 2 types of monsters, yet their attack power was significantly higher. Nevertheless, they proved to be no match for the skeletal horde. The skeletal warriors dispatched 3 goblins with each 3 strikes, while the skeletal archers took down 1 with every 4 arrows. The latter's attack speed was approximately 30 faster and ranged, thus rendering them more efficient. Once skills were employed, the goblins stood utterly defenseless. The dense mist enveloping the forest bore no effect in the face of the vast skeletal army. A designated skeletal figure collected the fallen items. Upon filling the summoning space, Mubai found himself entirely unoccupied, akin to a mere bystander, with nothing left to do. In what was supposed to be a hell-level difficulty instance, Mubai had inadvertently created the ambience of a leisurely spring outing. He decided to open the chat channel, scanning for any noteworthy information while keeping pace with the main force. The chat channel is one of the fundamental features of the Wanjie game. At present, Mubai could access only the nearby and the 9,527 rookie village channels. Should he form a team, an additional squad channel would become available. At this moment, the chat channel of the 9527 rookie village was still abuzz with discussions about the White Knight. Many remained astounded by the announcement of Mubai single-handedly defeating a silver-tier boss. Speculations abounded regarding the rewards he might have acquired. Skimming past these messages, Mubai soon stumbled upon some intriguing news. 1 sword to seal the throat, recruiting for a team, requiring A-level talent or above, to explore the misty forest after reaching level 5. Majestic ambitions. I am preparing to establish a guild to explore the myriad realms of gaming. Those interested may reach out. Turtle's black head. Who are you, my friend? You enter the game and seek to recruit others as laborers? Majestic ambitions. Is an S-class talent sufficient? In response to skepticism, Majestic Ambitions promptly showcased his talent. Born Leader, S-Class exclusive talent skill allows you to create a guild for free, guild members receive a 20 experience boost, a 20 increase in monster drop rates, and a 20 enhancement in attack power magic intensity. The stronger the guild's overall power, the greater your personal enhancement. Turtle's Blackhead. Bro, my dear brother, I wish to join. I am not lost. Majestic Ambitions. I have added you as a friend. Please accept promptly. The detailed description of the talent posted by Majestic Ambitions did not elaborate on how the guild's overall strength would enhance him. However, this talent was immensely appealing to other players, and countless individuals expressed a desire to join. Mubai was also somewhat astonished, realizing that the variety of talents in the Myriad Realms was indeed astonishing. At that moment, a pinned message suddenly appeared in the chat channel, capturing everyone's attention instantly. Chapter 14. Wealth and Power. Top message. Wealthy beyond compare. Brother Bai, may I kindly request your approval for a friend application? There are urgent matters to discuss. Lurinjia. Whose subordinate is this? How can he afford to send a top message? Rurini, I just checked. It costs 1 gold coin to pin a message for a minute. Is Wealthy beyond compare really that affluent? Onlookers, here I am, laboriously grinding monsters for so long. And I can't even amass 100 copper coins, yet this spendthrift uses a gold coin to pin a message. Great Ambitions, Wealthy beyond compare. Would you be interested in joining my Great Ambitions Guild? The position of Vice President is yours for the taking. The pinned message from Wealthy beyond compare immediately stirred a considerable uproar in the Novice Village, channel 9527. For a time, his prominence even overshadowed the prior announcement triggered by Bai. Even Great Ambitions rushed to court him, clearly captivated by the lavishness displayed by Wealthy beyond compare. 1 gold coin may not seem significant in the later stages, but how long has the Myriad Realms game been active? If Bai possessed such wealth, the crowd would not be overly surprised, as system rewards could likely yield gold coins. However, the sudden emergence of Wealthy beyond compare suggests that his talents may be intimately connected with wealth. Such an individual is precisely the type that Great Ambitions seeks to recruit. In his view, with the addition of Wealthy beyond compare, the guild is destined to ascend rapidly within the Myriad Realms. Yet, after issuing this top message, Wealthy beyond compare fell silent. Observing this, Great Ambitions furrowed his brow, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes as he coldly scoffed. Humph, refusing to acknowledge my presence? Once we leave the Novice Village, do not fall into my grasp. Furthermore, regarding Bai, he mused, I shall see just how strong you truly are. Even if you possess SS-level talent, you are no match for my guild. Watching his 2 friend applications sink into oblivion, Great Ambitions felt a tinge of displeasure. Originally a mere drifter in Blue Star, he belonged to the lowest echelons of society. However, after awakening the S-level talent, innate leader, in the Celestial Hall, Great Ambitions began to regard himself as the chosen one in the Myriad Realms game, the protagonist of this world. He refrained from disclosing the full extent of his talent in the chat channel. What none knew was that the innate leader talent could be enhanced. As long as the guild's overall strength was substantial enough, theoretically, his talent could ultimately escalate to SSS level. Imagining the scene of his guild dominating the Myriad Realms, a smile involuntarily graced Great Ambitions' face. In his estimation, whether it be Bai or Wealthy beyond compare, they would ultimately either join his guild or perish at his hands. There exists no third option. Though such thoughts lingered in his mind, Great Ambitions refrained from making threats in the chat channel. His formidable talent inflated his ego, yet did not completely cloud his judgment. He understood that his talent required time to mature. Until then, he would allow the two to frolic a little longer. As he contemplated this, Hongtubei opened his friend request list and promptly accepted the multitude of applications. The Bay Guild welcomed all who sought entry, devoid of any prerequisites. The more members they amassed, the greater the guild's overall strength, and consequently, the more significant the rewards he would reap. Once the guild reached its capacity, they could commence the process of selection. The foremost player faction in the Novice Village, designated as 9527, began its rapid ascent. Within the Misty Forest dungeon, Mubai gazed at the pinned message from Rich Beyond Measure, his eyes betraying a flicker of astonishment. Goodness, to pin a message for 1 gold coin is indeed a display of extravagant wealth. After enhancing his skills, even he could only afford to pin a message once. Was there a talent that provided initial funds from the outset? Intrigued, Mubai opened his friend request list and located the message from Rich Beyond Measure. Previously, he had opted to reject all requests, yet he could still access the accompanying information from the initial request. Rich Beyond Measure, Brother Bay, would you be interested in joining my team? Once you join, I will cover all your equipment and skills, and I will also provide you with a signing bonus of 100 gold coins. 100 gold coins. Mubai's pupils dilated sharply upon reading this message. This sum was undeniably substantial in a novice village. His curiosity regarding the talent of Rich Beyond Measure intensified. Was this not the ideal collaboration opportunity? A subtle smile crept across Mubai's lips as he sent a friend request to Rich Beyond Measure. Although he had no intention of joining the other S team, he was keen on engaging in transactions. Given the presence of such affluent players in the novice village, he need not worry about underpricing valuable items. Rich Beyond Measure appeared to be vigilantly monitoring the friend request list as he accepted Mubai's request almost instantaneously. Shortly thereafter, a message arrived. Rich Beyond Measure, Brother Bay, what do you think? Our team currently boasts a member with an S-class combat talent. You need not worry about being held back. Immediately following this, the other party eagerly sent another message. Rich Beyond Measure, if you feel the signing bonus is insufficient, how does 200 gold coins sound? However, I must confirm that you possess an SS-class talent. How wealthy could this individual be? Mubai's lips twitched as he sensed that Rich Beyond Measure seemed to regard money as mere numbers. To speak of 200 gold coins as casually as 200 copper coins was remarkable. After a moment's reflection, Mubai replied, Bay, is your talent related to money? Rich Beyond Measure, to be candid, money is merely a digit to me. As long as you sign the contract to join my team, feel free to request anything you desire. In conjunction with his reply, Rich Beyond Measure disclosed a portion of his talent. God of Wealth, SSS class exclusive talent skill. Skill effects. 1. Money Tree. You may shake the money tree once daily, randomly receiving between 1 to 999 gold coins, with a certain chance of obtaining special treasures. 2. Flowing Wealth. The currency you carry increases by 1 each day. 3. No loss. Upon your demise, you will not drop any gold or items. Despite not witnessing the effects of the latter two talents, Mubai was left astounded by the extraordinary talent of the wealthiest players. He never anticipated that within the seemingly insignificant 95-27 novice village, hidden talents were indeed abundant. Aside from himself, who had exploited a bug, there was a member of the guild Magnificent Ambitions boasting remarkable talents, and now, another player had emerged with an awakened SSS-level talent. According to information provided by the myriad realms of the game, the probability of awakening an SSS-level talent is roughly 1 in a billion. Even when considering the potential for growth among talents, the total number of Blue Star players possessing such abilities does not exceed 20. Therefore, the likelihood of encountering one in the 95-27 novice village is extraordinarily low. This was also Mubai's first encounter with the effects of an SSS talent. Setting aside the low guarantee and special treasures of the money tree, the wealth it generates is undeniably astonishing. A 1 yield may seem insignificant, but when compounded, it becomes formidable. It is no wonder that the wealthiest players claim that money is merely a number to them. With a talent like God of Wealth, he is entirely justified in making such a statement. However, much like the previous member of Magnificent Ambitions, this individual likely remains oblivious to the existence of talents that can replicate or even plunder others' abilities within the myriad realms. Otherwise, they would never so recklessly expose their talents. Even partially, while it is understandable to seek the alliance of a skilled player like Mubai, such behavior is undeniably naive. Nevertheless, this has little bearing on Mubai, as he would never engage in such foolishness. What truly matters to him are the equipment and skills in his inventory, as he has finally found a promising buyer. Chapter 15. Uncle, why aren't you smiling? The elite team known as Rich Beyond Measure has advanced to this stage in the level 5 monster zone. Unlike the grand ambitions of Magnificent Empire to establish a vast guild, Rich beyond measure seeks to cultivate a small yet formidable team. Currently, the squad comprises only 4 members, all of whom are exceptional talents. Besides the S-grade talent, Maple Leaf Whisperer, the other 2 team members also excel among A-grade talents. According to the plan of Rich beyond measure, once they emerge from the novice village, the baseline for recruiting team members will elevate to S-grade. With his formidable financial resources, he is destined to forge a team that stands at the pinnacle of the myriad realms. Every member joining the team must sign a contract, one generated by the game, binding all players. Therefore, Rich beyond measure spares no effort in investing in his team. Although his talent is rated SSS, it currently offers no substantial boost to his combat prowess. To establish a foothold in the myriad realms, forming his own team is essential. The player known as White Knight, who triggered the system announcement, is the target he most desires to recruit from the 95-27 novice village. After sharing part of his talent's effects with White Knight, Rich beyond measure narrowed his eyes slightly, a smile gracing his lips. He was confident that revealing his talent would undoubtedly attract the other player. After all, regardless of how powerful a talent may be, financial backing is indispensable. With equivalent talents, those with their own financial support will undoubtedly grow at a much faster pace. The only cost incurred is joining his team. Who could possibly refuse such an advantageous offer? However, in the next moment, the smile on Rich beyond measure's face froze. White Knight, apologies, but I prefer to act independently. The youngest and only female member of the team tilted her head in confusion and asked, "Hey, uncle, why aren't you smiling anymore?" "Marshmallow, heal," said the shield warrior, away, with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, swiftly changing the subject. Maple Leaf Whisperer sheathed her weapon and approached Rich beyond measure. Frowning as she inquired, he declined. "Yes," Rich beyond measure replied with a wry smile and a nod. He simply could not comprehend why, after revealing his SSS grade talent, the other players still had grounds for refusal. Just as he was about to press further, he noticed a new message from White Knight. "White Knight, are you interested in making a trade?" Rich beyond measure, "What kind of trade?" Upon reading this, Rich beyond measure immediately felt intrigued. He was currently left with little but gold. His first shake of the money tree yielded over 500 coins. Such a substantial fortune was nearly impossible to spend at this stage. Although there were NPC shops in the 95-27 novice village, their offerings were limited to ordinary equipment and common consumables. Having single-handedly defeated a silver-level boss, White Knight undoubtedly possessed some valuable items. "White Knight, I have a batch of unused equipment and skill books that your team should find useful." A batch. The affluent individual, known as, narrowed his eyes and quickly responded. "How many are there?" "I want them all. More than you can imagine. Once I finish my tasks, I will notify you about the transaction." "Excellent. I shall await your call, Brother Bay." Upon closing the chat window, a smile reappeared on his face. To him, familiarity breeds comfort. As long as they established initial contact, there would be ample opportunities to cultivate a relationship. He could hardly believe that anyone in this world could refuse wealth. Even in this digitized realm of endless games, money remained the most coveted asset. "Funya, soon you shall possess exceptional equipment," suddenly patted on the shoulder. The latter, momentarily taken aback, was about to speak when a cry from broke the silence. "Funya, quickly! A boss has respawned here. It is of bronze level," chimed in excitedly. Before their eyes, a robust wild boar emerged, its size significantly larger than the surrounding creatures. Wild Boar Chief, Level 5, Bronze Level Boss, Health, 23,800, 23,800, Attack Power, 205, Physical Defense, 81, Magical Defense, 62, Skills, Tier, Savage Charge, Wild Trample. This creature is not to be trifled with. S eyes brightened as he turned to, "Are you confident?" "It should be manageable," replied. Excitement flickering in his eyes as he fixed his gaze on the Wild Boar Chief, eager to engage. Having witnessed Bay's prominence on television, he yearned for that feeling of being in the spotlight. No matter the cost, they must conquer this boss. He traded all his health recovery potions to ensure their success, instructed the two to hand the potions to, then nodded at him, saying, "You should withdraw from the group." He then turned to, his expression serious, "Keep watch. We cannot allow anyone to disturb. We must secure this system announcement. Rest assured, I understand, replied firmly, scanning the area with his shield raised. Meanwhile, tightened her grip on her staff, her expression tense. With a swift motion, transformed into a streak of light. His shot released like a dragon, engaging the wild boar chief in combat. Minus 986. A massive critical hit appeared. The wild boar chief, in pain, roared and charged at with its glistening tusks. Unfazed by the boss's counterattack, sidestepped to evade the assault and retaliated with another shot. His reputation in eyes stemmed not only from his awakened S-level talent, but also from his extensive combat experience. The battle between man and boar erupted fiercely, while the other three maintained a vigilant watch nearby. Simultaneously, a boss had also respawned in the level 4 monster zone. Within just a few minutes, the guild had recruited hundreds of members, the vast majority still situated in the level 1 to 3 areas. However, Mubai remained utterly unconcerned, as he prioritized recruitment with a carefree spirit. As long as he had not filled the ranks, he would recruit relentlessly. "President, there is a boss here," a member of the guild exclaimed, instantly capturing everyone's attention. "Do not engage. Wait for me to arrive." A glimmer of excitement flickered in Mubai's eyes as he swiftly made his way to the specified coordinates. Mountain Cat Leader, Level 4, Black Iron Grade Boss, Health 10, 510, 500 Attack Power, 132, Physical Defense, 63, Magical Defense, 48, Skills, Pounce Claw. Beware of its claws. The president has arrived. Upon seeing Mubai, the guild members turned their gazes towards him. He relished the adulation akin to that of a celestial body surrounded by stars, greeting everyone with a smile. "Brothers, guard the perimeter. I will confront this beast alone." The system announcement indicates that Bai can trigger it, and so can our Bay Guild, observing his significantly enhanced attributes. Mubai drew his sword with unwavering confidence and charged towards the Mountain Cat Leader. This battle would establish his prestige. Chapter 16. What? He died without even catching a glimpse of the boss. Defeated the level 8 silver boss, Goblin King, earning an additional 50 experience bonus, totaling 400 experience points. Congratulations to the player Bai for reaching level 6, with an increase of 1 to all attributes, 1 skill point, and 15 free attribute points. The sudden system notification flashed like a fleeting golden light. Mubai stared in bewilderment at his unexpectedly elevated level. How could this be? I didn't even see what the boss looked like before I perished. Quantitative changes lead to qualitative transformations, and moreover, the skeletons he summoned were far from weak. Aside from health and skills, each skeleton surpassed the silver boss in attributes. Based on the distribution of skeletons in his mind, Mubai was certain that less than half participated in the defeat of the Goblin King. Ah, invincibility, how lonely it is. With a sigh, Mubai suddenly felt a profound sense of solitude in his unmatched prowess. He estimated that even the weakest skeleton could rival a player endowed with S-class talent. Such terrifying combat power. Where could he find an opponent in the novice village? After all, this was a result of a unique hidden class combined with the effects of S-class and SS-class skills, far beyond what a player with S-class talent could contend with. Defeated the level 8 enhanced elite monster, Goblin Warrior, earning an additional 50 experience bonus, totaling 180 experience points. Defeated the level 8 enhanced elite monster, Goblin Warrior, earning an additional 50 experience bonus, totaling 180 experience points. The notifications regarding experience acquisition continued to proliferate, as the skeletal legion that vanquished the Goblin King pressed on without pause. Armed with bone swords, the skeletal warriors advanced relentlessly, while behind them, 60 skeletal archers unleashed a barrage of arrows, effortlessly claiming the lives of all goblin warriors. Mubai leisurely trailed behind the main force, continuously receiving an array of items delivered by the skeletons assigned to clean up. Upon entering the dungeon, aside from summoning skeletons, the most arduous task he undertook was to reap the benefits of various dropped items. Now, he found the loot from minor monsters beneath his notice, even after enhancements. They barely amounted to bronze level at best. Such trivialities were better off sold to the wealthy. After enhancing all the items, Mubai finally turned his attention to the loot from the Goblin King. This creature had dropped a total of 6 pieces of equipment, all still of silver quality. In addition, there were 3 skill books and some materials, along with silver coins. The skill book drop rate in the Misty Forest was notably high, clearly intended to equip players with more skills through this dungeon. Choosing the held difficulty level made such rewards rather reasonable. However, all 3 skill books were of D class, and the sole skill book for necromancers held little significance for Mubai. Reinforced Bone Shield. C. Level 1, active skill, summons a skeletal shield to absorb damage. Shield value, 300-100 of spell power. Instant cast, duration of 60 seconds, cooldown of 60 seconds, consumes 100 mana points. Regarding this skill, Mubai felt no inclination to learn at all. In the early stages of the game, each player is limited to acquiring a maximum of 20 skills, which includes passive abilities. With the existence of the S-rank skill, Life Sharing, he certainly had no interest in the C-rank, Reinforced Bone Shield. Even with his nearly 500 points of spell power, this skill only provided a shield value of less than 800 points, rendering it utterly meaningless to him. He did, however, have 2 usable pieces of equipment, which he swiftly equipped. Shroud of Mist, Cloak Accessory Level 5 Golden Grade Durability, 100-100 Physical Defense, 28 Magical Defense, 20 Constitution, 10 Spirit, 10 upon equipping. It reduces presence and decreases hate effects. Wearing it, you become the most stylish one. This cloak is green, adorned with black stripes. Had it not been for the 10 points added to his spirit attribute, Mubai would have had little desire to wear it. The equipment dropped in this dungeon predominantly featured a green theme. Fortunately, in the Infinite Realms game, players can choose to conceal the appearance of headgear. Otherwise, the hats dropped here would hardly fetch a decent price. Boss Emblem, Emblem Accessory Level 5 Golden Grade Durability, 100-100 health, 200 mana, 400 spell, critical hit chance 5 upon achieving a critical hit with your spell. You will gain a buff, Spirit 20, lasting for 10 seconds and not stackable. A symbol of status. In the Infinite Realms game, players can equip a total of 10 primary pieces of equipment, categorized in a main hand weapon, offhand weapon, headgear, clothing, shoulder pads, wrist guards, gloves, belt, pants, and shoes. Additionally, players can equip 6 accessories, including 1 cloak, 1 necklace, 2 rings, and 2 other accessories. Equipment such as masks, emblems, and charms fall under the category of other accessories. Anyone familiar with gaming knows that ordinary armor has the highest drop rate, followed by weapons. The rarest drops are various accessories. True to its hellish difficulty, 2 bosses drop 2 accessories. Delightfully donning the boss emblem, Mubai now possessed 3 pieces of golden grade equipment. The sight of this would undoubtedly leave other players in awe. He continued to allocate his attribute points with 4 in agility and 11 in spirit, while also investing skill points into Summon Skeleton Soldier. The 3-dimensional attributes of both the Skeleton Warriors and Skeleton Archers saw a further enhancement. Upon acquiring a class, these 2 types of skeletons lost their spirit attribute. However, under the class bonus, the attack power of the Skeleton Warriors had already surpassed the formidable threshold of 1,000 points. As the experience required for leveling up increased, Mubai furrowed his brow at the daunting figure of 50,000 displayed on his experience bar. Though the skeleton army was powerful, the lack of dense monster encounters in this 5-man dungeon was a limitation. Thankfully, the subsequent monsters were all elite-level enhancements, allowing Mubai's leveling speed not only to maintain, but even to accelerate. This is also attributable to solo play, as the experience gained in a team is significantly diminished. Furthermore, the experience lost upon death in dungeons means that during initial explorations, players often find themselves unable to level up and may even incur experience losses. Nonetheless, for the sake of equipment and skill books, the Misty Forest is an unavoidable hurdle for all players. Half an hour later, Mubai noticed that his experience bar had ceased to rise, and all the skeletons began to converge towards a specific coordinate. Simultaneously, a roar emanated from the depths of the Misty Forest. A horde of bones? How dare you trespass in my domain? Could it be that those cursed necromancers have returned once more? The voice was laden not only with fury, but also tinged with an inexplicable fear. Shortly thereafter, a thunderous noise echoed, causing Mubai's pupils to contract sharply. He was astounded to discover that the health of all the skeleton warriors had suddenly plummeted by half. Quickly, Mubai regained his composure. This must be a skill mechanism of the boss. Only a dungeon boss could inflict such exaggerated percentage damage at a low level. Otherwise, given the health and attributes of the skeleton warriors, even if the final boss were of dark gold tier, such a feat would be unattainable. Mubai immediately rushed towards the designated coordinates, lest he miss the final encounter with the ultimate boss. However, a sudden system prompt caused him to pause in his tracks. Chapter 17, The Final Boss. Hint: the multitude of skeletal soldiers evokes long-buried memories in the Goblin King. Hint: this harrowing memory drives the Goblin King into a frenzied state, enhancing all attributes by 50. Hint: the exit of the Misty Forest is sealed. Only by vanquishing the Goblin King can one escape the dungeon. Hint: defeating the Goblin King within 2 minutes will trigger the hidden storyline of the Misty Forest dungeon. As the resonating chime of 4 system notifications subsided, the mist enveloping the Misty Forest began to tremble violently. A fleeting shimmer illuminated the air, revealing faint magical inscriptions. The dungeon's exit was sealed. Mubai was momentarily taken aback. He could scarcely believe that the Skeletal Legion could trigger a hidden storyline. From the Goblin King's previous roar, it was evident that this place was somehow linked to certain necromancers. A flicker of excitement crossed his face. If the hidden narrative was connected to necromancers, it surely held treasures he could utilize. Swiftly, Mubai made his way to the domain of the Goblin King. Before him stood an exceptionally robust goblin, towering several times larger than an ordinary goblin, nearly 3 meters in height. With a protruding belly, he swung a battle axe, engaging in fierce combat with the Skeletal Legion. Bang, 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 whoosh. -862, -903, -1756, -666, -649, -1308. The Skeletal Legion operated in perfect harmony. The frontline skeleton warriors took turns to engage while the rear-rank skeleton archers unleashed a torrential rain of arrows. Despite the Goblin King's frenzied state, he was still being relentlessly pushed back by the formidable skeletal army. To Mubai's astonishment, this creature was a named boss. Goblin King, Reggie, frenzied state, all attributes enhanced by 50. Level 8, Golden Tier, boss, health, 266,218, 327,000. Attack, 843. Physical defense, 312. Magical defense, 270. Skills, Thunderstrike, Stomp. Heroic Leap, summon Goblin Warriors, Frenzy. Reggie's long-sealed, painful memories have driven him into madness. He must eradicate all outsiders within the Misty Forest to find peace. Beware. Upon resurrection, you will still be pursued by him. In his frenzied state, Reggie was an invincible force against players at this stage. With a staggering health pool of 327,000, it meant he would recover 270 health points every 5 seconds. If the damage per second was below 654, it would be impossible to inflict any harm upon him. A 5-person party, facing a level disparity of 3, compounded by around 300 in both defenses, would find themselves utterly incapable of defeating this beast, no matter how long they fought. You filthy, rotting insects. Just the scent of your presence makes me nauseous. All of you shall perish. Reggie howled to the heavens, slamming his battle axe into the ground with a thunderous crash. Boom! A flash of lightning erupted, instantly engulfing a vast area of 30 meters. -1,580, -1,580, -1,580. A torrent of crimson numbers emerged, causing the health bars of all skeletal warriors to plummet immediately. Such damage had the potential to obliterate players at this stage. Even a level 5 tank class, clad in silver tier equipment, would struggle to withstand the subsequent onslaught of the boss. Moreover, this was a terrifyingly expansive area of effect attack, capable of annihilating an entire squad in an instant. Yet, for the skeletal warriors with health exceeding 8,000 points, it was merely a trivial concern. Mubai's gaze sharpened as he wielded his wand, summoning 2 fully operational skeletal warriors anew. He then pointed his wand forward, unleashing a wisp of azure flame. Burn! although the burn damage was modest. It signified the commencement of an all-out assault. The foremost 7 or 8 skeletal warriors raised their bone swords and struck down upon Reggie with tremendous force. Heavy strike, clang. The bone swords clashed against armor, echoing with a series of metallic sounds as the skeletal warrior's formidable strength drove Reggie back. Minus 1,422, minus 1,398, minus 2,880. In an instant, Reggie's health dwindled by over 10,000 points. Yet this was merely the beginning. The leading skeletal warriors quickly sheathed their swords and seamlessly made way for another 7 or 8 to advance. Heavy strike, clang. Simultaneously, the skeletal archers positioned at the rear executed their movements in perfect unison, drawing their skeletal longbows to full tension. Double shot, 60. Bang. All skeletal archers released their top bowstrings almost simultaneously, and the glimmering arrows soared skyward. Swish, swish, swish. The cacophony of piercing sounds shattered the fog that enveloped the battlefield. The deluge of arrows traced elegant arcs through the air, transforming Reggie into a veritable pincushion. Minus 444, minus 451, minus 502, minus 968. 120 damage figures he flashed across the screen as this wave of double shot inflicted over 50,000 points of damage upon Reggie, while the alternating heavy strikes from 40 skeletal warriors continued unabated. The skeletal archers initiated a second round of attacks. Although lacking the potency of double shot, each individual arrow now carried slightly enhanced damage. Faced with the relentless barrage of heavy strikes, Reggie found himself retreating under the relentless assault, his mind buzzing from the onslaught. This series of attacks was entirely orchestrated by Mubai. Had he allowed the Skeletal Legion to fight autonomously, such synchronized coordination would have been unattainable. This marked his inaugural experience commanding a large army in battle. Despite the mental strain, an exhilarating thrill coursed through him. In just 10 seconds, Reggie's health dwindled to half. With a fierce swing of his battle axe, he repelled several skeletal warriors, then let out a thunderous roar. Warriors of my kin, shatter these filthy bones into fragments for your king. With that, a swirling portal opened, and 10 goblins of human stature emerged, weapons in hand. These goblin warriors bore a slight resemblance to those encountered previously. Their pupils were bloodshot, and the muscles in their arms were bulging. They bore a striking resemblance to Reggie. Had the little monsters also succumbed to madness? Mubai focused intently, and, as expected, confirmed his suspicions. Goblin Warrior, Madness State. All attributes increased by 50. Level 8. Elite Enhanced Health. 13500, 13500. Attack Power, 279. Physical Defense, 105. Magical Defense, 93. Skill, Powerful Strike, a rare warrior among the Goblin tribe. They heed only the commands of the Goblin King. Indeed, Reggie did not lack the aura befitting the final boss of a hellish dungeon. The sudden summoning of 10 elite monsters during battle, even without the Madness State, would be enough to exhaust any player team. Moreover, his combat intelligence was not to be underestimated. Seizing the opportunity while the Goblin Warrior obstructed the Skeletal Warrior, Reggie abruptly turned his gaze towards Mubai, his pupils filled with hatred and madness. Damn the necromancer! I have taken my kin into the misty forest. Why will you not leave me be? In the midst of his words, Reggie suddenly leapt high, traversing several dozen meters in an instant, raising his battle axe high and striking down fiercely towards Mubai. Heroic leap. Now that you have come, do not think of leaving. Warriors, crush them. Chapter 18. Is it true that you can single-handedly take him down? It remains a mystery why Reggie harbors such intense animosity towards the necromancer, resulting in the skeleton warriors being unable to maintain his aggro. Perhaps it is due to the elevated combat intelligence of the bosses within the multiverse game, understanding the principle of striking at the leader first. In any case, Reggie had fixated on Mubai, leaping heroically across several meters to bring his battle axe crashing down. Unfortunately, the outcome was far from what he had envisioned. Thud! The axe struck its target, forcing it to stagger backward, inflicting a damage of minus 2,164. Above the opponent's head, a critical hit damage exceeding 2,000 points appeared. Yet astonishingly, not a single point was deducted from the health bar of this human. Almost immediately, the nearest skeleton archer stepped forward, staunchly positioning itself between Su Mubai and the boss. 10 skeleton warriors rushed in, encircling Reggie once more, denying him the opportunity to continue his assault on Su Mubai. Ouch, that really hurts. Su Mubai rubbed his shoulder, grimacing in pain. Although 2,000 points of damage seemed trivial against the shared health bar, the attack had undeniably landed on him. The sensation of pain in the multiverse game was indeed at 100. A swift resolution. Rubbing his injured right shoulder, Su Mubai's gaze turned icy. Despite the absence of visible wounds due to data digitization, he still felt a lingering ache. Clang! Clang! Reggie found himself embroiled in a fierce struggle. Even he, with his prowess, could hardly withstand the onslaught of the skeleton warriors. With the support of the skeleton archers, the remaining skeleton warriors swiftly dispatched 10 goblin warriors and turned to assault Reggie. Such a formidable army of skeletons in a 5-player dungeon was akin to a cheat. What the hellish difficulty! Even a golden tier boss was but a mere blade of grass. In the blink of an eye, 30 seconds had elapsed, and Reggie's health had dwindled to 20. No, this king shall not be defeated. A look of terror crossed Reggie's face as a crimson glow enveloped his form. In the next moment, his body swelled dramatically, his pupils transforming into a blood-red hue. Notification: Goblin King. Reggie has entered a berserk state, increasing attack power by 50, attack speed by 50, while reducing defenses by 50. Necromancer. I shall never again be your slave. In his berserk state, Reggie's height soared to 5 meters, his attack power surpassing that of the skeleton warriors, reaching an astonishing 1265 points. Coupled with the 50 increase in attack speed, his overall damage more than doubled. In the face of Reggie's exponentially enhanced combat capabilities, Su Mubai merely cast a calm glance. The battle was already concluded, for the skills of the Skeleton Legion had fully cooled down. Just as Su Mubai prepared to dispatch Reggie, the sound of a system announcement suddenly echoed in his ears. Announcement from Newbie Village 9527. Congratulations to Home to Bay for becoming the first player to single-handedly defeat a Black Iron Tier boss. This is hereby announced, and we encourage all players to learn from him to receive generous rewards. 3. The announcement had scarcely finished when it resounded once more. Announcement from Novice Village No. 9527. Congratulations to Maple Leaf for becoming the first player to single-handedly defeat the bronze level boss. This is hereby announced, hoping that all players will learn from this to reap substantial rewards. Indeed, it was claimed by another. Su Mubai was not surprised. He had anticipated this when the system announcement was triggered. He knew that the single-kill rewards for Black Iron and bronze-level bosses were beyond his reach. For players endowed with S-level talents, vanquishing these 2 tiers of bosses poses little challenge. Moreover, he found himself within the Hell-level Foggy Forest dungeon, where the lowest tier present was Silver-level boss, making it impossible for him to compete. However, to exit the dungeon prematurely for these 2 rewards would be a folly, as each Hell-level dungeon can only be attempted once per week. The initial single-kill rewards for Black Iron and Bronze levels pale in comparison to the first completion rewards of a Hell-level dungeon. After all, Su Mubai had not anticipated such a significant enhancement prior to entering the dungeon. His sole focus was to secure the first completion of the Hell-level dungeon and to discover if it would yield treasures that could extend his lifespan. When compared to life itself, the first kills of 2 lower-tier bosses were trivial. Contemplating this, Su Mubai observed the struggling Reggie, a slight smile gracing his lips as he summoned his thoughts. The foremost skeletal warrior immediately raised its bone sword and struck down heavily. Heavy strike. Minus 1,611. Minus 1,609. Minus 3,258. Simultaneously, the skeletal archers released their bows. Double shot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A torrential rain of arrows descended upon Reggie. Minus 597. Minus 601. Minus 599. Minus 1,208. This round of assault obliterated Reggie's remaining health. His pupils fixated on Su Mubai, gradually losing their hue. His bloated form slowly reverted to its original state, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. defeated level 8 golden level boss Goblin King. Reggie received an additional 50 experience bonus. Experience points 43200. Congratulations. Player Bai Yi is leveled up to level 7. Attributes 1. Skill points 1. Free attribute points 15. Congratulations on becoming the first player in Novice Village now. 9527 to single-handedly defeat a golden level boss. Rewarded with 12 beginner soul stones and 12 gold coins. Notice, a Novice Village announcement is about to be made. Would you like to hide your name? Do not hide. There is no need to ask in the future. Mubai raised an eyebrow. The reward of beginner soul stones for defeating a golden level boss exceeded his expectations by 2. After allocating his attribute and skill points, Mubai's gaze fell upon Reggie's corpse, slightly taken aback. Norut? Could it be related to a hidden plot? The subsequent system notification soon dispelled his confusion. In the level 4 monster zone, while engaged in a duel with the Mountain Cat Chief, an increasing number of players flocked to this area. However, they were all kept at bay by the members of the Dominance faction to prevent any harm from coming to the boss. These players initially paid little attention to the chat channel, expressing some grievances at first. Yet, upon learning that joining Dominance would grant them various buffs, the vast majority chose to become part of the faction. When the announcement echoed that Dominance had single-handedly defeated a black iron level boss, the guild members showered praises. The guild leader is incredible. Surely, he is the paramount expert of the 9,527 Novice Village. That Bai Yi merely stumbled upon the silver level boss by chance. Indeed, if the guild leader had discovered first, there would have been no chance for Bai Yi to trigger the announcement. Amidst the flattery, Dominance remained indifferent. He gazed excitedly at a primary soul stone nestled in his backpack, nearly bursting into laughter. This treasure could extend one's lifespan. Without the Infinite Realm game, such fortune would never have graced him. In that moment, Dominance's resolve to conquer the Infinite Realm grew ever stronger. He firmly believed that the Infinite Realm game was the turning point of his life. However, this thrill was short-lived, as the subsequent announcement caused his smile to falter. 9,527 Novice Village announcement. Congratulations to Feng Yi Xiao Xiao for being the first to single-handedly defeat a bronze-level boss. 3 Feng Yi Xiao Xiao is just lucky, guild leader. Let's send someone to search for a gold-level boss. A member, noticing Dominance's expression, quickly offered words of consolation. Yet his comment only made Dominance's lips twitch. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities. He might have a chance against a bronze-level boss, but a silver level one was beyond his reach. As for a gold-level boss, was this a suggestion for him to court death? With a glare directed at the speaker, Dominance opened his mouth to respond when the system announcement resounded once more. 9,527 Novice Village announcement. Congratulations to Bai Yi for becoming the first player to single-handedly defeat a gold-level boss. This is a formal notification, encouraging all players to learn from him to reap substantial rewards. 3 in that instant. Everyone exchanged glances, and the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. No, my friends, we were merely jesting and flattering. You truly single-handedly defeated it. Chapter 19. The Unforeseen Boss. Bai Yi. The repeated system announcements caused Bai Yi to squint slightly. He suddenly realized that he had previously underestimated this individual's combat prowess. How could he single-handedly vanquish a golden-level boss so swiftly? What kind of talent had awakened within him? An SS level? Or perhaps an SSS level? At this thought, Bai Yi's pupils constricted sharply. His once inflated pride gradually subsided, although he was reluctant to admit it. He was acutely aware that he was no match for Bai Yi at this moment. However, he was not alone. Observing his own talents and glancing around at his guild members, Bai Yi reignited his fighting spirit. Brothers, let us hasten our leveling up. Our goal is to achieve the first clear of the initial dungeon. With that, he opened the guild member list, meticulously selecting team members. He aimed to assemble a formidable squad to secure the first clear of the dungeon. Only then could the Bai Yi Guild leverage the system announcement to establish a reputation in the Novice Village 9527 and attract more players. As the guild's overall strength increased, so too would his own. What Bai Yi's might? Could he alone withstand the force of an entire guild? The wealthy and powerful few also heard the system announcement triggered by Mubai. Marshmallow and Away exchanged astonished glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Feng Yi Xiao Xiao lifted his gaze to the sky, tightened his grip on the spear, and spoke slowly. His strength is indeed terrifying. Just moments ago, he had battled the wild boar chief, exerting all his energy and consuming over 10 recovery potions. To think that his opponent could now single-handedly defeat a golden-level boss. No worries, the world of games has only just begun. There will be ample time to catch up to Bai Yi. Fu Jiatian Xia patted Feng Yi Xiao Xiao on the shoulder, grinning. Moreover, with me around, your rate of improvement will surely surpass his. This was indeed true. Reflecting on Fu Jiatian Xia's extraordinary talent, Feng Yi Xiao Xiao couldn't help but smile. Regaining his confidence, he slung the spear over his shoulder and turned his gaze to the others. Let us proceed. It is time to explore the first dungeon. I have just recruited a new teammate, and once he arrives, we shall set off. What profession? Fire Element Mage. Tip: you have 2 minutes to defeat the Goblin King. Reggie, successfully triggering the hidden storyline, Reggie's Nightmare. Tip: the difficulty of the Misty Forest dungeon has escalated to disaster level. Is disaster level above hell level? Mubai murmured, summoning 2 fully restored skeletons to replace those that had sustained significant damage. At that moment, Reggie's corpse began to undergo a transformation. Streams of gray mist emanated from his 7 orifices, rapidly coalescing into a small vortex. The mist enveloping the entire Misty Forest swiftly converged towards the vortex, flowing into it. Simultaneously, scenes began to flicker through the mist, depicting the past of Reggie and the Goblin clan. They were once the captives of a cadre of necromancers. Alongside Reggie, all the goblins were confined within cages. Each day, numerous goblins were subjected to a variety of experiments, all of which were intrinsically linked to the theme of death. Reggie watched helplessly as his kin met with gruesome fates, until one fateful day, the necromancer succeeded in summoning a skeleton from the diminutive corpse of a goblin. A skeleton of rather small stature. Was this not the very skeleton that the necromancers had initially conjured? So movite post momentarily. Was it possible that this tiny skeleton had once been a goblin? Scenes flashed rapidly through his mind, yet it felt as though many details were conspicuously absent. For reasons unknown, the necromancers suddenly vanished, not to reappear for a considerable time. Seizing the opportunity, Reggie led his fellow goblins to escape the confines of their prison and sought refuge in the Misty Forest. The scene abruptly ended, all the mist being drawn into a swirling vortex. Bang! Reggie's corpse suddenly exploded, leaving only a skeletal frame. In the next instant, he rose once more, the hollow depths of his eyes ignited with an eerie blue flame of the soul. This Goblin King, having evaded his fate for so long, ultimately succumbed to the curse of undeath. Skeleton King Reggie, frenzied state, all attributes increased by 50. Level 10, Dark Gold Grade Boss, Health. 1, 800, 0001, 800, 000, Attack Power. 4, 215, Physical Defense. 780, Magical Defense. 675, Skills. Summon Skeleton Warriors, Summon Skeleton Archers, Summon Skeleton Mages, Aura of the Dead, Thunderous Strike, Undead Stomp. Leap of the Dead, Frenzy, Aura of Death. One of the most successful creations of the ancient necromancers. He should not exist here. Roar. The soul flames within Reggie's eyes flickered violently as he gazed past the legion of skeletons, fixating intently on Sumu White. Boom. With a fierce grip, he shattered the 10 corpses of goblin warriors lying on the ground. The remnants of their bones soared before him, swiftly reassembling into a colossal bone sword. The sword glimmered with a chilling light, enshrouded in wisps of pale gray death energy, imparting an aura of both mystery and power. His gazing at Reggie's revamped attributes, Sumu White couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. What ist? Could this creature truly be the boss meant for a novice village? A staggering 1, 800, 000 health points, implying an average regeneration of 3, 600 health per second, coupled with that terrifying attack and dual defenses. What could the players of the novice village possibly use to combat him? Even though level 10 marked a significant threshold, this enhancement was utterly outrageous. Did the myriad realms of the game not consider whether anyone could confront this being? Immediately following, the actions of the Skeleton King caused Su Mubai's pupils to constrict sharply. Roar! He raised the bone sword and howled at the heavens. In the next instant, 3 pale gray whirlpools materialized simultaneously. Shortly thereafter, 3 battalions of skeletons emerged in formation. Though their numbers total merely 15, their formidable presence eclipses even the 100 skeletal warriors summoned by Su Mubai. Skeletal Warrior, Level 10, Summoned Creature, Health, 60,000, Attack Power, 780, Physical Defense, 264, Magical Defense, 216 Skill, Heavy Strike LV10, a Valiant Warrior, empowered by the aura of the deceased, with a 20 enhancement to all attributes. Skeletal Archer, Level 10, Summoned Creature, Health, 36,000, Attack Power, 624, Physical Defense, 160, Magical Defense, 120 Skill, Double Shot LV10, an Accurate Marksman, bolstered by the aura of the deceased, with a 20 enhancement to all attributes. Skeletal Mage, Level 10 Summoned Creature, Health, 24,000, Spell Power, 840, Physical Defense, 100, Magical Defense, 240, Skill, Fireball LV10, a Powerful Mage, enhanced by the aura of the deceased, with a 20 enhancement to all attributes. The Reggie Bone Sword pointed menacingly at Su Mubai, issuing a hoarse command. Let all our foes be transformed into undead, just like us. Chapter 20. The Terrifying Reggie, the Sole Hope. A legion composed of 3 types of skeletons collided with the skeletal army summoned by Su Mubai. However, their only advantage lay in their health. Despite the enhancement from the undead aura, their attributes could not match those of Su Mubai's skeletal legion. What troubled Su Mubai the most was Reggie himself. The statistics of this boss were utterly daunting, leaving Su Mubai feeling a sense of uncertainty for the first time. As soon as they engaged, Reggie effortlessly shattered a skeletal warrior whose health was below half with a single strike. Su Mubai's expression turned grave with a flourish of his wand. He summoned 2 more skeletal warriors to the front lines. The ensuing battle would hinge on who could summon faster, him or Reggie, who dispatched foes with alarming speed. The sheer magnitude of Reggie's attack power was overwhelming. Glancing at his dwindling mana, Su Mubai furrowed his brow. Although he had just leveled up and replenished his mana, if things continued this way, he would exhaust his resources without any hope of vanquishing Reggie. Just as Su Mubai pondered his predicament, a sudden system announcement caused his expression to shift dramatically. Notification. The hidden storyline Reggie's Nightmare has officially commenced. The protection of a novice village is now nullified upon death. You will forfeit 10 of your lifespan, with a minimum deduction of 10 years. A hidden storyline that would nullify the novice village's protection. Su Mubai felt a heavy weight in his heart, his face paling considerably. Even if he absorbed all the soul stones, his lifespan would not suffice to endure a single deduction. Moreover, the exit to the dungeon had been sealed. This meant that unless he defeated Reggie, Su Mubai's journey across the myriad worlds would come to an abrupt end. Crush them, Reggie roared, raising his sword high before bringing it down with tremendous force. Undead Trample. Boom! The earth trembled, and the skeletal warriors within 30 meters of him instantly lost 50 of their health. It was that skill which deducted a percentage of health. Su Mubai breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this skill had not been enhanced. In the next moment, the bone sword in Reggie's hand crackled with lightning as he swung down. Thunderous strike. Boom! Minus 9,527. Minus 10,086. Minus 10,001. This strike had outright obliterated 6 skeletal warriors. Damn it! Su Mubai's brow furrowed deeply as he directed his skeletal legion to retaliate. The skeletal warriors unleashed their heavy strikes in unison, colliding with Reggie. Meanwhile, the skeletal archers released their arrows, not at Reggie, but at the 15 skeletal minions he had summoned. These troublesome adversaries had to be dealt with before they could focus on the boss. Simultaneously, Su Mubai continued to retreat, distancing himself from the range of Reggie's undead leap attack. He then waved his wand, continuing to replenish his skeletal warriors. From here on, he needed to focus on controlling those at the front lines, buying himself some crucial time. After reaching level 7, his mental attribute increased to 152 points. Coupled with the attributes from the boss emblem, his mana cap had risen to 9,560 points. Each use of Summon Skeleton Soldier consumed 200 mana. Even with his mana regenerating at a rate of 152 points every 5 seconds during battle, he could summon a maximum of only 50 to 60 times at best. 60 times, which amounts to 120 skeletal warriors. As the calculations raced through his mind, Mubai could not help but furrow his brow. It was insufficient. Far too insufficient. After becoming the Skeleton King, Reggie's defense was exceedingly formidable. Neither the skeletal warriors nor the skeletal archers could inflict significant damage upon him. While maneuvering the frontline skeletal warriors to evade Reggie's assaults, Mubai contemplated furiously. Yet, regardless of how he computed, the odds of victory in this battle appeared almost non-existent, unless the skill Summon Skeleton Soldiers could be elevated once more. His sole glimmer of hope now rested upon the formidable cataclysmic attributes of this skill. The effects of the occupational cataclysmic traits were still vivid in Mubai's mind, prompting him to open his inventory. Intermediate Soul Stone 17. Each stone extending life by 120 days, combined with the previously absorbed stone, amounted to nearly 6 years of life. However, prior to enhancing the skill Summon Skeleton Soldiers, Mubai first attempted another endeavor. Cataclysm. Target: Intermediate Soul Stone, 3rd tier. Prompt: do you confirm the consumption of 100 years of life, overriding previous enhancement effects, and elevating the basic Soul Stone to a higher tier? Cancel. A full 100 years of life was beyond Mubai's reach. Even 10 years of life now felt like a luxury. This terrifying consumption indicated that once Soul Stone surpassed the advanced tier, the increments would undoubtedly be substantial. It was prudent to first ascertain how much life the cataclysmic skill would require, hoping it would not exceed 6 years. Sighing, Mubai focused his thoughts and activated Cataclysm once more. Target: Summon Skeleton Soldiers. Prompt: please select the tier for enhancement. 1st tier, 2nd tier, 3rd tier. 3rd tier. Prompt: do you confirm the consumption of 5 years of life, overriding previous elevation effects, and transforming the skill Summon Small Skeletons to a higher tier? Cancel. Phew, fortunately, it was sufficient. Mubai exhaled in relief. He had yet to absorb the Soul Stones, so he naturally wished to cancel. Given that promoting 3 times would add cataclysmic traits, he feared his lifespan might fall short. As it turned out, even with the addition of cataclysmic traits, the lifespan required for lower-tier skills was not excessively demanding. Without hesitation, he absorbed 15 intermediate Soul Stones. The Soul Stones shimmered with radiance, merging into Mubai's being as a vibrant green light. On the attribute panel, the lifespan section immediately reflected a change. Lifespan: less than 6 years. Then, he selected Summon Skeleton Soldiers once more and activated the Cataclysm talent. Prompt: once this skill undergoes cataclysmic transformation to level C, 3 branches will emerge: Summon Skeleton Warriors, Summon Skeleton Archers, and Summon Skeleton Mages. Please choose the direction for your cataclysmic transformation. Branches? Mubai was slightly taken aback. At level D, he could choose to summon 2 types of skeletons, yet upon ascending to level C, he could only summon one of them. Nevertheless, he quickly made his decision. In the face of the formidable and terrifying might of Reggie, opting for fragile archers and mages with low defenses could easily lead to disaster. Thus, selecting a warrior emerges as the most prudent choice. Summon the Skeletal Warrior. In the next instant, Mubai felt as though something vital was being drained from within him. Notification: you have lost 5 years of lifespan. Lifespan: less than 1 year remaining. The skill icon underwent a transformation. The 2 original skeletons gradually coalesced, manifesting into a singular, noticeably more robust skeleton. The Skeletal Warrior wielded a bone sword that had morphed from a one-handed weapon into a 2-handed greatsword. Your F-grade skill, Summon Small Skeleton, has successfully evolved into a C-grade skill, Summon Skeleton Warrior. Summon Skeleton Warrior, C. Level 8, active skill. Summons a Skeletal Warrior to fight on your behalf. Casting time: 3 seconds. Cooldown time: 30 seconds. Mana cost: 300. The Skeletal Warrior's attributes are enhanced by the player's mental attributes. The skill retained its previous level, with an increase of 50 in mana consumption. However, what Mubai cherished most was the catastrophic attribute appended to this skill. Chapter 21. The Aberrant Catastrophe Characteristics. Catastrophe Characteristics. The life value limit of the Skeletal Warrior is elevated to 500, and its attack power is augmented by 100. Such a succinct description left Mubai utterly astounded. Such a terrifying enhancement appears within a mere sea-level skill. Is this reasonable? Catastrophe consumes 5 years of lifespan. Is that significant? No, it is remarkably inexpensive. This sea-level skill now seemingly surpasses most S-level talents in strength. Mubai couldn't help but exclaim, his gaze once again resting upon the rampaging Reggie, a faint smile gracing his lips. In mere seconds, Reggie had dispatched 7 skeletal warriors, and his health had only diminished imperceptibly. The next moment, his vitality restored. Reggie's health was fully replenished. Even among the 15 skeletal minions he summoned, only 2 skeletal warriors had perished. This was still under the influence of Mubai's summoned creatures enhanced by Death's holy text, which amplifies damage to undead by 100. The terror of a crazed dark gold boss is beyond imagination. Yet, at this moment, Mubai's expression bore no trace of anxiety. With a calm demeanor, he waved his wand, and a swirling pale gray vortex, larger than before, swiftly took shape. In the next instant, 2 robust skeletal warriors emerged, wielding colossal swords. The sound of clashing metal echoed as the great swords shimmered with a cold light. The skeletal warriors donned standard armor, standing nearly 2 meters tall, with ethereal blue flames dancing in their eye sockets, exuding a might far surpassing the previous skeletal warriors. Skeletal warrior, strength, 930, vitality, 930, agility, 930, health, 69,750, 69,750, attack power, 3720, physical defense, 930, skill, heavy strike, LV8, heavy strike, E, level 8. Swings the weapon to deliver a heavy blow to the target, inflicting 185 physical damage, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Catastrophe characteristics, life value limit elevated to 500, attack power augmented by 100. The Valiant Warrior, with significant enhancements to all attributes. The opulent statistics of the skeletal warriors momentarily left Mubai in a state of shock. Despite his prior mental preparation, the earlier silver-level boss, Mist Tree Python King, possessed merely 88,000 health, yet the skeletal warriors he summoned boasted nearly 70,000. More astonishing was their attack power. Even Reggie, the dark gold boss, could not reach such heights without the benefits of the frenzy state. The combination of formidable skills and the stacking of catastrophe characteristics resulted in these fearsome skeletal warriors. And now, he could summon a full 100 of such skeletons. Mubai suddenly realized that what he once perceived as an aberration was merely the beginning. From the moment he exploited the bug to acquire the unique forbidden level talent, Catastrophe, he had embarked upon an invincible path. Destroy that fiend. With a thought, the 2 skeletal warriors charged towards Reggie, dragging their massive swords behind them. 2 colossal swords carved deep gorges into the land of the misty forest. With an agility attribute soaring to 930 points, the skeletal warriors, despite their class lacking enhancements in this regard, still exhibited remarkable speed. The foremost skeletal warrior swiftly maneuvered aside, while 2 others raised their massive swords and struck fiercely at Reggie. The latter palpably sensed the looming threat. The flames of his soul flickered within his pupils as he wielded his enormous bone sword to block the incoming assault. Heavy strike X2. Clang, clang. The resounding clash of metal echoed through the misty forest, the terrifying force of the blows sending Reggie staggering back. A hint of astonishment emanated from the flames of his soul, his gaze fixated on the 2 formidable skeletons that had materialized. He found himself unable to withstand their onslaught. Minus 12,504, minus 11,988, 2 damage figures exceeding 10,000 emerged, and they were not even critical hits. The skeletal warrior's formidable attack power, amplified by the death scripture, resulted in such exaggerated damage. I am a skeleton king. Reggie steadied himself and roared in retaliation, a wisp of pale gray death energy manifesting around his form. swirling with intensity. Notice, Skeleton King. Reggie has activated Death Energy Aura, increasing his strength by 20 and reducing damage taken by 20, lasting for 10 minutes. The system notification resonated, and Mubai smirked disdainfully. Bosses are indeed unique. A mere buff can last for a full 10 minutes. If it were a player, such effects would be lucky to endure for a minute. Nevertheless, it was futile. With a cold smile, Mubai allowed the two skeletal warriors to engage, while a few skeletal soldiers remained to assist. The remaining skeletal legion unleashed their full assault, promptly annihilating the skeletons summoned by Reggie. Subsequently, Mubai waved his wand once more, summoning two additional skeletal warriors to the fray. Just as Reggie managed to stabilize against his opponents, he was met with another series of heavy strikes. Minus 9,764, minus 19,526. In no time, Mubai summoned 10 skeletal warriors. United, they completely overwhelmed Reggie. Regardless of his attempts to resist, he could not break through the encirclement of the skeletal warriors. All of his summoned skeletons were vanquished, and the 60 skeletal archers shifted their targets, unleashing a torrent of arrows. Minus 672, minus 663, minus 681, minus 657. A multitude of damage figures appeared, swiftly depleting over 40,000 points of Reggie's health. Mubai continued to summon fresh skeletal warriors to replace those with diminished health. For every 2 summoned, Reggie would receive 2 heavy strikes in return. Since Mubai upgraded his skill with Cataclysm, Reggie's fate had been sealed. Even if he unleashed all his skills, it would bear no significance. With merely 300 points of mana, he could summon 2 skeletal warriors with nearly 70,000 health each. What could he possibly use to counter that? Even if Reggie summoned 15 more skeletons, they would merely serve as playthings for the skeletal warriors. Soon, Reggie's health dwindled to a mere 360,000. Upon entering a state of frenzy, Reggie, the Skeleton King, found himself consumed by madness, utterly disregarding defense as he swung his colossal bone sword with fervor, relentlessly attacking the skeleton warriors that besieged him. Yet, this reckless abandon merely hastened his demise, yielding no tangible benefit. The skeleton warriors summoned by Mubai were unable to fully engage in battle. For every one that fell, another in perfect condition would take its place. Reggie's final acts of desperation proved utterly futile, as his health dwindled at an alarming rate. Heavy strike, double shot, minus 10,387, minus 10,011, minus 1,241, minus 1,197, minus 2,548. With the conclusion of the last wave of skills unleashed, a torrential rain of arrows ultimately brought an end to Reggie's second life. Boom! In a moment of defiance, he thrust his massive bone sword into the ground, the flames of his soul within his eyes gradually extinguishing. This king is unwilling to accept defeat. Crash! In the next instant, Reggie's enormous form collapsed to the ground, scattering a multitude of items. A golden light ascended, as the bountiful experience points earned from Reggie propelled the recently leveled Mubai to yet another upgrade. Simultaneously, a series of system notifications echoed in his ears. Chapter 22. What kind of creature is Bai Yi? Defeated the level 10 Dark Gold boss, Skeleton King, Reggie, earning an additional 50 experience bonus, totaling 270,000 experience points. Congratulations to player Bai Yi for leveling up to level 8, gaining 1 in all attributes, 1 skill point, and 15 free attribute points. A staggering 270,000 experience points propelled Mubai's experience bar to a remarkable 92 at level 8. As he approached level 10, the experience required for advancement in the myriad realms of the game increased significantly. To ascend from level 8 to 9, one would require a full 200,000 experience points. However, Mubai remained unconcerned. For him, leveling up did not necessitate any effort on his part. His greater interest lay in the forthcoming rewards. Congratulations on becoming the first player in Newbie Village 9527 to solo a Dark Gold boss. You are rewarded with 40 beginner soul stones and 60 gold coins. Notice, a Newbie Village announcement is forthcoming. This time, the system did not inquire whether he wished to conceal his name. 40. A glimmer of delight flashed in Mubai's eyes. Having exploited Cataclysm, this represented over 13 years of lifespan. The higher the boss's tier, the greater the rewards for a first solo kill. Compared to the 40 beginner soul stones, the reward of 60 gold coins seemed rather trivial. What rewards might await from an epic boss? Mubai failed to abridjan in anticipation. Yet, he sensed that epic bosses would not have lower-tier counterparts. To receive the subsequent first kill announcements, one would require not only strength but also immense fortune. The system notifications were far from over. Congratulations on completing the Misty Forest dungeon in Mubai Village 9527 for the first time. You are rewarded with a random selection of 5 level 1 attribute gems and 5 gold coins. Congratulations on conquering the hell level difficulty of the Misty Forest dungeon in Mubai Village 9527 for the first time. You are rewarded with 20 beginner soul stones and 20 gold coins. Notice, a Mubai Village announcement is forthcoming. In the myriad realms of the game, equipment for 10 major body parts can be embedded with gems. However, the minimum requirement for embedding is golden tier equipment. The higher the tier of the equipment, the more gems it can accommodate. Level 1 attribute gems can enhance the corresponding attribute by 10 points. For ordinary players, fully embedding one's gear with gems can significantly boost their attributes. Yet, Mubai frowned slightly. Why was it labeled as hell level? He had clearly navigated through the Cataclysm level difficulty, had he not? The system notification abruptly ceased, as if it had become stuck. In the valley beyond the Misty Forest, players who leveled up swiftly had already gathered. The number of players in Mubai Village 9527 had soared to tens of thousands. And those who arrived here were the CR, me de la CR me among them. A healer class, level 4, was preparing to set off. A B-tier talent shield warrior seeking a party, undoubtedly formidable. Purchasing a few mana potions, message me for prices. An E-tier spellbook for a mage, trading for equivalent rogue skills. Some individuals were in search of companions, while others prepared for the forthcoming journey into the dungeon. The arrival of a particular team instantly captured everyone's attention. Was it the illustrious Wanjie Guild? Indeed, it appeared that Hong Tubai had also arrived, evidently determined to secure the first clear of the Misty Forest. Should we consider joining the Wanjie Guild? The benefits of their talent enhancement are simply irresistible. Let us go. Hong Tubai boldly led the way, basking in the envious gazes of the crowd. As inquiries about joining the guild arose, he offered a subtle smile, gesturing for the recently promoted elder to handle the recruitment. Meanwhile, he, accompanied by 4 meticulously selected experts, prepared to delve into the mysteries of the Misty Forest. As they approached the dungeon's teleportation portal, the footsteps of Hong Tubai and his companions abruptly halted. They were met with a chorus of astonished gasps from the onlookers. Look, these gentlemen are donned in a full set of gear. Even if purchased from the system shop, a complete set of level 5 equipment would cost a considerable sum. Wouldn't it? And just look at the individual at the center of the group. It's Fu Jiatianxia. It's no wonder then. One can only imagine the extent of this fellow's wealth. Hearing the name Fu Jiatianxia, Hong Tubai paused and turned his gaze. Their eyes met in mid-air, yet the anticipated tension was absent. Hong Tubai smiled faintly, seemingly having forgotten the earlier embarrassment of being overlooked in the chat channel. I have long admired your reputation. How about we make a wager? Oh, what does President Hong Tu wish to wager with me? Fu Jiatianxia strolled towards the dungeon teleportation portal, intrigued by Hong Tubai. He found this individual's talent quite fascinating. Although merely classified as S-rank, it possessed the potential to elevate an entire guild's combat prowess. Such a talent was surely rare. A glimmer of insight flashed in Hong Tubai's eyes. Let us wager on who can achieve the first clear of the Misty Forest. What shall be the stakes? Fu Jiatianxia narrowed his eyes slightly. Your talent and my financial resources form a perfect alliance. It would be a pity not to collaborate. If I secure the first clear, you shall join my Wanjie Guild. And if we clear it first? In that case, the Wanjie Guild shall fully assist you with one endeavor. 3 endeavors. Agreed. Hong Tubai exuded confidence, as he believed that his team's attack power had been enhanced by 20, leaving no room for defeat. Fu Jiatianxia, however, was equally confident, for his SSS rank talent encompassed more than mere wealth. Simultaneously, Both placed their hands upon the teleportation portal, but before they could select the dungeon difficulty, an unexpected system announcement caused their movements to freeze. Announcement from Novice Village number 9527. Congratulations to Bai Yi for securing the first clear of the Misty Forest dungeon. This announcement serves as a reminder for all players to learn from them and reap abundant rewards. 3. The expression on Hong Tu Bai Yi's face instantly soured. He had just arrived at the entrance of a dungeon, and yet the first clear was already lost. Hadn't his earlier wager turned into a mere jest? Contemplating this, he turned to the wealthy figure beside him and spoke solemnly. Since the first clear for the normal difficulty has vanished, let us proceed with the hard mode. Before he could finish his sentence, the system announcement reverberated throughout the Novice Village. Announcement from Novice Village No. 9527. Congratulations to Bai Yi for achieving the first clear of the Hell-level dungeon, the Misty Forest. We hereby announce this to encourage all players to learn from him and reap substantial rewards. 3. Announcement from Novice Village No. 9527. Congratulations to Bai Yi for being the first player to solo and Dark Gold level boss. We hereby announce this to encourage all players to learn from him and reap substantial rewards. 3. In that moment, the valley fell into a profound silence. A flash of light passed, and the formidable team vanished into the vortex, leaving not a word behind, as if they had fled in haste. He felt confident about the hard mode, and there was a slight chance for the nightmare level. But hell level? What a farce. Was this truly a difficulty that could be cleared on the very first day of the game? He could hardly defeat a gold level boss, let alone a dark gold level one. What manner of creature was this Bai Yi? Uncle, are we not going in? As the fervent discussions swirled around him, Cotton Candy tilted her head towards the wealthy figure. Let us not be hasty. After all, the first clear is already lost. We should wait. The wealthy figure slowly shook his head, deciding to wait for Mubai to emerge from the dungeon before entering. Having conquered the hell-level difficulty, he surely possessed an abundance of valuable items. As long as they were adequately prepared, he and his companions might not be without the possibility of clearing the nightmare level. As for the hell level, best to reconsider. A dark gold level boss was not to be trifled with. Chapter 23. New Skill. Death Drain Feedback. After a full half-minute, the long-awaited system notification finally resounded. Congratulations! You're the first player in the Blue Star region to complete a disaster-level dungeon solo. You have earned 1 S-rank skill book for your class and 1 epic-level equipment for your class. Notice, a public announcement for the Blue Star region will follow. Mubai was astonished. The magnitude of the rewards surpassed his wildest expectations. Yet, upon reflection, such a bounty was well-deserved. Had it not been for securing several first kills to accumulate the lifespan of the Cataclysm skill, even he would have struggled to vanquish Reggie, the Skeletal King. As the inaugural player in the entire Blue Star region to conquer such a disaster-level dungeon solo, he was entirely worthy of this recognition. With a heart full of excitement, Mubai opened his backpack to inspect the rewards he had acquired. Death Drain Feedback. S. Level 105. Active Skill. Skill Effects. 1. Drain. Absorb death energy from bodies and store it, with a maximum of 5 targets per absorption. Cooldown time. 30 seconds. No cost. Maximum casting range. 50 meters. Death energy value. 0.80. Level 10. 2. Feedback. Instantly restore your own health or mana, which can also be used to enhance a summoned creature. Cooldown time. 30 seconds. Consumes 1 to 80 points of death energy. 1 point of death energy restores 100 health points or 100 mana points. 1 point of death energy enhances the target as a primary attribute by 0.5 for 60 seconds. Learning requirement. Master of Death. Mubai had seen the potion data posted in the chat channel. Currently, the most one could restore in the Novice Village was a mere 500 mana points per potion, accompanied by a 60-second usage cooldown. For him, this was utterly insufficient. Now equipped with this skill, Mubai would no longer need to worry about mana consumption. Moreover, this ability could enhance the primary attributes of his summoned creatures. It was undoubtedly a divine skill. Without hesitation, Mubai selected the skill book and activated the Cataclysm talent to promote it to the next tier. Notice, do you confirm the promotion of the skill book Death Drain Feedback to the next tier without any cost? Confirm. You have acquired the SS rank skill book Death Drain Feedback. After the promotion, while the skill name remained unchanged, its potency had doubled. No, it could be said to have quadrupled. This was because the upper limit of death energy had increased to level 20, and both feedback effects had also doubled. With a thought, the skill book transformed into a beam of golden light, soaring into his forehead. You have learned a new skill Death Drain Feedback. Upon mastering the skill, Mubai immediately gazed at Reggie's remains, focusing his thoughts. Notice, you have successfully drained 320 points of death energy from the Dark Gold level boss, the Skeletal King Reggie's corpse. Notice, your stored death energy has reached its limit. Further absorption can resume after consumption. After being drained of its vitality, Reggie's remains evidently lost their luster, turning a ghastly pale. Cracks even appeared on the bones, as if they would shatter at the slightest touch. So much? Mubai was somewhat astonished. He had initially presumed that a level 10 Dark Gold boss would yield merely 100 points of vitality, which he would have considered commendable. To his surprise, it filled to capacity. Perhaps this creature was inherently a being of the undead, resulting in a denser essence of vitality. Mubai pondered as he stroked his chin, indulging in quiet speculation. Upon mastering the skill, his class's calamity trait activated instantly, doubling the maximum vitality to 320 points. Although the feedback description remained unchanged, its effects would similarly amplify upon use. This meant that consuming a single point of vitality could now replenish 400 points of mana. Additionally, it could be employed to enhance a summoned creature's primary attribute by 2. If he were to expend 320 points of vitality at once, it would elevate the Skeletal Warrior's strength by a staggering 640 within 60 seconds. The combination of an SS-level skill with the Calamity trait was truly terrifying. Mubai had gradually acclimated to his increasingly formidable capabilities. With a slight smile, he shifted his gaze towards another reward. This must be the first epic-grade equipment in the Blue Star region, he thought, his eyes lighting up as he beheld the robe resting quietly in his backpack. The robe's primary hue was a deep black, reminiscent of an endless night. It was adorned with faint gray inscriptions that emitted a subtle glow, interlinking to form what appeared to be a mysterious magical array, evoking a sense of enigma and power. Whispers of the Dead robe, upper garment cloth armor level, 10 to 60, scales with player level, increasing every 5 levels up to a maximum of 60. Epic item unidentified, alas. It required identification. Mubai sighed and withdrew his gaze. The cost for identifying epic-grade equipment was undoubtedly substantial. However, considering the wealthy patron awaiting the sale of his items, he quickly dismissed any lingering regret. He resolved to wait for the identification before using Calamity to avoid inflating the cost and risking a significant loss. After promoting the 5 level 1 gems and 60 beginner soul stones, Mubai closed his backpack and approached Reggie's corpse. He refrained from having the skeleton assist, wishing to witness for himself what treasures lay within the remains of the first Dark Gold boss in the Blue Star region, coupled with the inaugural completion of a disaster-level dungeon. Just as Mubai reveled in his bountiful rewards, players across the Blue Star region were met with their first district-wide announcement. Blue Star region announcement. Congratulations to the player by Yi from the Divine Dragon Empire for being the first player to solo complete a disaster-level dungeon in the Blue Star region. We encourage all players to learn from his achievement to gain substantial rewards. The announcement played a full 10 times. And after a brief moment of silence throughout the Blue Star region, chaos erupted. What the hell? Our novice village hasn't even secured the first clear of a normal level dungeon. How could he have completed a disaster level 1? A disaster level dungeon? Isn't the highest difficulty level akin to hell? Could it be that he has stumbled upon a hidden low-level dungeon? It must be so, otherwise. How could the people of Huaxia possibly surpass us, the White Eagles? Cheating. This Bai Yi is undoubtedly cheating. The above reflects the discourse among the White Eagle players. Upon entering the Myriad Realms, the empire to which they belong is known as the Holy Hall Empire. This world is referred to as the Forbidden Land of the Gods, a place where deities are prohibited from entering. The Myriad Realms game encompasses not only players from Blue Star, but also all races of the universe. as revealed in the information that surfaced in the minds of all players. The human race, in comparison to some of the more formidable races, finds itself at a distinct disadvantage, which is why it has been relegated to the forbidden land of the gods. Only by elevating their strength to a certain level can they escape this sacred confinement and partake in the true Myriad Realms game. The forbidden land of the gods is encircled by the sea, with a vast continent at its center where players from various nations reside, albeit under different national banners. On this continent, the two most formidable factions are the Divine Dragon Empire and the Holy Hall Empire. Chapter 24. The Astonishment of the World's Elite in the Holy Empire. At the number 1 novice village, within the hellish foggy forest, Felix wielded his staff, unleashing a fiery orb the size of a basketball that instantaneously struck the goblin chief ahead. Boom! Minus 1968. Nearly 2,000 points of critical damage erupted, as the goblin chief let out a piercing scream and collapsed to the ground. A flash of golden light signaled Felix's ascension to level 6. A silver tier boss, nothing more. A confident smile graced Felix's lips. The ultimate boss awaits. Surely no one can surpass my progress, right? Just as he was about to collect the boss's dropped items, Felix's eyes widened in shock. Blue Star Region announcement. Congratulations to the player knight in the Divine Dragon Empire. 10 disaster level? What sort of difficulty is this? No, this is utterly impossible. How could a player from Huaxia be stronger than me? Felix shook his head frantically, unable to fathom the district-wide announcement still echoing in his ears. He possessed the most formidable SSS tier talent. How could anyone possibly be so far ahead? But this was an announcement from the multiverse game, undoubtedly a fact. Felix had no choice but to accept that someone had indeed surpassed him by a considerable margin. Knight, you won't remain in the lead forever. A glint of cold determination flashed in his eyes as Felix gathered the spoils from the Goblin King and ventured deeper into the foggy forest. He was confident that he would eventually surpass Knight, for his SSS talent grew ever more potent as the game progressed. What? Are Huaxia players truly this formidable? They have completed a disaster-level dungeon, even more challenging than the hellish dungeons. This is terrifying. Such difficulty is something we have never even heard of. Do you think Huaxia will eventually attack the Cherry Blossom Kingdom? What should we do? Fear not. When the time comes, we shall ally with players from the Eagle Nation and other countries to eliminate the Divine Dragon Empire first. Players from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom felt a wave of concern wash over them upon hearing the announcement. Though they had always been reluctant to admit it, they understood deep down that the animosity between the two nations could never be resolved. Even the Blue Star, Huaxia would undoubtedly seek revenge once they had grown strong. Moreover, this was the realm of the multiverse game. If Huaxia players became powerful, their first target would surely be the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Here, there are no laws or international treaties. In the gaming world, strength reigns supreme. With a vast population, Huaxia would naturally have an advantage. Yet this might also provoke a coalition among the other players. Their only path to survival would be to unite with players from other nations once the borders opened and strike against the Divine Dragon Empire before it could grow too powerful. Cherry Blossom Kingdom, number 1414 Novice Village. Once again, the hellish foggy forest. Above the corpse of the Mist Tree Python King hung a bright full moon. This was clearly not a product of the foggy realm, but rather a manifestation of the talent bestowed by Tsukuyumi. He dared to adopt this name as his ID precisely because he had awakened an SSS tier talent related to it. Upon hearing the announcement of the Dragon Empire, the pupils of Suki no Inochi noticeably constricted. Baiyi, you shall not thrive. There's an ancient saying in Huaxia, a tree that stands out in the forest will inevitably be toppled by the wind. It seems you do not grasp this truth at all. Dare to be so ostentatious. Prepare to be targeted by all players. With a cold smile gracing his lips, Suki no Inochi appeared utterly unconcerned that Baiyi would pose a threat to the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. In his view, there was no need for him to take action. Surely, there would be others within the Dragon Empire who would turn against Baiyi. At times, one must concede that while the little cherry blossoms may be beasts, their understanding of Huaxia far surpasses that of neighboring nations. For instance, the Koreans. No, rather, in the Forbidden Land, the realm where Korean players descend is known as the Kingdom of Kyoria. How could Baiyi be the first to trigger an all-region announcement? In terms of gaming, it is our Korean nation that should hold the title. This Baiyi must certainly be one of our own. Merely fortuitous enough to be in Hwaxia when the multiverse game emerged. Indeed, to be the first to trigger an all-region announcement, he must undoubtedly hail from our Korean nation. Even amidst a universal crossover, the Korean nation remains unable to shed its penchant for thievery. This time, they even aim to usurp Baiyi's nationality. In the kingdom of Kyoria, at the 444th novice village, the sun's descendant drew back his bowstring and swiftly loosed 3 arrows. -672, -701, -1,288. The 3 damage figures appeared almost simultaneously, draining the last vestiges of life from the mist tree Python King, which fell to the ground. Yet, the sun's descendant did not hasten to collect the dropped items. Instead, he slowly raised his head to gaze at the mist above. The rolling broadcast of the all-region announcement echoed in his ears, and devoid of any expression, he murmured, "Baiyi, having conquered a disaster-level dungeon, you have now earned the right to be my rival." In contrast to foreign lands, the chat channels of the novice villages within the Dragon Empire were bustling with activity. Although the Empire channel had yet to be activated, it did not hinder players from vigorously discussing in their respective novice village channels. Baiyi is incredible. He has cleared the disaster-level dungeon so swiftly. I don't even know how to enter it myself. I bet 5 coins that Baiyi's talent is undoubtedly SSS level. Alas, Baiyi is too ostentatious, failing to conceal his identity. Now our Dragon Empire is bound to suffer. Just wait, we will inevitably be targeted by other nations. What about the so-called rationalists? Even if he hid his name, would the system not recognize the Dragon Empire? You don't understand. There will surely be those among us who will target him. With Baiyi's strength, is he afraid of being targeted? Seriously, if you have the capability, go clear the disaster-level dungeon yourself, instead of whining here. Baiyi is the one who secured the first all-region announcement for the Dragon Empire. Let me make it clear today, if anyone dares to target Baiyi, I shall be the first to object. Who are you, mate? What is your disapproval worth? The discussions among various novice villages were fervent. Some supported Mubai, while others criticized him for his ostentatiousness in refusing to conceal his identity. Such is human nature. No matter the actions taken, it is impossible to please everyone. Of course, the opinions of these individuals hold little significance. In the Dragon Empire, at Novice Village number 8888, a thunderous sound erupted as the Golden Tier boss, the Goblin King Reggie, swung his battle axe, channeling a ferocious force of thunderous might. Yet his attack inflicted no damage whatsoever. San Chi Ching Foam, wielding his sword with a single hand, perfectly parried the boss's skill. Were there other players present, they would undoubtedly exclaim in disbelief. However, for San Chi Ching Foam, this was already a familiar occurrence. In his eyes, Reggie's attacks were riddled with flaws. Were it not for the boss's substantial health pool, such a battle would not have taken this long. With a swift counterattack, he thrust his sword, dealing over 1,000 points of damage to Reggie, while narrowing his eyes in contemplation. Baiyi, what kind of talent have you awakened to possess such strength? He had been engaged in combat with Reggie for several minutes and was acutely aware of his current limits. If he were to face a Dark Gold tier boss now, victory would be utterly impossible. While combat skills are useful in the myriad worlds of the game, this is ultimately a data-driven realm where attributes reign supreme. Given San Chi Ching Feng's current damage output, even if a Dark Gold boss stood still and refrained from countering, he would still be unable to defeat it. Not even with an SSS tier talent would that be feasible, if the damage dealt is outpaced by the boss's healing. What strategy can one employ? It is precisely for this reason that San Chi Ching Feng's heart was filled with profound astonishment. What kind of talent could possibly enable Baiyi to attain such terrifying combat prowess in such a brief span of time? Chapter 25. A match made in heaven in the Dragon Empire, Newbie Village number 9526, when the multiverse game descended. Liu Ruoyun and Zhao Su were fortuitously assigned to the same novice village due to their close proximity. Even more serendipitously, both awakened powerful S-rank talents. A little spoiler, these two will meet their demise once they leave the novice village, without any hesitation. At this moment, they had just vanquished the Goblin Chief. a black iron level boss, and were preparing to make a swift conquest of the first clear for Newbie Village number 9526, when they were stunned by an unexpected announcement that echoed throughout the region. The speed of this white knight was astonishing. Zhao Su expressed his astonishment, his words laced with envy. White Knight? Why does that name sound so familiar? Meanwhile, Lu Ruoyan furrowed her brow slightly, lost in thought. Familiar? Zhao Su's eyes brightened at her words. Ruoyan, think carefully. Is this someone who pursued you in the past? If so, what? Are you planning to send me off again? Lu Ruoyan shot him a glare, clearly understanding the implications of his thoughts. They were a peculiar pair, indulging in twisted games, one prone to infidelity and the other with a penchant for betrayal. They were indeed a couple seemingly crafted by fate. Initially, Su Mubai was merely a pawn in their play. What of it? Zhao Su felt no embarrassment. Instead, he shamelessly chuckled. Aren't you the one who enjoyed it too? You were with Su Mubai, reveling in years of luxury. As he spoke, a flicker of anger crossed his face. It's all this damned multiverse game's fault. Just when I was on the brink of reaching the pinnacle of life, I'm forced to start all over again. Su Mubai. Lu Ruoyan murmured the name, as if recalling something, suddenly covering her mouth with her hand, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, he always used that name when playing games. What? Zhao Su's expression changed, but he quickly regained his composure, shaking his head. Impossible. Su Mubai should be dead. I was the one who pulled the plug. There are not only Su Mubai who would choose a name like White Knight. It must be a coincidence. Lu Ruoyan nodded in response, yet still expressed her concerns. What if it truly is him? If it is indeed that guy, Su Mubai? Zhao Su furrowed his brow, his eyes darting around before he suddenly laughed. Isn't this a good thing? A good thing? We conspired against him. If he finds out, it would be over. Lu Ruoyan looked puzzled. Are you foolish? At that time, he was already in a vegetative state. How would he know? Zhao Su reassured her. Only we know about this matter. As long as you don't speak of it, and I don't either, that kid will remain oblivious for life. As he spoke, Zhao Su's smile widened as he pulled Lu Ruoyan into his embrace. If this White Knight is not Su Mubai, you'll need to find a way to entice him. If it truly is Su Mubai, then that simplifies things. Given the extent of that young man's affection for you, it would be but a mere gesture for you to beckon him, and he would undoubtedly present you with splendid offerings. You are quite the eccentric, Lu Ruoyan playfully chided, though a glimmer of acceptance for Zhao Su's proposal flickered in her eyes. Ha ha ha. With our allure, regardless of who he may be, capturing him would be effortless. The two exchanged knowing smiles, having reached a clandestine agreement. Once they exited the novice village, their first undertaking would be to seek out Bai Yi. Little did they know, Su Mubai was already privy to everything. Their desire to find Bai Yi aligned perfectly with Su Mubai's wish to locate them, resulting in a delightful and spontaneous mutual pursuit. In the Dragon Empire, Newbie Village number 9527, the pervasive fog enveloping the forest was thoroughly dissipated by Reggie, ushering in a long-awaited light. Dappled sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting a warm glow upon the once desolate forest, breathing life into its stillness. Ignoring the system announcements, Su Mubai busily began to collect the items dropped by Reggie. Given his increasingly formidable prowess, triggering announcements would become a regular occurrence. A mere regional announcement was hardly cause for alarm. Having defeated you twice in succession, it would be rather unreasonable for nothing of value to emerge. Rubbing his hands together, Su Mubai slowly reached toward Reggie's corpse. A series of cracking sounds echoed as the substantial amount of negative energy absorbed had indeed rendered the remains fragile. Upon contact, the bones crumbled into shards, revealing a plethora of dropped items. A grand bounty. His eyes gleamed at the sight of the scattered treasures, and he began to gather them. You have acquired 10 gold coins and 38 silver coins. You have obtained level 1 attribute gems 10. You have acquired level 1 critical strike gems 3. You have obtained 5 pieces of gold tier equipment. Why are all the items of level 5? Observing the equipment's levels, Su Mubai frowned slightly. Logically, a level 10 boss should yield level 10 gear. Casting a quick glance at the attributes of the 5 pieces, he simply stowed them away in his backpack. The subsequent items, however, caused his furrowed brow to relax. You have acquired dark gold tier equipment, Necklace of the Fallen. You have obtained dark gold tier equipment, Shadow Boots. You have acquired Dark Gold Tier Equipment, Skeletal Greatsword. You have obtained Dark Gold Tier Equipment, Skeletal Heavy Armor. 4 Dark Gold Tier pieces, all of which were level 10 equipment. It appeared that the previous level 5 items were originally drops from Reggie prior to his transformation into the undead. However, these items required identification to unveil their attributes. Thus, Mubai refrained from hastily utilizing Cataclysm for his gain and instead gathered them all into his backpack. Currently, he was rather dissatisfied with his haul. Although the 4 pieces remained unidentified, their types were visible. Aside from the Necklace of the Fallen, which was an accessory, the remaining 3 were plate armor, of which he had no use. It was high time for something worthwhile to emerge. Gazing at the remaining 5 ancient tomes and a smooth crystal orb on the ground, Mubai took a deep breath and began to examine his final rewards. You have acquired the C-level skill book for summoning skeleton warriors. You have obtained the C-level skill book for summoning skeleton archers. You have received the C-level skill book for summoning skeleton mages. You have obtained the B-level skill book for the aura of the undead. You have acquired the B-level skill book for Thunderstrike. What a remarkable turn of events, as it nearly encompasses all of Reggie's skills. Out of the 5 skill books, Mubai can learn 4. However, he is somewhat conflicted, as the 3 summoning spells for skeletons occupy 3 skill slots, which feels somewhat excessive. Yet, these 3 skills are essential for any necromancer. Just as Mubai was immersed in his dilemma, a system notification echoed. Notification: you possess the skill books for summoning skeleton warriors, skeleton archers, and skeleton mages simultaneously. Would you like to merge these 3 into a higher-level skeleton summoning skill? Merge. Mubai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he decisively chose to merge. The 3 skill books transformed into radiant light, merging into one. Soon, a brand new skill book materialized in Mubai's hands. Chapter 26. Heron's Crystal Ball. You have acquired a C-level skill book, Summon Advanced Skeletons. Upon the fusion of 3 skill books, the resultant skill remains at the C level. However, it now permits the selection of the type of skeleton summoned each time. The casting time, mana consumption, and cooldown period remain unchanged, mirroring that of Mubai's summoned skeleton warriors, exhibiting no alterations. In contrast, the fusion of skills has not only failed to enhance the ability, but has indeed rendered it slightly weaker. Originally, within 30 seconds, 3 advanced skeletons could be summoned through the 3 skills. Now, only 1 can be conjured. The sole advantage lies in it occupying only a single skill slot. Mubai, however, remains unconcerned, for with his SS level, Death Summon, his summoning skills incur no cooldown whatsoever. With a mere thought, he chooses to learn the new skill. Notification: you have learned the new skill, Summon Advanced Skeletons. The skill Summon Skeleton Warriors in your skill slot will be overwritten. Oh no! Hearing the system notification, Mubai's expression changes. Has Summon Skeleton Warriors been overridden? What a cataclysmic trait. Before he can check the skill, another system notification follows. Detected an unknown entry surpassing limitations in this skill. Complete overwrite failed. Unknown entry retained. Summon Advanced Skeletons. C. Level 1, active skill. Summon 1 Skeleton Warrior, Skeleton Archer, Skeleton Mage to fight for you. Casting time: 3 seconds. Cooldown: 30 seconds. Mana cost: 300. Cataclysmic trait: 1. Skeleton Warrior's health cap increased to 500. Attack power enhanced by 100. 2. Unlocked 3. Unlocked. The Advanced Skeleton panel receives bonuses from the player's mental attributes. Few, thankfully, it has been retained. Observing the skill description, Mubai breathes a sigh of relief. Truly, it is a talent that transcends limitations. Even the system cannot completely overwrite it. The other 2 unactivated cataclysmic traits likely correspond to the Skeleton Archer and Skeleton Mage. To unlock them, one must utilize Cataclysm on the skill Summon Advanced Skeletons. By overriding the original skill, it signifies that Mubai can reap the benefits once more. Selecting the newly acquired skill, Mubai focuses his thoughts. Cataclysm. Target: Summon Advanced Skeletons. Notification: please select the promotion tier, Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Click to view details. The myriad realms of the game seem to be continuously evolving. Now, following the use of Cataclysm, The notification includes an option for detail viewing. Option 1. Promote to be level skill, summon advanced skeletons, no cost. Option 2. Elevate to a level skill, summon elite skeletons, cost 10,000 gold coins. Option 3. Cataclysm to S level skill, summon skeleton legion, cost 1,000 years of lifespan. Tier 1. There is simply no choice. Whether it be 10,000 gold coins or 1,000 years of life, Mubai possesses neither. How to alleviate worries? Only through benefiting without cost. Your C-level skill summon advanced skeletons has successfully been promoted to B-level. The name remains unchanged, and the summoned skeletons are still the same 3 types. But the summoning capability has been elevated from 1 to 3 at a time. The mana cost has also increased to 1,000 points. Even if a low-level necromancer acquires this skill, they can hardly utilize it more than a few times, as not everyone possesses the formidable mana reserves of Mubai. Upon the original skill being overwritten, all skill points were refunded, and Mubai promptly allocated all 8 skill points to summon advanced skeleton. This skill was instantly upgraded to level 9, and a max indicator appeared in the skill icon, signifying that its highest possible level is 9. In the Infinite Realm game, players receive 1 skill point with each level gained. However, the skill points required for upgrading vary among different tiers of skills, as do their maximum levels. From Mubai's observations, skills below A grade require only 1 skill point for each upgrade, while A grade requires 2 points and S grade necessitates 5 points. After Death Drain feedback ascended to SS grade, the skill points needed for its upgrade increased from 5 to 10. As for the higher SSS grade skills, Mubai remains uncertain, but it is estimated that at least 20 skill points would be required for each upgrade. Given the significant consumption of skill points for upgrades, there must be alternative means to acquire them. Mubai's Cataclysm talent allows him to retain the original levels of skills, saving him a considerable number of skill points. However, in the early stages, refraining from upgrading skills solely to conserve points may prove counterproductive, as the effects of SS grade skills are incomparable to those of S grade skills. There are still 2 skill books dropped by Reggie. Thunderstrike is a skill for warrior classes, which Mubai cannot learn. Yet the other book, Aura of the Fallen, offers him significant enhancement. You have learned the new skill, Aura of the Fallen. The skill book transformed into a beam of light and entered Mubai's mind, causing a pale gray halo to manifest beneath his feet. With a mere thought, the halo vanished, yet its effects remained. This is a passive aura skill, akin to the effect used by Reggie, capable of enhancing all attributes of allied undead creatures by 20. After reviewing the skill description, Mubai focused his mind. Cataclysm. Target, Aura of the Fallen. Prompt, please select the upgrade tier, 1st, 2nd, 3rd. Click to view details, 1st tier. Without needing to check, Mubai was well aware he could not afford to upgrade further, and decisively chose to advance. Your B-grade skill, Aura of the Fallen, has successfully been upgraded to A-grade skill, Advanced Aura of the Fallen. Advanced Aura of the Fallen, A, passive skill. All allied undead creatures receive a 30 enhancement to all attributes. Effective range, 500 meters. Although the attribute enhancement increased by only 10, the effective range expanded from 100 meters to an impressive 500 meters, surpassing Mubai's current control distance over summoned entities. Furthermore, with the amplification from his class's Cataclysm characteristic, this range extends to an astonishing 1,000 meters. Buzzing softly, Mubai waved his wand, and a swirling vortex of pale, gray materialized beside him, towering at 3 meters. His magical energy instantly diminished by 1,000, as 6 skeletal figures emerged one after another from the depths of the vortex. The appearance of these skeletal warriors bore an uncanny resemblance to those summoned by Reggie, yet their aura exuded an even greater intensity. However, Mubai did not hasten to examine the attributes of the skeletons. Once he donned his new attire, the attributes of the 3 types of skeletons would experience a substantial enhancement, rendering any current assessment futile. His immediate task was to fill the summoning space. Given that the disaster characteristics were not entirely complete, the skeletal warriors were evidently much stronger. Nevertheless, Mubai could not solely rely on summoning skeletal warriors. Due to the constraints of spatial collision, an excessive number of skeletal warriors would fail to unleash their full combat potential against a formidable boss. Ultimately, Mubai resolved to adopt a ratio of 4-3-3 for his summons. Subsequently, the items dropped by Reggie consisted solely of materials, alongside the crystal ball that piqued Mubai's interest the most. You have acquired the dark gold grade material, Deathly Bones 10. You have acquired the dark gold grade material, Soul Remnants 10. Mubai did not rush to elevate these materials. Instead, he placed them directly into his backpack. His full attention was captivated by the final crystal ball. In a fleeting moment, he seemed to glimpse a shadowy figure within the crystal ball. You have obtained the quest item, Hollowin's Crystal Ball. The instant the crystal ball was acquired, a system notification echoed in Mubai's ears. Notification, Chapter 27. Can task items be elevated? Prompt. Will you accept the legacy of Halens? Please note, this is an epic level quest of considerable difficulty. Proceed with caution. Accept. Halens Crystal Ball will lift a portion of the seal and temporarily become your equipment. Decline. Halens Crystal Ball will soar away in search of the next destined bearer. Is this the reward of a hidden storyline? Mubai gazed at the crystal ball in his hand. The ephemeral shadow he had just witnessed seemed like an illusion, with no discernible peculiarity. However, concerning an epic-level quest, it surely could not be mere, trivial equipment. Naturally, Mubai had no intention of relinquishing an opportunity to acquire such gear without cost. If he, a mere player, could not complete this epic quest, who else could? But just as Mubai was poised to accept the quest, an idea suddenly ignited in his mind. Cataclysm. Could it affect task items? If so, what transformations would the quest undergo? The notion took root in his thoughts, proliferating uncontrollably. He resolved to give it a try. Epic-level quests could be found again, yet he felt an insatiable urge to experiment. Taking a deep breath, Mubai concentrated his thoughts. Cataclysm. Target. Halens Crystal Ball. Prompt. Please select the promotion tier. First tier, second tier, third tier. Click to view details. It truly works. Mubai's eyes sparkled with excitement. The talent of Cataclysm was indeed formidable, capable of forcibly elevating task items. Eagerly, he examined the details. Option 1. Promote to task item, Dylan's Crystal Ball, no cost. Option 2. Sublimate to task item, Crone's Crystal Ball, cost 100 million soul coins. Option 3. Cataclysm to task item, Elijah's Crystal Ball, cost 100,000 years of lifespan. It directly altered the task itself. Mubai stared, momentarily dumbfounded, at the three distinctly different task items. He had anticipated that Cataclysm could forcibly elevate Halens Crystal Ball, but he had never envisioned such a scenario. Moreover, was the last option genuine? After an epic-level promotion, the next tier was legendary, and after sublimation, it transcended to mythical. If Cataclysm elevated 3 tiers, did that not surpass the mythical level? What rank could that possibly be? A full 100,000 years of lifespan, identical to the cost during his initial Cataclysm class change. This indicated that the Death Sovereign class also transcended the mythical level. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Mubai's eyes. He grew increasingly eager about the special effects of the Death Bible post-level 10, as well as the new skills he could learn from it. However, before that, he must first accept the quest. First tier. As Mubai made his choice, the crystal ball in his hand suddenly distorted. In the next moment, the entire orb blurred for an instant. When it became clear again, subtle changes had occurred. This time, he could distinctly see a shadow within the crystal ball. It was a fearsome frost giant dragon. You have acquired the quest item, Dylan's Crystal Ball. As the quest item transformed, the system's notification tone resonated once more. Notification. Do you accept the quest Dylan's Grief? Please be advised that this is a legendary level quest. With challenges beyond imagination, proceed with caution. Accept. Dylan's Crystal Ball will lift a portion of the seal and temporarily become your equipment. Decline. Dylan's Crystal Ball will vanish into the void. Seeking the next destined one. Accept. Mubai, eager for the legendary level quest, decisively chose to accept. Notification. You have accepted the legendary quest Dylan's Grief. Due to your insufficient level, Please elevate your level to 30 within 1 month to commence the first phase of the quest. Be advised, failure to initiate the quest in a timely manner will result in the loss of Dylan's crystal ball. As the system notification concluded, the crystal ball in Su Mubai's hand suddenly erupted with a brilliant glow. After several minutes, the radiance gradually subsided, revealing wisps of pale, gray death energy swirling around the crystal ball. Dylan's crystal ball, the true name of the item, will be revealed upon the lifting of the seal. Gem Orb Offhand Level 0, 200 Legendary Item Durability 1000 Equipment Requirement. Dylan's Grief must be in the quest log. Basic Attributes Level 5, Spell Power 50. All Attributes 20 Health 1000 Mana 2000 Affixes 1. Spell Critical Hit 30, Critical Damage 52. Sealed Status Effect Unknown 3. Sealed Status Effect Unknown Skills. Sealed Status Special. Unlocked upon entering the first phase of the quest. Quest item automatically disappears upon quest failure. Aside from the basic attributes and the first affix, all others remain sealed. Yet these attributes surpass even the dark gold grade equipment of the same level. Moreover, it was obtained without cost, and Su Mubai expressed no disdain. The Death Codex, upon promotion, became a special equipment that does not occupy an equipment slot. Su Mubai promptly equipped the crystal ball in the offhand slot. In the next moment, Dylan's crystal ball shrank slightly, orbiting around Su Mubai's left hand in a slow, graceful manner. Observing the plethora of unidentified equipment in his inventory, Su Mubai nodded in satisfaction. This expedition had yielded far more than anticipated. After summoning 100 high-level skeletons, Su Mubai waved his hand, drawing them all into the summoning space, before turning to step into the teleportation portal leading out of the dungeon. It was Bai Yi, finally encountering the real person. Yet he was not as impressive as imagined. I thought he would possess 3 heads and 6 arms. The experience required after reaching level 5 is so immense. How'd he level up so quickly to 8? If only one could clear a disaster-level dungeon alone, one could level up just as swiftly. He is even more handsome than I envisioned. I truly wish to be his girlfriend. You are dreaming. Bai Yi is mine. It remains uncertain whether the esteemed Bai Yi will establish a guild. Given his prowess, a mere call to arms would undoubtedly attract numerous followers. However, it seems improbable. He lacks the grand vision akin to that of a great leader. The establishment of a guild, in his case, might serve only to hinder progress. As a flash of light illuminated the scene, Su Mubai's figure emerged before the portal to the dungeon. Players nearby gasped in astonishment, their reactions a mixture of awe, envy, and a hint of bitterness. Yet, none dared to approach too closely. The successive system announcements vividly showcased Su Mubai's formidable strength. Although death in the novice village does not incur a loss of life, the penalties of demotion and pain are very much real. No one truly comprehends Su Mubai's temperament. Provoking him could result in an inexplicable demise, a consequence that would certainly outweigh any potential gains. Bai Yi, at last, you have emerged, a voice resonated, belonging to one of the wealthy elite. Su Mubai turned his gaze, a slight smile gracing his lips. The arrival of one willing to offer riches was indeed fortuitous. Chapter 28. It seems your funds are insufficient. No wonder the affluent team, rich beyond measure, hesitated to enter the dungeon. They were evidently awaiting the arrival of the esteemed Bai Yi. With these 2 titans joining forces, it appears that the first clear of the difficulty level by the Dominance Guild may soon slip away. However, one must ponder, given that the ambitious Dominance has been delving into the dungeon for quite some time, can rich beyond measure truly catch up? Is there a possibility that their objective lies within the realm of the nightmarish difficulty? As the players observed the interaction between the universally recognized strongest and wealthiest individuals of the novice village, a buzz of conversation erupted around them. You have been waiting for me? Su Mubai raised an eyebrow. Rich beyond measure waved his hand dismissively, chuckling, not for long. He then glanced at the increasing throng of players surrounding the dungeon entrance, his brow furrowing slightly. Shall we find a different location for our transaction? No need, Su Mubai replied, summoning 10 skeletal warriors with a wave of his hand, thereby clearing a space beside the dungeon portal. This will suffice. I am pressed for time. Gulp. The moment the skeletal warriors materialized, a collective gasp resonated through the crowd. All present were left in awe. Many rubbed their eyes in disbelief, staring at the sudden appearance of the towering skeletons. Almost immediately, everyone, including Maple Leaf Whispering, regarded Mubai with a mixture of astonishment and reverence, as if he were a monster. Although they could not discern the precise attributes of the skeletal warriors, they could see their health bars, 6-digit figures. Had he summoned 10 bosses? The impact of the 10 skeletal warriors was no less staggering than the previous region-wide announcement. This revelation reinforced the players' understanding that the world of 10,000 realms is a realm of authenticity. The disparities in player capabilities mirrored the inequalities present in the real world. While some lost their resolve, a greater multitude yearned to grow stronger. The latter group swiftly formed parties and ventured into the dungeon. A lack of exceptional talent did not equate to an inability to become a top-tier expert. The game abounds with opportunities. Even without high-tier talent, one could still seize the chance to alter their fate. Bai, your strength is truly formidable, Rich beyond measure remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Mubai, his expression betraying a sense of certainty that the latter's talent must be of the SSS caliber. Otherwise, such prowess would be unimaginable. Yet, a hint of confusion flickered within Rich beyond measure's mind. How could 2 players with SSS-level talent emerge from the humble novice village of 9,527? Was there something extraordinary about this place? It was only natural for him to speculate. Who could have anticipated that Mubai's talent was a glitch-induced anomaly? Originally, he had merely possessed an S-level talent. The sole true SSS-level talent player in the 9527 novice village was Rich beyond measure himself. If one were to speak of uniqueness, the number of S-level talent players in the 9527 novice village was indeed considerable. With Mubai included, there were precisely 4. Your talent is what truly invokes envy. Mubai smiled, his memories of the SSS-level talent, God of Wealth, vividly recalled. If this contraption were to be complemented by one's own ascension, it would be utterly invincible. However, Mubai harbored no intention of forming a team. In his view, as long as the mechanism of free advancement exists, no matter how wealthy one might be, all riches would ultimately find their way into his coffers. The 2 individuals, each with their own thoughts, exchanged knowing smiles. Mubai, direct and forthright, inquired, I possess quite an abundance of items. Are you certain you can handle them all? Rest assured, it is absolutely no problem, replied Rich beyond measure, confidence radiating from his demeanor. He was left with nothing but money. Let's commence without delay. Mubai, non-committal, retrieved an assortment of equipment and skills from his backpack. These were merely the spoils he had acquired from lowly creatures. Following the utilization of disaster, what he possessed amounted to mere black iron and bronze-grade equipment, alongside D-grade skill books. Nevertheless, for Rich beyond measure, these were invaluable treasures at this stage. Upon reviewing the specifics of the equipment and skill books, Rich beyond measure comprehended that his counterpart undoubtedly had more valuable items yet to be revealed. However, he refrained from further commentary, simply stating, Brother Bai, name your price. I shall acquire it all. The current 5-man team was merely a beginning. He aspired to establish an elite team of approximately 100. These pieces of equipment and skill books were precisely what he urgently needed. The black iron-grade equipment was priced at 5 silver coins, bronze-grade at 20 silver, and D-grade skill books at 20 gold. Mubai perused the information in the chat channel and proposed a price he deemed reasonable. The future value of black iron and bronze-grade equipment would undoubtedly rise. Yet at this moment, players possessed little currency, rendering them of lesser value. Furthermore, being low-tier equipment, they did not retain their worth, and he was disinclined to dwell on such matters. However, skill books were an entirely different story. D-grade skill books were not something the current players could easily obtain. Outside of first completions, only hell-level dungeons yielded such skill books. Unlike equipment, skills remained useful regardless of their level. Thus, although the price he set was far beyond what current players could afford, it was not exorbitant. Excellent. Rich beyond measure nodded without hesitation, directly proposing a trade to Mubai. 10 pieces of black iron-grade equipment, 6 pieces of bronze-grade equipment, and 4 D-grade skill books, totaling 81 gold and 70 silver. Haggling? Not a chance. In his eyes, forging this transaction and establishing a connection with Bai Yi was paramount. Compared to that, a few extra or fewer coins were trivial. Mubai was taken aback by Rich beyond measure straightforwardness and exchanged a surprised glance with him. The latter completed the transaction and, with a beaming smile, remarked, "Brother Bai Yi, now you must have some truly remarkable items to unveil." After all, Bai Yi was the first to conquer the disaster-level dungeon. How could he possess only this meager haul? "Indeed, I have exceptional items, but you may not be able to afford them just yet," Mubai responded, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he once again retrieved a collection of equipment from his backpack. "In terms of strength, I certainly cannot match you. However, when it comes to wealth, I was about to proclaim my riches to the world when I suddenly paused. Beside me, Aw's eyes widened in astonishment, and a gasp escaped his lips. A C-grade skill book, and so many golden tier pieces of equipment. The cotton candy and the newly joined fire element wizard, who had been struggling to rise, were rendered speechless by the shock. At present, they had not even encountered silver tier equipment, let alone golden tier. As for the C-grade skill book, it was the rarest of items at this stage. To their astonishment, Bai Yi had produced a veritable trove of these treasures. 7 pieces of golden tier equipment and 5 C-grade skill books. With such items, their chances of succeeding in the nightmare-level dungeon would significantly increase. Even Maple Leaf, usually unperturbed, found himself taken aback. Among the loot were 2 pieces of equipment and 1 skill book that he could utilize. After the initial shock, his expression shifted to something more peculiar, and he gently tugged at the wealthy one, whispering, "It seems your funds are indeed insufficient." The corners of wealthy one's mouth twitched, though reluctant to admit it. He acknowledged the truth in that statement. A fleeting look of embarrassment crossed his face as he gazed at Mubai, opening his mouth, yet uncertain of how to proceed. Observing this, Mubai smiled softly and waved his hand, saying, "No worries. You can take these items for now, and we can settle the remaining balance tomorrow." Players can enter into contracts through the system. So Mubai was untroubled by the prospect of the other party defaulting on payment. Upon hearing this, the faces of wealthy one and the others lit up with joy, their appreciation for Mubai soaring. Yet, Mubai's intentions extended far beyond this initial exchange. This was merely the beginning. Chapter 29. Are you certain you can surpass me in completing the quest? The gear and skill books I just acquired are merely items dropped by 2 silver-level bosses. The truly valuable treasures lie quietly within my backpack. The level 10 dark gold equipment dropped by Reggie and that skill book are certainly not for sale at this moment. Such items can only fetch a good price once I have left the novice village. However, those few pieces of level 5 golden equipment, upon their promotion, can still be sold to the affluent. Nevertheless, my aspirations extend beyond mere gold coins. Since Brother Bai Yi is so straightforward, I shall not be coy either. Name your price. Upon learning that any shortfall in funds could be settled the following day, the wealthy player regained his confidence. The weapon is priced at 30 gold coins. The plate armor at 40 gold coins, and other equipment at 20 gold coins each. The 4 skill books are 100 gold coins apiece. And as for this particular one, I took out a skill book and added, "I'll offer you a special price of 500 gold coins." So expensive? Even though the affluent player was not short on funds, he was taken aback by my quotation. Level 5 golden equipment and C-grade skill books are typically only valued at my establishment. Other players would find it impossible to muster such an amount. However, it is a matter of supply and demand. They currently require this batch of equipment and skills, leaving no room for grievances. Those familiar with gaming understand that obtaining exceptional equipment and skills early on yields a significant advantage. In due time, level 5 golden equipment will be virtually worthless. All players entered the game simultaneously, and there will be no new players in the future. While he could accept the prices for everything else, the final book was indeed rather steep. 500 gold coins? Even at a discount? Surely, this is a case of seeing me as a fool. However, the affluent player's perception shifted instantly upon reading the skill description. Resurrection, see no level requirement, active skill. can resurrect a target player in a non-combat state, reducing their death penalties by 50, excluding lifespan. Casting range is 50 meters, casting time is 5 seconds, cooldown is 60 seconds, and mana cost is 300 points. Learning requirement, Priest class. This is the resurrection skill. Even if it cannot be used in combat, it is still a resurrection. Is 500 gold coins expensive? It is, in fact, an incredible bargain. After level 5, leveling up becomes increasingly arduous, and dying results in a loss of a level. With the resurrection skill, the losses would be significantly mitigated. Marshmallow's eyes sparkled at the sight of this skill. As a priest, her status within the team would undoubtedly soar upon mastering it. The affluent player waved his hand. A total of 1080 gold coins, is it? I'll take it all. He then initiated a trade with me, placing 580 gold coins on the table. Brother Bai, I will pay 580 gold coins now, and the remaining 500 tomorrow. Is that acceptable? Buzz, a contract materialized between us, and I glanced at it before giving a slight nod. You have successfully entered into a contract with the player rich beyond measure, who has pledged to complete the subsequent transaction within 24 hours. Should there be any breach of contract, a penalty interest of 10 of the contract amount will be charged daily until the contract is fulfilled. This penalty will be directly deducted from the player's inventory, with the system retaining half as a service fee. Upon completion of the transaction, Rich Beyond Measure immediately began distributing equipment and skill books, deliberately showcasing this to Mubai to demonstrate that joining his team would undoubtedly be advantageous. Mubai regarded Rich Beyond Measure with keen interest. If memory serves correctly, the first effect of the God of Wealth talent allows one to shake the money tree once a day, randomly yielding between 1 to 999 gold coins. Does this fellow truly believe he will acquire over 500 gold coins tomorrow? It is likely the remaining 2 effects of the God of Wealth talent provide him with such confidence. Before long, everyone received equipment and skills suited to them, their excitement barely concealed. With his trademark smile, Rich Beyond Measure turned to Mubai and said, "Thank you, Brother Bai. With these items, our chances of conquering the nightmare-level foggy forest have significantly increased." "Oh, is that so?" Mubai replied, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "Are you certain you can surpass me in clearing it?" This remark caused the smiles of Rich Beyond Measure and his companions to freeze in place. One moment they were grinning, and the next, their expressions soured. How could they have overlooked this? Although Bai Yi had achieved first clears in Hell and Catastrophe levels, he could certainly secure the first clear in Nightmare level as well. How could they possibly compete for the first clear against him? Upon this realization, the expressions of Rich Beyond Measure and his companions turned grim, as if they had been played for fools. The hot-tempered difficult-to-get-out-of-bed glared at Mubai, ready to speak, but was halted by Fallen Leaves' Whisper, who shook his head. Rich Beyond Measure quickly regained his composure, gazing intently at Mubai with a forced smile. "Brother Bai, this jest is hardly amusing. Please, share your terms." The bait had been taken. Mubai had no intention of re-entering the foggy forest. He had already reached level 8, while the nightmare-level monsters and bosses were only level 7. Not only would he not gain an experience boost from being overleveled, but he would also suffer a 50 reduction in experience points. Rather than waste time in this dungeon, he preferred to focus on leveling up. Yet, he did not wish to forfeit the first clear reward of the primary soul stone. The terms were simple. All primary soul stones from the first clear reward will belong to me. Fallen Leaves' Whisper had triggered a system announcement before, so Mubai was confident they understood the significance of the soul stones. Upon hearing this, the group suddenly comprehended his true objective. In an instant, Rich Beyond Measure and his companions found themselves in a quandary. To everyone except Mubai, the primary soul stone only extended their lifespan by 30 days. The eldest among them, Rich Beyond Measure, appeared to be around 40 years old. In the short term, their need for the soul stones was not as pressing as Mubai's. However, this was, after all, an item that could enhance one's lifespan. Although one must agree to obtain the first clear rewards, if all the soul stones are to be granted solely to Mubai, what significance remains for them in achieving this first clear? Mubai naturally anticipated such a scenario, his gaze settling upon Feng Yishao Shao, and he suddenly inquired, Might I ask how many soul stones are awarded for defeating a bronze-level boss? Feng Xiao was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting Su Mubai's abrupt question. Yet she responded, too. Have they been absorbed yet? Not yet. I see. Su Mubai's eyes sparkled as he pinched his chin thoughtfully and continued. Let us negotiate further. I assure you that you will undoubtedly secure the first clear of the nightmarish misty forest, and you will even possess the capability to tackle hell-level difficulty. The condition is the inclusion of those 2 soul stones. What say you? Faced with Su Mubai's increasingly audacious proposition, both Fu Jiatianxia and Feng Xiao were not angered. Rather, they eagerly responded, deal. This was spurred by Su Mubai presenting 5 pieces of equipment. 5 level 5 dark gold grade items. Chapter 30. The Catastrophe Revisited. In the Novice Village, number 9527. Amidst the verdant expanse of the grasslands, Su Mubai reclined leisurely on the soft earth. His hands cradling the back of his head and a blade of foxtail grass nestled between his lips. The gentle breeze caressed him, stirring the fluffy clouds above, while the warm sunlight enveloped him in a serene embrace. To the untrained eye, it appeared as though Su Mubai was doing nothing at all. However, he was in fact diligently leveling up with an unparalleled efficiency that surpassed all other players. A mere distance away, 100-strong skeleton battalion rampaged through the meadow like a bulldozer, relentlessly sweeping away various wild creatures. Though their chaotic movements slightly marred the idyllic scene, they incessantly contributed to the steady increase of Su Mubai's experience points. Defeated a level 10 wild buffalo, receiving an additional 50 over-level bonus, experience points 30. Defeated a level 10 elite creature, the prairie wolf, receiving an additional 50 over-level bonus, experience points 150. Defeated a level 10 enhanced elite creature, the prairie dire wolf, receiving an additional 50 over-level bonus, experience points 450. This region was occupied by level 10 monsters, one of the few high-level outdoor maps available in the Novice Village. At every moment, wild creatures fell before the skeleton army, transforming into experience points for Su Mubai. Although the majority were ordinary monsters, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. During this phase, capable players were engaged in conquering the Misty Forest dungeon, leaving this entire high-level map for Su Mubai to monopolize. If other players were to witness this spectacle, they would undoubtedly be driven to exasperation, feeling as if they were on the verge of a breakdown. Why should they toil so hard to level up, constantly fearing being slain by wild creatures, while he lay there, effortlessly racking up experience points? Is this fair? Su Mubai remained oblivious to such thoughts. He was only aware that he was on the brink of reaching level 9. 40 skeleton warriors tirelessly drew aggro, while the remaining skeleton archers and mages unleashed their relentless assault, dispatching foes with the ease of slicing through vegetables. Before long, a golden light enveloped Su Mubai. Congratulations, Player Bai, on reaching level 9. Attributes 1, skill points 1, free attribute points 15. Just one more level, and he would be able to depart from the Novice Village. Su Mubai opened his eyes, slowly rising to a seated position, and allocated his free attribute points as usual, while choosing to reserve his skill points. This was primarily due to his lack of skills to enhance at present. The few passive skills he possessed required no points for leveling up. Death Drain feedback indicated that advancing to the next level necessitated 10 skill points, rendering any allocation pointless. The damage of the burn skill, which could be upgraded with just 1 point, was too trivial and might eventually be replaced. Consequently, Su Mubai opted to retain his skill points for the time being. He pondered the whereabouts of the appraiser, glancing at the 758 gold coins in his inventory. A frown creased his brow. After concluding his transaction with the affluent merchant, he had not proceeded directly to the grasslands, but had first returned to the Novice Village. His primary objective for returning to town was, of course, to identify his equipment. Yet, he had never anticipated that the identification shop in Novice Village No. 9527 will be closed. After inquiring with nearby shops, it was revealed that the appraiser believed no one in the Novice Village could acquire the items requiring identification. Consequently, he had ventured out for inspiration. This fellow, aside from being an appraiser, was also an artist. His destination for inspiration was none other than the verdant pastures. Thus, during Su Mubil's initial return to town, he purchased merely a few sets of well-fitting undergarments and a return scroll. As for the other items sold in the village, they held no value for him. The green pastures were vast. Who could possibly know where that man had wandered for inspiration? Su Mubil smirked, but eventually stood up, brushing off his pants. The primary reason was that the nearby wild creatures had all been wiped out by the skeleton army, and they had yet to respawn. He had no intention of moving simply to seek out the appraiser. There was always the option of identifying items after leaving the novice village. After all, they were all level 10 equipment that he couldn't even wear at present. Accumulating 500,000 experience points would require some time. From level 9 to 10, there were no dungeons available for players. To level up, one could only grind through vast hordes of monsters in the wild. Su Mubil calculated that, excluding a few elite and enhanced elite creatures, he would need to farm the wild buffalo in the green pastures several times to level up. Choosing a location with a higher density of monsters, Su Mubil laid back against a flat boulder and leisurely continued his leveling journey with his legs crossed. The Skeleton Legion swiftly engaged in battle, with 40 skeletal warriors continually drawing aggro, and not a single wild creature could breach their defenses. Yet, the pace of leveling felt somewhat sluggish. Observing the frequency of the experience bar's fluctuations, Su Mubil contemplated, and his gaze fell upon the skill Summoning Space Expansion. With sufficient funds and a considerable number of soul stones, he wondered if it was enough to promote or undergo a cataclysmic transformation. With a focused thought, he invoked Cataclysm. Target, Summoning Space Expansion. Notice, please select the promotion tier, Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Click for details. Option 1. Override the existing promotion effect. Repromote to D-level skill, Summoning Space Expansion, with no cost. Option 2. Override the existing promotion effect. Elevate to C-level skill, Summoning Space Expansion, costing 100 gold coins. Option 3. Override the existing promotion effect. Undergo a Cataclysm to B-level skill, Summoning Space Expansion, costing 20 years of lifespan. 20 years. Observing the cost required for the Cataclysm, Su Mubil winced. A B-level skill certainly wasn't worth that many years of life, but the cataclysmic traits were invaluable. Should his lifespan permit, he would undoubtedly opt for the Cataclysm. After silently calculating his soul stones, Su Mubil's eyes brightened. It appeared he had enough. Along with the 2 he had exchanged from Fengye Xiao, he now possessed a total of 64 soul stones. After the free promotion, 1 intermediate soul stone added 120 days to his lifespan, so 64 stones amounted to 680 days, just exceeding 21 years. Although the level of the skill, Summoning Space Expansion, was not high, its enhancement would significantly benefit Su Mubil. Without further ado, he absorbed all the soul stones, extending his lifespan to just under 22 years. As the life energy from 64 intermediate soul stones coursed through his body, Su Mubai felt an unmistakable wave of refreshment. Unable to suppress a soft, contented hum, this sensation was, indeed, 1,000 times more exhilarating than any fleeting moment he had experienced before. The euphoria of enhanced longevity was truly intoxicating. With a sigh of wonder, Su Mubai made a decisive choice. Cataclysmic Transformation, Stage 3. Prompt. Do you confirm the consumption of 20 years of lifespan, overriding previous enhancement effects, and upgrading the skill summoning space to a higher tier? Confirmed. Just as he was beginning to savor his newfound vitality, it swiftly faded away. Prompt. You have lost 20 years of lifespan. Lifespan. Less than 2 years. Your E-rank skill summoning space has been successfully upgraded to B-rank skill summoning space expansion. Chapter 31. The Beginner's Skill Book, A Sudden Occurrence. Summoning Space Expansion, B, Passive Skill, No Level, Summoning Space 8. Even after ascending to B rank, the description of Summoning Space Expansion remains succinct and clear. The 2-tier enhancement merely adds 8 summoning spaces. However, for Su Mubai, this enhancement is nothing short of extraordinary. Firstly, due to the cataclysmic trait of his profession, the skill effect doubles, transforming 8 into 16. Following this, with the support of Death Summoning, Su Mubai's summoning space limit skyrockets to a staggering figure. Summoning space, 100-340. But that is not the end. What intrigues Su Mubai even more are the additional cataclysmic traits. Cataclysmic traits. 1. The controllable range of summoned creatures increases to 500. 2. Upon the death of your summoned creatures, they can be resurrected when the summoning space is full, with each individual creature able to trigger this once per hour. This marks the third time Su Mubai has encountered the cataclysmic traits, and once again, he is left astonished. Each trait is nothing short of extraordinary. The first trait extends his control over skeletons to an impressive radius of 500 meters. In terms of coverage, this is not a 5-fold increase, but rather a staggering 25-fold. The second trait effectively augments the number of Su Mubai's skeletal army. With this cataclysmic trait, he need not fear the specific area of effect fatal skills of certain bosses. Even if he were to lose all his skeletons at once, he could immediately open the summoning space and replenish his forces in an instant. Unless a considerable number of skeletons perish within an hour, his combat prowess remains unaffected. This significantly accelerates his leveling speed. A glimmer of joy sparkles in Su Mubai's eyes as he brandishes his wand to summon skeletons. A pale, gray vortex opens, and 6 skeletal warriors step forth. Moving in perfect unison, draw aggro and farm. Inform me once you locate a human, Su Mubai commands. Upon receiving his orders, the soul fire within the eye sockets of the skeletal warriors flickers as they brandish their massive swords and join the outer ranks of the farming army. With the expanded control range, the operational territory of the skeletal army broadens significantly, allowing Su Mubai to remain in place for the time being. He continuously waves his wand, successfully summoning 6 advanced skeletons each time. After employing Death Drain feedback 3 times, consuming 75 points of death energy to restore his mana, he finally fills his summoning space. This time, he refrains from following a 4-3 summoning ratio, as too many skeletal warriors would hinder his performance against the boss. Ultimately, Su Mubai summons 100 skeletal warriors, distributing the remaining 240 spaces evenly between skeletal archers and skeletal mages. After advancing Death Drain feedback to SS level, its maximum casting range also extends to 100 meters, while Su Mubai can utilize it up to 200 meters. He can remain stationary, drawing death energy from the corpses of distant wild creatures. The single target capacity reaches as high as 20. However, the death energy provided by these ordinary creatures is rather limited. You have successfully extracted 2 points of death energy from the corpses of 20 ordinary wild bull monsters. Additionally, you have garnered another 2 points from 18 ordinary wild bulls and 2 elite prairie wolves. Aside from the bosses, both elite and enhanced elite monsters yield death energy points equivalent to those of common creatures. However, corpses are plentiful here. Su Mubai extracts energy every 30 seconds, quickly replenishing his reserves. Following this, he enters a monotonous phase of lying down to level up. Every 10 minutes or so, 2 skeletons arrive to present the items dropped by the wild monsters. Su Mubai, indifferent to these trifles, promptly upgrades them and stows them away in his backpack to gather dust. According to the information in his mind, the novice village is located in an imperial city that boasts an auction house. Eventually, he plans to list everything there, which promises to yield a substantial profit. A legion of 340 skeletons, endowed with extraordinary attributes, launches a devastating assault on the wild creatures of the verdant plains. Even the bosses, confronted by Su Mubai's skeletal army, are unable to stir a ripple. Upon defeating the level 10 Black Iron boss, the Bull Chief, an additional 50 experience bonus is awarded, amounting to 1950 experience points. Similarly, the level 10 Bronze boss, the Prairie Wolf Leader, grants an extra 50 experience bonus, yielding 6,000 experience points. The equipment and skill books dropped by these 2 bosses are rather mundane and lack items needed by necromancers. However, one particular book catches Su Mubai's eye. Beginner Skill Book. Using this will increase 1 skill point. Is this item exclusively dropped by outdoor bosses? After receiving the Beginner Skill Book from the Skeletal Archer, Su Mubai contemplates and soon grasped the situation. If dungeon bosses also dropped such items, their value would diminish significantly, given that ordinary difficulty dungeons can be repeated numerous times each day. In contrast, outdoor bosses are rare and sought after. This beginner skill book was dropped by the bronze level Prairie Wolf leader, suggesting it is the minimum requirement. Mubai picks up the skill book, and with a thought, he invokes its potential. Cataclysm. Target. Beginner skill book. Prompt. Please choose the promotion tier. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Click to view details. Option 1. Promote to intermediate skill book. No cost. Option 2. Transcend to advanced skill book. Cost 2,000 gold coins. Option 3. Cataclysm to perfect skill book. Cost 1,000 years of lifespan. Wait, does this thing really consume so much? The costs associated with enhancing the beginner skill book genuinely astonish Mubai, particularly the perfect skill book, which astonishingly requires the sacrifice of 1,000 years of life. How many skill points would one need to offset such an expense? Though curiosity piques his interest, Mubai finds himself unable to afford it. Shaking his head, he decisively chooses to promote. Upon confirmation, the book in hand transformed into a more exquisite version. You have acquired a mid-level skill book 1. Mid-level skill book. Upon usage, it grants an additional 5 skill points. After a fortunate acquisition, its effect was instantly amplified 5-fold. In the next moment, the skill book radiated a golden light, merging into Mubai's mind. You have used mid-level skill book 1. Skill points 5. Current available skill points 6. Still insufficient for leveling up. Death extraction feedback. Mubai closed the panel, continuing to relish the exhilarating surge of experience points. However, the feedback resonating in his mind compelled him to rise. A skeletal warrior conveyed a message that he had encountered the human Mubai referred to. At this stage, it was unlikely that any players would venture here. Thus, this human was likely the appraiser from the novice village 9527. Well, long distance to travel. What could possibly be captivating in this desolate place? Sensing the direction of the skeletal warrior, Mubai curled his lip and turned to walk towards it. It was nearly at the edge of his controllable range. After just a couple of steps, Mubai's pace abruptly halted, a grave expression overtaking his features. Notification. Your skeletal warrior has perished. Notification. Catastrophic trait triggered. Your skeletal warrior has fully revived in the summoning space. This skeletal warrior cannot trigger the revival effect again within 60 minutes. Chapter 32. The peculiar appraiser was unexpectedly defeated. Mubai's pupils contracted sharply. In the blink of an eye, the skeletal warrior's health bar, which had been nearly full just moments ago, was abruptly emptied. How could such a staggering level of damage manifest in a novice village? Equipped with Dylan's crystal ball, his mental attribute had soared to an impressive 196 points. Coupled with the enhancement from the aura of the undead, the skeletal warrior's health had reached a terrifying figure exceeding 150,000. Such vitality was so effortlessly obliterated, although he did not witness the demise of the skeletal warrior. The feedback resonating in his mind made it abundantly clear that the skeletal warrior had stood no chance of retaliation upon its death. Could an appraiser possess such formidable strength? A flicker of astonishment crossed Mubai's eyes, leading him to question whether this individual was indeed the appraiser he sought. He halted his steps, refraining from advancing further. Who could discern whether those ahead were friend or foe? Previously, there had been instances in the dungeon where the protection of the novice village had failed. What if it happened again? The opponent's ability to annihilate a skeletal warrior rendered the size of his legion irrelevant. At that moment, Mubai felt a pang of regret for having acquired the skill, Cataclysm, summoning space expansion. If only his remaining lifespan exceeded a decade, he would not feel so hesitant. The sudden demise of the skeletal warrior rang alarm bells in Mubai's mind. This unforeseen circumstance felt like a heavy hammer striking his heart, deflating his increasingly inflated ego. He suddenly realized that being invincible at the player level did not equate to being invincible in the myriad realms of the game. In the sacred Forbidden Land alone, there existed numerous NPCs capable of extinguishing his life with ease. With this thought, Mubai decisively turned and headed in the opposite direction. Concurrently, under his command, The skeletal legion began to swiftly distance itself from that coordinate. Henceforth, he must ensure that he retains a lifespan of over 10 years. With lingering trepidation, Mubai made a silent vow. The cataclysm talent was indeed extraordinarily powerful, yet first and foremost, he must ensure his survival. The soul stones he acquired next would have to be utilized to replenish his lifespan. As for enhancing equipment and skills, he could afford to postpone those pursuits. After all, life is of paramount importance. However, Murphy's Law taught Mubai a lesson. The more he wished to avoid an encounter, the more inevitable it became. No sooner had he turned away than a languid voice reached his ears. "Kid, not bad. You've managed to summon so many broken bones." Mubai paused in his tracks, not out of desire to stop, but because the individual had already intercepted him. Before him stood a silver-haired, middle-aged man, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, clad in a tattered silver robe adorned with a pattern of an eye formed by runes on his chest. Was he truly the appraiser? Mubai recognized the insignia from the appraiser's shop, having seen it before, yet he had not anticipated such a flamboyant entrance. Which novice village appraiser could fly? Moments ago, this fellow approached with an air of arrogance, and before he could finish his words, he had already positioned himself before Mubai. "I rarely find myself in high spirits, taking a leisurely stroll, only to have my mood spoiled by your insolence." The middle-aged man glared at Mubai before continuing. "Now, let us discuss how you intend to compensate me. Is it not a robbery I have fallen victim to?" Mubai was taken aback for a moment, then tentatively suggested, "How about monetary compensation?" As he spoke, he produced 100 gold coins from his backpack. "Do you think I am in need of such paltry sums?" The man scoffed, and without any visible action, the 100 coins vanished without a trace. Mubai felt a sudden lightness in his hand and glanced at the tattered robe adorning the man, his lips twitching in amusement. How ironic. It was as if he had poverty inscribed upon his forehead. Nevertheless, after the man accepted the gold, Mubai sighed in relief. Losing money was certainly preferable to losing one's life. He felt an increasing yearning for the preservation of his existence. What sort of gaze is that? The middle-aged man followed Mubai's line of sight to his own robe, his face flushing with embarrassment. "This was damaged during my creative endeavors. I truly am not in need of your money." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the robe instantly transformed, revealing a brand new garment. Noticing the apparent lack of hostility from the man, Mubai took the opportunity to scrutinize him closely. Huaijin, number 9527, novice village appraiser and painter. Level: health points. A worthy appraiser should not aspire to be a painter, nor a good swordsman. The scant information gleaned left Mubai pondering the possibility of a swordsman identity intertwined with his role as an appraiser. "I am not unreasonable. I shall accept 100 gold coins, and this painting is yours as a gift." As he spoke, Huaijin conjured a canvas and casually extracted the top painting, offering it to Mubai. "My creations are not available to just anyone. Consider yourself fortunate. Is there something to gain?" Mubai hastily accepted the scroll. "You have received Huaijin's painting 1. However, merely glancing at it, he dared not look again, promptly stowing it away in his backpack. Mubai feared that if he continued to gaze, he would be unable to suppress his laughter. Goodness, even a 3-year-old could produce a better piece. Why not take a moment to appreciate it? Huaijin frowned at his reaction. "Surely you can appreciate my depiction of a wolf pouncing on a cow." "Dear sir, you misunderstand. I intend to savor it gradually. One must cultivate a calm mind to truly appreciate the artist's intent during creation." Mubai forced back his mirth, uttering disingenuous flattery. Appreciate it? He wished never to lay eyes upon such a piece again. It was utterly excruciating. "Ha ha, you are quite perceptive, my friend. Today, I find myself in good spirits. Do you have anything in need of appraisal? Present it, and I shall evaluate it for free." In truth, this was merely a casual remark on his part. Only equipment of dark gold grade or above requires identification. Even if this lad possesses such strength, it is impossible for him to acquire such high-tier items in the novice village. Really? Mubai's eyes brightened, surprised to discover such a fortunate opportunity. Without hesitation, he retrieved the 4 pieces of level 10 dark gold equipment dropped by Reggie. At this moment, Huaijian had already withdrawn his hand and continued. If there aren't any. Just then, his eyes widened in astonishment as he snatched the equipment from Su Mubai's grasp. No way, you actually have them? Let me see. So is the little green-skinned skeleton from the Misty Forest? Gazing at the 4 pieces of equipment, Huaijian suddenly realized, and he scrutinized Su Mubai closely. Quite impressive, both in skill and luck. Shifting his gaze away, Huaijian's hand shimmered with silver light as he gently swept over the 4 items, muttering incantations. Su Mubai initially thought it was a spell for identification, but upon closer inspection, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Identifying 4 pieces of equipment for 100 gold coins? I'm really a loss this time. Chapter 33. The Bone Armor and the Necklace of the Dead. Amidst Huaijian's murmurs, the shadow boots erupted with a resplendent dark golden glow. Gradually, the entire pair of boots appeared to be shrouded in a veil of shadows, rendering them somewhat ethereal. Ordinarily, such an exquisite piece of equipment would cost a mere 100 gold coins. With a wave of his hand, Huaijian summoned the shadow boots into Su Mubai's grasp. Shadow boots, type, footwear armor type, plate level, 10 rarity, dark gold durability, 200 equipment requirements, strength 80. Constitution 50 physical defense, 75 magical defense, 50 health, 800 strength, 20 constitution, 20 agility, 10 movement speed, 10 attached skill, shadow step, vanish into the shadows. Increasing movement speed by 60 and reducing damage taken by 10 for 30 seconds. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Wearing it automatically grants the skill Ghostly Dance. Truly deserving of its status as a level 10 dark gold piece, the attributes are indisputable. Alas, as it is a piece of plate armor, Su Mubai is unable to don it. These 2 pieces of equipment boast commendable attributes and form a minor set. As Su Mubai examined the properties of the shadow boots, Huaijian's voice resonated again as he identified 2 additional items. Bone Heavy Armor, type, chest armor type, plate level, 10 upgradable, 3 rarity, dark gold durability, 200 equipment requirements, strength 100, constitution 80 physical defense, 180 magical defense, 120 health, 1200 strength, 25 constitution, 25 physical damage reduction, 100 points melee damage reflection, 100 points attached skill, bone armor, summon skeletal forces to arm oneself. Enhancing the damage reduction and reflection effects of the bone heavy armor by 300 for 30 seconds. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Bone set, 1-2 set effect, attack power 10. Physical defense 10, not activated. The exposed bone spikes leave enemies with no means of attack. The bone heavy armor includes an upgradable attribute, allowing players to collect sufficient materials to seek a blacksmith for enhancement. Each upgrade elevates the equipment's level by 5. Thus, this extraordinary dark gold armor can ascend to level 25, simultaneously equipping both the bone heavy armor and the bone heavy sword. Activates the set effect. Bone heavy sword, type, 2-handed sword level, 10 upgradable, 3 rarity, dark gold durability, 200 equipment requirements, strength 120 attack power, 288 strength, 50 attack includes 30 splash damage. Attached skill, power strike. Attacking has a certain chance to trigger triple damage. Bone set, 1-2, violence is the ultimate aesthetic. The attributes of this heavy sword may be singular, yet they are formidable. With an impressive attack power of 288 and an additional 50 points in strength, it undoubtedly offers a significant enhancement for a level 10 player. Moreover, it boasts a 30 splatter effect and the powerful passive ability of Strong Strike, undeniably classifying it as a rare and exquisite piece of equipment. Su Mubai could already envision the uproar these 3 items would incite at the auction house once he exited the novice village. This is without considering the enhanced attributes. Once he employs Cataclysm, for free, these would become 3 pieces of epic grade gear. However, Su Mubai did not hasten to promote them, planning instead to assess the situation after leaving the novice village. The decision to upgrade would depend on the financial capabilities of other players. In this regard, Su Mubai placed his hopes on the wealthy and ambitious guilds. The former speaks for itself, while the latter's talents can swiftly assemble a vast guild, likely accumulating significant funds as well. Take this. This piece of equipment suits you well. Wanjie stretched lazily and tossed the last item to Mubai. It was a necklace made of tiny white bones, with a pendant shaped like a miniature skull. Necklace of the deceased. Necklace accessory level 10 dark gold grade item durability 200 equipment requirements. Spirit 100 spell power 80 health 500 mana 1000 spirit 30 constitution 10 agility 10 attack inflicts a curse effect, reducing the target's dual defenses by 100 points. Summon creatures can also trigger this. Attach skill. Deceased reduces the impact of fear-based negative states on you by 50. The dead fear nothing. At last, he had acquired a usable piece of extraordinary equipment. Although it was not upgradable, the attributes of the necklace of the deceased were commendable. Mubai's eyes sparkled, and he discreetly stowed the necklace in his backpack. He certainly intended to take advantage of this, but only after Wanjie departed. The NPCs in the Wanjie game were real individuals, and Mubai did not wish to reveal his ability to upgrade equipment in front of him. All right. To obtain 4 pieces of dark gold grade equipment here is quite fortunate for you, Wanjie remarked as he prepared to turn away. Keep an eye on that pile of broken bones and don't disturb my gathering anymore. Seeing this, Mubai quickly called out, Senior, wait a moment. What? Do you still have dark gold grade equipment that needs appraisal? Wanjie glanced at Mubai, a fleeting look of regret crossing his face. Damn it. He shouldn't have agreed to appraise this brat-ass items for free. What a loss. Hand it over. I keep my word. I'll appraise everything for you today for free. There are no more dark gold grade items. I told you. How could there be so many dark gold grade items in this shabby place? Wanjie laughed at this. Since there are no items, what do you want? Speak quickly. Don't delay my gathering. Although there are no dark gold grade items, there is still one piece that requires appraisal. Mubai sheepishly scratched the back of his head and retrieved a robe from his backpack. Not dark gold grade. Then what is there to appraise? Although Lousy is merely a part-time appraiser, he possesses an understanding that anything below the dark gold tier. At this point, Wanjie suddenly fell silent. He seized the robe and scrutinized it closely before raising his gaze to Mubai, regarding him as one would a creature from a different realm. His tone filled with astonishment. Could it be that this wretched place harbors epic-grade equipment? What Mubai had just presented was none other than the reward for being the first to conquer a disaster-level dungeon, the Robe of the Whispering Dead. Had it not been for the triggering of the Blue Star Region announcement, such an item would have been utterly inconceivable in a novice village. What splendid fortune! Mubai chuckled, his face alight with anticipation as he looked at Wanjie. Senior, this one is also free to appraise, correct? From Wanjie's previous mutterings, it was evident that the cost of appraising equipment was not insignificant. Dark gold equipment commanded a fee of 100 gold coins. Surely, the epic grade would exceed 1,000? Naturally, Mubai was keen to seize the opportunity to save a considerable sum. If I say it's free, then I certainly won't charge you, Wanjie replied. Upon hearing this, Mubai's expression brightened. Yet, in the next moment his smile froze. Wanjie tossed the robe back, chuckling. Unfortunately, my appraisal skills are too rudimentary to evaluate this item. Mubai was utterly dumbfounded. So, you can only appraise dark gold tier equipment? Is it not unreasonable that you, a mere part-timer in the novice village, cannot assess epic grade gear? Wanjie regarded Mubai with an expression of indifference. Shrugging his shoulders, a sudden realization struck Mubai, and he found himself at a loss for words, feeling that Wanjie's reasoning was, indeed, quite sound. Observing Mubai's slightly disappointed countenance, Wanjie pondered for a moment before speaking. Young man, would you be interested in learning the art of appraisal? Chapter 34. Senior, please wait. Such a delightful opportunity exists. Upon hearing this, Mubai's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he promptly nodded, exclaiming, I want to learn. Once he masters the art of appraisal, he would undoubtedly be able to identify epic-level equipment without any assistance. No longer would he need to rely on others. However, the instruction comes at a cost. Wanjie raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded Mubai. How much? Su Mubai glanced at the 658 gold coins in his backpack, his confidence wavering slightly. Identifying a piece of dark gold equipment required 100 gold coins. How much would learning the appraisal skill entail? Huaijian slowly raised his palm and opened it. 500? Su Mubai ventured tentatively, harboring little hope. Players could have a primary profession and one secondary profession, such as blacksmith, alchemist, tailor, etc. The appraiser is also a secondary profession, yet it is categorized as a hidden vocation. While he doubted it would be that inexpensive, his funds were limited, and any more would be beyond his reach. To his surprise, Huaijian nodded affirmatively. Indeed, 500. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he revealed a coin inscribed with ancient runes. Continuing, however, this is not an ordinary gold coin, but rather this ancient gold coin. Ancient gold coin. The first batch ever minted, it has sea circulation and holds no monetary value. However, in the eyes of certain collectors of ancient currency, its worth far surpasses that of ordinary gold coins. Once you have collected 500 ancient gold coins, reach out to me, and I shall impart the art of appraisal to you, Huaijian declared as he prepared to turn away. Best not to disturb me while I am gathering inspiration. Notification: Huaijian has added you as a friend. You have accepted the hidden quest to collect ancient gold coins. Quest details: collect 500 ancient gold coins for Huaijian. Quest reward: acquire the secondary profession skill, basic appraisal. A series of system notifications echoed in Su Mubai's ears, snapping him back to reality. Ancient gold coins? This concept felt oddly familiar. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he quickly opened his backpack, his eyes landing on the ancient copper coin in the first slot. Ancient copper coin. A discontinued copper coin, its value uncertain, but it should equate to 10 copper coins in the eyes of certain collectors of ancient currency. What do they say? When one seeks, they often find without effort. The copper coin had transformed into an ancient copper coin. Thus, the gold coin would naturally upgrade into an ancient gold coin. Watching Huaijian's departing figure, a flicker of joy crossed Su Mubai's eyes, and he hastily called out, "Senior, please wait." Simultaneously, he focused his thoughts. Cataclysm. Target: 500 gold coins in the backpack. Level up. You have acquired 500 ancient gold coins. In the next moment, an ancient gold coin identical to the one Huaijian had just produced appeared in Su Mubai's backpack, marked with a 500 in the lower right corner. What are you up to now? Do you truly think? Huaijian turned back, his voice trailing off in astonishment. In the next moment, he instantly appeared before Su Mubai, seizing the ancient coins he held in his hands and examining them with keen scrutiny. No, I. After confirming that all of these were indeed ancient coins, Huaijian found himself somewhat at a loss for words. Painting and collecting ancient coins were his two greatest passions. Although these items were not particularly valuable, their quantity was indeed scarce. How could this lad possibly produce 500 of them all at once, especially in this shabby novice village? Su Mubai handed over all 500 ancient coins with a slight smile. "Senior, can you now teach me the art of appraisal?" Huaijian pocketed the ancient coins and, for the first time, scrutinized the young man before him. While he could fathom the emergence of epic-level equipment, the presence of ancient coins was certainly beyond the realm of a novice village. However, Huaijian refrained from inquiring how Su Mubai had acquired them, instead casting a meaningful glance at him. "You truly have surprised me, young man. Take them. You have completed the hidden quest to collect ancient coins and obtain the skill book for basic appraisal." This time, Huaijian did not linger, but took a step forward and soared into the air, leaving behind a parting remark. "Kid, contact me when you have amassed 10,000 ancient coins. I will then have a surprise for you as well. You have accepted the hidden quest to collect ancient coins too. Quest objective: collect 10,000 ancient coins for Huaijian. Quest reward: unknown." In the blink of an eye, Huaijian's figure vanished from Su Mubai's sight. Perhaps he had recalled some urgent matter, for even the wind seemed to cease. Glancing at Huaijian's avatar in his friend list, Su Mubai smiled faintly. It seemed he had established a connection with the locals. He had a vague feeling that Huaijian was no ordinary individual. Whether it was his ability to soar through the air or to effortlessly vanquish skeletal warriors, it was evident that Huaijian possessed formidable strength. How could such a person merely be a part-time appraiser in Novice Village 9527? One could not help but wonder when he might attain such prowess. Shaking his head with a smile, Mubai picked up the basic appraisal book, his mind focused. Cataclysm. Target, basic appraisal. Hint, please select the promotion tier. First tier, second tier, third tier. Click to view details. Option 1, promote to intermediate appraisal, no cost. Option 2, ascend to advanced appraisal, cost 50,000 coins. Option 3, cataclysm to master level appraisal, cost 500 years of lifespan. He chose to promote to the first tier. You have acquired intermediate appraisal. Intermediate appraisal. Upon learning, you gain the sub-profession of intermediate appraiser. After the promotion, the silver eyes depicted in the book appeared considerably more intricate. Without hesitation, Mubai proceeded to learn it. In the next instant, the book in his hand transformed into a beam of silver light, merging into his forehead. Congratulations, you have transitioned to the hidden sub-profession of intermediate appraiser. You have learned a new skill, intermediate appraisal. With the acquisition of this sub-profession, Mubai's secondary panel became available. Secondary profession panel, player, Bai, secondary profession, intermediate appraiser, skill, intermediate appraisal 0-10,000. As skill proficiency increases, the success rate of appraisal will slightly improve. Dark gold item appraisal success rate, 60 epic item appraisal success rate, 10 casting time, 5 seconds, cooldown time, 60 seconds. Mana cost, 1,000 points. Secondary profession skills do not occupy the player's skill slots. Mubai took out the robe of Whispering Dead and began the appraisal directly. A hum resonated as his palm glowed with a silver light, gradually enveloping the robe of Whispering Dead. After 5 seconds, the system notification sounded. Notification, appraisal failed. The failure was anticipated. Mubai remained unperturbed, as he did not need to exert himself for his level up. With the verdant pastures of Wanjie, now a distant memory, it had entirely transformed into Mubai's private garden. The skeleton army toiled within a 500-meter radius, while Mubai reclined on the previous boulder. After a minute of quiet contemplation, he once again employed his appraisal skill on the robe of Whispering Dead. Chapter 35. The Necklace of the Undead Will and the Robe of the Death Speaker. Defeating a level 10 buffalo grants an additional 50 bonus for exceeding the level, earning 30 experience points. Defeating a level 10 elite creature, the prairie wolf, grants an additional 50 bonus for exceeding the level, earning 150 experience points. Defeating a level 10 enhanced elite creature, the prairie dire wolf, grants an additional 50 bonus for exceeding the level, earning 450 experience points. The Skeletal Legion toiled tirelessly, and Mubai's experience bar steadily advanced, drawing him ever closer to level 10. After 4 consecutive attempts at identification, he had expended a total of 4,000 mana points, yet success eluded him. This wretched identification skill, Mubai lamented. Nevertheless, he understood that with only a 10 chance of success, achieving identification was not an easy feat, especially without any safety net. As he awaited the cooldown of his skill, Mubai withdrew the Necklace of the Undead. With a thought, he initiated the upgrade. Cataclysm. Target, Necklace of the Undead. Prompt, please select the promotion tier, Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Click to view details. He chose to promote to Tier 1, not even bothering to check the details, as he knew he could not afford anything other than a free upgrade. You have acquired the epic item, Necklace of the Undead Will. Necklace of the Undead Will. Type, necklace level, 10 to 60, scales with player level, increasing every 5 levels, up to a maximum of level 60. Rarity, epic, durability, 500 equipment requirement, spirit 150 base attributes, level 10, spell power 120, health 800, mana 1500, spirit 50, constitution 15, agility 15 modifiers. 1. Spell power increased by 10. 2. Attack inflicts multiple curse effects, reducing the target's dual defenses by 10, attack speed by 10, casting speed by 10, and movement speed by 10. Summoned creatures can also trigger this effect. Skill, Will of the Undead passive effect. The effects of charm, fear, and hypnosis negative states are reduced by 80. Active effect. Removes one instance of charm, fear, or hypnosis negative state affecting you, and grants immunity to these 3 types of negative states for the next 5 seconds. Instant cast. Cooldown time, 120 seconds. The will of the undead is unyielding. The strength of an epic item is astonishing. One wonders how formidable legendary and mythical items must be. Seeing the full attributes of an epic item for the first time, even Mubai could not help but marvel. From dark gold to epic, although it was merely a tier increase, the overall potency had more than doubled, while the increase in base attributes was only half. The enhancements to modifiers and skills were substantial. With only 50 experience remaining, Mubai glanced at his experience bar and placed the necklace of the undead will back into his inventory. This equipment required a minimum level of 10, which he could not yet equip. However, given the Skeletal Legion's rate of monster spawning, it would not be long before he could. As the cooldown for his identification skill concluded, Mubai prepared to attempt the identification of the robe of the Death Speaker. Once more, after examining the attributes of the Necromancer's wool necklace, his anticipation for his first complete legendary-grade equipment grew immensely. Although Dylan's crystal ball is also a legendary-grade item, it remains sealed. Identification failed again. Identification failed. With a mere 10 success rate, Mubai exhausted his mana without achieving success. Had he inadvertently drained his luck through a glitch? Furrowing his brow, he consumed death energy to restore his mana and, after a minute, attempted the identification spell on the robe once more. This time, he distinctly sensed a difference. A silvery glow emanated from his palm as it glided over, and the robe gradually illuminated. Buzzing the next moment, the robe erupted with a tricolored radiance, causing the surrounding magical elements to tremble slightly. Successfully identified an epic item. Identification skill proficiency 10. A mere 10 points. The advancement of this identification skill truly proved to be a formidable challenge. 1,000 points of proficiency means he must successfully identify 1,000 epic items to upgrade to advanced identification. Mubai estimated that identifying dark gold grade equipment would only yield an increase of 1 point in proficiency. However, he had no intention of relying on proficiency to elevate this skill. Wouldn't it be more advantageous to acquire it for free? In the future, once he obtains a book on intermediate identification, he could directly attain advanced identification without cost. As for spending 50,000 gold to enhance, was he made of money? Recollecting his thoughts, Mubai refrained from directly examining the robe's attributes, instead focusing his mind. Cataclysm. Target. Whispering Dead Robe. Prompt. Please select the promotion tier. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Click to view details promoting to Tier 1. You have acquired the legendary item Whisper S Robe. The multicolored brilliance flickered momentarily. His first complete legendary grade equipment was now in his grasp. Whisper S Robe. Upper garment cloth armor level, 10 to 120 legendary item durability, 1,000 equipment requirement. Necromancer class, Spirit 300. Base attributes, level 10, physical defense, 150 magic defense, 300 health, 1,500 mana, 3,000 all attributes, 50 affixes. 1. Spirit 10-2. All elemental resistance 10-3. Mana recovery speed increased by 100. Skills 1. Undead Guardian. Passive skill, grant a shield equivalent to 300 of your health. Reset every 30 minutes. 2. Whisper of the Undead. Active skill, upon activation, increases casting speed by 30 and enables dual casting for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. You are not hallucinating. This indeed is the Whisper of the Undead. Dual casting? Mubai gazed at the Whisper of the Undead skill, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Does this imply the ability to use 2 skills simultaneously? As for Undead Guardian, he dismissed it entirely. For other necromancers, this passive ability may indeed be advantageous. Yet for him, it merely translates to a shield that resets every 30 minutes, providing a mere 3 points. What good is that? It pales in comparison to a single instance of life sharing. Nevertheless, the robes of the necromancer remain formidable overall. The complete attributes of this legendary equipment have not disappointed Mubai. However, the requirements for wearing it are rather steep. While it can be donned at a minimum level of 10, it necessitates a mental attribute of 300 points. This figure is one that the vast majority of players at level 20 may struggle to attain. Even Mubai, at this moment, possesses only 196 points in his mental attribute. Yet, he harbors no significant concern. After equipping a set of level 10 gear, he will easily meet the requirement. The sole issue now is the scarcity of premium level 10 equipment at his disposal. Surely, there must be shops within the city that sell such gear? So Mubai Saif, reluctantly turning his thoughts toward the NPC shops. His rapid progress in the game makes it exceedingly difficult to procure equipment from other players. If all else fails, he can still embed gemstones. With the completion of the dungeon and the contributions from Reggie, Mubai has acquired 15 level 1 attribute gemstones and 3 level 1 critical strike gemstones. Although he possesses only 3 mental gemstones, he can obtain them without cost. Prompt: please select the promotion tier. Level 1, Level 2, Level 3. Click to view details. Option 1. Promote to Level 2 mental gemstone, no cost. Option 2. Sublimate to Level 3 mental gemstone, consuming 100 gold per gemstone. Option 3. Catastrophize to Level 4 mental gemstone, consuming 120 days of lifespan per gemstone. Chapter 36. The possibility of 2 freebies. This was the first time Mubai had witnessed the consumption of lifespan measured in days. Nonetheless, he deemed the cost of 120 days of life to be exorbitant. Gems could be synthesized by locating a jeweler. One could combine 3 gems to forge a higher tier gem, albeit with a nominal processing fee. Naturally, the success rate for synthesis diminished with the quality of the gem, which correlated with the jeweler's skill level. The substantial consumption associated with the 4th level of Cataclysm could only be attributed to its inherent characteristics. After some contemplation, Mubai ultimately opted for the freebie approach. Drawing from previous experiences where Wanjie had effortlessly dispatched skeleton warriors, he resolved to preserve his lifespan until it exceeded 10 years. Regarding his coins, he had provided Wanjie with 600, leaving him with a mere 158, which he intended to conserve for unforeseen circumstances. You have acquired 3 level 2 spirit gems. Level 2 spirit gem, Spirit 20, can only be embedded in armor. Additionally, Mubai took the opportunity to upgrade all remaining gems through the same method. Although they were not particularly useful, they could still be sold for profit. Critical strike gems were evidently rarer than attribute gems, with the costs for sublimation and cataclysm soaring 5-fold. Level 2 critical strike gem. Critical strike spell Critical Strike 2 can only be embedded in the main weapon, and only one can be embedded in the same piece of equipment. 3 level 2 spirit gems amounted to an impressive 60 points of spirit, complemented by the upgrades and the undead wool necklace, sufficient to meet the requirements for the Death Speaker robe. Mubai's spirits lifted considerably. His gaze shifted toward the corpses of wild monsters several dozen meters away, and with a mere thought he acted. Notification: you have successfully extracted 2 points of death energy from the corpses of 20 ordinary wild bison. As he leisurely replenished his death energy, Mubai was poised to continue his idle leveling when a sudden message reverberated in his mind. Approximately 500 meters to his right, a skeleton had discovered a treasure chest in the wild. Now, this was more like it. With a smile, Mubai rose and made his way toward the indicated coordinates. In an uncharted wilderness, how could there possibly be no treasure chests? At long last, he had stumbled upon one. Wild treasure chests were immobile and could not be taken away. They could only be opened on the spot. Such chests were often concealed in obscure locations or guarded by formidable monsters. The higher the chest's level, the more powerful the guardian creatures. It was certain that they were not easily obtainable by players. The treasure chest found by the skeleton warrior belonged to the latter category. Surrounded by over a dozen prairie wolves and a wolf king that was significantly larger than a bison. This was a silver-grade boss, and should any other player encounter it, they would undoubtedly face a grueling battle. However, against Mubai's army of skeletons, this solitary silver-grade boss, accompanied by a horde of elite monsters, posed little challenge. As Mubai approached, He scarcely had time to assess the Wolf King's attributes before a throng of 7 or 8 skeleton warriors surged forward. Critical hit. Minus 15,195. Minus 15,236. Minus 30,410. A series of terrifying damage numbers flashed before him, and the Wolf King's health bar evaporated in an instant, causing it to collapse lifelessly to the ground. Meanwhile, dozens of fireballs and hundreds of arrows descended in an instant, unleashing a barrage upon the remaining wolves on the prairie. Minus 2,937. Minus 2,908. Minus 6,002. Minus 6,096. 5981. Minus 12,108. In a fleeting moment, the pack of wolves guarding the treasure chest collapsed under the terrifying onslaught of the Skeleton Legion. The astonishing damage was closely linked to the contribution of Reggie's advanced undead aura. This skill, bolstered by the character's attributes, enhanced the skeleton army's overall attributes by a remarkable 60. Defeating a level 10 enhanced elite creature, Prairie Wolf, grants an additional 50 level-up bonus, experience points 450. Defeating the level 10 silver grade boss, Prairie Wolf King, grants an additional 50 level-up bonus, experience points 36,000. As the system notifications flooded the screen and the experience bar surged by nearly 10, Mubai was taken aback by his own prowess. A silver grade boss was vanquished so swiftly? If he could find a few more treasures like this, would he not ascend to level 10 almost instantly? Regrettably, silver grade bosses were evidently rare in the novice village, prompting Mubai to cast aside this unrealistic thought and approach with measured steps. You have acquired 1 gold and 38 silver coins. You have obtained 1 level 1 agility gem. You have received 1 basic skill book. You have acquired 5 silver grade materials, Wolf King's fangs. You have obtained silver grade equipment, Wolf King's leather pants. You have received silver grade equipment, Wolf King's leather armor. You have acquired silver grade equipment, Wolf Fong dagger. You have obtained silver grade equipment, brutal pauldrons. Aside from the materials and a trifling amount of currency, the drops from the Prairie Wolf King were not particularly abundant. The only items Mubai could utilize were 1 piece of equipment and that basic skill book. Ascending a tier with a mere thought, Mubai directly upgraded all these pieces of equipment to golden grade, while the skill book was seamlessly absorbed into a mid-tier proficiency. Brutal pauldrons cloth armor level 10 golden grade durability, 100 physical defense, 28 magical defense, 35 spirit, 15 constitution, 15 spell power, 20 having witnessed legendary grade equipment. Mubai had lost his sense of awe towards golden grade items. He stowed everything away in his backpack, planning to equip them or sell them once he reached level 10. With another thought, the mid-tier skill book transformed into a golden light that merged into his forehead. You have used a mid-tier skill book 1, skill points 5, current available skill points 11. After a moment's hesitation, Mubai chose not to immediately enhance the level of the Death Drain feedback skill. Primarily, he was on the verge of reaching level 10 and wished to see if he could learn a new skill from the Death Codex. There was no rush to upgrade it later. Having made his decision, Mubai's gaze fell upon the treasure chest before him. The chest was modest in size, entirely silver, adorned with intricate engravings. Discovered an unlocked silver-grade treasure chest. Would you like to open it? As the system prompted, Mubai resolutely chose to decline. He wished to explore a hypothesis that lingered in his mind. Could the talent of Cataclysm be applied to objects that do not belong to him? Contemplating this, Mubai took a deep breath, his gaze fixed upon the silver-grade treasure chest before him, and with a mere thought, he invoked Cataclysm. Target, silver-grade treasure chest. Prompt, please select an upgrade tier. First tier, second tier, third tier. Click for details. Indeed, it was possible. A radiant expression of elation spread across Mubai's face. The ability to upgrade the chest implied that he could reap the rewards within it not once, but twice, without any cost. After all, the chest and its contents were not the same entity. Suppressing his excitement, Mubai clicked to view the details. Option 1. Upgrade to gold grade treasure chest, no cost. Option 2. Ascend to dark gold grade treasure chest, cost 2,000 gold coins. Option 3. Cataclysm to Epic Grade Treasure Chest. Cost 200 years of lifespan. Although he was eager to discover what kind of cataclysmic attributes Cataclysm would bestow upon the chest, Mubai found himself unable to afford such a choice. Thus, he opted for the free upgrade. Upgrading to the first tier. In the next moment, the treasure chest before him radiated a blinding golden light, its surface flowing like water as the silver hue gradually faded, revealing a glimmer of gold beneath. Moments latte. The silver-grade treasure chest had completely transformed. An unlocked gold-grade treasure chest has been discovered. Would you like to open it? Open. This time, Mubai firmly placed his hand upon the chest. It slowly opened amidst the golden light, revealing 2 items nestled within. A wand crafted from an unknown material lay atop a yellowed parchment scroll. What could this be? Mubai mused with curiosity as he picked up the 2 items. Chapter 37. The Ultimate Matryoshka. You have obtained the golden level equipment, Withered Wood Staff. You have acquired a golden level treasure map, X1. Treasure map. Mubai's eyes gleamed, and he promptly examined it. Golden level treasure map. Following the map's guidance, you shall discover a golden level treasure chest. Hint. Would you like to use the treasure map? Upon usage, the treasure-seeking route will be marked on the system map. Please note, the endpoint coordinates of this treasure map are located outside the novice village. Goodness, this feels like a Matryoshka doll. Mubai rolled his eyes. Who could have anticipated that a golden-level treasure chest would reveal the coordinates of yet another golden-level treasure chest? If players toiled endlessly to defeat a guardian boss, only to uncover such a trinket, wouldn't they be enraged to the point of spitting blood? However, this treasure map held a different significance for Mubai. If his speculation proved accurate, the eventual yield from this treasure map would be nothing short of legendary. With this thought, Mubai's eyes sparkled even brighter, and he unconsciously tightened his grip on the treasure map. Cataclysm. Target, golden level treasure map. Promotion to the next tier. You have obtained a dark gold level treasure map, X1. Success. Mubai couldn't help but clench his fist, transforming a golden level treasure map into a dark gold level one, and subsequently obtaining an epic level treasure from the dark gold level chest. What a remarkable chain of events. After opening the chest, he could even acquire items of legendary quality. A trifecta of victories. This was the true essence of the ultimate Matryoshka. Before opening the treasure chest, Mubai never imagined that a mere silver-level chest could ultimately yield legendary rewards. In comparison, the golden-level Withered Wood Staff seemed trivial. Nevertheless, Mubai decided to promote the staff to dark gold level first, especially since he was still wielding a level 5 bronze equipment, Wooden Magic Wand. In contrast, the dark gold level Withered Wood Staff was far more appealing. Withered Wood Staff. Staff level 10 dark gold level item durability. 200 equipment requirement. Spirit 100 spell power, 80 spirit 30 agility, 10 constitution, 10 upon triggering a spell critical hit. The casting time of the next skill is reduced by 1 second. Attached skill. Spring comes to the withered wood. Restores an amount of health to the target equivalent to 100 of your spell power. Instant cast. Cooldown time 120 seconds. Even withered wood can have its spring. Although this equipment may not be particularly suitable for Mubai, possessing it is certainly better than lacking it. After all, it also enhances his spirit by 30 points. What more could one desire? Casually tossing the Withered Wood Staff into his backpack, Mubai picked up the dark gold level treasure map and chose to use it. In the next moment, the yellowed parchment gradually dissipated, merging into the system map. Instantly, the smile faded from Mubai's face. Hint. Route has been marked. The endpoint coordinates are located in the wilderness of Sakura Kingdom, near Jingli City. Please proceed to Sakura Kingdom, Jingli City, to commence your treasure-seeking journey. What on earth? Mubai's demeanor shifted from gleeful to grim in an instant. The dilapidated treasure map, once upgraded, unexpectedly led to an overseas journey. According to the information provided by the Myriad Realms game, the borders are not set to open just yet. The specific time of opening will depend on the progress of Blue Star players within the game. In other words, legendary rewards are temporarily unattainable. The anticipated ultimate nesting doll has only reached its first step and has come to a halt. It was all for naught. Watching the empty treasure chest gradually fade away, Mubai shrugged and settled down to continue leveling up. After more than an hour, a golden light ascended. Congratulations. Player Bai, your level has risen to 10, with 1 all attributes, 1 skill point, and 15 free attribute points. Notice, you have reached the leveling limit of the Novice Village. Please find the village chief to be transported to the city of Novice Village number 9527, where you will no longer be able to gain experience points. Congratulations on becoming the first player in the Blue Star region of the Myriad Realms game to reach level 10, earning the title leading ahead. Notice, an announcement for the Blue Star region is forthcoming. Due to your achievement of level 10, the level ranking board for Novice Village No. 9527 has been activated ahead of schedule. Notice, an announcement for the Novice Village is forthcoming. A series of notification sounds rang out, and Mubai was momentarily taken aback. Could being the first to reach level 10 trigger a regional announcement? What a delightful surprise. Leading ahead, when equipped with this title, all experience points acquired through various channels are increased by 20. Each player can hold multiple titles, but only one can be active at a time. Each title switch requires a 30-minute cooldown to take effect. Mubai's immediate instinct was to utilize Cataclysm for a free gain. However, he was disappointed to find that this, like summoning space, was merely an attribute and not a tangible item, making it impossible to upgrade. Nevertheless, a 20 experience boost is commendable. Donning the title of leading ahead, Mubai waved his hand to retract his skeletal army back into the summoning space and retrieved a return scroll for the Novice Village. This was something he had purchased during his earlier visit to the village, costing only 10 silver coins, which was quite affordable for him. In a flash of white light, Mubai vanished from the verdant pastures, leaving behind a field of unrespawned monster corpses. Simultaneously, a system announcement echoed forth. However, the content was not triggered by Mubai. Announcement from Novice Village number 9527. Congratulations to the Dominance Guild for achieving the first clear of the Misty Lands dungeon on hard difficulty. We hereby announce this, hoping that players will learn from them to reap substantial rewards. 3. At the entrance of the Misty Forest, the Dominance Guild emerged from the dungeon with their team members. The system announcement resonating in his ears filled him with joy. Finally, they had caught a break. While he was grinding through the dungeon, the Dominance Guild had not ceased their recruitment efforts. Several promoted elders tirelessly succeeded in raising the guild's membership to the maximum limit of a level 1 guild, 3,000 members. This number constituted nearly 1/10 of the entire Novice Village, number 9527. It is easy to imagine the vast influence the Dominance Guild now wielded. Though the prowess of these players may not be formidable, they have nonetheless contributed significantly to the ascent of Mubai. Having successfully achieved the first completion of the challenging Misty Forest at the difficult level, he is in high spirits, preparing to tackle the nightmare difficulty with alacrity. Mubai, basking in the adoration of his fellow players, proclaims with enthusiasm. At that moment, 5 beams of white light flicker, and players such as Fu Jiatianxia and Feng Yixiaoxiao emerge from the dungeon's teleportation portal. The subsequent system announcement casts a shadow over Mubai's expression. Announcement from Novice Village No. 9527. Congratulations to player Fu Jiatianxia for leading his team to achieve the first completion of the Nightmare Difficulty Dungeon in the Misty Land. This announcement serves to encourage all players to learn from him and reap generous rewards. 3. In that instant, Mubai feels as if he has been reduced to a mere jester. He gazes incredulously at Fu Jiatianxia and the others, his voice low and incredulous as he inquires, "How could you possibly clear the nightmare difficulty so swiftly?" "Luck, perhaps," Fu Jiatianxia replies with a subtle smile. Upon witnessing this, Mubai lets out a cold snort, his gaze turning icy. He has gleaned from the guild chat the reason for their rapid success in the nightmare-level Misty Forest. It is all due to Bai. The thought of losing the opportunity to secure the first completion at nightmare level stirs a tempest of anger within him. "How dare you, Bai? With your equipment and skills, why do you only sell to Fu Jiatianxia? Am I not the illustrious president of Bei, lacking in funds?" The memory of his friend request being rejected by Yi flashes through his mind. A glint of malice crossing his eyes as he makes a mental note against Bai Yi. Observing Hong Tu Bei's demeanor, Fu Jiatianxia and others furrow their brows and turn back to continue their dungeon runs. With the first completion now out of reach, their next challenge looms. The hell difficulty. Hong Tu Bei also prepares to re-enter the dungeon, intent on facing the same hell difficulty. Yet, the announcement that follows causes both players to halt their actions simultaneously. Chapter 38. The Leaderboard. Far ahead Blue Star Region announcement. Congratulations to Bai Yi, a player from the Divine Dragon Empire, for becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to reach level 10. This announcement serves as a reminder for all players to learn from him in order to reap generous rewards. This system announcement echoed 10 times throughout all novice villages in the Forbidden Land, creating a commotion that rivaled the previous one. Players from various nations engaged in fervent discussions. How did he level up so quickly? How is it possible to achieve such rapid advancement? The game has only just begun, and he is already at level 10, while I am still languishing at level 4. Is this even fair? The experience required to level up after level 5 is substantial. Could Bai Yi be cheating? Hey, do you hear yourself? In the realm of all worlds, where could there be cheating? Can we report Bai Yi? I feel he is disrupting the balance of the game. Balance? What balance? I struggle for ages to defeat the same monsters while the fortunate one with an S-level talent can eliminate them with a single strike. Even if Bai Yi has an SSS-level talent. What about the other players with SSS-level talents? Why is it that every announcement pertains to him? The players from various nations, who were the subjects of discussion in the chat channels, were equally bewildered. Felix from the Eagle Empire, Tsukimi from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, and the Sun Descendants from the Korya Kingdom, along with San Chi Ching Feng from the Divine Dragon Empire. All players who had awakened SSS-level talents were astonished by the announcement. These elite players glanced at their own levels, and a singular thought emerged in their minds. How did Bai Yi level up so rapidly? Why is he so far ahead of them? Their levels were uniformly at level 7. Based on the experience required after level 5, reaching level 10 would take at least half a day. Previously, when Bai Yi completed the disaster level dungeon first, they consoled themselves with the notion that it was merely bad luck that prevented them from triggering the disaster level dungeon. However, Bai Yi's astonishing speed of leveling up truly shocked them. With the same SSS level talent, why was Bai Yi so far ahead? Is this reasonable? In the Divine Dragon Empire, at Novice Village number 9526, Zhao Su and Lu Ruyan had successfully cleared the ordinary difficulty dungeon and were currently navigating the challenging Misty Forest. Clearly, there were no players with stronger awakened talents in their village. Otherwise, the first clear would not have been theirs. Not him again. Upon hearing the system announcement, Zhao Su narrowed his eyes slightly. Ruyan, what do you think of the chances that he is Su Mubai? How would I know? Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes, then tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. A seemingly simple gesture, yet it exuded great charm, causing Zhao Su to bend slightly at the waist. Regardless of whether he is Su Mubai or not, if I set my mind to it, I will definitely succeed. Lu Ruyan smiled alluringly, her voice brimming with confidence. Ha ha, I certainly believe in your charm, my dear. Zhao Su chuckled and nodded in agreement. But I still hope he is Su Mubai. That would make things much easier. If it were that fellow, you would undoubtedly heed your every word. Why overthink? It is best to hasten your upgrade and discuss further after we leave the Novice Village. With aspirations for a bright future, the two set forth on their journey to grind dungeons and level up. In contrast to other Novice Villages, the 9,527 Novice Village had an additional announcement. Announcement of 9,527 Novice Village. Due to player Bai Yi reaching level 10, the Novice Village level leaderboard has been opened ahead of schedule. Level leaderboard of 9,527 Novice Village. First, Bai Yi, level 10, no affiliation. Second, Maple Leaf Sign, level 5, no affiliation. Third, Away, level 5, no affiliation. Fourth, Difficulty Rising, level 5, no affiliation. Fifth, Wealthy Beyond Measure, level 5, no affiliation. Sixth, Cotton Candy, level 5, no affiliation. Seventh, Grand Ambitions, level 5, Ambition Guild 8th, A Sword to the Throat, level 5, Ambition Guild 9th, Turkey Flavored Crisps, level 5, Ambition Guild 10th. Creamy White Snow, level 5. Ambition Guild the Novice Village leaderboard displayed only the top 10, and apart from Baiyi, everyone else was uniformly at level 5. Earning 20,000 experience points was no easy feat for them. Firstly, the experience from low-difficulty dungeons was not substantial, and secondly, experience was divided among party members. Naturally, they could not conquer the dungeons without forming a party. The emergence of the level leaderboard ignited fervent discussions among players, flooding the chat channel of the 95-27 Novice Village. Baiyi was simply extraordinary, his level doubling that of the others on the leaderboard. This was no trivial doubling. The experience required to ascend from level 5 to level 6 surpassed that of leveling from 0 to 5 combined. It was utterly outrageous. By the time I exit the Novice Village, Baiyi will likely be at level 20. Such narrow-mindedness. Level 30 is certainly not out of reach. The team of Wealthy Beyond Measure was impressive as well, their leveling speed surpassing that of the Ambition Guild, despite the latter having a 20 experience buff. Of course, it was reasonable for them to be ahead, having just cleared the nightmare level Fogland, but they would soon be overtaken by the Ambition Guild. It was rumored that a sword to the throat possessed in S-level talent, and who would have thought he would join the Ambition Guild? What good does it do? He still only has half of Baiyi's level. Outside the portal to the Fogland dungeon, Grand Ambitions grimly closed the level leaderboard. It was one thing for Baiyi to reach level 10 so swiftly, but it was utterly unacceptable that they, with their 20 experience buff, were being outpaced by the team of Wealthy Beyond Measure. Such an affront. Casting a glance at Wealthy Beyond Measure, Grand Ambitions silently initiated the dungeon. Baiyi is leveling far too quickly, exclaimed Cotton Candy in astonishment. Indeed, it felt as though he was ascending like a rocket, Away concurred. Previously, during trading, the other party was at level 8 while they were at level 5. Now, merely after the time it took to clear one dungeon, they remained at level 5, while Baiyi had already reached level 10. Is the upgrade truly that simple for him? You may indulge in some leisure activities while I return for a moment. Observing the 10 novice soul stones nestled within his backpack, Fu Jiatianxia retrieved the return scroll. Initially, he intended to delay in presenting these soul stones to Baiyi. However, the series of system announcements that echoed around him prompted a shift in his intentions. A master like Baiyi necessitates the cultivation of a favorable relationship. Even if the latter does not join his team, a good rapport would enable him to procure valuable items from Baiyi. Unbeknownst to him, Fu Jiatianxia's mindset had subtly transformed, a change he himself failed to recognize. In a flash of white light, Su Mubai materialized in the teleportation square of Novice Village 9527. Upon hearing the announcement of Fu Jiatianxia and the Baiyi Guild achieving the first completion of the dungeon, a smile crept upon his lips. More soul stones. In the next moment, a radiant glow appeared beside Su Mubai, and the portly Fu Jiatianxia stood before him. Brother Baiyi, here are the 10 novice soul stones as a reward for the first completion. Don't forget your old brother when you come across something good in the future. Fu Jiatianxia traded the soul stones to Su Mubai, grinning as he spoke. Rest assured, the pricing will certainly meet your satisfaction. Notification, your contract now. 2 with Fu Jiatianxia has been established. Su Mubai nodded slightly. As long as you possess wealth, fine items shall naturally follow. He waved his hand dismissively, turning towards the village chief's residence. Neither the skeletal armor nor the B-grade skill book, Thunderous Strike, were within Fu Jiatianxia's current financial reach. In a few days, the opportunity to sell these items would arise. At present, the foremost priority was to become the first player to exit the Novice Village. Chapter 39, East Sea City, Open the Tome of Death. The layout of Novice Village No. 9527 is rather simplistic, and Su Mubai easily located the village chief's abode with the help of the map. This house bore no significant distinction from the other structures, and the village chief appeared to be an unremarkable elderly gentleman, with a name so ordinary that it could easily slip from memory. Li Shan. Li Shan, village chief of Novice Village number 9527 level, 10 health, 2000 cough. I did not expect a newcomer to ascend to level 10 so swiftly. Upon seeing Su Mubai, A flicker of astonishment crossed Li Shan's face. Village chief, I wish to depart from Novice Village, Su Mubai stated forthrightly, expressing his intent directly. Very well, this sacred forbidden realm shall eventually become your dominion, Li Shan replied, his expression somewhat complex, before turning to lead Su Mubai toward the courtyard. Follow me. Before long, they arrived at a teleportation array. Our village is part of East Sea City, one of the top 10 primary cities of the Divine Dragon Empire, and is also the most prosperous coastal city of the empire, Li Shan explained, gesturing toward the teleportation array as he elaborated on Su Mubai's forthcoming destination. Step inside. It is in East Sea City that your true journey commences. Thank you. Village chief, Su Mubai acknowledged, stepping into the teleportation array. Contrary to his expectations, there was no initiation quest nor any teleportation fee. Li Shan simply activated the array. A radiant light enveloped him, and Su Mubai's figure vanished within the array. The era of chaos within the sacred forbidden realm is upon us. One cannot fathom how many lives will be lost this time. Li Shan sighed deeply, turning back to his original place, awaiting the arrival of the next newcomer. As the village chief, his sole duty was to guide the newcomers out of Novice Village. Meanwhile, the leaderboard of Novice Village number 9527 underwent a transformation. The name Bai Yi vanished, and Feng Yi Xiao ascended to the first position. This shift instantly sparked discussions among the players. The one who activated the leaderboard had evidently left the Novice Village. The first player to truly set foot in the sacred forbidden realm has emerged. You have entered the primary city of East Sea City. Your respawn point has been switched to the East Sea City Resurrection Hall. Before Su Mubai lay a grand city, with towering edifices surrounding the teleportation square, stretching beyond the horizon. The streets in the distance bustled with pedestrians and horse-drawn carriages, with numerous strong individuals riding their mounts past. Though no other players had yet entered the city apart from Su Mubai, the atmosphere remained vibrant and lively. This scene served as a poignant reminder to Su Mubai that the sacred forbidden realm is a tangible world. The locals here are not fewer in number than the humans from Blue Star who have traversed here. If one considers the humans of Blue Star as newcomers who have crossed into a genuine game world, then for the locals of the sacred forbidden realm, they merely perceive the world as having been digitized. The name Multiverse Game suggests that neither party stands in opposition. Instead, they are destined to become allies. Stepping into the sacred forbidden land is merely the beginning, not the conclusion. The myriad races of the cosmos constitute the true adversaries. In the vast teleportation square, only Su Mubai stood at its center. After waiting for a moment, the anticipated system notification failed to resonate. Su Mubai could not help but mutter, "Is that all there is?" He had initially believed that being the first to emerge from the Novice Village would yield rewards, yet it appeared otherwise. Shaking his head in disappointment, Su Mubai adorned himself with all the equipment he could wear. To his astonishment, even without embedding gemstones, his mental attributes had already surpassed the requirements of the Death Speaker robe. Upon reaching level 10, the attributes of two pieces of his equipment had transformed. Firstly, the Dylan's crystal ball had its equipment level elevated to 10, while the attributes remained unchanged. The fundamental properties experienced a remarkable enhancement. Basic attributes. Level 10, spell power 150. All attributes 50, health 2000, mana 4000. In terms of health and mana, it even surpassed the Death Speaker robe. The other piece, of course, was the Tome of Death. With a mere thought, the inscription on the back of Su Mubai's left hand shimmered faintly, and the Tome of Death materialized. The rotating Dylan's crystal ball on his wrist instantly dimmed, as if subdued. Tome of Death, class exclusive, day-night. Special item non-droppable, non-damageable, non-tradable. Can be summoned or retracted at will level. 10. Follows the character. Basic attributes. Spell power 300, all attributes 100. Damage dealt to undead creatures increased by 100. Your summoned entities also benefit from this enhancement. Special effects. 1. Soul Drain. You and your summoned entities, along with contracted creatures, will absorb a portion of the soul power from targets you vanquish. The respawn time for slain wild creatures will be doubled. Players killed by you will endure double penalties, including reductions in lifespan. Current soul points, 0. Consuming 1,000 soul points grants you a second chance to open the Tome of Death. The second special effect unlocks at level 30. This is a rule book only you may peruse. Upon meeting the requirements, you can learn exclusive skills of the Death Sovereign from it. The level 10 Tome of Death, in contrast to its level 5 counterpart, was a transformation of monumental proportions. The increase in basic attributes far exceeded Su Mubai's expectations. Even more astonishing were the newly unlocked special effects. The death penalty had doubled. Henceforth, players slain by him would face dire repercussions. A mere 2-level drop in rank would be trivial. The critical aspect was the direct loss of 20 of their lifespan, equating to a minimum of 20 years. This, however, was a boon for those two unworthy individuals. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Su Mubai's eyes. This special effect could not be disabled, thereby having the number of times he could eliminate Lu Ruyin and Zhao Su. At this juncture, no one could significantly augment their lifespan, barring unforeseen circumstances. Su Mubai would only be able to slay them 4 times before the opportunity vanished. In the span of an 80-year life, it is possible that 2 individuals might even find themselves indebted to one another. Based on the description following the soul points, Su Mubai realized that he now possessed an opportunity to open the Death Codex. Presently, he was the sole player within the city, the desolate teleportation square devoid of any presence. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Mubai extended his hand and opened the Death Codex. The pages he unveiled were similarly rendered in shades of gray and white, inscribed with ancient and enigmatic runes. Su Mubai could not decipher a single character. Yet, in the next moment, these runes began to stir. They floated from the tome, transforming into a stream of information that surged into Su Mubai's eyes. In that instant, he felt an unsettling force that quickened his heart. Though he could not comprehend it fully, an instinctual awareness whispered to him that this power was called death. After a prolonged moment, the Death Codex closed itself automatically, reverting to a luminous stream that affixed itself to the back of Su Mubai's left hand. Simultaneously, a system notification resonated in Su Mubai's ears. You have acquired a new skill, Death Gaze. Chapter 40. Will I get banned for being this twisted? Death Gaze, SSS, Level 1, 050, Active Skill. Gaze upon the target, incinerating their soul. Skill Effects 1. Inflicts 500 of spell power as true damage per second for a duration of 10 seconds. 2. The creature under the gaze will continuously be affected by fear. 3. All beings with a life level lower than yours will experience a force reduction of 20 in all attributes upon being gazed at. This effect is determined solely by life level and cannot be mitigated by any resistance. 4. Creatures killed by Death Gaze will endure excruciating pain, entering a weakened state upon resurrection, with a 40 reduction in all attributes lasting for 12 hours. Instant release, cooldown time of 60 seconds, consuming 5 of maximum mana. After release, continuous guidance is unnecessary, with a maximum attack range of 100 meters. Where your gaze falls, death follows closely. The description of a Death Gaze skill left Su Mubai utterly astounded. Is this truly an SSS level skill? Inflicting 500 true damage per second, inducing perpetual fear, forcing a 20 reduction in all attributes, and a 12-hour weakness upon revival. Each of these effects alone constitutes a formidable skill. Moreover, this skill can be instantaneously released without the need for continuous guidance. It is simply extraordinary. Just a single glance can trigger its effects. Su Mubai couldn't help but murmur to himself. Is this not a divine technique that brings death with a mere stare? He found it hard to fathom which player could withstand 500 of his spell power as true damage. Even more terrifying was the small emblem located at the lower right corner of the Death Gaze skill image. This emblem depicted a humanoid shadow, signifying the influence of Su Mubai's profession as catastrophe trait. The effect is doubled, inflicting true damage at 10 times the rate per second with an attack range of 200 meters. At this moment, Su Mubai could only exclaim, who else could possibly contend with this? With the addition of Death Gaze, he finally had an alternative to relying solely on his skeletal army for dealing damage. His only lingering doubt lay in the description of the third skill effect. He wondered how life levels were determined. Su Mubai stroked his chin, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his eyes. However, he quickly shook his head. Clearly, one cannot ascertain this merely by observation. Through repeated use, he would naturally come to understand. Furthermore, this was not the final form of death gaze. Taking a deep breath, Su Mubai felt a tinge of anxiety. The anticipation of acquiring an SSS-level skill for free was rivaled only by the thrill of encountering a bug during character creation and the catastrophe profession. Catastrophe. Target. Death gaze. Yet this time, the system notification that echoed in Su Mubai's ears was strikingly different from before. Sorry. This skill has reached the limit of the divine forbidden land and cannot undergo catastrophe. It had indeed failed, since discovering the bug-level talent of catastrophe. This marked Su Mubai's second encounter with such a situation. The first instance was when he attempted to advance catastrophe once more, only to have the multiverse game directly rectify the bug. He vividly recalled the system notification from that time. Apologies. This skill's rank has exceeded the limit and cannot undergo cataclysm. Although both attempts ended in failure, the descriptions were remarkably disparate. The limits of the divine forbidden land? He meticulously scrutinized each word in the system prompt, and a flicker of conjecture ignited within him. It appeared that to elevate a skill beyond the SSS rank, one must venture outside the divine forbidden land. Concurrently, another question emerged in his mind. Previously, when utilizing the cataclysm on the crystal ball of Halens in the Misty Land, 3 options had indeed manifested. At that time, he had opted for a free upgrade, promoting this quest item from epic to legendary. Thus, the second option must correspond to the highest rank, mythical. If that were the case, what about the third option? An item surpassing the mythical rank? What tier could that possibly be? Why can equipment transcend the mythical level while skills remain confined to the SSS rank? Is it conceivable that the SSS skill rank is, in fact, a tier above the mythical? A plethora of thoughts flitted through Su Mubai's mind, but he could only formulate vague speculations. Nonetheless, these musings were futile. The ultimate outcome was that the SSS skill remained the temporary limit. Unable to obtain a free upgrade, Su Mubai resolved to cease his endeavors. However, due to the unique traits of his class, even with the same SSS skills, his effects were twice as potent as those of other players. Advancing from level 9 to level 10, though it was merely a 1-level increase, Su Mubai's power underwent a seismic transformation. With his mental attributes meeting the requirements, he immediately donned the robe of the Death Speaker. The deep, shadowy robe enveloped his form, adorned with faint gray inscriptions that imparted an air of enigma. A subtle aura of death lingered around him, evoking a sense of foreboding to those who approached. Su Mubai summoned his attribute panel to examine his now formidable statistics. Attribute panel, player, Bai, level 10-0, class, Death Sovereign, exclusive hidden class, secondary profession, intermediate appraiser, mental, 490, agility, 286, vitality, 261, strength, 211, health, 1-1, permanently unboostable due to unknown reasons. Life sharing, 100 million, specific value, 100, 584000. The sum of all skeletal health doubled. Mana, 38,938,900, 1 point of spirit, 60 points of mana. Spell power, 2,497. 1 point of spirit, 3 points of spell power. Spell critical rate, 35. Critical damage, 250. Physical defense, 467. Magical defense, 1825. Elemental resistance, 10 across all types. Exclusive talent, Cataclysm, unique forbidden level. Class skills, Scorch E. Summon advanced skeleton, B. Summon space expansion, B. Advanced undead aura, life sharing S. Death summoning, SS. Death drain feedback, SS. Death gaze, SSS. Summon space, 340. Equipment, slightly mentioned. Class exclusive, Death Codex LV 10. Lifespan, less than 3 years. Su Mubai trembled slightly as he closed the attribute panel. Utterly astonished by his exaggerated stats, rendered speechless. What manner of world is this? Is this truly the panel of a level 10 player? His equipment, is not even fully equipped yet. Merely the Death Codex and 2 legendary items have granted him an enhancement of 200 to all attributes. Initially starting at 1 point, aside from gaining 4-dimensional points upon leveling up, his strength had never improved, yet now it stands at a remarkable 211, with spell power nearing 2,500 and mana surpassing an outrageous 30,000. These figures pale in comparison to the terrifying number on the life-sharing health bar. The figure exceeding 100 million remains indelibly etched in Mubai's mind. The qualitative transformation and quantitative change have culminated in the emergence of a bug-level existence. All of this is attributed to the 2 cataclysmic traits. Compared to the skills in the world of 10,000 Realms game, these traits are utterly game-breaking. He even harbored doubts. If there were a level 10 mythical boss, would its health bar rival his own? If this development continues, could I perhaps be banned from the world of 10,000 Realms game? As this thought flickered in his mind, Mubai's pupils constricted sharply. A flash of white light appeared before him, and a figure emerged from the radiance. To his surprise, among the arrivals, there exists one awakened to such power. Little one, you are both fortunate and unfortunate. Chapter 41. Situ-ji. The sudden appearance of this elder, clad in a robe of mystic significance, presented a striking contrast with his youthful visage framed by white hair. In his hand, he wielded an unremarkable staff, resembling merely a branch devoid of embellishment. Despite his simple stance, he exuded an immense pressure that enveloped Mubai, akin to an ordinary individual confronting a boundless ocean, vast and unfathomable. Situ-ji, Lord of Donghai City, Elder of the Divine Dragon Palace level. Health points. The highest authority in Donghai City. Having encountered the city lord before, Mubai hastily offered a respectful gesture upon seeing Situ-ji's information. This marked his second encounter with an NPC whose identity was discernible. The previous one was Huaijian. However, one could not help but wonder why the esteemed lord of the city would appear before him unexpectedly. The Divine Dragon Empire boasts a single imperial capital, 10 primary cities, 81 secondary cities, and 1,080 tertiary cities. Aside from the imperial capital, all players from Huaxia are distributed among these urban centers. Donghai City stands as one of the 10 primary cities. It goes without saying that Situ-ji, as the Lord of Donghai City, hold a position of remarkable stature. The second identity of Situ-ji remained a complete enigma to Mubai. What manner of existence was the Divine Dragon Palace? No records existed within the materials provided by the 10,000 Realms game. Yet, he was certain of one thing. Situ-ji was terrifyingly powerful. From the tone of his earlier words, it was evident that he had come specifically to seek Mubai. Was it the chilling force that emanated when Mubai unveiled the Tome of Death that drew him here? A flurry of thoughts coursed through Mubai's mind as he speculated on the elder's intentions. Situ-ji remained silent, scrutinizing Mubai from head to toe, his expression inscrutable, leaving one to ponder his thoughts. After a considerable pause, his gaze settled on the back of Mubai's left hand, observing the runes formed from the Tome of Death. He nodded slightly, stating, "Indeed, it is the power of death." Simultaneously, Mubai felt the immense pressure dissipate, and he instantly relaxed. The elder before him appeared transformed into an ordinary old man, devoid of the previously unfathomable aura. "Lord, what is the power of death?" Mubai inquired, following up on the elder's words. "It is a force of loss. You are still too weak to comprehend, even if I were to explain." Situ-ji replied with a gentle shake of his head, his staff dissolving into specks of golden light. Mubai's heart trembled at the mention of loss. He recalled distinctly that prior to its ascension, the Tome of Death was described as the Book of Death in such a manner. Yet now, the Tome of Death evidently described itself as a book of rules. It appeared that Situ-ji had not fully discerned all of his information. With this realization, Mubai felt a wave of tension lift from his shoulders. "Little one, your emergence has indeed taken us old-timers by surprise. Whether to call you fortunate or unfortunate remains uncertain." Cast a profound glance at Mubai and sighed softly. "Why do you say that?" Mubai inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. The words had been uttered by his counterpart upon their initial meeting and were now reiterated. Fortunately, you have transitioned into a Dominion-level profession, a vocation that ought not to exist within the confines of the divine Forbidden Land. At this juncture, Si Tuji paused, shaking his head as he continued, Alas, it is the Death Sovereign. When you take that step forward, it shall prove far more arduous than for other sovereign professions. That step? So Mubai questioned. It seems distant for you. Si Tuji waved his hand dismissively, his voice gradually lowering, as if he were conversing with himself. Perhaps there will be a turning point by then. He subsequently gazed skyward, his eyes deep and reflective, as though the cosmos itself was mirrored within them. Mubai, perplexed, looked up but could only see the sun descending on the horizon. Little one, hasten your growth. Time is scarce for you, the descenders. With those words, a beam of white light enveloped him, and Si Tuji's figure vanished from the spot. His visit felt akin to a private audience with Mubai. Aside from uttering a few cryptic phrases, he had accomplished nothing. However, after Si Tuji's departure, a rusted metal began to float slowly in the space where he had once stood. What is this? Mubai mused, reaching out to grasp the metal. In the next moment, Si Tuji's voice resounded directly in his ear. Little one, consider this my trial. Through it, I shall provide you with information pertinent to the Death Sovereign. You have obtained the quest item, the Forgotten Metal. You have accepted the epic quest, Si Tuji's Trial. Quest details: traverse the land of the Forgotten and achieve 100 exploration. Quest reward: unknown. Failure penalty: none. An epic quest acquired effortlessly? Mubai stared in astonishment at the rusted metal in his hand. He still could not fathom Si Tuji's true intentions. The implication that such a vocation should not exist within the divine Forbidden Land suggested that there were other sovereign professions across the myriad realms. Was it indeed more challenging for the Death Sovereign to take that pivotal step? Did other sovereigns possess the cataclysm? Mubai raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. Although he was a Death Sovereign, he bore the distinctive trait of cataclysm. Moreover, the Death Codex surpassed the original exclusive equipment of the Death Sovereign, the Book of Death, by a tier. He harbored ample confidence in his future. Being merely at level 10, his attributes were already extraordinary, and they would only continue to strengthen. Unbeknownst to him, Mubai had already distanced himself from other Blue Star players and begun to engage with the elite of the divine Forbidden Land. His emergence as a formidable anomaly was destined to stir monumental waves within this realm. Yet, he remained oblivious to this fact. His immediate goal was to enhance his strength and swiftly locate the treacherous pair responsible for his grievances, seeking retribution before all else. The mere thought of Lu Ruyan and Zhao Su still existing in this world rendered Mubai's thoughts tumultuous. He had upgraded too rapidly. In such a short span, no one had managed to leave the novice village. Had those nefarious individuals lacked advanced talents, it would have been uncertain how long it would take. Pondering this, Mubai cast his gaze upon the metal in his hand. This moment was perfectly suited for the completion of his task. Metal of the Forgotten, task item, upon use. It will transport you to the Forgotten Land. Can only be used once, automatically destroyed after 4 minutes and 52 seconds. The description was straightforward, and the countdown continued to tick away. Not a moment of preparation was granted. Mubai was momentarily taken aback. He had originally intended to embed some gems. It now appeared that time was of the essence. Donghai City was vast, and even with a carriage, over 4 minutes would scarcely suffice. Recalling the cautionary tale of the treasure map, Mubai chose not to exploit the upgrade of the Metal of the Forgotten. The trial set by Si Tuji indeed involved the Forgotten Land. Who could fathom where this item would transport him upon upgrading? Should the task fail due to the upgrade, it would be a considerable loss. Mubai remained intrigued by the information regarding the Ruler of Death, as mentioned by Si Tuji. After a final glance at his attribute panel, Mubai focused his thoughts and activated the metal in his hand. A radiant white light enveloped him, and his figure vanished from the teleportation square of Donghai City. The first player to arrive in Donghai City had yet to properly explore this bustling primary city before he hastily departed. Chapter 42: The Skeleton Sea of the Forgotten Land. Hint: You have entered the Forgotten Land. Hint: the epic quest of Situji's trial has officially commenced. Please traverse the Forgotten Land and achieve 100 exploration within 1 week. A week? Upon hearing the system's notification, Su Mubai furrowed his brow. Situji must be well aware of the formidable strength of the Dominator-level profession. Yet, he has still allotted a week's time? This implies that, due to the catastrophic characteristics, it would take 2 or 3 days to navigate through this place. While this time frame slightly exceeds his initial plan, it remains within the realm of acceptance. Rather than summoning his army of skeletons immediately, he took a moment to scrutinize his surroundings. This area once resembled a quaint town, but now it lay in utter ruin, permeated by a stench of decay. The desolation was striking, as if the world had forsaken it. Numerous grave mounds stood ominously, exuding a chilling aura. Scattered across the ground were various skeletal remains, stirring a sense of unease. Within his line of sight, no living creatures could be found. The entire environment exuded an eerie silence and desolation. In the past, Su Mubai would have felt a twinge of fear being alone in such a setting. However, having transitioned into the Death Master, he found himself devoid of any aversion to this place. Coupled with his consistent companionship with skeletons since entering the game, he felt no pressure in this environment. The sole issue was the absence of sunlight, casting the surroundings in gloom and reducing his visibility by approximately 50. Current exploration: 0. Casting a glance at the exploration percentage, Su Mubai gently pointed his gnarled wooden staff. A light gray portal, 6 meters in length and width, opened in the summoning space. Strong and valiant skeleton warriors led the charge, wielding standard greatswords, followed by a regiment of skeleton archers and mages, all marching in orderly formation. The synchronized clattering of bones echoed as 340 skeletons emerged into the Forgotten Land. Their arrival did not rejuvenate the area. Instead, it intensified the already thick atmosphere of death. In the next moment, Su Mubai witnessed a scene that left him astounded. The appearance of the skeletal army seemed to disturb the souls of the departed, causing the surrounding grave mounds to tremble in unison. Pale, skeletal hands burst forth from the earth, followed by heads, torsos, and limbs. In a mere span of seconds, Su Mubai and his legion found themselves encircled. As far as the eye could see, it was a veritable sea of skeletons, densely packed with flickering flames of soul. It was hard to believe that the entire town had transformed into skeletons, yet the numbers were overwhelming. Su Mubai could not help but draw a sharp breath. His astonishment was not unfounded. The sheer quantity was truly staggering. Skeleton, level 20, comment, health, 5,000, 5,000. Attack, 210. Physical defense, 120. Magical defense, 80. A feeble presence ubiquitous throughout the Forgotten Land. Though these skeletons were merely ordinary creatures with unimpressive attributes, the sheer multitude of them surging forth, their diminutive forms paired with the eerie azure flames flickering in their eye sockets, was enough to send shivers down one's spine. For the first time, Su Mubai experienced the sensation of being besieged, a stark contrast to his usual role of overwhelming others. However, the initial visual impact was merely that, an illusion of threat. As soon as the two sides clashed, the skeletal tide from the land of oblivion began to falter. The towering and robust skeletal warriors loomed a full head taller than their counterparts, and with each swing of their colossal swords, another skeleton was reduced to mere fragments. Minus 40,580. Minus 40,326. Minus 81,220. Instant kills. Nothing but instant kills. No skeleton could withstand a single strike. Despite the presence of the Death's Codex, which allowed Su Mubai and his summoned minions to inflict double damage to undead beings, the damage numbers unleashed by the skeletal warriors still left him wide-eyed. 4,000 for a basic attack? With one strike, the slain skeletons owed a debt of 7 lives. Although Su Mubai understood his own formidable prowess, he had not anticipated it would reach such extraordinary heights. After leveling up, it felt as if he had ascended to new realms. Murmuring to himself, Su Mubai took his first glance at the panel of the skeletal warriors after his upgrade. Skeletal warrior, enhanced by the high undead aura, granting a 60 boost to all attributes. Below are the enhanced statistics. Strength, 5080, Vitality, 5080, Agility, 5080, Health, 381,000, Attack Power, 20320, Physical Defense, 5080, Skill, Heavy Strike LV9, Heavy Strike, E level 9, swings the weapon to deliver a heavy blow to the target, inflicting 190 physical damage, cooldown time of 30 seconds. No wonder my shared health bar exceeds 100 million. Soon Mubai realized with clarity. Just these 100 skeletal warriors alone contributed 38 million, and with the profession's calamity trait doubling that, it amounted to 76 million in shared health. Such a figure was beyond even his extraordinary expectations. The 100 skeletal warriors formed an impregnable wall, swiftly encircling their foes and isolating the skeletal tide outside. No stray skeleton could breach their defenses. Whoosh! Boom! Subsequently, the skeletal archers and mages in the center of the encirclement launched their attacks. Minus 15,008, minus 15,214, minus 15,196, minus 30,888, minus 20,102, minus 20,096, minus 40,324. They continued to rely solely on basic attacks without utilizing any skills. Both lacked the calamity traits enhancement, resulting in output nearly half that of the skeletal warriors. Nevertheless, their strength was still formidable. The skeletal archers, though slightly weaker in damage, made up for it with rapid attack speed. The skeletal mages, when not casting fireballs, unleashed a barrage of death energy orbs with their bone staffs, maintaining an attack frequency of approximately 1-2 seconds, slower than the archers, yet quicker than the skeletal warriors. Skeleton Archer, Strength, 5,080, Constitution, 5,080, Agility, 5,080, Health, 60,960, Attack Power, 7,620, Physical Defense, 2,540, Skill, Double Shot, E level 9, instantaneously releases 2 arrows, inflicting double damage on the target, each arrow dealing 99 physical damage. Cooldown time of 30 seconds. Skeleton Mage, Spirit, 5,080, Agility, 5,080, Constitution, 5,080, Health, 40,640, Spell Power, 10160, Physical Defense, 1693, Skill, Fireball, E, level 9 unleashes a fireball to strike the target, causing 220 spell power in fire magic damage, casting time of 5 seconds, cooldown time of 30 seconds. Mubai's legion faced the skeletal tide in the Forgotten Lands, resulting in a sheer rout. These level 20 common monsters could not even breach the defenses of the skeleton warriors. Their bone swords struck the skeleton warriors without leaving a trace of damage. All completely resisted. There was no need for movement. With each skeleton that perished, more would rush forward in eager succession, like moths to a flame. Soon the ground beyond the encirclement was piled high with fragments of bones. Mubai's system notification began to flood the screen rapidly, yet he furrowed his brow. Kill level 20 skeleton. Receive an additional 50 level up bonus. Experience points 30. Remote leader effect activated. Additional experience points 6. Kill level 20 skeleton. Receive an additional 50 level up bonus. Experience points 30. Remote leader effect activated. Additional experience points 6. Despite being level 20 monsters, the experience awarded was akin to that of a level 10 wild buffalo. This perhaps stemmed from the skeletons being exceedingly weak individually. They bore no resemblance to true level 20 creatures. Their sole advantage lay in their overwhelming numbers, and their relentless advance facilitated swift experience farming. The required experience to ascend from level 10 to 11 had, surprisingly, decreased slightly, now necessitating nearly 1 million experience points. Mubai estimated that the skeletal sea here was more than sufficient for him to level up. One could only imagine the sheer multitude of skeletons present. In the distance, amidst the shadows, flickered glimmers of soul flames, poised to fill the void left by the fallen skeletons. Su Mubai's skeletal legion operated like workers on an automatic assembly line, continuously vanquishing foes and generating a steady influx of experience points. The reason for his frown, however, was the newly activated effect of the Death Codex, Soul Drain, which had inexplicably failed to activate. Having defeated no less than several hundred skeletons, he had yet to siphon even a single point of soul energy. Was it possible that these skeletons lacked souls? A flicker of doubt crossed Su Mubai's eyes, and then his gaze sharpened, focusing on a skeleton beyond the encirclement. Death Gaze. Chapter 43. The Forgotten Rod, Death's Gaze. As Su Mubai's gaze sharpened, the skill was activated in an instant. His demeanor transformed dramatically, an aura of terrifying authority rising forth. Though outwardly unchanged, there was an undeniable sense of an unknown entity's presence. Minus 49,940. The soul fire within the skull's eye sockets twisted in an instant, followed by a horrific grayish-white number emerging from above its head. Kill level 20 skeleton. Gain an additional 50 bonus for defeating a higher-level enemy. Experience 30 points, effective immediately, additional experience 6. The initial damage was sufficient to bring the skeleton crashing to the ground, lifeless. Its form remained intact, devoid of any wounds. Yet it had become nothing but a hollow shell. This pale skeleton quickly shattered into fragments under the weight of the other skeletons. Yet this was not the end. Death's Gaze inflicted damage once per second, lasting for a total of 10 seconds. Although the first target had perished, the skill did not cease. As Su Mubai's gaze shifted, the soul fires in the eye sockets of each skeleton twisted before they collapsed with a resounding thud. Minus 124,850. Minus 49,940. Minus 124,850. It was not until the 10th skeleton fell that the effect of Death's Gaze concluded. This skill was nothing short of extraordinary. Experiencing the release of Death's Gaze firsthand, Su Mubai felt a profound exhilaration that resonated with his very soul. At the moment of activation, he sensed an almost omnipotent control over everything. The fates of the skeletons before him lay entirely within his grasp. Prior to using it, he had anticipated the damage to some extent, yet the sight of those terrifying numbers left him momentarily stunned. It surpassed even the damage dealt by the skeletal warriors endowed with disaster traits. Rapidly, his mind raced through his own statistics. 2,497 points of spell power. Death's Gaze, augmented by his class traits, dealt 10-fold damage per second. Coupled with Death's Codex, which enhanced damage to undead creatures by 100, it precisely equated to that staggering figure of 49,940. This was true damage. Devoid of the need to calculate any resistances or defenses, it was elegantly straightforward. Furthermore, his spell critical strike rate soared to 35, with critical damage bolstered to 250 under the influence of Dylan's crystal ball. Out of 10 targets for sustained critical damage exceeding 120,000. This was merely the foundational damage effect of Death's Gaze. The skill's true strength lay in its additional effects. The SSS skill, empowered by the class disaster traits, was fearsome indeed. Alas, these skeletons were too feeble. They perished the moment Su Mubai's gaze fell upon them, preventing him from testing the remaining effects of the skill. His mana instantly depleted by 5. Su Mubai, with a mere thought, consumed 4 points of death energy to restore it fully. Following this, his attention shifted to the scattered skeletal fragments strewn across the ground. Absorb death energy. Notification. You have successfully absorbed 4 points of death energy from the corpses of 20 ordinary wild skeletons. The accumulation of death energy has indeed reached its limit, requiring consumption before further extraction can occur. The death energy from undead beings is notably abundant. Su Mufei's eyes gleamed. He had expended only 4 points of death energy, indicating that this was not necessarily the maximum he could absorb. Nonetheless, this amount exceeded what he had drawn from the corpse of a wild buffalo, doubling his previous gain. At this moment, Su Mufei suddenly recalled that he still had 11 unused skill points. Initially, he intended to reserve them until reaching level 10 to ascertain which new skills he could acquire. However, the upgrade for Death Gaze demanded a staggering 50 skill points, making it unattainable in the short term. Should he prioritize upgrading Death Drain feedback? After some contemplation, he opted to bide his time. The Land of Oblivion was teeming with undead, ensuring the drop of spell books from necromancers. Perhaps he might discover a low-tier exceptional skill akin to Summoning Space Expansion. Here, with this thought in mind, Su Mufei resolved to conserve his skill points. After all, upgrading a skill does not equate to enhancing its tier. Typically, a single level merely yields a 10% increase. There was no reason to rush. The Skeletal Legion continued its relentless slaughter. Within a mere few minutes, Su Mufei's experience points surged from 0 to 27. The pace of advancement felt as if he were ascending via rocket, far surpassing the previous speed on the Verdant Plains. This was primarily because there was no need to seek out foes. The Skeletal Legion merely required a stationary approach to execute their tasks. Upon entering the Land of Oblivion, Su Mufei was struck by the sensation of engaging in a mowing game. Despite the numerous foes vanquished, the sea of skeletons appeared undiminished, still densely clustered. However, the mystery in Su Mufei's mind remained unresolved. Death Gaze incinerates souls, and the ability of this skill to inflict damage suggested that these skeletons possessed souls. Furthermore, the ethereal blue flames of the souls were undeniably real. Yet, why was Death Codex unable to harvest soul points? What was amiss? This was the Land of Oblivion, where all had suffered a curse in life, and their souls had long been confined here. Just as Su Mufei pondered this enigma, an ethereal voice suddenly resonated beside him. Who was it? Su Mufei felt a chill as goosebumps erupted. He had not sensed the presence of this entity at all. Me? Just a forgotten one, the voice replied. Let me think. Ah, yes, Rod. That was my former name. You may refer to me as such. The spectral voice echoed softly, possessing an airy quality. Though it seemed to emanate from right beside him, it felt distant. Su Mufei abruptly turned to look, only to be astounded to discover that the voice belonged to an ethereal being. It retained a human semblance, but appeared translucent, lacking any tangible substance, and floated in midair. The Forgotten One. Rod, Special Elite Soul Entity Level. 20 Health. 100, 000, 100, 000. Soul entities are immune to physical damage. As Rod's soul manifested, Su Mubai was astonished to discover that his exploration degree had surged to 10. The fact that Rod was merely a special elite made this development rather incredible. Despite having vanquished numerous skeletons previously without any increase in exploration degree, this sudden escalation suggested that Rod was indeed a pivotal figure in the Land of Forgotten. Contemplating this, Su Mubai inquired, "What is the curse you speak of? How can one unravel the binding of the soul?" "Curse? Yes, a frightful curse. A dreadful curse." The moment this question was posed, it seemed to activate some hidden mechanism within Rod. His expression contorted in agony as he cradled his head, repetitively uttering these words. Su Mubai found himself momentarily dumbfounded. "Come on, my friend, you were fine until I asked. Why this transformation now?" He felt a sense of helplessness, merely observing Rod's dramatic display. After a brief interlude, Rod regained some semblance of normalcy, his eyes filled with despair as he shook his head at Su Mubai, muttering, "I forgot. You made me think deeply." Once again, he transformed into a mere echo of his earlier self. Su Mubai, exasperative, rubbed his forehead and continued to wait for further revelations. Fortunately, he didn't need to engage in combat himself. Were it another player, they would undoubtedly be overwhelmed by the skeleton horde while simultaneously protecting Rod. Given his years of gaming experience, Su Mubai was aware that NPCs like Rod could also be targeted by the skeletons. Although Rod possessed physical immunity, one could never be certain if skeleton mages would emerge. This time, Rod took considerably longer to ponder, and only when Su Mubai's experience bar reached 43 did Rod suddenly point northward. "I remember something. There. What lies there?" Su Mubai inquired, following the direction of Rod's finger. "I forgot. Enough. I shall not ask further." Su Mubai rolled his eyes and raised his hand to interrupt Rod, fearing he would revert to his repetitive state. With only this singular clue remaining, it was prudent to investigate further. He directed his focus northward, commanding the Skeleton Legion. In an instant, the meat grinder formed by the skeleton army sprang into action. The outermost circle of 100 skeletal warriors maintained formation and began their march northward. While the sheer number of skeletons was daunting, their strength paled in comparison to the skeletal warriors, who could not be impeded in their advance. The skeleton archers and mages within the encirclement also began to mobilize, as Mubai strode leisurely at the heart of the formation. Having been interrupted, Rod quietly floated beside Mubai, evidently intent on accompanying him to their destination. Chapter 44. The Soul-Guarding Coffin Half-Lich. As the Legion advanced relentlessly, the remnants of the fallen skeletons gradually carpeted the ground. Defeating a level 20 skeleton grants an additional 50 experience bonus, 30 experience points, and a remote bonus of 6 experience points. Defeating a level 20 skeleton grants an additional 50 experience bonus, 30 experience points, and a remote bonus of 6 experience points. The rate of experience acquisition remained unabated, bolstered by the protective circle formed by the outer skeleton warriors, allowing the 2 primary damage dealers within to remain unaffected. After every 2 steps, they would methodically halt to unleash a flurry of attacks before resuming their march. The only source of irritation for Mubai was the fact that these skeletons dropped absolutely nothing. They were, without a doubt, the most miserly creatures he had ever encountered. Not only was the experience meager, but not even a single copper coin was dropped. Soon, Mubai realized his earlier estimates had been misguided. Glancing at the experience bar, which was nearing 80, and then at the seemingly endless sea of skeletons, he couldn't help but sigh. If only he had an AoE skill right now. Alas, there were no ifs, nor did he possess such an ability. Since entering the game, all his experience had been painstakingly carved from the skeleton horde. Are we there yet? Unable to contain himself, Mubai turned and inquired. Rod's eyes were vacant, yet he replied, soon. Forget I asked. Mubai's brow twitched slightly as he continued to maneuver the skeleton legion forward. Congratulations, player Bai Yi has leveled up to level 11, gaining 1 to all attributes, 1 skill point, and 15 free attribute points. Even as the golden light flashed, announcing his level up, the destination Rod mentioned still seemed distant. Mubai furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Rod from head to toe. Surely, he was just pointing aimlessly? Yet, he provided a 10 exploration bonus, indicating his significance. Just then, Rod's eyes suddenly sparkled with life, and he abruptly raised a finger to point ahead. Right there. Mubai immediately looked in that direction, where a colossal coffin stood upright. It appeared to have been there for an extended period, its exterior in a state of decay, with half of the lid rotted away, revealing a corpse within. The most peculiar aspect was that no skeletons were near the coffin. The relentless tide of skeletons seemed to deliberately avoid that area. Mubai's eyes gleamed with excitement as he decisively commanded the legion to charge forth. Something unusual was at play here. There must be an underlying issue, whether it be a clue or a boss. He would welcome either. As the skeleton legion approached the vicinity of the coffin, the surrounding sea of skeletons receded like a tide, quickly fading into the dim night. Even the glow of the soul fire vanished. What intense fear this place inspires. Mubai raised an eyebrow and deliberately commanded the skeleton warrior to take a step back, distancing itself from the coffin. Creak! In the next moment, a skeleton reappeared from the distance, charging towards this direction. I shall play with you later. Discovering the pattern, Mubai grinned and commanded the skeletal warrior to return. Indeed, the sea of skeletons retreated once more. Let me see what you truly are. Mubai turned his gaze toward the enormous coffin ahead, directing a skeletal warrior to advance. Before he could approach, over a dozen chains suddenly emerged from behind the coffin. The skeletal warrior promptly raised its greatsword, ready to confront the unexpected situation. Yet, in the next instant, those chains were tightly bound to the coffin. Hint: you have discovered a soul-lock coffin. Exploration rate 2. Destroying the soul-lock coffin will further increase by 3. Note: destroying the soul-lock coffin will unleash a terrifying existence. Proceed with caution. This is the place. Destroy it. Destroy it. As the system prompt echoed, Rod became exhilarated, pointing at the soul lock coffin and urging Su Mubai to obliterate it. If you tell me to turn and leave again, do you believe I would? Su Mubai shot a glare at Rod, who surprisingly fell silent. Only then did he carefully scrutinize the vertical coffin before him. Even without Rod's urging, he would undoubtedly destroy this object. After all, his goal was to achieve 100 exploration rate. Soul lock coffin shield value 1-0-0-0-0-0-0-1-0-0-0-0-0-0 physical defense 1-0-0-0 magic defense 1-0-0-0. This value may take other players quite some time to overcome, but before Su Mubai, it was utterly insignificant. However, due to its considerable size, even though the coffin was large for Su Mubai, only 8 skeletal warriors could strike at it. At this moment, the importance of ranged firepower became evident. Heavy strike, double shot, fireball, -36, 708, -35, 999, -36, 123, -6, 558, -13, 240, -6, 613, -21, 352, -20, 987, -42, 638. The instant 8 greatswords clashed against the chains. A rain of arrows and fireballs subsequently rained down upon the massive coffin. The number of arrows clearly surpassed that of the fireballs by more than double. In an instant, the 1-0-0-0-0-0 health points of the soul lock coffin plummeted to 0. Boom! The entire coffin erupted with a thunderous roar, revealing the corpse within. To Su Mubai's astonishment, the chains remained unscathed, tightly coiling around the cadaver. This corpse had been here for an unknown length of time, reduced to mere skin and bones. Its face was entirely sunken, revealing the skeletal structure of the skull distinctly. It has come. It is about to emerge. Rod suddenly screamed as if possessed. Then, without looking back, he floated away into the distance. Run! Run! His voice echoed until it faded into oblivion. Su Mubai released his hands from his ears, showing no intention of departing. What nonsense! Aren't bosses supposed to bring warmth? With a resounding clatter, the tightening chains elicited a response from the lifeless form. Suddenly, its eyes snapped open, revealing hollow pupils. In an instant, 2 flickering flames of spirit ignited, and the corpse began to stir. The chains that once bound it now appeared as its weapons, gracefully floating around its body. A chill swept through the air, and a layer of frost gradually enveloped the ground. Intruder, you have disrupted my transformation. The cadaver opened its mouth, emitting a raspy voice. Its eerie blue gaze fixated intently on Su Mubai. In the next moment, the fury on its face vanished without a trace, replaced by a sinister smile. What a rich essence of death. By absorbing the energy within you, I shall surely succeed in my transformation. What grants you such confidence? Su Mubai rolled his eyes and waved his hand lightly. In an instant, several skeletal warriors advanced, while the forces behind them unleashed a barrage of firepower. Forgotten One Neil, Half-Frost Lich, level 20 Dark Gold tier boss, health 3-0-0-0-0-0-3-0-0-0-0-0, spell power 12, 800, physical defense 1, 500, magical defense 2, 100, elemental resistance, ice 20, skills, frost-related spells, undead summoning spells, shadow curse spells. It seemed he aspired to transform into a lich, but evidently, he had only succeeded halfway. Despite being of the same dark gold tier, Neil, the half-lich, exuded a far greater sense of oppression than Reggie. Even the skills he possessed encompassed 3 major categories. However, this proved of little consequence. In the face of the current Su Mubai, his performance was even inferior to that of Reggie's initial encounter. Though his frame was smaller than a coffin, the skeletal legion could not all strike at once. Nevertheless, the first wave of attack still managed to strip away nearly 1,000,000 of his health points, just as he made his entrance, before he could even fully assert himself. His health bar had already diminished by 1/3. In that moment, Neil was bewildered, only then realizing in terror that he had been surrounded. The enemies encircled him. For a brief instant, he could hardly discern who was closer to becoming a lich. Chapter 45. The terrifying effect of Death's Gaze. Who are you? How can you summon such powerful undead creatures? Neil's voice trembled with shock and fear as the chain surrounding him quivered ominously. He was acutely aware of the formidable power of these chains, yet in the presence of the skeletal warriors before him, he found himself utterly powerless to inflict any damage. This indicated that the strength of these skeletal warriors surpassed even his own mental prowess. How could this be? He was a half-lich, albeit only partially transformed. He was certainly not to be compared with ordinary undead. Moreover, the creatures before him were merely the most basic of skeletons. As the next wave of assault loomed, Neil's composure began to falter. He raised a hand to conjure an icy shield, enveloping his entire form, while the flames of his soul flickered violently in his eyes as he intoned an arcane incantation. "Arise, my minions!" In the next moment, a pale, gray vortex materialized, from which a multitude of undead surged forth. Of course, this multitude was relative to Neil. In reality, he had summoned only 20 ghouls and 5 corpulent abominations. Ghoul, level 20, summon creature, health 150, 000, 150, 000, attack power 1, 580, physical defense 500, magical defense 420, skill, devour. These undead are perpetually reeking of decay. Abomination, level 20, summon creature, health 800, 000, 800, 000, attack power 1, 960, physical defense 800, magical defense 700, skills, hook strike, cloud of disease. This grotesque creature is stitched together from various corpses. The emergence of the 25 summoned beings provided the remaining skeletal warriors, who had been unable to reach Neil, with fresh targets for their onslaught. In the next instant, a rain of arrows and fireballs descended upon the battlefield, and Neil's summoned minions were mercilessly riddled with attacks as they made their entrance. Given Mubai's current prowess, a mere level 20 dark gold boss posed no challenge whatsoever. "You are but a human, by what right?" Before Neil could finish his sentence, Mubai's gaze sharpened, abruptly interrupting him. Death Gaze. In an instant, the flames of the soul in Neil's pupils twisted violently. Alert! You have used Death Gaze on the forgotten Neil. Your life level is determined to be superior to his. The system notification echoed, and Neil's attributes plummeted by a staggering 40. It should have been a mere 20, but Mubai, being an extraordinary player, had the catastrophic trait of his profession, resulting in a supercharged effect. Neil's once mighty health pool of 3 million instantaneously dwindled to 1.8 million. Not only that, but an expression of sheer terror manifested upon his face. The azure glow in his hand dissipated in an instant, his spell casting abruptly interrupted. Neil appeared to have glimpsed some unspeakable horror, letting out a cacophony of fearful shrieks as he scurried like a headless fly amidst the skeletal horde. Minus 50,740, minus 126,850, minus 50,740. A series of ashen digits continued to emerge, and upon reaching level 11, Mubai's spell power surged by 40 points, causing the damage of Death Gaze to exceed 50,000. He paused the assault, observing the frenzied Neil. Raising his hand, he halted the advance of the skeletal legion, eager to witness the fear effect of Death Gaze and whether it would be mitigated in the face of a boss. The recent system notification had clarified that his life level surpassed that of a half-lich. However, the information provided by the Myriad Worlds game explicitly stated that humans were a feeble race within the multiverse. Otherwise, beings like Neil would not aspire to transform into liches. Thus, Mubai could only deduce one possibility. The Death Sovereign class had elevated his life level. To his satisfaction, Neil was immobilized by fear for a full 10 seconds. Even after Death Gaze concluded, he remained dazed. Death, how could it be so terrifying? The incoherence of Neil's speech revealed that he was still trembling. The impact of the soul burning was evidently more profound than the skill description suggested. At the very least, even a dark gold level boss could not withstand it for long. After an additional 3 seconds, Neil finally regained his composure, casting a fearful glance at Mubai. As a boss, He had been reduced to a state of terror before a mere player. Eliminate him. Mubai harbored no intentions of sparing Neil, casually gesturing, and the Skeletal Legion unleashed their full might. With Neil's health already dwindling to under 1 million, he was swiftly vanquished. Defeated level 20 Dark Gold boss. The Forgotten, Neil, receive an additional 50 experience bonus. Experience points 750,000, with an additional 150,000 experience points for early claim. As Neil collapsed, Mubai's experience bar, having recently leveled up, soared to 47. The experience required to ascend from level 11 to 12 had increased to 2 million. The soul fire in Neil's eyes was extinguished, and the chains binding him gradually shattered, drifting away with the wind. Observing the items Neil dropped, Mubai couldn't help but mutter, "It's one thing for minor monsters not to drop loot, but even a boss is so stingy." Despite his disdain, he collected the solitary item Neil had relinquished. It was an irregular metal shard, intricately engraved with complex runes, imparting an inexplicable sense of foreboding. "You have obtained Dark Gold item, Cursed Crown Fragment 1. A fragment?" Mubai paused momentarily before inspecting the shard's attributes. Cursed Crown Fragment 1, 7 Dark Gold item. Collect all fragments to automatically restore the Cursed Crown. The bearer will suffer a curse, perpetually enduring the erosion of death energy. The instant he grasped the fragment, Mubai felt a subtle energy surge into his being. However, such death energy was negligible before him, akin to non-existent. It is even less than the meager amount of vitality siphoned by death drain feedback. The latter, after all, is an SS-level skill, which, if Mubai's conjecture holds true, should correspond to mythical-grade equipment. How could a mere Dark Gold fragment possibly compare? Moreover, his profession is that of the Death Sovereign. The vitality is merely a plaything. However, Mubai found himself quite intrigued by this cursed crown. Fractured into 7 pieces, all Dark Gold grade items. Once restored, it should undoubtedly become an epic-grade artifact, should it not? He mused that he might even seize another legendary piece without cost. With this thought, Mubai's spirits lifted, and he ceased his complaints about the lack of drops in the Forgotten Land. He wondered where that fellow Rod had wandered off to. As he maneuvered his skeletal army beyond this area, the sea of skeletons encircled him once more. Just as Mubai was preparing to search for Rod, the latter reappeared. "Splendid. You have liberated Neil. Let us hasten to eliminate. No, rather, let us rescue the next individual." Chapter 46. I possess the skill you mentioned. Observing the inexplicably excited Rod, Mubai chose to remain silent, casting a meaningful glance in his direction. Where's the next soul-locking coffin? In the next moment, Rod transformed into a mere echo. "Let me think. Mubai, exasperated, lightly tapped his forehead and decided to ignore Rod, steering the skeleton army out of the area instead. This fellow took an eternity to ponder. Rather than waiting, it would be wiser to hunt monsters for experience. Ultimately, they would have to confront the sea of skeletons. Although these ordinary creatures would not drop any loot, their overwhelming numbers promised a bountiful experience. Curiosity piqued. Mubai wondered just how many skeletons resided in this place. Crack, crack, crack. As expected, the moment the skeleton warriors stepped out of the area, a cacophony of clattering bones echoed nearby. Soon after, a multitude of eerie blue flames ignited, and the vanishing sea of skeletons surged forth once more. Adhering to their previous strategy, Mubai's skeleton army formed a circle, the relentless killing machines reappearing. Defeated a level 20 skeleton, received an additional 50 level-up bonus. Experienced 30 points, remote leader bonus activated, additional experience 6. Defeated a level 20 skeleton, received an additional 50 level-up bonus, experience 30 points, remote leader bonus activated, additional experience 6. After a brief interlude, Rod silently drifted beside Mubai, pointing in a direction and suddenly exclaiming, "I remember now. It's over there." Mubai nodded, and with a thought, the skeleton army commenced its advance. Observing the seemingly unyielding sea of skeletons, Mubai sighed. "Oh, How I wish I had an AoE skill. What is an AoE skill? Rod suddenly leaned in, his eyes alight with curiosity. Mubai was taken aback. This fellow was actually asking questions. He had always assumed Rod to be somewhat simple-minded, or perhaps to possess a fragmented soul. With nothing better to do, Mubai decided to enlighten Rod. An AoE skill is one that can affect multiple targets simultaneously. After speaking, he couldn't help but shake his head. Why was he even explaining this to him? However, Rod's next words brought him unexpected joy. I think I know where such a skill book is. Where? Mubai abruptly halted, turning to face Rod, his expression brimming with excitement. What he needed most was an AoE skill. Rod's eyes once again dulled, murmuring, where could it be? This time, Mubai was patient, quietly awaiting Rod's thoughts. Minutes passed, and Rod's words nearly broke his composure. Right? I know that skill you mentioned. Wait, my friend. You need to think so long about something you already know? Mubai's brow twitched slightly. He suspected that this fellow was deliberately toying with him, yet he could find no evidence to support his claim. Suppressing the urge to glare death at Rod, Mubai managed to force a smile. Can you teach me? Of course. Rod readily agreed. A wave of joy washed over Mubai. Perhaps he had misjudged this fellow, who might merely be a bit foolish. Then teach me quickly, so I can. Oh no, I mean save others. Rod, with a serious expression, nodded in response to Mubai's eager anticipation and slowly raised his hand. At last, he was about to acquire an AoE skill. Mubai's eyes sparkled with delight. Yet, moments later, the anticipated system notification did not arrive. Instead, Rod's hand hovered in midair, his head tilted in confusion as he earnestly inquired, "How should I teach you?" Death gaze. Mubai was infuriated, turning to the skeletal sea surrounding them and unleashing his fury upon the minions. Minus 50,740, minus 126,850, minus 50,740. He couldn't eliminate this guy. The upcoming exploration required him. Repeating this mantra in his mind, Mubai finally restrained his desire to retaliate against Rod. He thought to himself, however, he no longer held any hopes for the AoE skill, leaving Rod behind while he commanded the skeletal army to advance to the next coordinate. Yet, many things come to fruition when one stops pursuing them so fervently. After more than 10 minutes, Rod suddenly floated in front of Mubai, blocking his path, and excitedly declared, "I know how to teach you now." In the next moment, his right hand glowed with a pale gray luminescence as he extended a finger to touch Mubai's forehead. Unfazed by any ill intent, Mubai stood his ground, allowing Rod to continue. The billion-plus shared health points were no laughing matter. Ultimately, it was revealed that Rod had no ulterior motives. His finger failed to breach even the barely perceptible shield enveloping Mubai. This was the passive skill Undead Guardian from the Death Speaker robe, which, when placed upon Mubai, offered a pitiful shield value of merely 3 points. In the next instant, the long-awaited system notification finally resonated in Mubai's ears. You have learned a new skill, Corpse Explosion. Corpse Explosion. C. Level 1, active skill, detonates the target's corpse or remains, dealing magical damage to all enemies within a 5-meter radius. Cannot be used on boss corpses. Damage. 10 of the target's life before death, 100 spell power. Casting distance, 30 meters. Instant release, cooldown time, 30 seconds. Mana cost, 300 points. The damage of this skill was not particularly formidable, but its sole advantage lay in its instantaneous effect. Nevertheless, for Mubai, this was now the only AoE skill available to him. Furthermore, he could exploit it for free. A slight smile crept on Mubai's lips as he focused his thoughts. Cataclysm. Target, Corpse Explosion. Notice, please select tier for promotion. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Option 1. Promote to B-level skill. Advanced Corpse Explosion. No cost. Option 2. Evolve to A-level skill. Chain Corpse Explosion. Cost 10,000 gold coins. Option 3. Catastrophize to S-level skill. Annihilation of Corpses. Costs 1,000 years of lifespan. Ascending a tier. Spending money is not an option. Mubai lacked sufficient funds and could only exploit the system for free. Your C-level skill Corpse Explosion has successfully been promoted to B-level skill Advanced Corpse Explosion. Advanced Corpse Explosion, B, Level 1, active skill, detonates the target's corpse or remains, inflicting magical damage to all enemies within a 10-meter radius. Cannot be used on boss corpses. Damage: 15 of the target's maximum health, 150 spell power. Casting range: 50 meters, instantaneous release, cooldown time: 30 seconds, mana cost: 600 points. While the damage increase of Advanced Corpse Explosion may not seem substantial, the explosion radius has significantly expanded. The radius has increased from 5 meters to 10 meters, quadrupling the explosion area. Mubai immediately allocated the skill points he had reserved to Advanced Corpse Explosion, maxing it out. Shortly thereafter, the withered wooden staff in his hand began to glow. Simultaneously, a dull explosion resonated through the sea of skeletons. Boom! Chapter 47. Ascending Ranks. The Curse Crown reunites. The skeletal warriors stood resolutely at the outer perimeter, relentlessly slaying the relentless tide of skeletons. In the next moment, not far ahead, a freshly fallen skeleton suddenly emanated a pale, gray glow, which was swiftly followed by a thunderous explosion. Boom! The shattered bone shards scattered like bullets, instantly enveloping a vast area of 30 meters. Minus 18,062, minus 17,998, minus 36,984. A flurry of damage numbers flooded the screen, and a substantial portion of the skeletal front was obliterated, with broken bones strewn everywhere. Defeated a level 20 skeleton, receiving an additional 50 level-up bonus, experience points 30. Remote bonus effect activated, additional experience points 6. Defeated a level 20 skeleton, receiving an additional 50 level-up bonus, experience points 30, remote bonus effect activated. Additional experience points 6. With just one skill, Mubai was astounded to discover that his experience bar surged by nearly 4. This indicated that the recent application of Advanced Corpse Explosion had instantaneously annihilated over 2,000 skeletons. Even Mubai, well aware of his own prowess, was taken aback by this outcome. He had just invested 10 skill points to elevate Advanced Corpse Explosion to its maximum level. The upgrade of this skill did not alter its damage output or cooldown time. The only enhancement was the range of the skill. With each level increase, the explosion radius expanded by 0.5 meters, and the casting distance increased by 2.5 meters. At its pinnacle, Advanced Corpse Explosion boasted an explosion radius of 15 meters and a casting distance of 75 meters. Coupled with the profession's catastrophic traits, it achieved an impressive area of effect of 30 meters. Even without considering the damage enhancement from Death's Codex, it was sufficient to obliterate these skeletons. Bai, you are extraordinarily powerful. Rod praised drew Mubai back to reality. He smiled quietly, refraining from a verbal response, and continued to command the skeletal legion forward. Every half-minute, a dull thud resonated ahead, and Mubai's rate of experience gain accelerated several-fold. He even contemplated remaining here to continue farming monsters, for it would be challenging to find such a densely populated area of low-level creatures outside. However, after a moment of reflection, Mubai resolved to first explore the Forgotten Lands. Leveling up had never been an issue for him. With Advanced Corpse Explosion, the advancement of the Skeletal Legion had significantly accelerated. Before he had even leveled up, he arrived at the location of the second soul-locking coffin. The boss within this coffin, aside from its name, was almost a carbon copy of Neil, also a half-lich. Mubai, unwilling to squander any time, did not wait for grandiose proclamations from the foe and cast a piercing gaze instead. Hint: you have used Death Stare on the Forgotten One, Carlos, determining that your life level exceeds that of the opponent. -120000. What is this? A terrifying grayish-white number emerged, causing Carlos to instantly recoil in panic. Trembling and emitting a pain howl, his attributes were forcibly reduced by 40, leaving his maximum health at a mere 1.8 million. The Skeletal Legion unleashed their full might. Before the death glare could conclude, this half-lich was utterly transformed into a lifeless corpse. Defeating the level 20 Dark Gold boss, the Forgotten, Carlos, grants an additional 50 experience bonus, earning 750,000 experience points, with a further 150,000 experience points granted as an additional reward. Congratulations to player by Yi for leveling up to level 12, increasing 4-dimensional attributes by 1, and gaining 1 skill point and 15 free attribute points. A flash of golden light signaled Su Mubai's ascension once more. He reached out to accept the Cursed Crown fragment, retrieved by the skeletal warrior, and cast a glance at his experience bar. Level 12, 21, 67. To his surprise, the experience required to reach level 13 had not doubled, but rather, it had merely increased by 1 million. It seemed that prior to level 19, the increment remained fixed at 1 million. Su Mubai speculated this, as levels in multiples of 10 often represented a significant threshold. The Skeletal Legion once again summoned a sea of skeletons, and Su Mubai turned to regard the returning rod. Indeed, this fellow had shouted and fled when the soul lock coffin exploded. Where would the next one be? Let me ponder. The Forgotten Land is perpetually shrouded in darkness, yet the system's time serves as a reliable reference. The skeletal sea here is not as boundless as one might imagine. Shortly after vanquishing the 4th boss, the skeletal tide was entirely eradicated by Su Mubai. The Forgotten Land was now strewn with shattered bones, each step he took eliciting a crunching sound. However, Su Mubai remained oblivious to the fact that these bone fragments were slowly and imperceptibly sinking into the earth. The Forgotten Land remains eternally dim, obscured from the sun, making it easy to overlook the passage of time. Defeating the level 20 Dark Gold boss, the Forgotten Vaulter, grants an additional 50 experience bonus, earning 750,000 experience points, with a further 150,000 experience points granted as an additional reward. When Su Mubai received the 7th Cursed Crown fragment from the skeletal warrior, he glanced at the system time and realized with astonishment that he had been here for over 10 hours. His level had risen from initial 10 to now level 15. Throughout his time in the game, he had not taken a single moment to rest. Yet, Su Mubai felt no fatigue whatsoever. This was primarily due to the minimal effort he had expended, especially after the complete annihilation of the skeletal sea, which rendered even advanced corpse explosion unnecessary. He merely needed to stroll behind the Skeletal Legion. The Forgotten Land is indeed vast. As he picked up the final fragment, Su Mubai could not help but exclaim. It was no wonder that Sidhu Ji had allotted himself a week to explore this place. Without the presence of the occupational catastrophe traits, he would have struggled to completely resolve the skeletal sea. Given the difficulties of this map, the attributes of this item should not be lacking. Gazing at the fragments in his hand, Su Mubai's eyes gleamed with a flicker of brilliance as he retrieved an additional 6 pieces from his backpack. At that moment, Road floated back into view from a short distance away. Upon witnessing Su Mubai's actions, his pupils dilated sharply, as if he were reminded of some harrowing ordeal. Suddenly, he clasped his head with both hands, and his entire ethereal form began to contort. After a brief moment, Road returned to a semblance of normalcy, his face etched with terror as he shouted at Su Mubai. "No, you will be consumed by it." However, his warning came too late. The 7 shards had already coalesced in Su Mubai's grasp. A resonant hum echoed as a tricolored radiance shimmered, unveiling a cursed diadem exuding an aura of death in Su Mubai's hand. It was over. The look of dread on Rhodes' face deepened significantly. At that instant, the system notification echoed ominously. Chapter 48, The Forgotten Franklin. You have acquired the legendary item, the Cursed Crown. Indeed, it is legendary, not merely epic. This is due to Su Mubai having ascended all fragments without cost. Although the chances of nesting are slim, one must endeavor to try, mustn't one? Of course. This was only after confirming that the name remained unchanged post-ascension. Hint: successfully repaired the Cursed Crown, current exploration rate 50. Su Mubai did not immediately examine the attributes of the Cursed Crown, but instead gazed thoughtfully at Rod. Of the 50 exploration rate, 35 stemmed from the 7 soul lock coffins, while 5 was attributed to the Cursed Crown itself. Neither the overwhelming sea of skeletons nor the 7 bosses had yielded any exploration points. Yet, Rod's mere presence had augmented the total by a substantial 10. Given his previous performance, this individual appeared to be little more than a guide, incapable of providing such a wealth of exploration points. Unless, of course, his significance extended beyond that. Contemplating this, Mubai narrowed his eyes, fixating on Rod. The latter's expression was contorted, his gaze fixed on the cursed crown in Mubai's grasp, his eyes filled with trepidation. No, this cannot be. How could its power have increased so dramatically? I can sense the intense aura of death. Bai, discard it immediately, or you will be consumed by the death aura, ultimately becoming a soulless husk like them. Mubai, unfazed by the warning, showed no intention of relinquishing the cursed crown, remaining silent as he observed Rod's performance. He wished to ascertain what was truly unique about Rod. If his deductions were correct, this fellow might indeed be the ultimate boss. Isn't that how the narrative typically unfolds? As for being consumed by the death aura, Mubai had never been overly concerned. The moment the cursed crown was repaired, 2 system notifications echoed in his ears. Hint: you are being eroded by the death aura of the cursed crown. Hint: your stored death value has reached its limit. Upon consumption, you may continue to absorb more, and any excess will not affect you. Erosion by the death aura? Merely a supplement to my own abilities. With this artifact, perhaps I shall no longer need to siphon death energy from the corpses of minor creatures. Bai, why are you still hesitating? Quickly dispose of it. Mubai raised an eyebrow at the warning. Why the pretense of ignorance now? Pretense of ignorance? Rod was clearly taken aback, hastily responding, I have never feigned ignorance. Some matters truly before Rod could finish his sentence, the entire forsaken land suddenly trembled violently. Mubai's expression hardened as the skeletal legion instantly assembled. Rod appeared visibly shaken by this spectacle, his pupils clouding over. In the next moment, a significant portion of the ground ahead collapsed, releasing a dense wave of death aura from the gaping maw of the chasm. As the ominous aura of the cursed crown awakened the long-dormant Lich Franklin beneath the depths of oblivion, a finely crafted coffin emerged from the cavernous opening, hovering steadily in midair. This coffin, forged from an unknown metal, was inscribed with intricate and cryptic magical runes, instilling an unsettling chill in those who gazed upon it. It was he, the very one. Rod, whose mind had been clouded, suddenly found clarity at the sight of the coffin, his pupils widening in sheer terror. Trembling, he pointed towards it, his body quaking uncontrollably as he unconsciously retreated to the side of Mubai. He is the one who cursed us. He transformed this place into a realm of forgetfulness. I remember everything now. Gradually overcoming his fear, Rod's expression morphed into a grotesque mask of rage as he screamed. My family, my friends, my kin, all perished by his hand. In that moment, a flicker of light began to emanate from Rod's soul, and his status panel altered. Mayor of Sunset Town, Rod's remnant soul, special elite soul entity level, 20 health points, 100, 000 100, 000 skills. Soul possession, enhances target's main attributes by 20. Soul entity is immune to physical damage. Rod has recalled everything. He once was the mayor of Sunset Town, now the sole remaining remnant. White Knight, I implore you to aid me in vanquishing that beast Franklin. I am willing to sacrifice everything for this. Rod's frantic voice, coupled with the sudden appearance of a quest notification, momentarily stunned Mubai. This narrative defies conventional expectations. Is this individual truly an ally? Do you accept the unique hidden quest of Rod's request? Quest objective: eliminate the Lich Franklin. Quest reward: unknown. Failure penalty: none. Regardless of whether he accepted this quest, the looming boss before Mubai would not be spared. He regarded Rod intently, nodding slightly. Very well. Thank you. Rod's eyes brimmed with gratitude as his form grew increasingly translucent. Franklin is formidable, but I shall endeavor to assist you to the best of my ability. As he spoke, Rod's soul transformed into a beam of light, merging with Mubai's being. You have accepted the unique hidden quest of Rod's request. You have received the enhancement of soul possession. Your mental attributes have increased by 20. At that moment, the coffin in midair creaked open, and two flames of soul ignited fiercely within Franklin's eyes. The intensity of those flames was unprecedented in Mubai's experience. The Forgotten, Franklin, Frost Lich, level 20, Injured State, level decreased. Epic Boss, Health Points, 35, 000, 000, 35, 000 Spell Power, 48, 000 Physical Defense, 5, 000 Magical Defense, 8, 000 Elemental Resistances, Ice 35, Shadow 30, Death 25. Skills, Frost Series Spells, Shadow Series Spells, Death Series Spells. Before you stands a true Lich. Although his soul has endured grave damage, he should not be underestimated. Franklin appears magnitudes more formidable than the previous 7.5 Liches combined. Beneath his tailored robe, there is no trace of flesh, his form reduced entirely to that of a skeleton. His body is still entwined with chains, and he wields a pitch-black staff, surrounded by a miasma of death, frost, and shadow. Can it be that this wretch has managed to survive? The flames of soul fire flicker within Franklin's eye sockets as a raspy voice emerges. He is clearly referring to Rod. I sense the restored power of the cursed crown. But this power... At this point, Franklin's voice falters as he suddenly turns his gaze to Mubai, the flames in his pupils rising fiercely. Legendary level? Ha! At last, there is hope for healing. Franklin does not regard Mubai with any semblance of concern. He merely gestures lightly. Come back to me, my cursed crown. Return to your master. Immediately, his expression shifts dramatically as he exclaims in shock. Impossible. How did you accomplish this? Chapter 49. Indeed, the epic boss is formidable, yet ultimately ineffective. Franklin reached out to summon, but the cursed crown held by Mubai remained unresponsive. Just as he was engulfed in confusion and shock, he witnessed this human audaciously donning the cursed crown upon his head. This is inconceivable. It belongs to me. How could it be under your dominion? Franklin was utterly astonished, clearly baffled as to why the cursed crown did not respond to his summons. Anything that comes into my possession is mine. A glint of fierce determination flashed in Mubai's eyes as he focused his thoughts, commanding the Skeletal Legion to launch a direct assault on Franklin. Cursed Crown level 10 to 120 legendary item durability, 1000 equipment requirement. Forsaken, Franklin, the Death Sovereign can ignore this requirement, forcibly equip it, and upon defeating the opponent, the equipment requirement will revert to normal. Base attributes, level 15, physical defense 100, magical defense 200, health 2000, mana 4000, all attributes 75 affixes. 1. Spirit 10-2. Curse resistance 33. The wearer of this item will be continuously eroded by necrotic energy. Skills, Cursed Power, passive skill. All your spells will carry a curse effect, randomly inflicting 2 types of curses on the target for 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Cursed Aura, an aura skill that, when activated, reduces the speed of all enemies within a 100-meter radius by 30, including but not limited to attack speed, movement speed, and casting speed. It consumes 200 mana per second, with no cooldown time. Cursing is an art. This equipment, at this stage, can only be wielded by Mubai. No other player possesses the capability to equip it. This is precisely why Franklin was so astounded. You despicable thief. Faced with Mubai's Skeletal Legion, Franklin's eyes blazed with fury as his staff suddenly radiated a brilliant light. Buzz 3 pale, gray portals materialized, and Franklin's undead army was summoned forth. It must be said that the presence of an epic boss is significantly more imposing than that of a dark gold boss. The legion he conjured was nearly equal in number to Mubai's. In addition to 3 types of skeletons, each numbering 100, there was also a squad of knights clad in black armor. Shadow Knight, level 20, summon creature, health 1 0 0 0 0 0 0 1 0 0 0 0 0 0, attack power 9 800, physical defense 1 800, magical defense 1 800, skills, shadow charge, shadow power, shadow shield. A powerful undead creature, proficient in charging and defense. These knights, aside from their health, exhibited attributes that were already approaching those of a dark gold boss of the same level. Astonishingly, Franklin summoned 10 Shadow Knights all at once. The strength of an epic boss far surpasses that of a dark gold boss, elevating it to an entirely different echelon. I shall forge you into an existence akin to theirs. The fire of the soul flickered within Franklin's pupils as the Shadow Knight charged forth with 100 skeletal warriors towards Mubai. In the next moment, the two skeletal legions collided violently. However, the outcome diverged sharply from Franklin's expectations. A pale blue halo emerged from beneath Mubai's feet, swiftly enveloping a radius of 100 meters. Cursed halo. The charging Shadow Knight's speed plummeted by 30, while Mubai's 100 skeletal warriors stood resolutely in the forefront, their colossal swords crashing down, unwaveringly absorbing the impact of the Shadow Knight's charge. In the wake of this confrontation, a torrential downpour of arrows and fireballs ensued. With the casting speed and attack velocity curtailed, the movements of Franklin's summoned legion were noticeably delayed. Heavy strike. Double shot. Fireball. Minus 83,594. Minus 83,071. Minus 168,126. Minus 13,509. Minus 27,274. Minus 13,622. Minus 27,658. Minus 43,985. Minus 43,233. Minus 87,834. The horrifying numbers of damage flickered, as nearly a quarter of Franklin's skeletal legion was annihilated in an instant. Even the Shadow Knight lost several of its ranks. The significant increase in damage was not solely attributed to the acquisition of a legendary-grade equipment. It was also correlated with Mubai's current level. Upon reaching level 15, the attributes of his two legendary items and the Tome of Death were enhanced. The total attribute bonuses from the two legendary items contributed an additional 25 points each, while the Tome of Death granted an impressive 50 points. Coupled with the Cursed Crown and the Spirit of Rod, Mubai's mental attribute surged to an impressive 980 points, having doubled since he first entered the Land of Oblivion. Consequently, the Skeletal Legion, now bolstered by his mental attributes, saw its own stats effectively double. Regrettably, the Cursed Crown could not be nested. The restored artifact was regarded as the same entity as the previous fragments by the Cataclysm talent. Nevertheless, Mubai was mentally prepared for this and did not dwell on it excessively. The pressing matter at hand was to vanquish Franklin, the epic level boss. With overwhelming force and relentless vigor, the moment the two forces clashed, Franklin sensed something was amiss. He raised his hand to cast a supportive spell, but Mubai was evidently unwilling to grant him that opportunity. Before the first incantation could escape his lips, Franklin was suddenly struck by an overwhelming and disquieting power. At that moment, as a lich, he felt an impulse to kneel in submission. No, it is absolutely impossible. Before he could finish his thought, Mubai's gaze had already locked onto him. Death gaze. The soul flame within Franklin's pupils twisted grotesquely as he abruptly released his staff. Clutching his head with trembling hands, plummeting from the air. Notification. You have used Death Gaze on the Forgotten One, Franklin. Your life level surpasses that of your opponent. Minus 14 million. The system notification resonated, and a grayish-white 8-digit damage value suddenly appeared above Franklin's head, reducing his health limit to a mere 21 million. With each passing second, another figure exceeding 100,000 real damage emerged, while intermittent critical hits approached 300,000. Furthermore, two curses were simultaneously inflicted upon Franklin by Mubai's Gaze of Death. Notification. You have inflicted the Curse of Agony on the Forgotten One, Franklin, dealing shadow damage equal to 100 of your spell power every second for 5 seconds. Notification. You have inflicted the Curse of Catastrophe on the Forgotten One, Franklin, increasing the target's critical hit chance by 30 for 5 seconds. Damage numbers erupted above Franklin's head, and he found himself utterly powerless to resist. The fear effect of Gaze of Death was such that even this epic boss could not withstand it, flailing about like a headless chicken. This skill did not require Mubai to maintain focus. As long as he wished, the effects of Gaze of Death would persist regardless of where his gaze shifted. Mubai merely cast a glance at Franklin before turning his attention to the corpse of the first fallen Shadow Knight. In the next instant, the Shadow Knight's corpse detonated explosively, engulfing a radius of 30 meters. Boom! Advanced Corpse Explosion. Chapter 50. The Skeleton Crushes the Bone Dragon. Is this reasonable? Advanced Corpse Explosion Technique. Boom! Minus 610, 000, minus 1, 525, 000, minus 1, 525, 000. Thanks to the Shadow Knight's staggering life force exceeding 1,000,000, Mubai's Advanced Corpse Explosion Technique, enhanced by the catastrophic traits of his profession, inflicted terrifying damage upon all skeletons within a 30-meter radius. Had it not been for the scattered positioning of the two types of ranged skeletons summoned by Franklin, this assault would have resulted in their utter annihilation. Nevertheless, a significant portion of Franklin's summoned legion perished in that explosion, leaving fewer than 50 ranged skeletons remaining. As the effect of Death Gaze dissipated, Franklin instantly regained his composure. The suffocating dread that had gripped his heart evaporated. However, he now found himself utterly isolated. Even his own life force had been reduced by nearly 10 million due to the relentless assault of the Skeleton Legion. Franklin life points, 11, 980, 000, 21, 000. 000 who? Exactly are you? Franklin glared fiercely at Mubai, the soul flame in his pupils flickering violently. The sensation that had sent shivers through his very essence was undeniably the power of death. Yet, before him stood a mere human. How could he possibly wield a mastery over death more profound than that of this lich? I am your father. Mubai scoffed, then shook his head. Forget it. I certainly do not have a son as ugly as you. Amidst their exchange, the Skeleton Legion showed no signs of halting their assault. A dozen skeleton warriors firmly restrained Franklin, while the ranged skeleton archers and mages unleashed a relentless barrage. Although their size prevented them from all targeting Franklin simultaneously, each wave of their onslaught still managed to siphon nearly 1,000,000 from his life force. Human, you dare to insult the Great Lich. Was upon hearing this, Franklin was instantly consumed by rage, gripping his staff as it returned to him, a glacial blue shield materializing around him. Ice shield, shield value, 5,000,000. While a mere 5,000,000 may seem trivial in comparison to his life total, it afforded him sufficient protection against several waves of the Skeleton Legion's attacks. More importantly, this shield provided him with the precious time needed to cast even more formidable spells. I care not who you are today. You shall be buried in the land of oblivion. The soul within Franklin's gaze ignited fiercely, his aura surging dramatically. He then began to levitate slowly, an overwhelming wave of energy erupting from within him, engulfing the entire land of oblivion. Rumbling, just as it had when he first appeared, the land of oblivion quaked once more. Immediately, the remnants of the shattered skeletons that Mubai had previously crushed seemed to respond to his summons, soaring into the air. In that moment, the entire land of oblivion transformed into an ocean of bones. Countless fragments of skeletal remains converged, a dense aura of death emanating from Franklin, infusing these remnants with its essence. Subsequently, these fragments began to coalesce beneath Franklin's feet. A colossal skeletal dragon, born from the essence of death, emerged with a deafening roar. Kakish, slay this human. The power within him shall be our catalyst for resurrection. Skeletal dragon, Kakish, mid-tier, undead creature, level 20, injured state, level reduced. Epic boss, health, 80,000,000, 80,000,000, attack power, 42,000, physical defense, 10,000, magical defense, 6,000, elemental resistance, 30 to death. Skills, bone cage, hellish spikes, death storm. Do not be alarmed. This creature is not a true dragon, yet do not let your guard down, for the power of the skeletal dragon is nearly on par with that of dragons of the same tier. Skeletal dragon, Kakish has appeared, current exploration rate 90. At this moment, The system prompt resonated, and Su Mubai's gaze sharpened. Previously, when Franklin had appeared, he had wondered why the exploration rate had only increased by 20. He had assumed that defeating the boss would lead to further advancement. Little did he expect a second epic boss to emerge. Truly, the trial set by the Lord of East Sea City is formidable. As he beheld the descending massive skeletal dragon, Su Mubai could not help but reflect. However, his expression remained unchanged. Crack, crack. Keikish's dragon claws descended with unparalleled might. Yet, in the next instant, both he and Franklin were left astounded. Boom! With a resounding crash. A skeletal warrior beside Su Mubai stepped forward, its form doubling in size instantly. With a mighty swing of its colossal sword, it forcefully blocked Keikish's strike. Not stopping there, this skeletal warrior summoned its strength and sent the enormous Kaikish flying. Critical hit. -1. 1,028 million. A staggering critical damage figure erupted above Kaikish's head, and his body was uncontrollably hurled into the air. What? This is impossible. How can a mere skeletal warrior possess the strength to overpower my Kaikish? Franklin was utterly bewildered, the flame of his soul within his head pulsating erratically. Such an occurrence had never crossed his path before. What else do you have? Show me everything, Su Mubai said, arms crossed, smiling at Franklin. Meanwhile, the skeletal legion continued its relentless assault, and the opponent's shield had dwindled to less than half. The ability of this skeletal warrior to withstand Kaikish was naturally attributed to Su Mubai's enhancements. Death absorption feedback. Notification. You have consumed all death energy, enhancing the target skeletal warrior's primary attributes by 640. Su Mubai's elation stemmed from the subsequent system notifications. Notification. You are being eroded by the death energy of the Cursed Crown. Death energy 10. Death energy 10. A faint stream of death energy surged from the Cursed Crown, merging into Su Mubai's being. With each passing second, the value of death energy stored by death absorption feedback increases by 10 points. A curse? An erosion of death energy? Is this not a veritable mobile power bank? The enhancement effects of feedback can persist for 60 seconds, yet its cooldown period is a mere 30 seconds. Typically, within 60 seconds, Su Mubai can only siphon death energy from corpses twice. Without the presence of a boss's remains, there is hardly any death energy to be accumulated. However, with the Cursed Crown, everything transforms. Now, in just 60 seconds, an automatic recovery of 600 points of death energy occurs. This means Su Mubai can sustain 2 skeletal warriors with a permanent enhancement of 600% to their primary attributes. At this moment, the skeletal warrior is basking in the full extent of this enhancement, with an increase of 640% in strength. It has reached a terrifying total of 75,184 points. Its attack power has surpassed 150,000. When combined with heavy strikes, critical damage, and the death scriptures, inflicting double damage on undead beings, it delivers a blow that yields a value in the millions. Chapter 51. The Flaw of Shared Life. The enhanced skeletal warrior leaped high into the air and suddenly seized the retreating bone dragon. In an instant, the colossal bone dragon was hurled to the ground by the skeletal warrior, who was yet smaller than its claws. Thud! The ground was immediately cratered by the impact, as the skeletal warrior descended from the sky, using its terrifying strength to firmly suppress Carcass. Each time the dragon flapped its wings in an attempt to ascend once more, the skeletal warrior would strike it down with a sword. At this moment, the battlefield had been divided into 2. Crack! On the other side, Franklin watched as the ice shield began to crack, on the verge of shattering. He had no choice but to descend from midair to avoid becoming a living target for the undead army. Observing this, Su Mubai pointed his gnarled wooden staff. Burn, -2,568. The level 1 earned damage was negligible, but Su Mubai sought not mere damage, but the effect of the Cursed Crown. Notification. You have inflicted the Dune Curse on the Forsaken, Franklin. After 5 seconds, it will deal 800 of spell power as magical damage, with a certain chance to summon a Doomsday Guardian, lasting 5 seconds. Notification. You have inflicted the Blood Poison Curse on the Forsaken, Franklin. The target's life recovery effects are nullified, lasting 5 seconds. Damn, this is my curse crown. To be cursed by his own equipment. Franklin was indeed the first to experience such a fate. After all, although Mubai now wore the curse crown, this equipment had been forcibly commandeered before he could vanquish Franklin. At the moment the ice shield shattered, Franklin's staff struck the ground violently. The next instant, a wave of ice-blue energy surged forth, enveloping a 100-meter radius around him. Ice Hell. Notification. You are affected by Ice Hell. Your movement speed is reduced by 30. Immediately thereafter, the soul fire in Franklin's pupils ignited once more. A beam of pitch-black light shot forth from the tip of his staff, striking Mubai's body in an instant. Death Ray. Minus 960,000. Ha! You have underestimated me. With this death ray hitting you, your fragile human body is doomed. Franklin, seeing his attack succeed, let out a hoarse laugh, but was soon left dumbfounded. What? How much health do you possess? The health bar of that human nearby had not diminished in the slightest. How is this possible? Mubai glanced at the shared life health bar. A mere 960,000 damage had barely registered a decrease. An epic level boss, and this is all it amounts to? Shared life. You have indeed mastered such a rare skill. Franklin recalled something, as he distinctly perceived the shock emanating from Mubai's flickering soul fire. An S-tier skill should not elicit such astonishment. It seems even epic-level bosses have not witnessed much. It appears there is truly nothing left. Shaking his head, Mubai gently beckoned. Finish him off. The Skeletal Legion immediately launched a fierce assault. Franklin, sensing the ebbing of his life force, hurriedly brandished his staff, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Though the concept of life sharing is formidable, it is not without its vulnerabilities. As death looms, Franklin, enduring the relentless onslaught of the Skeletal Legion, finally unleashes his ultimate move after losing several million health points. In the midst of a tremendous energy surge, a blood-red rose emblem materializes, enveloping the entire battlefield. Simultaneously, Cacus bellows towards the heavens, brandishing his bony wings. Bone Cage. With a cacophony of cracking sounds, a skeletal prison rises from the ground, ensnaring the skeletal warriors. Immediately thereafter, a tempest of bone spikes sweeps across all targets on the battlefield. Bone Spike Hell. The piercing sounds resonate, followed by a thunderous eruption. Minus 48,000, minus 48,000, minus 39,500. Minus 31,862, minus 37,003, minus 38,987. Waves of damage erupt from above the heads of the Skeletal Legion. Mubai's pupils constrict as he realizes that his shared health has plummeted by a quarter in an instant. It is worth noting that his current shared life total is a staggering 200 million points. In that moment, Mubai is jolted into awareness. Although life sharing is powerful, it is merely an S-class skill, far from invincible. Should someone wield a potent area of effect skill capable of annihilating all the skeletons at once, he too would meet his demise. While the shared health bar has doubled due to the profession's catastrophic traits, this enhancement only applies to the damage he personally endures. This means that when he suffers damage and the shared life bar decreases, the linked Skeletal Legion only receives half of the damage. However, when the skeletons are harmed, the shared life value diminishes at double the rate. Observing the skeletal mage, who barely clings to life, Mubai breaks into a cold sweat. Had it not been for his enhanced strength, the Skeletal Legion's health, now doubled, would have resulted in a swift extermination of all but the skeletal warriors with the combined assault of the two bosses. Although the presence of the skeletal warriors mitigates the threat posed by these two epic bosses to Mubai's life, it serves as a stark warning. The catastrophic trait of summon space expansion, while allowing all summoned undead to resurrect once every hour, would be futile if all were annihilated in an instant, leaving him unable to revive before succumbing to death. He must not be so careless in the future. With a decisive thought, Mubai retracts 20 skeletal warriors back into the summoning space. This is a temporary solution to counteract the large-scale area of effect attacks. The skeletons within the summoning space can still provide shared life value, but remain impervious to enemy AoE attacks. To eliminate the skeletal units within the summoning space, one must target Mubai and exhaust his shared health bar. These 20 skeletal warriors can provide him with 30,480,000 in shared life value. And with a resurrection, that totals 60,960,000. More than sufficient to contend with these two bosses. For the time being, Mubai must rely on this method to bridge the gap in life sharing. He had resolutely decided that after exploring the Forgotten Lands, his first course of action would be to amass sufficient wealth to elevate life sharing. Should time permit, he would then pursue the Cataclysm. In his heart, Mubai had already begun to formulate a plan. The third tier of Cataclysm was beyond his means, yet there remained ways to acquire the necessary funds. More astonished than Mubai was Franklin, who stood not far away, dumbfounded by the scene before him, momentarily at a loss for words. How could he and Carcass, united, fail to eliminate even the summoned skeletal mage of their adversary? What manner of being was this human? Meanwhile, the skeletal warrior, wielding its terrifying might, shattered the bone prison and once again suppressed Carcass. At that moment, Mubai's cold gaze turned towards them. That chilling energy descended once more. Death gaze! With a roar, Carcass emitted a terrified shriek, its wings flapping wildly, as if it had glimpsed some horrifying entity. Alert! You have used Death Gaze on the undead bone dragon, Carcass. Your life level is determined to be higher than that of your opponent. Minus 32 million. A grayish-white 8-digit figure appeared, and Carcass's life value limit plummeted by 40 in an instant. Two curses were simultaneously affixed to its being. On Franklin's side, despair enveloped him as he realized the skeletal warrior directly before him had suddenly doubled in size. Death drained feedback. Alert! You have consumed 300 points of death energy, enhancing the target skeletal warrior's primary attributes by 600. This time, neither party was left with the capacity to retaliate. In less than a minute, having exhausted all means, Franklin fell to the ground, succumbing before Carcass. Yet, as the system notification echoed, Mubai furrowed his brow. Chapter 52, Rewards for Defeating the Epic Boss Solo, Update. You have obliterated the Forgotten One, Franklin's corporeal form, earning an additional 70 experience boost, totaling 75 million experience points. Congratulations to player by Yi for ascending to level 16, with an increase of 1 in all attributes, 1 skill point, and 15 free attribute points. Congratulations to player by Yi for ascending to level 17, with an increase of 1 in all attributes, 1 skill point, and 15 free attribute points. In a flash of golden light, Mubai's level surged directly to 17. Yet, he furrowed his brow, murmuring in confusion. Corporeal form? The previous notification did not indicate that he had vanquished Franklin, but merely destroyed his physical body. The experience gained seemed insufficient for the challenge presented by an epic boss. It is worth noting that the skeletal minions and shadow knights summoned by the opponent yielded no experience. Furthermore, the announcement for a first-time solo kill of an epic boss had not triggered. This implies that Franklin had not been entirely slain. Drawing from his extensive gaming experience, Mubai quickly deduced that Franklin was a lich, and his soul must reside within a phylactery. Only by locating and destroying the phylactery could one truly eliminate a lich. Where could this phylactery be hidden? Mubai gazed at the corpse, devoid of any loot. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, the remaining 10 exploration might very well pertain to finding Franklin's phylactery. Roar! Not far off. The undead bone dragon, Carcass, suddenly let out a roar, interrupting Mubai's contemplation. His gaze sharpened as he turned to look. It turned out that the first enhanced skeletal warrior had reverted to its original form. Soon after, the system notification chimed in. Notification: your stored death energy has reached its limit. You may continue to absorb after consumption. It appears that this first solo-defeated epic boss could only be you. Observing Carcass suddenly regain its vigor, Mubai narrowed his eyes, a thought forming in his mind. The second enhanced skeletal warrior immediately charged at Carcass, once again suppressing it. Meanwhile, Mubai activated his skill once more. Death drain feedback. Notification. You have consumed all death energy, enhancing the target's skeletal warrior's primary attributes by 640. This time, it was the skeletal warrior that regained its strength. Its form swelled once more, and it swung its massive sword toward Cacus. Critical hit. Simultaneously, the second skeletal warrior arrived. Critical hit. 2 critical hits of 1 million damage erupted. Although Cacus felt no pain, it was still subjected to the terrifying might of the 2 skeletal warriors, causing it to roar in fury. Originally at a disadvantage in a one-on-one confrontation, now faced with a 2-on-1 scenario, it was utterly bereft of any means of retaliation. Furthermore, due to its colossal size, it not only had to withstand the onslaught from the 2 enhanced skeletal warriors, but also the entire skeletal legion's assault. Of course, it merely needed to endure the attacks of 320 skeletons, as an additional 20 skeletal warriors awaited in Mubai's summoning space. Nevertheless, Cacus found himself utterly powerless. On the surface, he appeared to be nearly equal to Franklin, boasting an impressive health pool that exceeded Franklin's by nearly half. Yet in reality, Franklin posed a far greater challenge, for apart from his bone spikes, he relied solely on physical damage. His ultimate skill, Death Storm, was merely a different form of attack utilizing bone spikes. In contrast, as a lich, Franklin wielded far superior abilities compared to Cacus. A minute later, Mubai once again fixed his gaze upon Cacus, ultimately causing this epic-level boss to succumb to fear. Defeated the level 20 epic boss, the Undead Bone Dragon, Cacus earned an additional 70 experience bonus, gaining 25 million experience points. Congratulations to player by Yi for leveling up to level 18, attributes 1, skill points 1, free attribute points 15. Congratulations to player by Yi for leveling up to level 19, attributes 1, skill points 1, free attribute points 15. 2 beams of golden light flashed once more, and the substantial experience propelled Mubai to an impressive 1932. Indeed, ascending from level 19 to 20 posed a considerable challenge. Observing the experience required for level 20, Mubai bore a knowing expression. From level 10 onward, the experience needed for each level up merely increased by 1 million. From level 18 to 19, it was a mere 9 million experience points. However, the leap to level 20 demanded a staggering 20 million experience points. It seemed that in this vast gaming universe, players awakening low-tier talents lacked even the qualifications to serve as fodder. Gazing at his experience bar, Mubai narrowed his eyes slightly. The disparity in levels within this gaming realm would undoubtedly be more pronounced than anticipated. Those players with low-tier talents, unless afforded extraordinary opportunities, would likely end up as mere lifestyle players. To keep pace with the mainstream's leveling speed, one would need at least A, C, or even B-tier talent. The gaming universe proved to be even harsher than the real world. Cacus's experience points were precisely double those of Franklin, confirming Mubai's hypothesis. The remaining experience and loot could only be obtained by destroying the life box. After allocating his free attribute points, the long-awaited system notification finally sounded. Congratulations on becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to solo an epic-level boss. Rewards: primary attributes 100, skill points 50, intermediate soul stones 50. Notice, an announcement for the Blue Star region is forthcoming. The difficulty of epic-level bosses was indeed a leap, and the rewards for achieving the first solo kill far surpassed those of dark gold level bosses. Whether it was the 100 points in primary attributes or the 50 skill points, these were invaluable resources for any player. However, what truly captivated Mubai's attention was the full 50 intermediate soul stones. While he had previously acquired a similar quantity through other means, starting with intermediate stones made a world of difference. Gazing at the intermediate soul stones in his inventory, Mubai's mind focused. Cataclysm. Target: 50 intermediate soul stones. Note: please select a promotion tier. First tier, second tier, third tier. Click to view details. Option 1. Promote to Advanced Soul Stone at no cost. Option 2. Transcend to Soul Crystal, consuming 1,000,000 soul coins per unit. Option 3. Cataclysm to Soul Essence, consuming 1,000 years of lifespan per unit. Gazing at the soul crystal and soul essence options, Mubai felt a surge of excitement. Yet it was unattainable. Setting aside the thought of a millennium of lifespan, he was entirely unaware of what soul coins even were. With a helpless shake of his head, Mubai reluctantly chose to opt for the free option. Promotion to the first tier. You have obtained 50 Advanced Soul Stones. Chapter 53. Advanced Soul Stones. Mubai had lingered in the land of oblivion for over 10 hours, a duration far exceeding his stay in the novice village. Presently, it was the second day since the inhabitants of Blue Star had embarked on their journey into the multiverse game. The amalgamation of data-driven mechanics and the exhilarating allure of this new realm had rendered most players sleepless, their sole desire being to level up swiftly and escape the confines of the novice village. However, they had grossly underestimated the challenges associated with leveling in the multiverse game. Particularly after reaching level 5, the experience required for advancement left everyone astounded. Even the wealthiest and most ambitious players had only managed to attain level 8, still some distance from level 9. They were considered among the strongest players in Novice Village, number 9527, aside from Mubai. Yet it would likely require them the better part of the day to finally exit the Novice Village. Nevertheless, there were individuals whose leveling pace surpassed theirs, having already arrived at their respective cities. Yet, such players were few and far between, including the likes of San Chi Qingfeng from the Huaxiao Empire and Felix from the White Eagle Empire, both possessing SSS-level talents. At this juncture, only a handful of players throughout Blue Star had managed to enter a city. On average, a city had scarcely a soul to claim. These individuals, at the very least, possessed SS-level talents. Now, the elite players who had been the first to emerge from the novice village were exploring their cities, leveraging their first-mover advantage to acquire more information than the average player while seeking out hidden quests within the towns. Upon leaving the novice village, dungeon markers would no longer appear on the minimap. This meant that the multiverse game lacked public dungeons. First-tier players would need to locate the entrances to dungeons on their own. Of course, for those not in the first tier, they could wait for the coordinates of the dungeons to be revealed before attempting to enter. However, a single misstep could lead to a series of subsequent missteps. Those who merely wished to wait for easy opportunities would find themselves increasingly left behind. As these top-tier players ventured through the cities, a flurry of system announcements rang out. Blue Star Region announcement. Congratulations to Bai Yi, a player from the Divine Dragon Empire, for becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to single-handedly defeat an epic-level boss. This notice is issued in hopes that all players will learn from this accomplishment to reap substantial rewards. The repeated announcement sent shockwaves through the ranks of Blue Star players, particularly those elite experts who had just entered the cities, now questioning their very existence. Whether it was San Chi Qingfeng or Felix, all SSS-level talent holders stood frozen in disbelief. An epic-level boss. How had Bai Yi achieved this? Setting aside the sheer strength of such a boss, the most pressing question was, where had this player found such a formidable foe? They had experimented with various methods in the novice village, yet had not uncovered even a hint of a dark gold level boss. Is this a joke? We are still clueless about how to trigger disaster-level dungeons or where to find dark gold level bosses, and yet you have single-handedly vanquished an epic-level boss. This announcement instilled a desire among these SSS-level players to report this astonishing feat. They even began to question whether the multiverse game truly had any cheats. Wasn't an SSS-level talent supposed to be the most formidable? How could Bai Yi be so far ahead? Compared to these top-tier players, those who had yet to leave the novice village remained notably more composed. Truly, Bai Yi was remarkable. He triggered another announcement. After a night without hearing from Bai Yi, I found it somewhat disconcerting, but now it feels much more comfortable. Will future announcements not be monopolized by Bai Yi? I must say, there is a high probability of that occurring. Haha, it matters not who triggers it. It's of no concern to me. After all, crafting equipment still grants experience, and I am preparing to be a full-time blacksmith, so feel free to message me if you need anything. What? Crafting equipment can also yield experience? How was I unaware of this? Not just crafting. As long as one chooses to pursue a full-time life profession, successfully creating items can grant experience. Far quicker than grinding monsters. Is that really the case? At this level, Those who wish to train may do so. I shall no longer serve. In the Dragon Empire, at the 9526 Novice Village, the level 8 Zhao, Su, and Lu Ruyin were diligently grinding monsters. Both possessed S-level talents, making them quite renowned players within this novice village. However, their foremost objective was to exit the novice village as swiftly as possible and ascertain whether Bai Yi was indeed Su Mubai. After the system announcement concluded, Zhao Su, invigorated as though filled with adrenaline, significantly improved his monster grinding efficiency. He began to envision the scene of standing atop the multiverse in the future, much like when he had claimed Su Mubai's inheritance back on Blue Star. In their eyes, regardless of whether this Bai Yi was Su Mubai, as long as he was a man, he would ultimately bow before Lu Ruyin, becoming an integral part of their new play. Unless, of course, the fellow had no interest in women. In the Forgotten Lands, Su Mubai gazed at the 50 advanced soul stones in his backpack, a slight smile gracing his lips. Advanced soul stones are special items that, upon absorption, will extend one's lifespan by a year. Note, whether placed in your backpack or storage, 10% will be lost upon your death, with a minimum loss of 36. 5 days. With these 50 advanced soul stones, Su Mubai's crisis regarding his lifespan was finally resolved. With no leads on soul coins, and considering that upgrading a single stone required a full million, it was not something to be hoped for in the near future. Thus, without a second thought, Su Mubai absorbed all the advanced soul stones. In an instant, these stones shimmered brightly, transforming into a rich green light that flowed into Su Mubai's body. You have absorbed 50 advanced soul stones. Lifespan increased by 50 years. Lifespan. Over 51 years. The substantial increase in lifespan brought a sudden sense of relief to Su Mubai. At least he no longer had to worry about untimely death. As for the players, he was indifferent. His greatest fear lay with the locals of the Forbidden Lands. The memory of being instantly killed by a skeletal warrior was still fresh in his mind. After all, this was a real world. Who could accurately predict when misfortune might strike? As the air hummed, a circle of ethereal blue luminescence enveloped Su Mubai's body, and Rod's soul emerged from within him, liberating itself from its possessed state. My Lord Bei, I express my gratitude for avenging the town of Sunset. Rod reverently bowed to Su Mubai, his manner of address reflecting a profound change. In his previous state of possession, he had witnessed firsthand the terrifying might of this human. The Lich Franklin, who had obliterated the entire town of Sunset, was rendered utterly powerless in the presence of Su Mubai. With a wave of his hand, Su Mubai inquired directly, "Do you know the whereabouts of Franklin's life box?" Upon hearing this, Rod's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he swiftly replied, "I can attempt to sense his soul's resonance, though it may require some time. Inform me once you have made contact." Su Mubai nodded slightly and turned to the side of Carcass's lifeless form. The first epic-level boss was destined to yield a bountiful harvest. Chapter 54. I apologize. I take back my previous statement. After a fierce battle, the land lay in fragments. And even Su Mubai was taken aback by the enhanced power of the skeletal warriors. The colossal corpse of the undead bone dragon, Carcass, lay upon the ground, the soul fire within its hollow gaze extinguished. Beside its enormous head, a small pile of dropped items awaited. With the cursed crown in his possession, Su Mubai was no longer in need of death energy. Thus he refrained from utilizing death drain feedback to siphon energy from Carcass's remains. He approached the dragon's head and began to inspect his spoils. You have obtained 800 gold coins. You have obtained 20 level 5 attribute gems. You have obtained 10 epic material, dragon bones. You have obtained 24 beginner soul stones. For system notifications echoed in his mind, causing Su Mubai to pause momentarily. So, it was only the epic level bosses that dropped beginner soul stones? Slaying a level 20 epic boss merely extends one's lifespan by 2 years. Is that truly the case? The difficulty of the multiverse game was truly outrageous. While Su Mubai appeared to fight with ease, it was due to his extraordinary advantages. Even players endowed with SSS-level talents, leading a team, would face considerable casualties when confronting Carcass alone at the same level. Once they left the novice village, Dying once would cost them at least 10 years of lifespan. Mubai surmised that witnessing a multitude of players besiege a high-level boss in the multiverse game would be a rare sight indeed. In previous games, one could overwhelm a boss with sheer numbers of the cost of lives. However, in the multiverse game, players must engage in extensive preparations and seek out relevant information about the boss before daring to challenge high-level foes. Yet this turned out to be advantageous for Mubai. The bosses that other players feared to confront were challenges he embraced. After stowing the items in his backpack, Mubai continued to examine his acquisitions, only to be left dumbfounded. Was it true that the bosses of the Forgotten Lands were this impoverished? After collecting the previous 4 items, all that remained was a fist-sized dragon skull. Regardless of its classification, it fell far short of Mubai's expectations. The previous 7 Dark Gold half-lich bosses had at least contributed to 1 epic-level piece of equipment. The value of a single epic item far exceeded that of a dozen Dark Gold items. Yet, Carcass was a first-kill epic boss, and this was all he had to show for it. With a tinge of disappointment, Mubai picked up the miniature dragon skull, only for his dismay to vanish in an instant, replaced by a look of astonishment. My apologies, Dragon Brother. I take back my earlier statement. You are not at all impoverished. You have obtained the epic special item, Dragon Skull Pendant. Dragon Skull Pendant, epic special item upon use. You will acquire the epic mount, Undead Bone Dragon. Though the Undead Bone Dragon is not a true dragon, it is capable of flight. Indeed, although Carcass did not drop any equipment, he bestowed upon all players the coveted prize, a flying mount. Is such a marvel truly something a level 20 boss ought to yield? Mubai, clutching the Dragon Skull Pendant, felt not only elation but also a tinge of perplexity. An epic flying mount seemed far too grand for one at this stage. It likely had something to do with the severe injuries sustained by this creature. He recalled the attributes of the 2 bosses. Neither belonged to this level, but their grievous wounds had reduced them to level 20. Yet, this was of little consequence. What mattered was that he now possessed a legendary flying mount. Suppressing his excitement, Mubai focused his thoughts. Cataclysm. Target, Dragon Skull Pendant. Prompt, please select tier for promotion. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Click to view details. He opted for Tier 1. Not that he could afford a higher tier anyway. Thus, he chose without hesitation. As Cataclysm took effect, an inexplicable chill emanated from the Dragon Skull Pendant in his hand. Subsequently, enveloped in a kaleidoscope of radiant hues, the pendant gradually transformed into a palm-sized black and blue horn. The horn exuded an icy aura and a sense of death, instilling an impression of forbidding proximity. Yet, Mubai felt an odd sense of familiarity. You have obtained the legendary special item Frosthorn. Frosthorn, legendary special item. When sounded, it grants you a legendary mount from the realm of the undead, Frost Giant Dragon. As a true high-tier undead, its prowess is indisputable. The joy of obtaining something for free is a delight only those who have experience can fathom. With excitement gleaming in his eyes, Mubai raised the Frosthorn to his lips, inhaled deeply, and then sounded the horn with vigor. A resounding and penetrating blast echoed forth, seemingly piercing through space before abruptly fading from Mubai's vicinity. Almost immediately, he noticed his mana depleting at an alarming rate of 2,000 points per second. However, he remained unconcerned. Although he had lost the 20 boost to his primary attributes from soul attachment, his mana was still nearing 70,000 points. Could this horn truly be blown for over 30 seconds? Before long, Mubai found himself in a precarious situation. As his mana approached depletion, he focused his thoughts. Death drained feedback. Consuming over 170 points of death energy, his mana was instantly replenished. The horn's sound persisted, and thankfully, it merely required mana to sustain, rather than actual breath from Mubai. Otherwise, he would surely have run out of air. Who could have anticipated that this instrument could be blown for a full 10 minutes? This would expend a staggering total of 120,000 mana. Were it not for the Cursed Crown, an automatic recharger, Mubai would be left in uncertainty regarding when he might successfully activate the Frosthorn. After all, without a boss's corpse, Each extraction of death energy yielded but a meager amount. Fortunately, there are no what-ifs. The Cursed Crown has made a significant contribution. As the final 1,000 points of mana were infused into the Frosthorn, it instantly radiated with brilliance in Su Mu White's hand. In the next moment, a formidable force erupted, causing the Frosthorn to gradually disintegrate into a terrifying energy that surged skyward, reaching heights of 100 meters. A resonant hum echoed as the space where the energy vanished began to warp unexpectedly. Subsequently, a pale gray portal slowly materialized, swiftly expanding to several dozen meters in length and width. This energy, Su Mu White narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing the ominous aura of death emanating from within the pale gray portal. It was akin to the feeling he experienced when he learned Death Gaze through the Book of Death. Yet, it was evident that a barrier lay within the portal, signifying that it was a one-way passage. Roar! A deep and resonant roar emerged from beyond the portal, causing Su Mu White's eyes to light up. His legendary mount was arriving. Chapter 55. The Terrifying Legendary Creature. A massive head, adorned in shades of black and blue, emerged from the portal, followed by two formidable dragon claws supporting its entrance. Soon after, a frost giant dragon, nearly 100 meters in length, fully emerged from the portal. Its body was composed of countless black and blue bones, emanating a profound chill that caused the surrounding temperature to plummet. As it unfurled its colossal wings, they obscured the sky. The size of the frost giant dragon surpassed that of the undead bone dragon, Cacus, by several magnitudes. From its roaring maw, a terrifying fusion of frost energy and the essence of death intertwined, seemingly poised to unleash a cataclysmic breath. The portal behind it began to close slowly, and the frost giant dragon fixed its gaze upon Su Mubai, its wings beating powerfully as it swooped down with alarming speed. Human, I cannot believe you are the one who summoned me, a mere weakling. The dragon's voice dripped with disdain and uncontainable fury. Yet almost instantly, the flame of the soul within its pupils flickered violently. What? You are actually... Buzz in the next moment, a beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping the frost giant dragon entirely. Its voice abruptly ceased, as if this inexplicable force had obliterated its sentience. This scene left Su Mubai utterly astounded. So this was how the mounts in the multiverse game were summoned from the realm of the undead, only to be forcibly bound by a contract? It was nothing short of tyrannical. Su Mubai could sense that this frost giant dragon was immensely more powerful than himself. Yet, under the rules of the multiverse game, it was rendered as powerless as an ant, devoid of any resistance. Was it the entire human populace of Blue Star, similarly transported into the game yesterday, who indeed was orchestrating the multiverse game? Su Mubai narrowed his eyes slightly, deep in contemplation. However, he soon chuckled and shook his head with his current strength. What right did he have to seek such knowledge? Overthinking would only serve to increase his worries. At the very least, the multiverse game had granted him a chance for rebirth. That was sufficient. As this thought crossed his mind, a glint of determination flickered in Su Mubai's eyes, and two figures surfaced in his thoughts, a cold smile gracing his lips. I hope you manage to escape the novice village soon. At that moment, the beam of light in the air began to dissipate, and the frost giant dragon's form shrank considerably, transforming into a black and blue luminescence that merged with Su Mubai's being. The notification from the multiverse game echoed in his ears. Your mount space is now open. You have acquired a legendary mount, Frost Giant Dragon. Due to obtaining an epic or higher mount, the Blue Star Region mount leaderboard has been activated ahead of schedule. Notice, an announcement for the Blue Star region will be made shortly. Blue Star region announcement. Congratulations to the player by Yi of the Dragon Empire for acquiring a mount. The Blue Star region mount leaderboard has been activated ahead of schedule. X10, the shock from the earlier defeat of the epic level boss, had yet to subside when the announcement for the Blue Star region resounded once more. This time, all players erupted in excitement. Nanny, why is it this by Yi again? Have all the experts from our Cherry Blossom Empire perished? Undoubtedly. Our esteemed White Knight from the land of the morning calm shall return once the borders open. How remarkable it is that this White Knight appears to be a demigod. I'm only at level 5, yet he has already acquired a steed. The prowess of the illustrious White Knight is commendable. May he soon unlock all the leaderboards. When players accessed the pre-activated steed leaderboard, the chat channels in all novice villages fell silent for several seconds. Blue Star Region Steed Leaderboard. First place, White Knight, Frost Dragon, Legendary Steed. Second place, none. Third place, none. 100th place, none. Upon seeing the term legendary, a collective gasp resonated, their eyes filled with disbelief. They had anticipated that White Knight would be formidable, and his steed would undoubtedly be extraordinary, possibly even epic. After all, he had just single-handedly defeated an epic-level boss, which seemed reasonable. But what on earth is a legendary steed? Can such a tier of mount be acquired merely on the second day of the game? The top players who had already entered the city, following the conclusion of the district-wide announcement, hastily chose to venture out to level up. They were determined to keep pace with White Knight. However, to their astonishment, before they could even exit the city gates, he triggered yet another district-wide announcement, unveiling the steed leaderboard ahead of time. How are they to compete now? Should they even attempt to ascend the leaderboard? If the second-place steed were merely of dark gold or even gold rank, would being listed bring them glory or merely serve as a source of humiliation? This indeed poses a dilemma. The expressions of the elite players varied as they unconsciously quickened their pace to leave the city. They had fallen significantly behind White Knight and needed to hasten their pursuit. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Mubai's progress in the game was an insurmountable distance they could never hope to bridge. Prompt: please name your steed. Frost. Mubai casually chose a name and eagerly opened his panel to examine Frost's attributes. Mount Space, 1-1 Frost, no aura base panel. Legendary Steed, Frost Dragon, high-level undead creature, level 0, cannot exceed player level 5. Loyalty 100, influenced by the Deathmaster profession. Loyalty never decreases. Movement speed bonus, ground 100, aerial 500, can be mounted after level 10. Health 12,000, 00012, 000, mana 10,000, 00010, 000, attack power 12,000, spell power 10,000, physical defense 10,000, magical defense 8,000, elemental resistances, ice 60, death 50, shadow 40, others 20. Skill, Frost Dragon Breath. As the level increases, it will automatically comprehend more skills. Frost Dragon Breath inflicts ice damage amounting to 200 of spell power within a 3-meter radius around the target every second, accompanied by severe injury and burn effects, lasting for a maximum of 10 seconds. The attack range and distance are contingent upon size. The attack range is 30 meters. With a cooldown of 120 seconds and a mana consumption of 1,000 points per second. Although the character level has been reset to 0 in the multiverse game, the magnificent attributes of Frost continue to astonish Mubai. Is it truly the case that a legendary creature at level 0 can be so formidable? In comparison to such a level 0 profile, the maximum of 10 attribute points that human players possess upon entering the game seems utterly inconsequential. It is no wonder that the multiverse game asserts that the human race is at a significant disadvantage compared to other races. This assertion does not merely underestimate humanity. Rather, it understates the reality. This is not merely a disadvantage. It is a stark contrast. Naturally, the Frost Dragon is also a formidable entity among the undead. Such high-tier undead beings are likely to be rare, much like players endowed with advanced talents. However, the latter requires time to evolve. Levels, equipment, skills, and professions must all develop before they can truly contend with powerful entities. With a mere thought, Mubai summoned the Frost from the Mount Space. Chapter 56. A previously limited perspective buzzed the space beside Mubai, subtly distorted as the Mount's realm opened, and a diminutive frost giant dragon emerged from the portal. Its roar, though somewhat juvenile compared to before, still resonated with the authority of a higher being. Following the reset of the Myriad Realms game, the Frost Giant Dragon had significantly diminished in size, and Mubai estimated its length to be around 3 meters. Frost, come here. Mubai softly called to the exuberant creature hovering in the air. In the next moment, this little fellow gracefully descended, lowering its neck and affectionately nuzzling Mubai's outstretched hand. While it could not articulate words, it emitted soft hums that conveyed its fondness for its master. The aura emanating from Mubai instinctively drew it closer. Despite its reduced size, Frost's appearance remained imposing, with its blue-black bones exuding icy blue chills that sent shivers down one's spine. Although only at level 0, its combat prowess surpassed that of the former Skeleton King, Reggie. Such is the terrifying nature of advanced undead beings. Must it be at level 10 to ride? Mubai gently stroked Frost's head, a smile gracing his lips as he murmured, I wonder if I can mount it right away. Frost tilted its head in confusion, clearly perplexed by its master's intentions. Yet, in the next heartbeat, the soul fire within its eyes flickered vigorously as a tremendous force suddenly descended upon it. Cataclysm. Target Frost. Notification. Please select a promotion tier. Grade 1, Grade 2. Click to view details. Option 1. Promote to Mythical Mount Frost Dragon King. No cost. Option 2. Ascend to the Sacred Annihilation Mount. Oblivion Dragon Emperor. Consuming 10,000 soul crystals. Upon hearing the system prompt, a wave of ecstatic joy washed over Mubai's face. Indeed, it is possible. Frost had been summoned from the realm of the undead by the Horn of Frost, clearly distinguishing it from the original entity. He had approached this endeavor with a spirit of experimentation, and the results were unexpectedly beneficial. Gazing at the words Sacred Annihilation in Option 2, Mubai's attention sharpened. This tier transcended the mythical level, existing on par with SSS tier talents, did it not? However, he was still grappling with the concept of soul coins, let alone the newly introduced soul crystals. It was evident that this new currency held significantly greater value. Anticipating only 2 options, Mubai had his suspicions. The third tier of Cataclysm would undoubtedly surpass the restrictions of the Forbidden God's domain, making promotion impossible. I shall choose the first tier. Given the already elevated nature of this existence, Mubai felt he had no choice but to seize the opportunity. As he made his decision, Frost instantly sensed a surge of terrifying power enveloping it. This force began to rapidly enhance its very being, as a dense black-blue radiance coalesced into a massive cocoon of light, encasing Frost entirely. Thud! Thud! The luminous cocoon pulsated with a terrifying energy, its resonant sound echoing throughout the forsaken expanse. Even Rod, who was immersed in the ethereal essence of Franklin, turned in astonishment. In the next instant, he beheld a scene that would be forever etched in his memory. A soul-stirring roar reverberated, and the blue-black cocoon erupted with a thunderous blast. Immediately, the frost-winged creature, now exceeding 5 meters in length, surged skyward. Its overall appearance remained largely unchanged, save for its bones, which had deepened in hue and glimmered with metallic luster, while its surface radiated an even more intense chill. A palpable dragonic majesty emanated from it, causing Rod's ethereal form to tremble uncontrollably as he stammered, a dragon. A dragon king level. Frost giant. How had Lord Bay accomplished this? The frost seemed to acclimatize to its newfound form, diving and plummeting earthward in an instant. It swiftly aligned its body parallel to the ground, gliding at tremendous speed close to the earth. As its frost-laden wings flapped, the terrain beneath froze instantly, forming a lengthy trail of ice. Moments later, the frost joyfully returned to Mubai, folding its wings and lowering its head, its jaws slightly agape. It surprisingly articulated, "Thank you, Master, for elevating Frost's life essence. I shall perform admirably. There will be more such opportunities in the future." Mubai nodded slightly, immediately envisioning grand prospects for his first employee. "Indeed, Master." The frost, having just tasted the sweetness of elevation, wholeheartedly believed in this promise, its eyes sparkling with excitement as it repeatedly expressed its loyalty. Its voice, though youthful, had shed any semblance of immaturity. Once more, Mubai accessed the panel of frost, eager to ascertain the true strength of a mythical creature. Mount space. 1-1 Frost. Basic panel without aura. Mythical mount. Frost Giant Dragon King. High-level undead creature. Level 0. Cannot exceed player level 10. Loyalty 100. Due to the influence of the Death Sovereign class, loyalty will never diminish. Movement speed bonus 800 in land, sea, and air. Health points 240 million, 240 million. Mana points 200 million, 200 million. Attack power 120. 000. Spell power 100. 000. Physical defense 100. 000. Magical defense 80. 000. Elemental resistances Ice 80, Death 70, Shadow 60, Others 40. Skills: Frost Dragon Breath, Dragon Majesty. Size reduction: upon reaching certain levels, it will automatically comprehend additional skills. Frost Dragon Breath inflicts 500 spell power ice damage within a 5-meter radius around the target per second, accompanied by grievous and burning effects, lasting up to 30 seconds. Attack range: 50 meters, cooldown 120 seconds, with a mana cost of 2,000 points per second. Attack range: attack distance are proportional to size. Dragon Might: the overwhelming pressure of a Dragon King instills fear in all creatures within a 1,000 meter radius, diminishing the attributes of beings whose life level is inferior to that of the Frost Dragon King by 10 to 50. The lower the life level, the more potent the intimidation effect. In cases where there is a significant disparity in levels between both parties, the effectiveness of Dragon Might will be reduced. Size reduction: capable of diminishing its size to a certain extent, facilitating combat or allowing entry into otherwise inaccessible areas. Is this truly a mythic-level creature? Even Mubai, a player endowed with extraordinary abilities, was astonished by the newly acquired attributes of the Frost. The attack power and other aspects have surged tenfold, while health and mana have escalated 20-fold. Observing the Frost's staggering 240 million health points at level 0, Mubai found himself chuckling at his previous thoughts. He had indeed been naive to consider a level 10 creature with 100 million shared health points excessively formidable, and he had even worried about being banned from the myriad realms of the game. In retrospect, compared to a mythic-level creature like Frost, he was merely at the beginning of his journey. Naturally, Mubai noted that there were no level restrictions on riding. He glanced at Rod and said, "Do not be anxious. Continue to absorb the experience." With that, Mubai sprang onto the back of Frost with a deft movement. "Little one, let us take a flight and survey the surroundings." Chapter 57. The Indomitable Fate Box Master. Brace yourself. With these words from Frost, a chilling aura instantly coalesced at his back, forming a throne of black and blue ice, adorned with bone-like armrests. "You certainly know how to impress," Mubai remarked, raising an eyebrow as he settled onto the throne. Although it radiated an aura of coldness, he felt no chill upon sitting down. Hearing the master's praise, a glimmer of joy sparkled in Frost's eyes. As Mubai took his seat, Frost abruptly flapped his wings and soared into the sky. Flight, a dream long cherished by many humans, felt entirely different when riding a mighty dragon compared to boarding an airplane. Gazing through the skeletal gaps of Frost, Mubai marveled at the swiftly passing scenery below, pondering whether he might one day ride a true divine dragon. Though Frost appeared impressive, this colossal lizard could not hold a candle to a mythical dragon. During their flight, Mubai sensed a delicate shield enveloping him, perfectly insulating him from the wind. No matter how swiftly Frost flew, he felt no pressure from the wind. Alas, the presence of a barrier in the Forgotten Land prevented Frost from soaring beyond its confines. In the various novice villages, players were still reeling from the shock of the mount rankings when another revelation struck. "Quick, look! Baiye's mount has changed." "Changed? What does that mean?" "We're still in the novice village, and he's already switched mounts? Am I seeing things? Just moments ago, it was a legendary Frost Dragon, and now it has suddenly transformed into a mythic Frost Dragon King. Has his mount advanced so quickly? I seriously suspect that we are not playing the same game as Baiye. If we are battling in hellish difficulty, then Baiye must be playing a hacked version. Alas, it is unfortunate that both hellish difficulty and the hacked version exist on the same server. Please, spare me the commentary. I shall level up now. Don't compare yourself to Baiye. Think of something cheerful. I just saw our previous boss. He is only level 3 and reportedly awakened an F-tier talent. Hilarious, isn't it? Now that you mention it, I feel much better. If I cannot measure up to Bai Yi, can I not at least surpass those greedy capitalists? Here, their wealth holds no sway. Mubai was naturally unaware of the player's reactions, and even if he were, he would remain indifferent, especially upon witnessing Frost's newly enhanced attributes. His perspective had significantly broadened. After a few minutes of flight, Mubai quelled his curiosity and commanded Frost to descend. Upon returning to their original spot, Rod remained with his eyes closed, attuning to Franklin's soul essence. Still not sensing it? Mubai frowned at the scene. Beside him, Frost flickered with an icy blue radiance, shrinking to the size of a palm, and flapped to perch upon Mubai's shoulder, tilting its head in inquiry master. What's he doing? Help me locate a lich's fate box. A lich? Ikan sensei. Where is it? Upon hearing this, Mubai's eyes sparkled with excitement, while Rhodes opened his eyes, casting a resentful glance at Frost. Goodness, why didn't you mention this sooner? Mubai had not anticipated that Frost possessed such a capability. With a wave of his hand, he summoned back the entire skeleton army into the summoning space, and soon, under Frost's guidance, they discovered Franklin's life box. Current exploration level, 95. Franklin's life box, epic grade item durability. 1-000-0001-000-000. This life-saving artifact was crafted at the pinnacle of Franklin's power, containing the essence of his soul. As long as the life box endures, the lich shall not perish. The life box of the lich serves as the ultimate safeguard. It is typically indestructible, and to destroy it is to utterly vanquish the forgotten Franklin. Goodness, a durability of 1 million? The durability of this life box was astonishingly high. Even legendary equipment barely reached a durability of 1000. After grinding here for so long, the legendary items he possessed had only lost 1 point of durability. How long would it take to destroy such an object? Moreover, the life box was quite small, merely 30 centimeters in length and width, rendering the skeleton army incapable of effectively engaging with it. After pondering, Mubai spoke. Frost, is it possible to destroy this thing? Let me give it a try. Mini Frost nodded, condensing the breath of a frost dragon in its mouth, and unleashed it upon the life box. Boom! The terrifying chill clashed with the searing dragon breath, the opposing forces merging in perfect harmony, washing over Franklin's life box. Yet, this seemingly inconspicuous box remained utterly impervious, its durability showing no sign of decline. I refuse to believe this. A flash of fury crossed Frost's face as its diminutive form transformed into a streak of blue-black lightning, its dragon claws striking toward the life box. Bang! A deep resounding thud echoed, yet the life box sustained no damage whatsoever. Frost shook its somewhat numb claws, looking up at Mubai with a face full of grievance. I'm sorry, Master. My level is too low to inflict any harm. Facing failure on its first attempt was clearly disheartening for Frost. As a mythical creature, it was utterly humiliated to be unable to contend with an epic-level lich's life box. How exceptionally sturdy. Mubai's brows furrowed as he recalled the dejected Frost, his gaze sharpening. Death gaze. However, the once infallible death gaze failed to manifest its effects this time. The life box was sealed. Although it concealed Franklin's soul fire within, it was merely a box, and thus, death gaze could not take effect. At that moment, Franklin's hoarse voice echoed from within the life box, dripping with mockery. Human, give up. In your current state, you cannot destroy my life box. Franklin's tone exuded confidence. Even at his peak, he remained merely an epic-level creature, yet his level soared to an impressive 200. While astonished at how Mubai managed to forge a pact with the Frost Dragon King, it was evident that this Dragon King was merely in its nascent state, incapable of posing a threat to the life box that Franklin had meticulously crafted at a zenith. Lord Bay, allow me to take a turn. Rod suddenly spoke. Having remained silent since his arrival, it seemed he had made a resolute decision. You? Merely a wisp of a lingering soul. What can you possibly accomplish? Franklin's derisive laughter echoed, Yet Mubai discerned the underlying truth. Was this the moment of narrative demise? No wonder such a formidable fate box existed. As predicted, a flicker of determination flashed in Rod's eyes as he declared, "What can I do? You shall know soon enough." In an instant, a spectral blue radiance erupted from Rod's being. The very next moment, the fate box began to tremble violently, and Franklin's voice filled with terror rang out. "Insect, what have you done?" "Ha! I have merely awakened those of my kin whom you devoured. Franklin, your demise is imminent." Rod's voice was laced with fury, intertwined with the exhilaration of revenge drawing near. As the light intensified, his soul lost its human form, transforming into a mass of energy that enveloped the entire fate box. "Lord Baiyi, the town of Sunset is grateful for all you have done." With Rod's final words, the once impenetrable fate box inexplicably began to open. Within its confines, a flickering flame of soul trembled, seemingly seeking an opportunity to flee. However, before it could escape, Mubai's left hand glimmered with a pale gray light, and the grimoire of death materialized automatically. "What is this?" "No!" Franklin's desperate scream reverberated as his soul flame was completely absorbed by the grimoire of death. Chapter 58. The Picky Frost Additional Update. Hint: you have earned 1,000 soul points. Defeating the level 20 epic boss, the Forgotten One, Franklin, grants an additional 70 experience bonus, totaling 12.75 million experience points. Congratulations, player Baiyi has leveled up to level 20, attributes 1, skill points 1. Free attribute points 15. Before Mubai and Frost could fully comprehend the situation, the soul fire of Franklin was swiftly consumed by the grimoire of death. It was only when a flash of golden light appeared that Mubai regained his senses. He stowed away the grimoire of death, with a hint of perplexity in his eyes. ISNT, soul absorption, meant to draw from the creatures he has slain? How could it have absorbed so effortlessly without any engagement? Moreover, why was he unable to siphon the soul energy from the previous undead bone dragon? Mubai stroked his chin, still somewhat baffled. However, he soon cast this matter aside. His journey across the myriad realms was just beginning, and he would inevitably uncover the truth in due time. The most pressing concern now was that he could once again delve into the grimoire of death. Mubai refrained from hastily opening the grimoire of death, for the system notification had not yet concluded. You have completed the hidden task of Rod's request, gaining 10 million experience points and 1,000 gold coins. Hint: current exploration level is 100. You have accomplished the epic quest, the Trial of Siduji. Please return to Donghai City to claim your reward from Siduji. Rod's request could only be regarded as a mere prelude, with rewards that were rather straightforward, consisting solely of experience and gold. Regardless of this task, Franklin was always destined to be Mubai's target. Gaining additional rewards was certainly a positive outcome. It was unfortunate that Rod's lingering soul dissipated entirely to open the fate box. Yet perhaps for him, death was a true liberation. Most importantly, the chief architect behind the calamity that befell Sunset Town had also perished. Rod and the people of Sunset Town could now rest in peace, having avenged their great grievances. As the system notification came to an end, the experience bar, which had just filled with his recent level up, surged significantly to 46. The experience required to ascend from level 20 to level 21 had only increased by 2 million, totaling 22 million. Simultaneously, a portal opened beside him, complete with a countdown of 10 minutes. This was evidently the portal back to Donghai City. 10 minutes should suffice. Mubai glanced at Frost perched on his shoulder. Previously, in his pursuit to reach level 20, he had adjusted the experience allocation to 100 for himself. Now that he had attained level 20, he wondered how far ahead he was compared to other players. It was time to elevate this creature's level as well. A mythical being, once grown, would become a formidable force. However, upon observing the experience required for Frost to level up, he was utterly astonished. Frost, level 0 experience, 10,000. Experience can also be increased by consuming various materials, with ice-type materials yielding the highest conversion efficiency, followed by death-type materials. 100 times? He vaguely recalled that a player only required a mere 100 experience points to ascend from level 0 to level 1. However, upon considering the formidable attributes of Frost, Mubai suddenly felt that a requirement of 100 times that experience seemed rather modest. Initially, he had intended to distribute the experience points evenly in the future, but it now appeared unnecessary. Mubai resolved that he would continue to enjoy the experience points exclusively, while Frost would rely on devouring materials for upgrades. After all, he could effortlessly acquire materials of various high grades, ensuring that Frost's advancement would not lag behind. Although he had already significantly outpaced other players, Mubai regarded them as no competition. His goal was to elevate his level at the swiftest pace, thereby securing the strength to establish himself within this sacred domain. With this in mind, Mubai retrieved the materials dropped by Reggie from his backpack. Deathly Bones, 10 Soul Remnants, 10, both of which were dark gold grade materials that Mubai had yet to claim. Frost glanced at the two materials and remarked, "Master, these materials are far too low grade for my use. Are you being picky?" Mubai raised an eyebrow. The discerning eye of a mythical creature indeed found even dark gold grade materials unworthy. What about the epic grade? Mubai pondered. Cataclysm. Target, Deathly Bones. Prompt, please select the promotion tier. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Click to view details. Mubai examined the cost for the upgrade. Each Deathly Bone required 10,000 soul coins, a sum he did not possess. Left with no choice, he proceeded to claim the soul remnants as well. You have acquired epic grade material, Bone Dragon Skeleton 10. You have acquired epic grade material, Large Soul Remnants 10. Not stopping there, Mubai once again retrieved 10 Bone Dragon Skeletons dropped by Carcass. Cataclysm. You have acquired legendary grade material, Giant Dragon Skeleton 10. Frost watched this miraculous scene with wide eyes, her soul fire within flickering excitedly. Was this the kind of power that her master had previously bestowed upon her? Simply astounding. Are these useful? Mubai inquired, pointing to the pile of materials, to which Frost nodded vigorously. Indeed, Master, are these all for me? Fear not. There will be plenty more. Mubai's smile was just beginning to form when Frost reverted to her original size and swiftly devoured all the materials in a single gulp. This all transpired in less than a second. The next moment, Frost shrank again and perched on Mubai's shoulder, letting out a satisfied belch. Burp, thank you, Master. I will need some time to digest. Wasn't that action a bit too swift? Mubai's lip twitched slightly. Very well, take your time to digest. Glancing at Frost's rapidly filling experience bar, Mubai then turned his attention to the location of the fate box. Franklin's soul fire had been absorbed by the Tome of Death. The enigmatic box seemed to have lost its power, disintegrating before his eyes. In its place emerged a multitude of gold coins and various items. These were the treasures bestowed by Franklin. Mubai immediately spotted the obsidian staff, along with a corner of an exquisite skill book peeking out from the pile of coins. Chapter 59, Abundant Rewards. You have acquired 1,200 gold coins. You have obtained 20 level 5 attribute gems. You have received 3 level 5 critical strike gems. You have gained 3 level 5 damage gems. You have obtained 10 epic materials, Millennium Ice Crystals. You have acquired 24 basic soul stones. Franklin and Carcass together contributed a total of 2,000 gold coins to Mubai. However, the gold coins paled in comparison to the other items they had dropped. Perhaps due to Franklin being a magic-type boss, the majority of the attribute gems he yielded were of the mental attribute. This was indeed good news for Mubai. Yet, what concerned him most were the items that lay ahead. After collecting the heaps of gold, 3 final items remained on the ground. In addition to the pitch-black staff and the exquisite skill book that Mubai had initially spotted, there was also a pair of ice blue trousers. Finally, he could replace the emerald green trousers he had been wearing. Mubai felt a flicker of joy. The trousers he currently donned were equipment dropped by minor monsters in a misty forest. The rapid pace of his leveling up had left his gear lagging behind. He had originally planned to find a shop in the city to purchase a new outfit, but the trials set by Sidhu Ji had not afforded him the time to prepare. Nonetheless, this did not significantly impact him, as low-level equipment provided minimal enhancement to his abilities. His greatest boost came from the Death Codex and several pieces of epic tier gear. Moreover, in the Infinite Realm game, Equipment of epic tier and above would enhance its base attributes every 5 levels in accordance with the player's level. Therefore, for Mubai, the value lay predominantly in the gear of epic tier and above. You have acquired the epic item, Ice Blue Magical Trousers. You have obtained the epic item, Staff of the Forgotten. You have received the A-class skill book, Summon Shadow Knight. Regrettably, he did not obtain the Death Decay. Mubai felt a tinge of disappointment. He had been somewhat envious of Franklin's ultimate move. As an AoE skill, it appeared far superior in both prestige and effect compared to Advanced Corpse Explosion. However, he was already quite content with the numerous reward from this quest. Carcass had contributed a mount and had been borrowed twice by Mubai, resulting in the acquisition of a mythical mount. Franklin was no slouch either. Counting the Curse Crown, he had also provided 3 pieces of epic equipment. After his demise, the equipment requirements for the Curse Crown had altered, becoming similar to those of the Gravekeeper's robe. Even the equipment level had increased from 10 to 120 to 10 to 200. The skill, Summon Shadow Knight, was also impressive, enriching Mubai's array of summonable units. This particular unit was much more suited for tanking compared to the Skeleton Warriors. Strangely, the 2 pieces of equipment dropped by Franklin did not require identification. Yet, this was not a cause for concern. Mubai paid little heed to it. After glancing at the requirements and general attributes of the 2 new items, he activated his ability to borrow them directly. Cataclysm. Objective, Ice Blue Magic Pants. Promotion to level 1. You have acquired the legendary item, Frostguard. Frostguard, Pants Cloth Armor Level. 10 to 200 legendary item durability. 1000 equipment requirement. Undead Mage class. Spirit 300. Base attributes. Level 20. Physical defense, 240 magic defense, 440 health, 2400 mana, 5600 all attributes, 100 affixes. 1. Spirit 10-2. Ice element resistance 33. Melee attacks on enemies reduce their movement speed by 30. Skill 1. Frostguard. Active skill condenses the power of frost to encase oneself in ice, entering a temporary state of relative invincibility. Instant release, lasting up to 10 seconds, cooldown time 10 minutes. Frost Guardian, trustworthy. Gazing upon the splendid attributes of Frostguard, a glimmer of delight flickered in Mubai's eyes. Although this legendary equipment was endowed with only a single skill, it possessed the exceedingly rare invincibility skill. While it was merely relative invincibility, it could prove to be a lifesaver in critical moments. According to the information provided by the Myriad Realms game, there were no absolute invincibility skills in the Divine Forbidden Lands. The limit of Frostguard's invincibility skill was its ability to perfectly withstand the full force attack of a level 200 legendary creature. Should an attack exceed this threshold, there exists a risk of Frostguard being shattered. The greater the excess, the quicker the potential breakage. However, as Mubai was merely at level 20, this skill was entirely sufficient for the time being. He promptly replaced the Emerald Pants with Frostguard before turning his attention to the Forgotten One's staff. This weapon, wielded by liches, was undoubtedly far more suited to Mubai than the Witheredwood staff. Cataclysm. Objective, Forgotten One's staff. Promotion to level 1. You have acquired the legendary item Remnants of the Forgotten. Remnants of the Forgotten staff level. 10 to 200 legendary item durability. 1000 equipment requirement. Advanced hidden class of Undead Mage, Spirit 500. Base attributes, level 20. Spell power 2400 spell critical hit 10 critical damage 20 all attributes 100 affixes. 1. Spirit 10-2. Casting speed increased 23. Summoning space 50 attached skill. Remnants of the Forgotten. Active skill deals 1000 spell power and frost, death, and shadow mixed elemental damage within a 100-meter radius of the target, causing all enemies within the area to forget their skills for the next 5 seconds. Casting time 3 seconds, cooldown time 10 minutes. Forgetting is the most complete form of liberation. The 50 summoning space immediately captivated Mubai's attention, excitement evident on his face. In the Myriad Realms game, calculations are performed by first considering addition and subtraction, followed by percentage calculations. In other words, This singular attribute has the potential to augment the number of Su Mubai's skeletal legion by a staggering 1,000. With this particular trait, the significance of other attributes pales in comparison. Even if this staff offers no additional benefits, Su Mubai would unwaveringly equip it. The only aspect worth noting is the equipment requirement for the Sorrow of the Forgotten. An advanced hidden class? This is yet another novel term, prompting Su Mubai to absent-mindedly stroke his chin. It appears that hidden classes are indeed tiered. However, the specifics of this classification remain elusive. Is the Death Sovereign, this exclusive hidden class, the pinnacle of such tiers? When the myriad realms of the game descended, although a wealth of foundational data and information was provided, numerous elements still necessitated player exploration within the game itself. Su Mubai diligently noted this information before adorning himself with the staff that better suited his capabilities. As for the Witherwood staff, it could surely be retired. Lastly, his gaze fell upon the skill book, and a glimmer of excitement flickered in Su Mubai's eyes. In comparison to equipment, the value of advanced skills is evidently far superior. Cataclysm. Target, Summon Shadow Knight. Chapter 60. Summoning the Headless Horseman. Just as Su Mubai was about to delve into the details, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to exclaim, "Cancel." He nearly overlooked this matter. He accessed his attribute panel to review his remaining skill points. Regrettably, neither Carcass nor Franklin had dropped any intermediate skill books. Su Mubai pursed his lips, as he had anticipated acquiring some skill point from these two bosses. Nonetheless, with the 50 points awarded for his solo first kill of an epic boss, he now possessed a total of 62 skill points. That was ample. If allocated to upgrade Death Drain feedback, it could elevate by 6 levels, whereas Death Gaze could only ascend by 1. Clearly, investing in the upgrade of Summon Shadow Knight was the more judicious choice. Upon advancing from A grade to S grade, the points required for further upgrades would inevitably increase. Hence, upgrading first and then promoting would allow him to retain the skill level, embodying the most exquisite strategy. You have transcended the skill learning requirements of your profession. You have acquired the new skill, Summon Shadow Knight. With little interest in the skill specifics, Su Mubai promptly upgraded this skill to its maximum level. Similar to the summoning of skeletons, this summoning skill could only be enhanced to level 9, consuming 18 skill points. Cataclysm. Target, Summon Shadow Knight. Tip, please select the promotion tier. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Option 1. Promote to S-grade skill, Summon Headless Horseman, no consumption. Option 2. Transcend to SS grade skill, Summon Abyss Knight, consuming 100 million soul coins. Option 3. Cataclysm to SSS grade skill, Summon Death Knight, consuming 10 millennia of lifespan. Though the SS grade Abyss Knight and SSS grade Death Knight were tantalizing prospects, Su Mubai ultimately resigned to make a choice. Tier 1 promotion. This torment of seeing, yet not obtaining. Always compelled to choose the path of the freebie. Who could truly understand? Your A-grade skill Summon Shadow Knight has been promoted to S-grade skill Summon Headless Horseman. Before he could even examine the attributes of his new skill, an unexpected system notification resounded. Tip: the Headless Horseman is a high-ranking commander unit. Your summoning space branch has been activated. Initial commander space. 1. Commander unit. Branch activation. Commander space. This brief notification contained a wealth of information. Su Mubai was momentarily taken aback, then proceeded to open his attribute panel and scrutinize the summoning space section. He observed that beneath the existing summoning space, a new summoning space had emerged, albeit with differing suffixes. Summoning space 340-1340, ordinary. Summoning space 020, commander. Wasn't the initial count supposed to be 1? Gazing at the newly added commander summoning space, Su Mubai's eyes brimmed with confusion. The ordinary summoning space had increased by 1,000 due to the affix of Woe of the Forgotten. The commander space was invoked due to the death summon. Su Mubai immediately recalled the SS skill associated with this profession. He promptly began to examine the equipment and skills that could enhance the summoning space. As expected, with the activation of the summoning space branch, the descriptions of these items and abilities had undergone slight modifications. The entries for Summoning Space Expansion and Forgotten One's Grief now included the term ordinary. Yet the Death Summon skill remained unchanged. Death Summon, SS, passive skill, with no level requirement. Skill effects. 1. Casting time for summoning skills is reduced by 75. 2. Cooldown time for summoning skills is reduced by 75. 3. Attributes of summoned creatures are increased by 100. 4. The upper limit of the summoning space is increased to tenfold. It was precisely the fourth effect of Death Summon, combined with Su Mubai's class's disaster transformation characteristic, that granted him a staggering 20 commander summoning spaces, truly worthy of an SS skill. Having identified the cause, Su Mubai then turned his attention to the newly acquired skill. The term commander troop inherently sounded more formidable than that of an ordinary troop. Summon Headless Knight. S. Level 9, 05, active skill, summons a Headless Knight to fight on your behalf. Casting time, 5 seconds, cooldown time, 10 minutes. Mana cost, 5,000 points. The Headless Knight's attributes are enhanced by the player's mental attributes. I am eager to discover what distinguishes the commander troop. Su Mubai raised an eyebrow and waved his staff. Summon Headless Knight. A faint gray portal opened beside Su Mubai. At that moment, the frost, which was digesting materials on his shoulder, glanced up and then closed its eyes once more. Clop, clop, clop. 2 Headless Knights appeared side by side. They were clad in black heavy armor, their armor marked by the ravages of time and the scars of battle. One hand tightly gripped the reins while the other held a conical knight's lance. Beneath them, their skeletal steeds were grand and imposing, also shrouded in heavy armor, their hooves igniting with green flames, their eyes flickering with ghostly fire, emanating a chilling aura of death. Though termed Headless Knights, they wore metallic helmets upon their necks. It was not until the 2 Headless Knights nonchalantly removed their helmets and bowed respectfully to Su Mubai that he realized beneath the helmets were merely 2 flickering flames of soul, devoid of any skull. This presence was indeed far more formidable than that of an ordinary skeleton. Observing the imposing Headless Knights, Su Mubai nodded with satisfaction. However, he refrained from hastily checking their statistics and instead focused his thoughts. Catastrophe. Target, Headless Knight. Prompt. Do you wish to confirm the override of the prior effect and promote the skill to summon Shadow Knights? Cancel. Receiving the same response he had encountered when attempting to upgrade the skeletons, Su Mubai could not help but furrow his brow and glance at the frost that was meditating. Why was it that, despite both being summoned creatures, Frost could enjoy a second free upgrade, while the skeletons and Headless Knights could not? Was it merely because the latter 2 were summoned through skills? Or perhaps the beings conjured by these skills were not truly living entities? As this thought crossed his mind, Su Mubai began to harbor certain suspicions. This notion could be gleaned from the panels of the 3 entities. The frost creature possessed a life level, while the skeleton and Headless Knight did not. Regardless of their formidable attributes, they were merely summons. Much like the Headless Knight and Skeleton Legion summoned previously by Franklin, their panels consistently indicated they were summoned beings, and defeating them would yield no experience points. Although he could not exploit the situation this time, Su Mubai's understanding of the myriad realms of the game had advanced. How could it be that he was able to level up? Su Mubai suddenly noticed that upon the promotion of the skill Summon Headless Knight, he was able to allocate points once more. Glancing at the attributes of the Headless Knight, Su Mubai expended 5 skill points to elevate this skill to level 10. Yet, astonishingly, the skill level could still be further enhanced. After comparing the changes post-upgrade, Su Mubai's expression shifted to one of realization, and he promptly allocated all remaining skill points to this skill. Remaining skill points. 4. Summon Headless Knight, LV 17. Chapter 61. The Commander of Troops Update. Headless Knight. No aura attributes. Strength, 16,556. Vitality, 16,556. Agility, 16,556. Mentality, 16,556. Health points, 165, 5600. Attack power, 16556. Physical defense, 33112. Magical defense, 33112. Elemental resistance, Death 20. Shadow 20. Skills, Death Charge LV 9. Headless Immunity LV 9. Death Charge S. Level 9. dashes toward the target at 900 speed, inflicting 900 damage on all enemies in its path. During the charge, strength effects are amplified by 900, making it unstoppable and immune to control skills. Charge distance, 10 to 200 meters. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. Headless immunity, S, grants immunity to all negative effects targeting the head, such as blindness, dizziness, etc. Legion. Summon Shadow Knights to join the Legion, with a maximum summon quantity equal to 42. 5 of the player's commanding space, discarding fractions, with a minimum of 2 summons. Dominion. Defense Aura LV-17. Within a 340-meter range, all allied forces receive a 17 boost to dual defenses, with effects not stacking. Headless. Naturally immune to dizziness. So this is what the commander of troops entails. Mubai was astonished as he gazed upon the attributes of the Headless Knight. As a summoned entity, the Headless Knight benefits from a slightly higher mental attribute bonus than the skeletons. Upon reaching level 20, Mubai's advanced equipment had all scene enhancements, and his mental attribute had soared to 1533 points. The skeletons received a 0, an bonus, while the Headless Knight enjoyed a full 1. For each level gained in skills, the attributes of the summoned creatures increase by 10. However, once a skill surpasses level 9, additional points will no longer enhance the Headless Knight's 4 primary attributes or skill levels, but will instead augment the number of Legion and the level of the Dominion era. For each level gained, the former increases summon count by 2. 5, while the latter enhances dual defense effectiveness by 1. What a remarkable feature. A built-in squad of Shadow Knights. Mubai had not anticipated that this skill could indeed be recursive. He initially thought that the first recursive summon would belong to the Necromancer. Acquiring 160 Shadow Knights was quite a boon. Satisfied, he nodded and glanced at the countdown of the portal, waving his hand to commence a series of summons. In no time, 20 Headless Knights lined up before Mubai, neatly accompanied by a total of 160 Shadow Knights. Although these Shadow Knights possessed attributes merely half that of the Headless Knights, lacking elemental resistance and the 2 formidable S-class skills, they compensated with a B-class skill. Shadow Charge, B, level 9, dashes towards the target at 300 speed, inflicting 300 damage on all enemies in its path. During the charge, strength effects are amplified by 300. Charge distance, 10 to 100 meters. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. One wonders how high the summoned Headless Knight skill can ascend. Mubai gazed upon his formidable Knight Legion, gesturing grandly to draw them all into the command space. The Shadow Knights, existing alongside the Headless Knight, did not occupy the command space. As he summoned the Headless Knight, Mubai simultaneously replenished the summoning space. With the Curse Crown serving as a power bank, he hardly needed to worry about his mana reserves. He commanded a staggering 340 skeletons, including 540 skeleton warriors, and 400 archers and mages each. Among them, Mubai intended to retain 40 skeleton warriors in the summoning space until he resolved the flaw in life-sharing. The scene increasingly resembled a cataclysmic army. Observing the densely packed legion before him, a flicker of excitement flashed in Mubai's eyes. However, he swiftly regained his composure, mentally recalling the army back into the summoning space. The entire Forgotten Land was suddenly left with only Mubai and Frost, enveloped in a profound silence. Turning to Frost, he smiled slightly. "Little one, you digest quite rapidly, don't you? I am the Dragon King." Frost proudly lifted his head. In just a few minutes, his level had risen to 6. "Master, can I have that Millennium Ice Crystal too?" A glimmer of desire sparkled in Frost's eyes. Ice materials were his utmost favorite. "Of course, but do wait a moment." Mubai nodded gently, using Cataclysm to elevate the epic Millennium Ice Crystal to the legendary 10,000-year Ice Crystal. A dense chill immediately emanated from it, and Frost's eyes gleamed with excitement, akin to a shark sensing blood, as he eagerly exclaimed, "Master, I want it." At these words, Mubai involuntarily shivered, hastily tossing the 10,000-year ice crystal to Frost, who eagerly swallowed it whole before shutting his eyes once more. With a mere thought, Mubai recalled Frost into the mount space and stepped through the portal. You have returned to East Sea City. As white light enveloped him, Mubai once again set foot on the soil of East Sea City. It was the same teleportation square, and even the coordinates matched those from when he had departed. The vast square remained empty, with only him present. The affluent position still resided in Novice Village number 9527. Even this individual had yet to reach level 10, let alone other players. Without players, who would he earn money from? He wondered if he could directly trade with the locals of the God-forbidden land now. Would this character incur penalties for being unable to leave the Novice Village? Reflecting on the solemn contract he had signed with the affluent position, Mubai couldn't help but chuckle. After his excursion to the Forgotten Land, Mubai realized he no longer needed to wait for the 500 gold coins to commence his next plans. Observing the 160 gold coins resting in his backpack, Mubai summoned Frost with a wave. The latter promptly restored his form, reconstructing the Frost throne upon his back. By this time, his level had risen to 7. With a resounding roar, Frost soared into the sky, carrying Mubai aloft. Chapter 62. Even in the Forbidden Lands, one must understand human affairs do not argue. Mubai gently tapped his foot, unfurling the map of Donghai City as he prepared to locate the nearest jewelry processing shop. His backpack still contained a plethora of gemstones awaiting inlay. Within the myriad realms of the game, gold and dark gold tier equipment could accommodate 1 gemstone, epic tier 2, legendary tier 3, and mythical tier 4. The undead bone dragon, Caicus, and the Forsaken One, Franklin, had collectively bestowed upon Mubai 40 level 5 gemstones, with nearly half being of the mental attribute, an impressive 18 in total. However, Mubai refrained from hastily upgrading these gemstones, opting instead to first assess the situation at the jewelry processing shop. Yet, contrary to his desires, as Frost took to the skies, obstacles soon manifested. In the distance, a squadron of griffins approached at great speed, each bearing riders. Recognizing their official garb, Mubai's heart sank. He had encountered the city guard Donghai, but he had committed no offense. Could it be that Sidhu Ji sensed the teleportation fluctuation and sent them to intercept me? Mubai bundered, signaling Frost to halt. However, what followed left him dumbfounded. The leading captain gestured forbiddingly towards Mubai, sternly admonishing, "Are you unaware that private flight is prohibited in Donghai City? Is there such a rule?" Mubai furrowed his brow but complied, guiding Frost down to the ground. There was little choice, given that the creature's level was denoted by 3 question marks. Not only could Mubai not discern the captain's level, but the 5 accompanying guards were equally inscrutable. In the game, the ability to inspect a target's panel information hinged solely on strength. If the power levels were comparable, one could glean information even with a 20-level disparity. Conversely, the greater the gap in strength, the less information could be discerned. Before him, the guards were merely names to Mubai, underscoring Donghai City's status as one of the top 10 Tier 1 main cities, replete with formidable might. The captain swiftly dismounted from his griffin and approached Mubai with purposeful strides. Unbeknownst to him, as his griffin landed, it immediately lowered its head, trembling involuntarily. The remaining griffins in midair also began to exhibit signs of agitation, prompting the bewildered city guards to tighten their reins, soothing the creature's unease. Although these griffins boasted high levels and considerable strength, they were still subdued in the presence of Frost, the terror of the Dragon King's might. Yet, the disparity in strength was indeed vast, and soon the griffins adapted. While lingering fear remained, their bodies ceased to shake. A frost dragon? The captain cast a surprised glance at the creature beside Mubai, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Nevertheless, recalling his duties, he presented Mubai with a fine. "By you, is it? Considering you are a newcomer, unfamiliar with the regulations of Donghai City, I shall impose a mere fine of 100 gold coins this time. Should you transgress again, the consequences will be far more severe." Perhaps due to the presence of Frost, the squad leader, after finishing his statement, took the liberty to remind. To fly within EC City, one must first obtain a flight certificate. Clearly, such a certificate is not something easily acquired, yet this newcomer, possessing a frost dragon, undoubtedly holds the requisite qualifications. However, Even with the Frost Dragon's arrival in EC City, adherence to the local regulations remains paramount. 100 gold coins? Why not just rob a bank? Su Mubai rolled his eyes and, upon receiving the fine, inquired, "May I ask where Lord City Master Sidu Ji is at this moment? How could a newly arrived individual possibly know the name of the City Master?" A flicker of astonishment crossed the squad leader's eyes as he realized this newcomer had already reached level 20. If memory serves, the newcomers had only arrived yesterday. The leveling speed of this individual was nothing short of astonishing. Moreover, he possessed a Frost Dragon. It is no wonder such a person would be connected to the City Master. The squad leader's mind raced with thoughts, and he discreetly retracted the fine, a smile blossoming on his face. "Ah, my young brother, had I known you were acquainted with the City Master, I would have realized it was akin to a flood washing over the Dragon King's temple. Might I inquire what business you have at the City Master?" "The City Master has given me a task, and having completed it, I naturally must report back," Su Mubai replied with a slight smile. It seems that even in the realm of divine prohibition, the nuances of human relationships remain ever present. The squad leader's expression shifted, and he regarded Su Mubai with a penetrating gaze. "I shall escort you to the City Master's residence." As he spoke, the squad leader summoned a griffin and mounted it with agility. "Young brother, keep up. We can fly now. You make it sound like a special arrangement. We cannot keep the City Master waiting." Just as the squad leader prepared to take off, he noticed something amiss with the griffin beneath him. "Beast, is this your only courage? A mere juvenile dragon has you so frightened." He offered an awkward smile to Su Mubai. Observing this, Su Mubai promptly signaled Frost to retract its dragon might, allowing the griffin to soar into the sky. Frost followed closely behind, and soon they arrived at the City Master's residence in EC City. Plans often change. An intended visit to the jewelry processing shop would have to be postponed, though this location was also among Su Mubai's objectives. "Young brother, this is the City Master's residence. Let us dismount." The squad leader's words were cut short as a powerful energy enveloped them in an instant. The space above twisted, and Situ Ji emerged, staff in hand, seemingly suspended in midair. "What brings you here?" Upon seeing Su Mubai, a flicker of astonishment crossed Situ Ji's face. He had sensed the approach of a mythic-level being, yet the aura was faint, prompting his personal investigation. Little did he expect to encounter Su Mubai once more. However, his gaze quickly shifted to Frost. A Dragon King-level Frost Dragon. Dragon King. The squad leader's pupils dilated in shock, momentarily forgetting to greet the City Master. It was only then that Situ Ji noticed the overlooked squad leader, and with a wave of his hand, he said, "All right, you may attend to your duties." Upon hearing this, the latter promptly took to the skies on his griffin. He was acutely aware that the forthcoming matters were beyond the purview of a mere squad leader. "My dear child, your prowess surpasses my expectations," Situ Ji mused, observing Su Mubai with keen interest. In his estimation, the other should still be in the land of oblivion at this moment. Such swiftness was not typically achievable prior to a professional advancement. "City Lord Su Mubai began to speak, only to be interrupted by Situ Ji's dismissive gesture. "Follow me, for this is not a place for conversation." With these words, he shook his staff, conjuring a portal and stepping through it. "Do remember to have that little fellow shrink. My reception room cannot withstand his antics." Chapter 63, Profession's Advancement, and the Requirements of the Dragon Temple. Upon hearing the words, Frost bared his teeth, but remained silent. He could sense the formidable strength of the old man. "Master, please enter first." Frost's voice resonated as he extended his head towards the portal. Su Mubai nodded slightly and stepped inside. Immediately following, Frost's body shimmered with an icy blue light, rapidly shrinking in size as he entered closely behind Su Mubai. Buzz the portal promptly closed, restoring tranquility over the Lord's mansion. In the reception hall of the Lord's mansion, Situ Ji occupied the main seat, his gaze fixated on the Frost perched upon Su Mubai's shoulder. He remained silent, observing intently for a full 10 minutes. Even during this period, Frost's level rose to 8 as he absorbed the surroundings. "Old man, have you seen enough?" Frost finally couldn't restrain himself from addressing Situ Ji. Hearing this, Su Mubai gently patted Frost's head and inquired with a hint of confusion, Lord, is there a problem with frost? No problem. Situ Ji shook his head, withdrawing his gaze. He lifted the teacup from the table and took a sip before leisurely responding. Your swift emergence from the Forgotten Land truly astonishes me. It seems your profession is not merely the simple dominator class. Upon hearing this, Sumu White's heart tightened. He was acutely aware that engaging with a powerful being from the divine Forbidden Land would inevitably reveal his secrets. Yet, abstaining from contact would hinder his rapid development. The Forgotten Land had remarkably enhanced his abilities. Without this quest, he would never have reached level 20, let alone acquire those high-tier equipment, skills, and the mythical mount Frost. Thus, this presented an insurmountable dilemma. Even avoiding the city might lead him to encounter powerful foes in the wilderness, such as Huaijian. Despite the tumult of thoughts swirling in his mind, Sumu White maintained an expression of feigned confusion and asked, "Is there a distinction among dominator professions?" Situji regarded Sumu White with a profound look before shaking his head. "This is something I too am uncertain about. Do not be anxious. I harbor no ill will towards you. Since you have completed the trial, I shall naturally answer some of your inquiries." As his words fell, a system notification chimed in Sumu White's ear. "You have completed the epic quest, Situ Ji's trial." Is that all? What about the quest rewards?" The system notification abruptly ceased, and Sumu White glanced at Situ Ji. "So, you merely intend to provide me with information regarding the Death Dominator? No exceptional equipment or skills. At least some experience or coins would suffice." Sumu White internally grumbled, yet his expression remained earnest and attentive. It was unavoidable. This information was indeed of great interest to him. "Let us begin with professions." Situ Ji set down his teacup and slowly began to elaborate for Sumu White. After listening to his words, Sumu White's understanding of the myriad worlds of the game and the divine Forbidden Land deepened significantly. In the realm of the myriad worlds, professions are also categorized by tiers. Unlike the numerous tiers of equipment, there are only 4 distinct tiers of professions. First, ordinary professions. Second, hidden professions and advanced hidden professions. Third, unique hidden professions. Fourth, exclusive hidden professions. Mubai's profession, the Lord of Death, is indeed the highest tier of exclusive hidden profession. Typically, such a transition is not feasible at this stage. Even hidden professions can only be accessed by players after they reach level 30. Even Situ Ji finds it perplexing why Mubai could start the game as the Lord of Death. He remains unaware that this profession was a result of a bug exploited by Mubai. "Lord, what do you mean by advancement?" Mubai astutely seized upon the information within Situ Ji's words, voicing his inner curiosity. Advancement refers to breaking through one's limits, allowing oneself to align more closely with their profession. In truth, even ordinary professions cannot unleash their full potential without proper advancement. Level 29 represents a bottleneck. Only by breaking through can one elevate their level further and maximize their profession's capabilities. This is the essence of advancement. At this juncture, Situ Ji paused, gazing at Mubai before continuing. "The power of the Lord profession far exceeds your imagination. After advancement, its strength will gradually reveal itself. What you currently control is merely the surface." Upon hearing this, Mubai's focus sharpened. A 3-fold attribute enhancement and triple growth in free points. Is this truly just the surface? To what extraordinary heights will the Lord of Death ascend after advancement? "Young one, do not rejoice too soon," Situ Ji observed Mubai, lifting his teacup for a sip. Advancing from an ordinary profession to the second tier is relatively uncomplicated. Yet your case is different. The more powerful the profession, the more challenging the breakthrough becomes. "Please enlighten me," Lord Mubai implored, knowing the forthcoming information was of paramount importance. Enlightenment is perhaps too grand a term. Situ Ji waved his hand dismissively. "I do possess some knowledge regarding the Lord of Death. Before you surpass the limits of the divine Forbidden Land, I believe advancement will pose no issue for you. What I wish to convey is the method of advancement for the Lord of Death." Mubai listened intently, fixated on Situ Ji, eagerly awaiting further elaboration. To advance in the profession of the Lord of Death, one must experience a significant amount of death. experience a significant amount of death. Su Mubai was taken aback. Does this mean he must die repeatedly? Situ Ji discerned his confusion at a glance and shook his head. It is not about your demise, but rather about taking lives, many lives, specifically human lives. The creatures spawned by the myriad worlds that can respawn upon death will not aid your advancement. As these words fell, Su Mubai suddenly felt a chilling drop in the temperature of the room. Situ regarded Su Mubai earnestly, articulating each word with gravity. I hope you can grant me a request. Please, Lord, speak. This is the request made by the elder of the Dragon Temple. Situ Ji shook his head and explained. The purpose of the Dragon Temple is to safeguard the entire Dragon Empire. As he spoke, he lifted his gaze, as if piercing through the ceiling. In the near future, the Forbidden Land is destined to erupt into a great war. Only by achieving unity can humanity truly qualify to step into the myriad realms. At this point, Situ Ji retracted his gaze and looked at Su Mubai. The Dragon Temple hopes you will advance in other nations. It is evident that for Situ Ji to make this request, the advancement of the Death Sovereign requires an immense toll in lives taken. Although Su Mubai understood this, he was already at level 20 and would soon be able to undergo his first advancement. If he were to agree to this request, how could he possibly advance himself? The borders were not yet open. Situ Ji noticed Su Mubai's predicament and gently waved his hand, condensing a figure before him with dense elemental power. This person possesses a treasure that can transcend national borders. Your task is to locate him, though even the Dragon Temple is unaware of his whereabouts. As he spoke, Situ Ji flipped his wrist, revealing a letter and a parchment in his palm. Once you find him, present this letter, and he will undoubtedly agree to part with that treasure. Naturally, he will likely ask you to retrieve some items in return. In exchange, you will receive this parchment, which contains clues to a set of Death Sovereign class equipment. Placing the letter and parchment on the table, Situ Ji looked at Su Mubai earnestly. Bai, will you sign a contract with the Dragon Temple? You may consider this. The Myriad Realms game still imposes restrictions on us, but should you sign a contract, the Dragon Temple will be free to act against you should you breach it. Will you choose to advance swiftly within the Dragon Empire at the risk of offending the Dragon Temple? Or will you acquiesce to Situ Ji's request, forging a favorable relationship with the Dragon Temple in exchange for clues to the class equipment? In truth, acquiescence is the most prudent choice. The only dilemma for Su Mubai now is how to find this individual, as the Dragon Temple offers no leads. If he cannot locate him, will he not remain stalled in his advancement? Su Mubai furrowed his brow as he gazed at the figure, his expression suddenly shifting. With the issue resolved, as a citizen of the Dragon Empire, was there any need for further contemplation? I shall sign. Chapter 64, The East Sea Order. New home, additional update. Are you truly not considering it? Situ Ji gazed at Su Mubai in astonishment. He was acutely aware that such a request was far from trivial for a descender. The fellow's whereabouts were notoriously elusive, and he often went off the grid. Even he lacked the confidence to locate him in a short span of time. There's no need for hesitation. I, too, wish to visit the kingdom of cherry blossoms. Su Mubai replied with a slight smile, his eyes radiating determination. Isn't this shadow none other than Wanjie? He is still awaiting my collection of 10,000 ancient gold coins, and I possess his contact information. Why not seek him out? This opportunity may also allow me to unlock that treasure chest. Ha ha, splendid. Situ Ji did not anticipate Su Mubai's swift agreement, breaking into hearty laughter. I did not misjudge you. As his words fell, a contract from the Myriad Realms game materialized before Su Mubai. He perused its contents and promptly affixed his signature. Notification: you have entered into a contract with the Dragon Temple. In the future, you may only advance in other nations. Should you breach this contract, you will face pursuit by the Dragon Temple. If the Dragon Empire unifies the Forbidden Land, this contract shall become void. Do not fret. We shall assist you in locating Wanjie and will notify you immediately upon receiving any information. After the contract was signed, Situ Ji's mood lifted considerably, and he jovially patted Su Mubai on the shoulder. Notification: Situ Ji has added you as a friend. Once you reach the 3rd tier, I will recommend you for membership in the Dragon Temple. Thank you, City Lord. Su Mubai tucked away the envelope and parchment expressing his gratitude to Sitaji. Your concessions for the Dragon Empire should not leave us old-timers feeling unappreciated. Sitaji raised his teacup and drank it in one gulp, casually tossing Su Mubai a token as he smiled. Take this. With it, you shall traverse East Sea City without hindrance. East Sea Order 007, a unique item. A token personally crafted by City Lord Sitaji, of which there are very few. Possessing this grants you ownership of East Sea City S007 Courtyard. Exclusive to Bai. Receiving the unassuming East Sea Order, Su Mubai expressed his gratitude once more. What might this object evolve into? However, Su Mubai had no intention of advancing. It was merely a symbol of status, typically bestowed by those in power, and the possessor would undoubtedly have their information recorded. Elevating the East Sea Order held no advantages for him at this juncture. The unexpected acquisition of a courtyard was indeed a pleasant surprise. In the Myriad Realms game, there was no option to log off. Players must find a place to rest at night. The most economical means was to purchase a tent for survival in the wild, albeit fraught with peril. For safety, one must remain within the city while resting. One could either buy a house or rent a room, both of which required funds. Thus, it was impossible for ordinary players to languish in the Myriad Realms game without effort. Unless one became a full-time lifestyle player, they would have to venture outside the city daily to fend off monsters. With the 007 courtyard, Su Mubai had secured a foothold in EC City. The courtyard bestowed by the city lord would undoubtedly not be without value. However, Su Mubai was more intrigued by the extent of Sitaji's promise of unimpeded access. As Su Mubai tentatively inquired about the token, he mused, "With this, I could soar through EC City, correct?" The response came, "Not only can you fly, but you could also eliminate foes within the city limits without issue." Really? Su Mubai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Sitaji coughed, "However, do refrain from excessive slaughter. Fear not, I shall only deal with a few adversaries." Su Mubai narrowed his eyes slightly. Being able to kill within the city meant that Zhao Su and Lu Ruyan would have no refuge to escape to. That's reassuring. Sitaji exhaled in relief, gradually rising and raising his staff, which caused two portals to manifest simultaneously. "I must visit the headquarters of the Dragon Temple. You should explore your new abode." With that, Sitaji stepped into one of the portals, vanishing from sight. Su Mubai, filled with envy, followed suit into the other portal. He pondered whether he could acquire such a skill, one that allowed for boundless travel. Upon crossing the portal, Su Mubai found himself before a grand courtyard. The expansive grounds were encircled by towering, sturdy walls. At the entrance stood a formidable metal gate adorned with enigmatic patterns. Flanking the gate were two guards brandishing long spears. Su Mubai's sudden appearance naturally attracted their attention. Clang! The spears crossed before him, barring his entrance. "This is private property. Entry is forbidden." "Quite generous of the city lord," Su Mubai remarked, surveying his new home with satisfaction before tossing the EC token to the guards. This courtyard surpassed the villa he had in Blue Star by far. "So is Lord Bay," one guard exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock as he respectfully returned the token to Su Mubai. The other guard then presented a land deed. "Lord Bay, this will now be your private domain. Should you encounter any troubles, feel free to notify us. You have acquired land deed number 007. As the guards withdrew, Su Mubai finally pushed open the gate and entered the courtyard. With the deed in hand, he could come and go as he pleased, while others would require his permission. "Would you like to rename the courtyard?" Upon entering, the system prompt resonated in Su Mubai's ear. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, "Bay Courtyard." For those who wish to offer suggestions on the name, the most upvoted can replace it. "Esteemed Lord of Bay Courtyard, welcome home. Would you like to designate Bay Courtyard as your teleportation and resurrection point in EC City?" Replace. Having completed these tasks, Su Mubai made his way to the pavilion within the courtyard, his hand shimmering with a faint glow as the grimoire of death coalesced into existence. Franklin had generously granted him 1,000 soul points. He could peruse the tome once more. Chapter 65, The New SSS Skill. As Su Mubai opened the grimoire of death, he distinctly felt a resistance. With the rapid consumption of 1,000 soul points, this resistance gradually diminished. When his soul points reached 0, Mubai felt a sudden lightness in his hand as the grimoire of death was opened for the second time. Once again, he was confronted with ancient and enigmatic runes, none of which he could comprehend. The haunting power of death descended upon him once more, with the runes manifesting as an influx of information that flooded his mind. After a considerable time, the grimoire of death closed again, transforming into a mark that appeared on the back of Mubai's hand. A sense of enlightenment washed over him, and the newfound knowledge brought a glimmer of joy to his face. Simultaneously, the system notification chimed in his ears. You have acquired a new skill, Death Domain Leap. Death Domain Leap, SSS, Level 1, 050, Active Skill. Traverse the realm of death with ease. Skill effects, 1. Use the Death Domain as a springboard to instantly leap to a target location, cleansing all negative effects from yourself. 2. After the leap, you are shielded by the power of death, becoming immune to all damage and negative effects for 3 seconds. 3. Create a death veil between 2 specified coordinates, allowing you and your chosen allies to traverse freely. Non-specified units cannot touch the veil, and attacks will pass through it unimpeded. 4. The size and position of the death veil can be altered by your will. During its existence, allies who pass through the veil will not perish. And even if their life reaches 0, they can continue to fight. Instantaneous release. Leap cooldown, 15 seconds, consuming 1 of maximum mana, with a casting distance of 0, 200 meters. Death Veil cooldown, 120 seconds, consuming 1 of maximum mana per second, lasting up to 30 seconds, with a casting distance of 0, 500 meters. Where your thoughts direct. Your legion arrives in an instant. Yet another SSS level skill, and precisely the displacement skill Mubai desperately needed. Upon his class change, he had awakened merely an A-level skill and an S-level skill. After upgrading the Book of Death to the Grimoire of Death, he had astonishingly learned 2 SSS-level skills in succession. The magnitude of this enhancement left even Mubai astounded. Reflecting on Situ G's earlier words, he speculated that it might be related to advancement. A and S-level skills evidently did not align with the prestige of the Death Sovereign class. With a 15-second cooldown for Death Domain Leap, his agility would see a significant increase. Moreover, the subsequent 3 seconds of invulnerability, a hallmark of SSS-level skills, would undoubtedly surpass the effectiveness of Frostguard. As for the Death Veil, it would greatly enhance the mobility of his undead legion. However, this skill required further study for him to master its applications. The SSS-level skills had already reached the limits of divine prohibition and could not be effortlessly upgraded at this time. After meticulously examining the skill, Mubai slowly rose to his feet. In the next moment, his figure vanished from his original position, reappearing before the great door over 100 meters away. Meanwhile, Mubai unfurled a palm-sized, light gray luminous curtain upon his shoulder, which promptly descended. The Frost, still in the throes of processing the materials, felt its body grow heavy and abruptly began to plummet freely. Upon opening its eyes wide, it realized it had ascended to a great height. After passing through the shroud of death, a faint gray aura of mortality enveloped its surface, an energy that seemingly granted it the ability to defy death even when its life force reached 0. Bewildered, the Frost hastily flapped its wings, instinctively regaining its form. Suddenly, a colossal frost dragon, measuring over 5 meters in length, materialized above the Baiyi courtyard. Master? The Frost gazed at Mubai with a hint of confusion from a distance of 500 meters. It understood that this peculiar state was undoubtedly the result of its master's machinations. Do not be alarmed. Accompany me in testing a skill. Mubai's voice resonated within its mind. Before it could fully comprehend, the Frost sensed an alteration in its surroundings once more. The previously palm-sized light gray curtain above it expanded dramatically, swiftly sweeping past its form. Simultaneously, the shroud of death manifested before the pavilion, and the Frost's figure shifted accordingly. Is this my master's ability? Control over space? The Frost gazed upwards at the lofty heights it had just occupied, utterly astounded. Shortly thereafter, the soul's fire within its pupils flickered violently. The Shroud of Death suddenly expanded tenfold, almost teleporting across the small courtyard before the pavilion. The Undead Legion descended in an instant, with 20 headless knights wielding conical lances taking the forefront, followed by 160 shadow knights, along with 500 skeletal warriors, 400 skeletal archers, and 400 skeletal mages, all arrayed in perfect formation. This skill surpasses my expectations. A glimmer of brilliance passed through Mubai's eyes. He had merely intended to test the connection between a Shroud of Death and his summoning space, never anticipating such success. As the number of the Undead Legion grew, the time required to release them all from the summoning space also increased. However, with the Shroud of Death, Mubai could instantaneously deploy the Undead Legion to any location within 500 meters at will. As the skill's level increased, the range would extend even further. There was also the prospect of advancement. Mubai recalled Situ G's words. The true power of the Death Sovereign class would gradually reveal itself after the advancement. However, this progression would require some time. For now, the primary focus was to become familiar with the Death Domain transition skill. Subsequently, the Frost witnessed a series of astonishing displays. The Shroud of Death shifted direction and size at Mubai's will. The Undead Legion could either actively traverse or passively relocate, continuously vanishing and reappearing within the Baiyi courtyard. Mubai gradually mastered the application of the Shroud of Death. With a mere thought, his figure vanished from before the gates. Death Domain transition. The Frost glanced at its master, who had suddenly settled within the pavilion and promptly minimized its size. 29:30. As Mubai silently recited the incantation, he gently waved his hand, causing a pale gray light to sweep across the courtyard. And in an instant, the entire legion of the undead was summoned back into the void. In truth, the gesture was entirely superfluous. The Death Shroud responded solely to Mubai's thoughts. He merely desired to perform a gesture. "Master, you are truly formidable." Frost, exuberantly flitting to the table, lavished praise upon Mubai while wagging its tail incessantly, resembling a playful pug. "This is acceptable for now, but do refrain from such antics in public. I cannot afford to be embarrassed." Mubai lightly tapped his forehead, bemused at how this grand Frost Dragon King could display such dog-like behavior. "Fear not, I understand." Frost nodded vigorously, adopting an expression of feigned comprehension. It was only then that Mubai noticed the creature's experience bar had ceased its fluctuations. "Have you fully digested the materials?" "Indeed, master. My current strength will undoubtedly be of assistance to you." Frost grinned widely, brimming with confidence. "Oh, let me see how much your prowess has increased." Mubai raised an eyebrow and opened Frost's attributes panel. Immediately, he was taken aback. Mythical level being, have attribute growth rates become this astonishing? Chapter 66. Without comparison. There is no harm, Frost, no Halo-base attributes. Mythical mount, Frost Dragon King, high-level undead creature, level 10 experience, 121. 2,100,000. Loyalty, 100. Influenced by the Death Lore profession, loyalty never decreases. Movement speed bonus, sea, land, and air 800. Health points, 2. 64 billion 2. 64 billion. Mana points, 2. 2 billion 2. 2 billion. Attack power, 1. 32 million. Spell power, 1. 1 million. Physical defense, 1. 1 million. Magical defense, 880. 000. Elemental resistances, Ice 80, Death 70, Shadow 60, Others 40. Skills, Frost Breath, Dragon Might, Size Reduction, Basic Ice Spells, Frost Freeze, Passive Effect, doubling the chance and effectiveness of all ice spells. Tenfold. The base attributes have increased tenfold. Such growth far exceeded Mubai's expectations. He initially believed that for each level Frost ascended, a 10 to 20 increase in base attributes would be remarkable. After all, its initial attributes were already extraordinarily formidable. However, he never anticipated that this creature would double its initial attributes with each level gained. Coupled with his own advanced undead halo, providing a 60 boost, Frost health points surged to an astonishing 4. 224 billion. Compared to such a mythical being, his own 15 points of free attributes per level, along with the triple profession bonus, seemed utterly trivial. He wondered how significant an enhancement the second tier might yield. Why hasn't your size changed? With the panel closed, Mubai gently patted Frost's head. What of being a mythical creature? It had still become his mount. Master, I am currently in the infancy stage. My size will only change after reaching level 30 and entering the juvenile stage. Is that so? Mubai nodded slightly. Level 30, the same level at which players evolve. Did powerful beings also gain enhancements at the same levels as players? Mubai frowned. And after the juvenile stage? From level 60 to 180 is the growth phase. And after level 180, one becomes an adult. Upon hearing this, Mubai breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that these formidable races did not have as many advancement opportunities as humanity. According to Decisive, humans could progress every 30 levels until breaking through level 240, reaching the 9th tier. This exemplifies humanity's potential. Although their foundations may be lacking, they can gradually catch up to the most powerful races across the realms. However, only a select few can truly break into the 9th tier. The path for humanity to rival those mighty races remains long. This is also the purpose of the Forbidden Zone of gods. The divine prohibition restrains those beings that can be called gods. By the way, what basic ice spells do you possess? After posing this question, Mubai once again felt the disparity. There is an abundance of spells at my disposal, such as Ice Arrow, Ice Spike, Ice Armor, Ice Shield, and Blizzard, among others. Frost raised her head with pride, enumerating a myriad of skills before concluding. There must be nearly 100 spells in total. Without comparison, there can be no grievance. Mubai found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Why should players be restricted to merely 20 skill slots? In comparison to these formidable races, the human race appeared woefully inadequate. Only through gradual advancement could humanity hope to bridge the chasm that separated them from these powerful factions. With this thought in mind, Mubai felt an increasing anticipation for the impending ascension. However, he refrained from contacting Wanjie immediately, as he had yet to amass the requisite 10,000 ancient gold coins. When seeking assistance from others, it is only natural to ensure that one is adequately prepared. Furthermore, from what he gathered from Decisive, Mubai surmised that Wanjie would ultimately require him to procure ancient gold coins to exchange for that coveted treasure. Therefore, before approaching Wanjie, it was imperative that he first accumulate a substantial sum of money. Once he had secured sufficient funds, his summon skeleton and corpse explosion could also be elevated to new heights. However, prior to that, he intended to acquire a free advantage. Mubai glanced at his lifespan and retrieved 58 junior soul stones from his backpack. Of these, 10 were obtained from the wealthy, while the remaining 48 were contributions from 2 epic-level bosses. Cataclysm. Ascending to the next tier, you have acquired 58 intermediate soul stones. However, Mubai chose not to utilize these soul stones immediately. Instead, he placed them back into his backpack, having previously absorbed 50 high-level soul stones. His lifespan now exceeded 52 years, alleviating any concerns of an untimely demise. Since entering the 10,000 Realms game, Mubai had never engaged in such a prosperous battle. With 52 years of life, he could afford to die 5 times. Although he did not believe he would perish easily, the assurance of this longevity bolstered his confidence considerably. As for the 58 intermediate soul stones, they were intended for testing certain hypotheses. Having gone 2 days without sleep, Mubai felt no fatigue whatsoever, attributing this vigor to having previously slumbered excessively during his comatose state. Indicating for Frost to enlarge, Mubai ascended to the throne and soared into the sky. This time, no guards impeded his path, likely due to Decisive's prior notification regarding his possession of the Eastern Sea Order. Many locals in the city witnessed Frost, but displayed little astonishment, merely engaging in hushed discussions before losing interest. From high above, Mubai truly grasped the vastness of Eastern Sea City. The city's edges were invisible to the naked eye, with the teleportation square situated in the central area. For ordinary players arriving here, exiting the city would take several hours. Of course, the teleportation square featured teleportation arrays, allowing one to transport to any city gate for a nominal fee. Within the city, teleportation costs were not exorbitant, making it affordable for the majority. Additionally, one could spend money to hire temporary mounts or summon a carriage for travel within the city. In summary, as long as one possessed wealth, any endeavor could be greatly facilitated. Soon, Frost arrived above the nearest jewelry processing shop. Domain of Death, Translocation. Before even touching the ground, Mubai's figure had vanished from the throne, appearing directly at the entrance of the jewelry workshop. The Frost was also stored within his steed space. Esteemed customer, please step inside. You have indeed come to the right place. Our jewelry master at the Jade Studio is renowned throughout the city. As he approached the door, a voluptuous young woman greeted him with a warm smile. Her gaze swept over Mubai's attire, and her smile brightened significantly. A newcomer, entering the city so swiftly, adorned with such lavish equipment. This was undoubtedly a major client. Even if not immediately, he would surely become one in the future. Do you accept gemstones? Mubai flicked his wrist, revealing a level 5 power gem in his palm. This gem had been dropped by the undead bone dragon, Carcass. He was in no rush to level up. Doing so would not only increase the synthesis cost, but also diminish the success rate of synthesis. Clearly, synthesizing before leveling up was the more prudent choice. Of course we do. The young woman's eyes sparkled, her voice sweetening. Esteemed guest, please come in. I shall introduce you. Mubai nodded slightly, following the young woman into the Jade Studio. If his plans came to fruition, he would never again find himself short of gold coins. Chapter 67. The Path to Wealth, Additional Update. The reality of the Jade Shop's property gems diverged somewhat from Mubai's expectations. The highest tier available was merely level 5. This was a limitation echoed across all jewelry workshops in the entirety of EC City. Mubai had refrained from obtaining these level 5 gems through unscrupulous means, and it was only now that he comprehended that the utmost caliber of standard property gems culminated at level 5. A level 1 property gem contributes 10 points to its corresponding attribute, and with each ascending level, the attribute doubles, culminating in a remarkable increase of 160 points for a level 5 gem. However, the process of synthesis mandates 3 gems of the same grade. The success rate for synthesizing a level 1 gem into a level 2 gem approaches 100. Yet as one progresses further, the likelihood of success diminishes significantly. Even for the master jewelers of the Jade Shop, the success rate of fusing 3 level 4 gems into a level 5 gem hovers around 70, a figure bolstered by their extensive experience and the use of specialized materials that enhance success rates. Beyond level 5 gems lies the illustrious category of radiant gems, which are divided into 3 tiers, each enhancing the corresponding attribute by an additional 1, unless the attribute in question exceeds 16,000 points. The cost-effectiveness of a level 1 radiant gem pales in comparison to that of a level 5 ordinary gem. Crucially, ordinary gems cannot be synthesized into radiant gems. They can only be acquired from legendary tier creatures or crafted by master jewelers. Of course, for Mubai, this posed no obstacle, as he too could achieve advancement through his own means. Mr. Bai, I'm prepared to offer you 500 gold coins for the level 5 strength gem you possess, the enchanting woman stated, her smile directed at Mubai, before adding, this is the industry standard and the highest price I can provide. Mubai remained silent, his gaze sweeping over the price list displayed on the counter. A level 1 property gem was priced at 8 gold coins, a level 2 at 30, a level 3 at 120, a level 4 at 500, and a level 5 at 3,000 gold coins. These figures pertain solely to property gems. Special gems, such as those enhancing critical hit or damage, commanded prices 5-fold. The offer presented was merely half the market value. Yet, Mubai was unconcerned. As long as he could sell, it was a no-cost venture for him. Acquiring a level 4 gem, upgrading it to level 5, and subsequently selling it would yield a profit of 1,000 gold coins per gem. The only limitation to his financial endeavors lay in the quantity of gems available at the Jade Shop. After a moment's contemplation, Mubai turned to the alluring woman, What if it were a level 1 radiant gem? What price could you offer? Sir, you truly put me in a difficult position, she replied, casting a playful glance at Mubai. Radiant gems are exceedingly rare resources within the Empire. I cannot afford to engage in private transactions. If you happen to possess one, I recommend taking it directly to the auction house, where I am certain you will reap satisfactory rewards. I was merely inquiring, Mubai replied with a subtle smile, gesturing to present all his gems. Let us calculate the total value. I wish to sell these to you. I did not anticipate such a grand display from you, Mr. Bai. The sight of so many level 5 gems brought an even broader smile to her face as she promptly began her calculations. Here lie 40 level 5 attribute gems, 6 level 5 special gems, 16 level 2 attribute gems, and 3 level 2 special gems. Is everything in order? After counting, the beautiful woman confirmed with Mubai. Everything is fine. Excellent. The total amounts to 105,465 gold coins. Without hesitation, the beautiful woman initiated the transaction, clearly anxious that he might have second thoughts. Mubai offered a slight smile as he confirmed the transaction. You have received 105,465 gold coins. Current balance, 108,625 gold coins. Although Mubai maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, internally he was exhilarated, nearly soaring with joy. 100,000 gold coins. Why bother with other players? ISNT trading with a local far more appealing? Yet, he restrained his excitement and continued, I require a batch of level 4 gems. How many do you have available? Although the beautiful woman was perplexed by Mubai's decision to sell level 5 gems in exchange for level 4s, she saw no reason to refuse a business opportunity. With a charming smile, she replied, Our store currently has 100 level 4 attribute gems and 10 level 4 special gems. How many would Mr. Bay require? Just these? Mubai frowned. For such a large jewelry processing shop, the inventory seemed rather scarce. Sir, you may not be aware, but gems are inherently in short supply. We have a limited quantity that we acquire daily, which restricts our stock. Moreover, our primary business is jewelry processing. Mubai then recalled that the Yushirjai primarily profited from synthesis, inlaying, and extracting gems, rather than merely buying and selling them. Very well. I will take all the level 4 gems. Mubai waved his hand grandly, preparing to make the payment when a sudden thought struck him. He took out the Eastern Sea token and waved it slightly. Does this thing offer a discount? It turns out you are a distinguished guest of the Lord of the City. The beautiful woman lightly covered her mouth in surprise, her eyes wide with astonishment. Even altering her address, Lord Bay, with your status, you can enjoy an 80% discount at almost all shops in Eastern Sea City. A delightful surprise. Mubai raised an eyebrow, pocketed the Eastern Sea token, and immediately transferred all his funds to her, stating, I'll take all the level 4s and convert the rest into level 3 gems. 10 minutes later, Mubai gathered a substantial number of gems, escorted to the entrance of Yushirjai by the beautiful woman. Fortunately, gems are stackable. Otherwise, given his current inventory, he would not have been able to accommodate them. Once the frost had vanished into the air, the beautiful woman turned back to the shop, murmuring to herself, It seems Eastern Sea City is about to witness the rise of a significant figure. Off to the next jewelry processing shop. Mubai sat excitedly upon his throne, directing Frost towards the next destination. He then glanced at the gems in his backpack, a thought crossing his mind. Cataclysm. Level up. For the next couple of hours, Mubai explored several jewelry processing shops throughout Eastern Sea City. By this time, his equipment was fully embedded with level 5 gems. Even more astonishingly, the gold coins in his backpack had surged to a staggering 980,000, just a hair's breadth away from breaking the million mark. In every shop, the inventory disparity between level 3 and level 4 gems is minimal. With an initial capital of over 100,000 gold coins, Mubai engages in a cycle of purchase and sale, averaging a profit of over 200,000 gold coins from each establishment. Were it not for the limitation of how much these shops could absorb, he could have further exploited the opportunity to acquire level 1 and 2 gems at no cost. However, that would undoubtedly attract undue attention. The only lament lies in the fact that the gems he sold cannot be repurchased for further enhancement. After all, no matter how many times they change hands, they remain the same entity. Should he wish to indulge in such advantageous dealings again, he must wait until these jewelry processing shops have sold out of the gems he has previously upgraded. Besides being adorned with gems from his equipment and possessing 980,000 gold coins, Mubai's bag contains over 40 unenhanced level 5 attribute gems. This represents the entire stock from several jewelry processing shops, including those previously sold to the Jadestone Pavilion, all of which have been repurchased by Mubai. Ignoring the puzzled gaze of the beautiful woman, he turned and exited the Jadestone Pavilion, with the intention of transforming all these gems into level 1 brilliant gems. Frost has already set her sights on the next destination, the East Sea Auction House. Chapter 68. The East Sea Auction House Soul Coins. This edifice stands majestically, resembling an ancient fortress. Its exterior is constructed from golden stones, while the bronze doors are adorned with enigmatic engravings that Mubai cannot decipher. The plaque above the entrance bears 5 prominent characters, East Sea Auction House. Suppressing his trepidation, Mubai stepped into the expansive lobby on the first floor. The room is illuminated by a dazzling crystal chandelier. The marble flooring gleams with polish, and the walls are adorned with renowned paintings alongside descriptions of auction items, all enveloped in the fragrances of spices and the murmur of conversations. Although the legion of players has yet to invade the city, numerous locals frequent this establishment. The lobby is quite spacious, and as Mubai surveyed the area, he noticed several dozen windows. These windows serve as venues for consignment and purchase of items. Here, players can list their possessions and set a starting bid. Typically, items are consigned for a duration of 24 hours, with the EC auction house levying a 5 fee. Naturally, one may also opt to extend the consignment period for a fee of 1 per additional day. In addition to the starting bid, a buyout price can also be established, allowing interested buyers to acquire items immediately without waiting for the consignment period to conclude. However, upon further inquiry, Mubai discovered that the auction systems for players and locals are not the same. This means that players cannot purchase items consigned by locals, nor can locals bid on the items of the players. It is said that this is a rule set by the multiverse game, designed to protect the interests of the players during the initial stages of the game, preventing them from being outbid by the locals of the divine Forbidden Land. After all, players have only just arrived in this world and lack the financial resources of the locals. From the staff's explanations, he learned that only after a certain number of players advance to the second tier will the 2 auction systems merge. This is somewhat beneficial for players wishing to make purchases, but for sellers like Mubai, it is not encouraging news. The items he wishes to sell are currently beyond the means of the players. Even the wealthiest individual, endowed with the SSS-level God of Wealth talent, appears impoverished in Mubai's eyes at this moment. Sir, have you decided what item you wish to consign? In response to Mubai's silence, the staff member gently prompted, I heard there would be an auction. Mubai's reply was tangential. The staff member, unfazed, smiled and replied, Indeed, our EC auction house holds an auction every month, in addition to a grand auction once a year. This month's auction begins tomorrow. At this point, the staff member gestured to the right and continued, If you wish to participate, you can ascend to the second floor from there and purchase a ticket. Thank you. Mubai nodded and turned towards the indicated location, where a staircase awaited. Can you believe a player dares to attend the auction? I bet the ticket price will shock him, murmured a slender youth behind him, rolling his eyes. In his view, even a player who managed to enter the city so swiftly would undoubtedly be unable to afford the auction ticket. You have underestimated that gentleman. The staff member chuckled. Having been acquainted with auctions for many years, he instantly recognized that Mubai was adorned with extraordinary equipment, several of which were of epic quality or higher. Such an individual could hardly be deterred by the price of admission. Upon ascending to the second floor, Mubai was indeed taken aback by the ticket prices. The cheapest seats in the rear cost a staggering 1,000 gold coins, while the most luxurious private boxes soared to an astonishing 100,000. And this was merely for the tickets. One could only imagine the exorbitance of the auction items. Glancing at the nearly 1 million gold coins nestled in his backpack, Su Mubai suddenly felt that his wealth was not as substantial as he had envisioned. With these ticket prices, his funds were insufficient for participating in the auction. Sir, may I inquire which type of ticket you wish to purchase? I must alert you that we're nearly sold out, the ticket agent said, winking at Su Mubai. Is there any possibility for a discount? One should seize a bargain when available, Su Mubai replied decisively, producing the Eastern Sea token. In the next moment, the agent's demeanor shifted, and she promptly stood, presenting a golden card with both hands. Ah, it appears we have a distinguished guest from the Lord of the City. Mr. Baiyi, this VIP card is yours. Please take good care of it. VIP card number 007. Each time the Eastern Sea Auction House commences an auction, you will receive a notification. Utilizing this VIP card allows you to be directly transported into the number 007 private box. With this card, you are a VIP of the Eastern Sea Auction House. Is it complimentary? Su Mubai pondered, slightly astonished. The benefits of the Eastern Sea token exceeded his expectations. Of course, the Eastern Sea Auction House is an enterprise of the City Lord, and your presence naturally entitles you to VIP treatment. VIP treatment? Su Mubai's heart leaped with joy as he accepted the card. You will enjoy a 50% discount on the service fees for consigning and auctioning items here. Furthermore, should you find yourself short on funds during the auction, we can extend an interest-free loan of up to 10,000 soul coins. Soul coins. Su Mubai's eyes sparkled at the mention of this term. He had finally heard it. He quickly inquired, what is the exchange rate between soul coins and gold coins? Typically, one soul coin is valued at 10,000 gold coins, though it is rare for individuals to exchange soul coins for gold. The front desk attendant shook her head and patiently explained, each soul coin contains a fragment of temporal energy equivalent to 1 hour of life. However, the temporal energy within a soul coin cannot be absorbed directly. It requires a special method for extraction. The Life Soul Stone is forged by powerful individuals who extract temporal energy from soul coins. Mr. Baiyi, how much do you believe a lifespan is worth? Upon hearing this, Su Mubai suddenly grasped the profound truth. The value of life varies for different individuals. For those on the brink of death, an hour of life is an invaluable treasure. Yet for many, an hour may seem trivial, easily squandered in idle contemplation. Su Mubai understood that within the realm of divine prohibitions, soul coins were the true currency of value. As for gold, silver, and copper coins, they merely suffice for daily expenses. Perhaps initially, they can be utilized to procure some equipment, yet truly remarkable items can only be acquired with soul coins. He could not help but recall the wealth of the god of wealth talent. Clearly, the other party concealed the majority of information. Otherwise, such a talent could scarcely be deemed SSS grade. However, this is understandable, given their lack of familiarity. Stowing away his VIP card, Su Mubai placed all his level 1 brilliant gemstones on the front desk. Were these gemstones qualified for auction? Naturally, the brilliant gemstones met the criteria. The young lady at the front desk nodded. May I inquire whether Lord Baiyi wishes to transact with gold coins or soul coins? Soul coins, he replied. Very well. Our suggested starting price is 5 soul coins per gemstone. Based on past experiences, the final transaction price should range between 9 and 10 soul coins. The auction house will charge a 10% commission on the total auction amount. However, given your esteemed status, you will only need to pay 5%. Mr. Baiyi, does this arrangement suit you? Not a problem. Su Mubai nodded slightly, contemplating before inquiring. Can the value of the items consigned for auction be used as my bidding limit? He feared that should he encounter something truly exceptional, he might find himself without sufficient funds in his inventory to participate in the bidding. While this would not apply to others, it certainly does for you. Is that so? A surge of joy filled Su Mubai's heart as he waved his hand to produce all his intermediate soul stones. He decided to consign these as well, all to be traded with soul coins. Chapter 69. Treasures of immense wealth. Moreover, there are these. After a moment of contemplation, Su Mubai retrieved 3 pieces of equipment and a skill book, presenting them to the other party. These items were, of course, the spoils dropped by the Skeleton King, Reggie. Originally mere dark gold-grade equipment, they had been elevated by Su Mubai to become epic-grade gear suitable for levels 10 to 60. The B-grade skill, Thunderstrike, had also been upgraded to an A-grade skill book, Thunderstorm Assault. Such equipment and skill books were evidently beyond the financial reach of players at this stage. Even the wealthiest could not afford a proper price. Thus, Mubai decided to auction them off here. After the front desk attendant announced the starting bid, Mubai hastily departed from the Eastern Sea auction house. Suddenly, he recalled something. The jewelry workshop in Eastern Sea City had no stock left, but other cities still did. If he made the rounds, he could potentially reap a significant profit. With this thought, his previously calm demeanor was reignited with excitement. He summoned his frost steed and headed towards the teleportation square, adjacent to which lay the teleportation hall of Eastern Sea City. From there, he could transport himself to the other cities. During his journey, with newfound wealth, Mubai took the opportunity to enhance 2 skills. Notification. Do you confirm the consumption of 10,000 gold coins to override the previous enhancement effect and elevate the skill Summon Advanced Skeleton to a higher tier? Confirm. Your C-grade skill Summon Advanced Skeleton has successfully been elevated to an A-grade skill, Summon Elite Skeleton. Summon Elite Skeleton, A, level 9 max, active skill. Summons 3 elite skeletons to fight on your behalf. Elite Skeleton Warrior, Elite Skeleton Archer, Elite Skeleton Mage. Casting time, 3 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Mana cost, 3,000. Cataclysmic traits, 1. The Elite Skeleton Warrior's health cap is increased to 500, and its attack power is enhanced by 100. 2. Not activated. 3. Not activated. The Elite Skeleton's attributes are augmented by the player's mental attributes. The names of all 3 unit types were prefixed with Elite, though the specifics of the enhancements remained unclear. However, suspended in mid-air, Mubai did not rush to summon them, but instead continued to elevate his next skill. Notification. Do you confirm the consumption of 10,000 gold coins to override the previous enhancement effect and elevate the skill Corpse Explosion to a higher tier? Confirm. Your C-grade skill Corpse Explosion has successfully been elevated to an A-grade skill, Chain Corpse Explosion. Chain Corpse Explosion, A, level 11 max, active skill, capable of triggering a chain explosion of up to 3 corpses or remains, inflicting magical damage to all enemies within a 20-meter radius of each corpse or remains. Cannot be used on boss corpses. Damage, 20 of the target's life before death, 200 spell power. Casting distance, 200 meters, instant release, cooldown, 30 seconds, mana cost, 6,000. Chain Corpse Explosion has seen enhancements across all aspects, rendering it significantly more powerful than before. Mubai was thoroughly pleased with the results. At this moment, he noticed that his skill bar had already consumed 11 slots, and this was without having learned any low-level skills. With only 20 slots available, he found himself somewhat constrained. He wondered if there would be an expansion upon advancing. As he murmured this thought, the teleportation square came into view. Just as he prepared to command the Frostfall, his communicator suddenly chimed. It was Fortune Supreme. Simultaneously, 5 beams of white light illuminated the teleportation square. Had they finally exited the novice village? Mubai raised an eyebrow and answered the voice call from Fortune Supreme. Brother Bai, are you free right now? I'm bringing you some gold. The voice of Fortune Supreme echoed through the communicator, clearly having just departed from the novice village to contact Mubai. I'll come find you. Mubai smiled faintly, lowering the flight altitude of the frost. You're coming to find me? Fortune Supreme hesitated for a moment. Sure, His sentence was abruptly interrupted by a way. Everyone, look over there. Is that a dragon? The crowd followed his pointing finger, their eyes widening in astonishment. Before them soared a fearsome frost dragon, racing towards the teleportation square. Incredible! There's a frost dragon in Donghai City, exclaimed the fire elemental mage, who had difficulty getting out of bed. Beside him, Feng Xiao glanced at the two with exasperation and remarked, Have you forgotten what Bai Yi's mount is? All right, that must be Bai Yi's Frost Dragon King, exclaimed Cotton Candy, her eyes sparkling. Look, there's indeed a person seated upon that dragon. As the frost descended, they finally spotted Mubai perched majestically upon his throne. A wave of envy washed over them. When will we have such a powerful mount? Away and the fire elemental mage exchanged glances, their eyes filled with longing. Brother Baiyi's mount is of mythical caliber. Let us not get carried away. Fortune Supreme shook his head. Even I have no idea when I can afford one. With that, he hurried forward to greet the descending Mubai. Mubai waved to dispel the frost and accepted the 500 gold coins handed to him by Fortune Supreme, smiling. Not bad. You're leveling up faster than in the Grand Ambitions. The talent of Grand Ambitions provided a 20 experience boost for guild members. And Fortune Supreme's team had indeed managed to exit the novice village ahead of others, which was somewhat surprising. We owe it all to Brother Baiyi for selling us the equipment. Fortune Supreme cast a deep glance at Mubai. They had managed to clear the hell-level misty land ahead of the Dominance Guild thanks to those dark gold-level equipments. However, the final boss turned out to be only of gold level. This indicated that unless they unlocked a disaster-level hidden dungeon, dark gold-level equipment would not appear in the novice village at all. It was precisely for this reason that they managed to gain a slight lead in leaving the novice village. The others now looked at Mubai in sheer astonishment. As they discovered, apart from the name White Knight, they could not even perceive each other's levels. Has the disparity in strength reached such an extent? Maple Leaf glanced at her S-rank talent, her mind swirling with unspoken thoughts. Equipment merely serves as an auxiliary. The true measure lies within the individual. You all should thoroughly explore EC City. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Mubai waved cheerfully and turned to depart. The equipment and skill books he originally intended to sell had now been entrusted to the EC auction house. Compared to the locals of the Forbidden Land, the immense wealth of the affluent held no advantage in the early stages. Brother White Knight, do not be hasty. First, take a look at this. The wealthy individual quickly called out to Mubai, presenting a parchment with a smile. This was just drawn today from the money tree. I believe it will pique your interest. Upon seeing the description of the parchment, Mubai was taken aback, casting a surprised glance at the wealthy man. Truly, an SSS-level talent should not be underestimated. On just the second day, such a remarkable item was drawn? My dear fathers, I apologize. Today will have to suffice with 2 updates for now. Writer's block has left me quite overwhelmed. Rest assured, the additional updates will not be scant. Albeit they may come a bit later. Chapter 70. The Uniqueness of the Death Sovereign Update. Scroll of Destiny. A legendary item that grants you the opportunity to roll the dice of fate. Rolling a 1 results in dire misfortune. Rolling a 2 yields nothing. Rolling between 3 and 6 brings forth fortune. The higher the roll, the more bountiful the rewards. Gambler, are you certain you won't roll a 1? This legendary item presents a 1 in 6 chance of punishment, a 1 in 6 chance of nothing occurring, with the remainder being rewards. Such odds, in the eyes of a gambler, are akin to a guarantee of winning. However, Mubai is no mere gambler. He is an exceptional player. In his hands, this scroll transforms into a mythical artifact, perhaps even eliminating the possibility of punishment altogether. Thus, when Fu Jiatianxia revealed the scroll, Mubai paused, intrigued by the Scroll of Destiny. How much? Not for sale. Fu Jiatianxia replied with a smile. Merely a gift. A gift? Mubai regarded him keenly, withholding his response as he awaited further elaboration. He understood that free offerings often carry the highest price. Bestowing a legendary item without cost indicated that Fu Jiatianxia desired something in return. Brother Baiyi, I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish to seize this opportunity to forge a profound partnership with you, Fu Jiatianxia explained. Initially, he had intended to recruit Baiyi under his banner. However, following their transaction in the novice village, he realized that someone like Baiyi would never serve another. Collaboration was the only viable path. Yet at that time, Fu Jiatianxia had perceived himself and Baiyi as equals. The subsequent series of system announcements, however, forced him to reassess his perspective. Achieving a solo kill of an epic-level boss, gaining early access to the mount leaderboard, and acquiring a mythical mount on the very first day of the game. Each event shattered his worldview. Such an individual must be courted, even if it meant incurring some loss. With his wealth, coupled with Baiyi's prowess, they could swiftly establish a foothold in the realm of divine prohibitions. Hence, the current scene unfolded. Profound cooperation? Mubai inquired with keen interest. Pray tell, how do you envision this collaboration? He suddenly contemplated the prospect of recruiting Fu Jiatianxia. Though he did not require a team, having such a fortune seeker to generate wealth for him appeared quite appealing. This is hardly a suitable venue for discussion. Shall we find an inn and converse further? Fu Jiatianxia suggested, patting his stomach, having not indulged in a decent meal all day. It was an opportune moment to satiate his culinary cravings. Finally, a feast awaited. While steamed buns could quell hunger, they were far from delectable. Nearby, Away's eyes lit up at the suggestion, muttering to himself, "Haha, I've refrained from eating steamed buns for this grand meal. My hunger level has reached 60 points. I must feast heartily later." Cotton Candy clenched his fists, eyes sparkling with anticipation for the feast. Mubai, however, was momentarily taken aback. Hunger level? This game of myriad realms has such a property? At this moment, he suddenly awoke to the realization that since entering the game, he had not consumed anything. Yet had felt no pangs of hunger. In a realistic gaming world, this was quite illogical. The reason Mubai had overlooked this issue was that prior to entering the game, he had not eaten for quite some time. How do vegetative beings sustain themselves? He promptly opened his status panel and scrutinized it carefully. However, there was no indication of a hunger attribute present. Could this be due to the Death Sovereign class? A vague suspicion began to form in Mubai's mind. Not only hunger, but there should also be attributes related to fatigue. At the game's inception, players with low attributes still needed rest and sleep. This was evident from the exhaustion evident in the faces of the affluent players. In their haste to leave the novice village, they certainly had not taken a moment to rest. Yet, Mubai felt not a hint of fatigue. Noticing Mubai's prolonged silence, the wealthy player could not help but interject. "What are your thoughts, Brother Bai?" Only then did Mubai come to his senses. Closing the panel and responding, "Collaboration can be discussed, but must wait until I'm finished with my tasks." "No rush. I'll hold on to this parchment for you. Brother Bai, just let me know when you're ready," the wealthy player replied with a slight smile, indicating his understanding. "Very well," Mubai nodded slightly, preparing to depart, but his steps suddenly faltered. Not far off, 5 beams of white light flashed, indicating that more players were emerging from the novice village, led by the team of Mubai. Mubai initially intended to approach, but visibly recoiled upon seeing Mubai, his pupils narrowing. Why was his level not visible? How had this individual leveled up? For a moment, Mubai's expression shifted between uncertainty and apprehension. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to halt his advance and turn to leave. Until his own talents matured, it would be wise to keep a distance from this extraordinary individual. With his entrance into the city, the development of the Bay Guild would accelerate exponentially. When his strength swelled, he would undoubtedly rival Bai Yi. Mubai's hesitation was not due to Mubai and his companions, but rather a sudden thought that struck him. At this juncture, teams possessing S-level players should be gradually entering the city. Would Lu Ruyan and Zhao Su, that pair of scoundrels, be among them? Regardless, he needed to wait and see. If they were indeed in this batch of players, it would save him considerable trouble. With this thought, Mubai's gaze gradually turned icy. Compared to seeking vengeance, the matter of making money could wait. As anticipated, white light began to flash intermittently as players materialized at the East Sea City teleportation square. Each player with S-level talents had nearly established their own teams in the novice village. Naturally, their chosen members were all A-level talent bearers. Even so, this batch of players arriving from various novice villages to East Sea City numbered only a scant few dozen. However, these individuals were scattered across the vast expanse of the teleportation square, rendering Mubai unable to perceive them all at once. As he observed players beginning to depart from all directions, a thought struck him. In conjunction with the Shroud of Death, the undead legion descended and swiftly encircled the teleportation square. The deceptions of the past years, the harrowing tragedies of accidents, the helplessness of those in a vegetative state, and the suffocating despair experienced before entering the game. All of these memories remained vivid. The flames of hatred surged within him, compelling Mubai to disregard the feelings of other players entirely. His immense power served as the foundation for his unrestrained actions. The presence of the Eastern Sea Order, afforded him the audacity to encircle the teleportation square without reservation. Those who wished to leave could do so, but only after he confirmed the presence of the scoundrels. Chapter 71. Mubai. I have finally found you. What has transpired? Why have so many skeletons suddenly appeared? I have only just left the novice village. Could it be that I am already encountering a monster siege? What am I thinking? This is one of the 10 primary cities of the Divine Dragon Empire. How could it possibly be breached? Yet look at these skeletons aside from their names. All other details are shrouded in mystery. Elite skeleton warriors, with a parenthesis indicating Bai Yi. Good heavens, are all these skeletons summoned by Bai Yi? What a jest! Did he not just leave the novice village a short while ago? How could he summon so many skeletons at once? There are at least 1,000 surrounding us, not to mention those formidable knights. What on earth is Bai Yi planning? The sudden emergence of the Undead Legion sparked intense discussions. The dozens of players who had just exited the novice village came to a complete halt, hesitant to venture further. They had already witnessed several individuals being turned back by the skeletons. Whether it was the massive swords of the skeleton warriors or the long spears of the shadow knights and headless knights, the sight sent shivers down their spines. On the fringes, the skeletal mages and archers loomed ominously. A singular question flashed through everyone's minds. What exactly does Bai Yi intend to achieve? Does he mean to annihilate them all? This is the main city. Any aggressive action would lead to capture. What audacity does he possess to act thus? Observing the elite skeleton warriors standing before him, Hong Tu-Ba Ye's expression darkened. So, Bai Yi, while I have chosen to bide my time, you insist on provoking me. Do you? In Hong Tu-Ba Ye's view, Bai Ye's actions were clearly targeted at him. As he turned, his expression shifting between uncertainty and anger. He noticed that Bai Yi had not even cast a glance in his direction. A sense of relief washed over him, only to be swiftly replaced by a feeling of humiliation. So, I have regarded you as a hypothetical adversary, while you have dismissed me entirely. The wealthy and influential figures, including Fu Jiatianxia, who were preparing to indulge themselves, also halted, gazing at the suddenly manifested undead legion with incredulity. Even Fu Jiatianxia, possessing an SSS-level talent, was momentarily subdued. Is this truly the extent of Bai Ye's power? It is utterly outrageous. Feng Yi Xiao clenched his fist, only to release it weakly, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. His own prowess, which he held dear, pales in comparison to Bai Yi's. No, he is not even worthy of being compared. Even a single skeleton summoned by him would be beyond his capability to contend with. Faced with the overwhelming presence of the elite skeleton warriors, a profound sense of helplessness washed over Feng Yi Xiao. He had an inkling that he could not withstand even a single strike from one of these skeletons. And yet, Bai Yi had effortlessly summoned over 1,000 of them with a mere wave of his hand. Just how powerful is he? Fu Jiatianxia was the first to regain his composure, looking quizzically at Mubai. Brother Bai Yi, what are you doing? Oh, it's nothing. Just searching for a couple of people, Mubai replied, before lightly leaping, summoning Frost from his mount space. This time, he did not take his seat upon the throne of Frost, but instead stood directly between the twin horns of the dragon's head. The emergence of the Frost giant dragon immediately captivated everyone's attention. Gazing upon this mythical steed, envy shone vividly in the eyes of the elite players. Do not be anxious. Simply assist me in a singular task, and I shall guarantee your safety, he proclaimed. The Frost dragon hovered not high, yet its presence allowed all to behold Mubai and clearly hear his words. Upon his utterance, murmurs began to circulate among the crowd. Silence. Mubai snorted coldly, prompting the Frost dragon to emit a gust of breath. In an instant, the temperature plummeted and a terrifying aura enveloped them. My goodness, all attributes have been reduced by 50. Is this truly the power of a mythical steed? This is utterly monstrous. As Mubai's gaze swept across the assembly, the chatter abruptly ceased. The Dragon King's intimidation was more than sufficient to subdue these fledgling level 10 players. Listen closely, he commanded, surveying the crowd. Once silence fell, he continued, you may depart, but you must do so through my path. As his words concluded, dissent arose from the crowd. Who do you think you are? What does it matter if you surround us? This is the main city. Go ahead and make a move. The words of the first two to speak were abruptly cut short as arrows pierced their bodies. Damage in the 5-digit range erupted, and they collapsed lifelessly, dropping 2 pieces of equipment and several dozen silver coins. Gulp! The onlookers collectively swallowed, shock etched upon their faces as they regarded Mubai. No one dared approach to claim the fallen loot. Merely uttering a few words had cost them their lives. This was the main city. How about you lost his mind? Meanwhile, Hong Tubai was drenched in cold sweat, filled with dread. Thank goodness I spoke slowly, or I would have met the same fate. In the main city, to commit murder? How dare Bai? Did he not fear capture by the city guards? This was a man best left undisturbed, a complete lunatic. Is there anyone else with objections? Mubai's gaze swept across the crowd, and no one dared to meet his eyes. The oppressive dragon, aura, coupled with his decisive lethal actions and the dread of the undead legion, instilled fear in their hearts. However, Mubai was not merely observing them. He was searching for Lu Ruyin and Zhao Su. Yet, among this group, there was no sign of either of them. Had they failed to awaken their S-rank talents? Mubai furrowed his brow, but did not immediately retract the undead legion. Scattered flashes of white light occasionally illuminated the area. Perhaps the couple had simply fallen behind. The reason he directed everyone to exit through this path was to avoid chaos and ensure no one went unnoticed. Under Mubai's intimidation, the gathered individuals had no choice but to acquiesce. At that moment, 2 beams of white light flickered. A man and a woman materialized in the teleportation square. Clearly bewildered by the unfolding situation, their heads swirling with questions. Zhao Su hurriedly grasped the arm of a passerby, inquiring, "My friend, what is the situation here? Can't you see for yourself?" The individual shot him a glare, unleashing his ire upon Zhao Su. Yet, in the next moment, this player halted abruptly, captivated by the sight of Lu Ruyin, adorned in a flowing lavender gown, wielding a staff, her features exquisite and figures strikingly alluring. This beauty, follow me this way quickly, lest we provoke Bai Yi and face dire consequences. Zhao Su's expression darkened in anger, momentarily oblivious to the mention of Bai Yi. Only Lu Ruyin noticed Mubai, proudly standing atop the head of the frost dragon in the distance. It truly is him. Lu Ruyin's eyes widened, her hand instinctively covering her mouth, a blend of astonishment and a hint of joy shimmering in her voice. At that moment, Zhao Su also regained his composure, instinctively stepping back to create distance between himself and Lu Ruyin, a flicker of excitement glimmering in his gaze. To avoid complicating matters, he refrained from speaking and sent Lu Ruyin a text message via his communicator. Rising sun. Ruyin, whether we can continue to enjoy the myriad worlds of the game hinges on you. Red dust and rain. With a mere flick of my hand, I can easily manage this. Tonight, you shall witness the latest video. A confident smile graced Lu Ruyin's lips as she disregarded the advances of the other player and strode purposefully towards Mubai. Mubai, having spotted the two, willed himself to vanish from the dragon's head, reappearing directly in front of Lu Ruyin. Startled, she quickly regained her composure, her smile morphing into a look of feigned distress, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Her demeanor suggested a longing to embrace Mubai, yet she seemed at a loss for how to proceed. "Mubai, I have finally found you." Once, it was this Oscar-worthy performance that had deceived Mubai into folly. However, now Mubai was no longer susceptible to such theatrics. Confronted with Lu Ruyin, his previously simmering anger dissipated into calm. In the past, when blinded by ignorance, Lu Ruyin appeared to him as the epitome of perfection. Her character and impeccable charm had always left him at ease. But now, with the veil lifted, Mubai felt a wave of nausea wash over him. It was all so false. How could he have been so bewitched by this woman for so long? Observing Lu Ruyin, fully immersed in her act, a smirk crept upon Mubai's lips. What a coincidence, I feel the same. Chapter 72, Brothers of the White Knight. Flee swiftly, the city guards are coming. At this moment, Zhao Su approached, adding, "Mr. Su, you have no idea. Miss Lu has practically turned the entire novice village upside down in search of you. Oh, is that so? Su Mubai raised an eyebrow. I wouldn't dare to deceive. Zhao Su, with a sycophantic smile, was abruptly interrupted. His expression shifted dramatically, as if he had witnessed something truly horrifying, rendering his face as pale as a sheet. An indescribable terror consumed him, and with a scream akin to a slaughtered pig, he attempted to flee. However, his agonizing shriek was abruptly silenced. Under the weight of Su Mubai's death gaze, Zhao Su succumbed in mere seconds, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, an item spilling from his corpse. Another life taken. This White Knight truly is a madman. Where are the city guards? It appears White Knight has encircled this place solely to hunt these two individuals. Surely, that must be the case. Even the undead legion has ceased to hinder anyone's escape. What could they have done to offend White Knight? Quickly, why are we still waiting here? If we die, that's 10 years off our lives. There's no rush. Let us enjoy the spectacle first. I haven't done anything. So why would White Knight target me? Huh, still wanting to spectate? Be careful not to become part of the spectacle. I'm making my exit. Zhao Su's final screams drew the attention of all present, prompting the Skeleton Legion to loosen their encirclement, allowing everyone to leave freely. Yet, some remained, watching from a distance, whispering amongst themselves. Zhao Su's sudden demise, coupled with the grotesque contortion of his features at the end, caused Lu Ruyan to exclaim in shock, "Ah? Mubai, why? Why did you kill him?" Had they not been in a party, and had Su Mubai not attacked, Lu Ruyan would have never realized it was his hand that struck. Her mind was still reeling. What transpired? Su Mubai had done nothing. Why did Zhao Su die so horrifically? The half-scream that had escaped him sent chills down Lu Ruyan's spine. What kind of divine skill is this? Can one merely gaze upon another to bring about their death? The more pressing question was, why did Su Mubai suddenly strike at Zhao Su? As this thought crossed her mind, a flicker of terror flashed in Lu Ruyan's eyes, and her heart plummeted. It's over. He must know something. Instinctively, she attempted to retreat, but Su Mubai seized her with a firm grip. What is this? Didn't you just say you finally found me? Why are you running now? Su Mubai sneered at Lu Ruyan. His intent in not eliminating both of them at once was to allow this wretched couple to witness each other's demise repeatedly. Moreover, the method he chose to execute them was solely the death gaze. Only this way could they fully experience the depths of fear and despair, allowing him to vent the fury simmering within. And no, they were merely frightened. Lu Ruyan trembled as she spoke, forcing herself to regain her composure while her mind raced with frantic thoughts. How much did he actually know? If he were merely aware of her relationship with Zhao Su, there might still be a glimmer of hope. But what if he knew everything? How could she possibly survive? Damn it. Despite her meticulous calculations, she had never anticipated that Su Mubai would suddenly turn against her. How did he even find out, given that he was in a comatose state? Just as Lu Ruyan was engulfed in panic, the voice of Fu Jiatianxia rang out with urgency. Brother Baiyi, we must leave. The city guards are coming. From the horizon, a squadron of griffins appeared, each majestic creature bearing a formidable member of the city guard. They were dispatched to address emergencies, thus arriving far more swiftly than the ground forces. In a moment of desperation, Fu Jiatianxia shouted without hesitation, causing the players around him to scatter as if they had seen a ghost. To openly signal Baiyi was to risk entanglement and dire consequences. In an instant, only his original 4 teammates remained by his side. Feng Yi and his companions wore grave expressions, but chose not to flee, standing resolutely with Fu Jiatianxia. Baiyi was finished. He had slain 3 individuals, and it was uncertain how long he would be imprisoned. Indeed, only a madman like him would dare to commit murder in the main city. No matter how powerful he was, could he possibly resist the city guards? By the time he was released from prison, we would have all leveled up significantly. Let's see how he manages to maintain his bravado now. As the city guards approached, the observing players began to revel in their misfortune. However, having witnessed previous incidents, they kept their voices deliberately low, wary of being overheard by Su Mubai. Yet, Su Mubai remained unfazed, not even turning his body as he raised a hand dismissively. No need to worry. Carry on with your business. I'll reach out to you once I'm done. He showed no inclination to flee, instead clutching Lu Ruyan with one hand, quietly observing Zhao Su's lifeless body. It was only when Zhao Su's corpse transformed into a wisp of white light and vanished that Su Mubai lifted Lu Ruoyan and leapt atop the frost dragon's head. When a player dies, if their body does not disappear, it signifies that they have yet to choose to resurrect at the city. Thus, they can lie on the ground, awaiting a teammate's resurrection spell. At this juncture, the city guard squad arrived at the teleportation square, their griffins becoming agitated by the frost dragon's overwhelming presence. Frost. Su Mubai gently tapped his toes, signaling the dragon to retract its intimidating aura, and offered a faint smile to the leader. We meet again. Lord Baiyi, your commotion is rather excessive. The captain, who had previously issued Su Mubai a fine, remarked with a wry smile, his gaze sweeping over the undead army. He had already been informed that this newcomer possessed the coveted EC Order Number 007, a privilege of the city lord. Such an individual, regardless of having killed a few newcomers, was not to be trifled with, even if they had taken the lives of some locals. His purpose for coming was merely to advise the other party to keep the situation from escalating further. For instance, it is advisable to refrain from summoning the Legion of the Undead to encircle the teleportation square. I apologize for causing you trouble. Su Mubai waved to retract the Undead Legion and offered an apologetic smile to the squad leader, assuring, "Rest assured, I shall resolve this matter swiftly." As soon as the words left his lips, a surge of frost erupted into the air, leaving behind a group of stunned elite players, rendered speechless. Wait, my friend, are you just flying away like that? They could not fathom how, merely on the second day of the game, Baiyi had already become a figure of reverence among the city guards. The squad leader gazed in the direction of the vanishing frost, exasperatedly rubbing his forehead with a sigh. Well, it seems this little ancestor is bound to stir up some commotion in the Resurrection Hall. Chapter 73. A confrontation at the Resurrection Hall. The frost, swift as the wind, vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. The squad leader sighed in resignation, retrieving his communicator to report the incident. This matter pertained to the esteemed guest of the city lord, and he was not in a position to make unilateral decisions. Soon, the voice of the captain resonated through the device. Maintain order. Do not concern yourself with anything else. Upon hearing this, the squad leader stowed the communicator and led his team skyward. The Resurrection Hall was no ordinary teleportation square. It was situated in a bustling area filled with pedestrians, and they needed to reach it expeditiously. Meanwhile, dozens of elite players who had emerged from the novice village stood in utter disbelief. They could hardly fathom that Baiyi was capable of such audacity, murdering within the main city without facing any repercussions. Many were relieved they had refrained from speaking too loudly earlier. Had they perished, to whom would they turn for justice? In the depths of his gaze, the affluent player gleamed with an intense light as he turned to collect the items dropped by Su Mubai. The others, having overheard his conversation with Baiyi, dared not intervene. As the commotion dissipated, the crowd soon scattered, embarking on their exploration of the new city. With a resounding roar, Frost descended outside the Resurrection Hall, drawing the attention of passers-by. In a nearby corner, two players trembled in fear. Upon realizing that Su Mubai had disregarded them, they breathed a sigh of relief and hastily retreated in the opposite direction. If given another chance, they would never dare provoke this madman again. Merely boasting had escalated to murder, and he continued to linger in the city with impunity. Was this truly acceptable? What terrified them most was that after being slain by Baiyi, their lifespans had inexplicably diminished by 20 years. Henceforth, they resolved never to provoke Baiyi again, lest they find themselves facing an unknown demise. Su Mubai waved his hand to dismiss Frost and strode into the Resurrection Hall. At that moment, Zhao Su had just revived but appeared exceedingly weakened, his eyes still clouded with the lingering terror of the death gaze. With a thud, Su Mubai unceremoniously tossed Lu Ruoyan beside Zhao Su, the commotion finally rousing him from his stupor. Upon raising his gaze and meeting Su Mubai's, Zhao Su's pallid complexion turned even more ashen. Su's own. Before he could articulate a complete thought, Lu Ruoyan, disheveled, interrupted. Mubai, he forced me. My heart has always belonged to you. You must believe me. Have you forgotten our 5 years together? Please forgive me. I promise it was all a mistake. Just as she reached this point, the cooldown for Death Gaze concluded, and Su Mubai cast a swift glance at Lu Ruyan. In the next instant, she let out a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground, her expression grotesquely contorted, her body trembling violently. The soul drain has activated. Soul points 0. 1. The system notification echoed in Su Mubai's ears as he frowned slightly. Previously, when Zhao Su was slain, the increase was merely 0. 1, a figure far lower than he had anticipated. The 1,000 soul points provided by Franklin, intended for opening the Book of Death, were immediately depleted. The next attempt would require a staggering 5,000 soul points, a revelation that caught Su Mubai entirely off guard. To kill a single individual for just 0. 1 meant that to achieve 5,000 points, one would have to eliminate 50,000 people. It was no wonder that the Divine Dragon Temple sought to advance in foreign lands. No nation could withstand such rampant slaughter. Only Sakura country seemed poised to be the primary recipient of this grim bounty. Bang! Upon witnessing the grotesque visage of Lu Ruyan in her death throes, Zhao Su was utterly paralyzed with fear. He collapsed before Su Mubai, his mouth agape, yet words eluded him. The ruthless ease with which Su Mubai had dispatched Lu Ruyan indicated that he was fully aware of everything. It was over, completely over. Faced with the terrifying presence of Su Mubai, Zhao Su could not fathom how he might grasp even a sliver of hope. That recent death had cost him 20 years of his lifespan, leaving him with a mere 56 years remaining. In other words, if he were to perish 3 more times, his life would be irrevocably extinguished. More dreadful than death itself was the overwhelming terror engendered by Su Mubai's abilities. Mr. Su, I was wrong, truly wrong. I beg you. Before he could finish his plea for mercy, Su Mubai stepped forward, decisively placing his foot upon him. Zhao Su's face was pressed against the floor, his nose contorted, emitting muffled whimpers, yet he could no longer articulate coherent words. Such a person warranted no further words from Su Mubai. He turned his gaze to Lu Ruyan's lifeless form, narrowing his eyes slightly. Upon a player's demise, they could observe their surroundings from a third-person perspective before resurrection, though sound was muted and they could neither speak nor send messages. The fact that Lu Ruyan's body had not vanished indicated she had chosen not to resurrect. This state could last no longer than 30 minutes, after which she would automatically revive in the nearest main city. Su Mubai felt no urgency. 30 minutes was a mere trifle to him. Today, he must eradicate this pair of wretched souls completely. After 10 minutes, Lu Ruyan's body remained present. Su Mubai smirked coldly and glanced down at Zhao Su. Death stare. Wail. In the next instant, Zhao Su thrashed violently, but his struggle lasted less than a second before he fell utterly still. Soul absorption activated, soul points 0. 1. An hour later, Lu Ruyan had been slain twice more, while Zhao Su had met his demise at Su Mubai's hands for the 4th time. This time, he left no corpse behind, his being disintegrating before Su Mubai's very eyes. Lu Ruyan, who had been stalling for time, was horrified by this sight and chose to resurrect. Kneeling before Su Mubai with tear-streaked cheeks, trembling as she implored, Mubai, I beseech you, spare my life. I have but 8 years left. If you kill me again, Ishai Toli Di. Please let me go. I have yet to live enough, sobbed Lu Ruyan, her cries echoing in the resurrection hall. Yet Su Mubai paid her no mind. His attention was entirely captured by the system notification that had just sounded. Chapter 74. Revenge and preparation for a shopping spree, soul absorption activated, soul points 1. This time, by vanquishing Zhao Su, I was granted an additional soul point. Su Mubai's eyes narrowed. Is the most efficient method to absorb soul points the complete annihilation of an individual? I wonder what specific metrics govern this process. Is it based on level or rank? Mubai, could you please say something? I crumpled on the ground. Lu Ruyan, her hair disheveled and tears streaming down her face, crawled desperately towards Su Mubai, attempting to grasp his leg. Having faced death 3 times through Death Gaze, her spirit was on the brink of collapse. As long as she could survive, she would be willing to do anything at this moment. You are the least deserving of survival, wretch. Su Mubai scoffed coldly. Kicking Lu Ruyan away, with a swift motion and uttering his first words upon entering the Resurrection Hall. Yet his frigid tone plunged Lu Ruoyan into an abyss of despair. In that instant, she comprehended that there was no mercy to be found from Su Mubai. Looking up at him, her pitiful countenance evoked genuine sympathy. Her tear-filled eyes mirrored a tumult of emotions. Regret, fear, despair, yet these sentiments no longer concerned Su Mubai. Before Lu Ruoyan could utter another word, a glimmer of gray flickered in his gaze. Death gaze. The horrific energy of death descended, and an overwhelming dread surged once more. Lu Ruoyan emitted a heart-wrenching scream. No matter how many times she endured it, the sensation of terror was beyond her control. As damage numbers materialized, the Resurrection Hall of Donghai City fell into a profound silence. Lu Ruoyan's body, like that of Zhao Su before her, disintegrated completely before Su Mubai's eyes, leaving not a trace behind. Soul absorption activated Soul Points 1. Su Mubai waved his hand to collect the items dropped by the two, turning silently to exit the Resurrection Hall. Taking a deep breath and gazing up at the radiant sky, Su Mubai exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. The long-held grudge had finally been avenged. Though only 2 days had passed since uncovering the truth and personally resolving the matter, he had felt an inexplicable weight until Lu Ruoyan's absolute demise. In that moment, a sense of liberation washed over him, and clarity filled his mind. Now, it was time to truly relish the game of Myriad Realms. Muttering softly, Su Mubai stretched, feeling the resentment that initially consumed him dissipate entirely. With the primary objective accomplished, his future endeavors would focus on ascending to the pinnacle of the Myriad Realms game. In a world where strength reigns supreme, only those who are sufficiently powerful can genuinely seize control of their fate. Warbai, are we done here? The team leader peered into the Resurrection Hall. Indeed, I apologize for the trouble caused this time. Oh, it's nothing of great concern. The squad leader waved his hand dismissively, indicating that the lord of the city had personally ordered them to disregard the situation. He was merely executing his orders. That's enough. Everyone disperse. There is nothing of interest here. The city guard proceeded to disperse the onlookers, and Su Mubai summoned his ice steed to depart. Before long, he found himself back at the teleportation square. Over an hour had elapsed, and the lively atmosphere that had once filled the square had dissipated. The players who had exited the novice village were now mostly gathered, and their numbers were not substantial, merely a few dozen individuals in the entire EC city. Su Mubai speculated that it would take some time for the next batch of players to emerge. By that time, the population of players in EC City would increase rapidly, as those awakening A and B rank talents vastly outnumbered those of S rank and above. Although the difference between S rank and a rank was merely 1 level, the probability of awakening varied immensely. According to the information provided by the myriad realms of the game, the probability of awakening an S rank talent was a mere 1 in 10 million. The probabilities for SS and SSS ranks diminished even further by an order of 10. Conversely, the likelihood of awakening an A rank talent surged to 1 in 1,000. Given the population of Blue Star at 8 billion, this amounted to a staggering 8 million players with a rank talents. A salute to the 8 million warriors. The probability of awakening 8B rank talent reached an impressive 10%. Interestingly, the highest awakening probabilities were not associated with E and F rank talents, but rather with C and D ranks, which combined yielded an awakening probability of 70%. This indicated that the awakening chances for E and F ranks were quite similar to those of B rank. However, for Su Mubai, the only source of intrigue lay in the exceedingly rare SSS rank talent players. The rest held little significance for him. Guided by his ice steed, he arrived at the teleportation hall adjacent to the square. With a thought, he dismissed the ice steed, causing his figure to vanish. Death Domain Leap. In the next moment, he appeared at the entrance of the teleportation hall. Unlike the desolate teleportation square, this hall bustled with local inhabitants coming and going. They traversed to various cities via these teleportation arrays. The hall was expansive, extending beyond his line of sight. It was divided into numerous sections, with a colossal stone pillar at the center, adorned with nearly 100 directional signs. Each sign bore descriptive text corresponding to the locations of the teleportation arrays. The teleportation array to the north was the largest, and its guards exhibited a markedly stronger presence. This array led to the imperial capital, and after inquiring, Mubai shook his head in disappointment. To access the capital via the teleportation array, a player must reach the 5th tier, meaning the minimum level requirement was 120. Given the difficulty of leveling up in the Myriad Realms game, it would be quite some time before anyone could enter the capital through the teleportation array. Even with Mubai possessing the EC token, he remained unable to do so. Of course, should one possess the requisite strength. They could also venture to the capital from the wilderness, although the high-level monsters along the route would not be accommodating to players. In addition to the Imperial Capital Teleportation Array, there were 9 other slightly larger arrays. These are the gateways to the remaining 9 first-tier cities. The smaller teleportation arrays correspond to 81 second-tier cities. This place serves as the teleportation hub of the entire EC city. Mubai made his way directly to the nearest first-tier city teleportation array. The guard cast him a cursory glance and stated, "The teleportation fee is 100 gold coins. We require a total of 100 individuals for a single teleportation. You are the 82nd. Please pay and wait over there." Beside the teleportation array, there was a resting area where dozens of people were seated, taking a respite. Mubai found himself at a loss for words. Not only was the teleportation fee exorbitant, but he also had to wait until the group was complete. This arrangement must be under the control of capitalists. Noticing Mubai's lack of movement, the guard chuckled and added, "If you wish to avoid the wait, you may pay 2,000 gold coins to use this individual teleportation array." At that moment, Mubai noticed a much smaller and exquisitely crafted teleportation array adjacent to the large one. Oh, a 20-fold increase in the teleportation fee for the privilege of solitary travel? How exceedingly reasonable. Mubai's lips twitched as he deftly retrieved the EC token. "A discount." The guard was taken aback and quickly responded, "My lord, you jest. There is no fee for your use of the teleportation array. Please proceed." What a delightful turn of events. Mubai smiled faintly and stepped onto the individual teleportation array. His destination, Fengling City. Chapter 75. The Chosen Laborer, you have entered the primary city of Fengling City, and the resurrection point has been switched to the resurrection hall of Fengling City. A flash of white light enveloped Mubai as he materialized in the teleportation square of Fengling City. Much like Donghai City, the area nearby was devoid of players. Surveying his surroundings, as the closest primary city to Donghai City, the architectural styles of the two cities bore only slight differences. Fengling City favored the use of red accents, a stark contrast to the oceanic blue cherished by Donghai City. Having learned from his previous interception, Mubai refrained from summoning Frost immediately and instead prudently hailed a carriage to register for a flying license. The fee was rather steep. Upon exiting the flight registration office, Mubai summoned Frost with a wave and proceeded directly to the nearest jewelry processing shop. Merely obtaining a flying license cost him 3,000 gold coins. Nevertheless, this price was not exorbitant, considering that those who possess flying mounts would hardly quibble over such an amount. As Frost soared through Fengling City, he naturally drew the attention of the players within. Thanks to the existence of a mount leaderboard, everyone recognized this as Baiyi's mount. Consequently, news of Baiyi spread rapidly among the players of Fengling City. Mubai remained indifferent to this attention. He hadn't even bothered to open the chat channel of Fengling City. His singular purpose for being here was to amass wealth. Wasn't it more enticing to wield the Donghai Order in Donghai City? After spending over an hour, Mubai thoroughly scoured the jewelry processing shops of Fengling City. The inventory here was comparable to that of the Jade Workshop, and his backpack had gained over 60 level 5 gems. This time, having already adorned himself with gems, his yield exceeded that of Donghai City. Upon exiting the last jewelry shop, Mubai did not rush to depart. Instead, he turned to glance at a nearby storefront. After wandering about, he emerged with disappointment. This establishment primarily dealt in tailoring, offering various cloth armor and backpack items. However, the quality of these goods was quite low, with the highest tier barely reaching bronze. Their main business model revolved around crafting high-level items for others, contingent upon the provision of materials by the customers themselves. A series of visits to different types of shops revealed a similar pattern. For Mubai, the cost-effectiveness of trading such items was far too low. Not only was it a waste of time, but the total yield from a single shop paled in comparison to that of single level 5 gem. Without further delay, Mubai guided Frost to the teleportation hall, setting off for his next destination. He had begun to grasp the arrangement of the Wanjie game. Players wishing to procure high-tier items from locals would have to wait for the auction house data to become interconnected. Beyond this, participation in auctions required purchasing tickets. However, aside from the exorbitant ticket prices, the treasures eligible for auction were evidently beyond the financial reach of players at this stage. For the foreseeable future, only the locals of the divine Forbidden Land would be able to partake in these auctions. In the early stages of the game, apart from exceptional players like Mubai, only Fu Jiatianxia had the potential to partake in the endeavors. It was not until the moon hung high in the night sky that Mubai returned to Donghai City. Gazing at the 580 level 5 gems that had unexpectedly filled his backpack, he felt no exhilaration. Only a gentle sigh escaped his lips. It seemed imperative to engage in a serious discussion with Fu Jiatianxia. If he could recruit this individual, it would significantly alleviate his burdens. Merely acquiring these gems had consumed half a day of his time, which felt like an extravagant waste for Mubai. Despite this, he had only traversed the 10 level 1 main cities. The vast expanse of the Divine Dragon Empire boasted 81 level 2 main cities and 80 level 3 towns. Surely, he could not traverse them all by himself? Yet, money was an indispensable necessity. Premium equipment, items, and even longevity could all be procured with soul coins. For Mubai, resources and longevity were essential for significantly enhancing his strength. Thus, besides leveling up, earning money was also imperative. However, relying solely on his own efforts would inevitably compress a substantial portion of his leveling time. Therefore, Mubai was in urgent need of an agent to manage such commercial affairs on his behalf. Much like before becoming a vegetable, when he entrusted his company to professional managers, he only needed to oversee the fundamental financial authority and personnel management, while leaving the trivialities to others. In the vast world of the game, Fu Jiatianxia, endowed with the god of wealth talent, was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Moreover, within this realm, the constraints of the system's contract far exceeded those of the Blue Star continent. As long as everything was predetermined, there was no cause for concern about Fu Jiatianxia lining his pockets. Furthermore, as long as Mubai maintained his overwhelming superiority, who would dare to risk their life to encroach upon him? This was the foundation of Mubai's confidence in bringing Fu Jiatianxia under his wing, a reliability more steadfast than any system contract. With this thought, Mubai resolved within himself. Upon exiting the teleportation hall, he dialed Fu Jiatianxia as communicator. Yet, before he could utter a word, the voice of Fu Jiatianxia resonated through the device. "Brother Bai, are you done with your tasks?" It was evident how eager the other party was for a profound collaboration. This urgency was likely connected to Mubai's audacity to slay without restraint in the main city. Previously, although Fu Jiatianxia had entertained this notion, he had not exhibited such impatience. As a businessman, he understood that such eagerness could jeopardize the forthcoming negotiations. However, faced with an individual like Mubai, who surpassed all players, Fu Jiatianxia could no longer afford to be cautious. He weighed the pros and cons. As long as he could establish a deep collaboration with Mubai, even if he had to concede some benefits, the rewards would undoubtedly exceed his imagination. This was an instinct that had surfaced twice in Fu Jiatianxia's past life. The first occasion occurred 2 decades ago, when he resolutely invested his entire fortune into the real estate market, continuously leveraging loans to create a snowball effect. That moment catapulted him from an ordinary individual to a higher social echelon. The second instance of such intuition prompted him to divest the majority of his property projects, allowing him to successfully evade a catastrophic downturn in the housing market. Now we find ourselves at the third instance. Upon hearing this, Su Mubai couldn't help but smile subtly. As the former CEO, Su, he discerned that the other party's demeanor indicated a transfer of initiative into his hands. After a brief pause of 2 seconds, Su Mubai spoke calmly. Once you are finished, let's find a place to converse. Ha! I've been awaiting those words for quite some time. How about the Fenghua restaurant? Very well. After ending the call, Su Mubai promptly located the position of Fenghua restaurant on the map, only to receive a message from Fu Jiatianxia. Fu Jiatianxia, Fenghua restaurant, private room number 1, awaiting Brother Baye's esteemed presence. Su Mubai raised an eyebrow, a slight smile gracing his lips. As a chosen worker, is he not being a tad too proactive? Chapter 76. Where to find a blade to sever the artery. Though the Wind and Flower Tavern may not be the finest establishment in EC City, it boasts an impressive 7 stories. Upon stepping inside, the lavish decor immediately conveys that the expenses here are substantial. Under the guidance of server, Su Mubai ascends directly to the top floor via the elevator. In the private dining room number 1, only the affluent figure known as Wealthy Beyond Compare awaits. In such a setting, he has chosen not to bring any other teammates. Upon Su Mubai's entrance, Wealthy Beyond Compare promptly rises to greet him, signaling to the staff to begin serving the dishes. Brother Bayi, you must savor the exquisite cuisine of this sacred land. It will undoubtedly leave you in awe, he says with a jovial invitation for Su Mubai to take a seat, his eyes still reflecting a hint of nostalgia. Clearly, he has already relished these delicacies earlier with his team members after parting ways during the day. Oh, then I shall indulge thoroughly, Su Mubai replies with a slight smile, refraining from broaching serious matters just yet. Ha ha, rest assured, I shall ensure your satisfaction, Wealthy Beyond Compare declares, pouring a glass of wine for Su Mubai before lowering his voice. It is rumored that there are even more exquisite dishes that can enhance one's status or attributes after consumption, though they are not yet available for public sale. He lifts his glass, saying, next time, I will endeavor to arrange some high-grade delicacies. I ask for your understanding this time. Your thoughtfulness is appreciated, Su Mubai responds, clinking his glass against Wealthy Beyond Compares and consuming the fine wine. Although he does not possess a hunger attribute, he still relishes the pleasure of good food. As they continue to enjoy each other's company, neither brings up the topic of collaboration, instead engaging in a convivial exchange of cups. Once all 10 dishes have been served and the staff has exited the room, Wealthy Beyond Compare finally sets down his wine glass and transitions to the main topic. Brother Bayi, I will be straightforward. You are aware of my talents. While I may lack combat prowess, no one can rival my ability to generate wealth. To be candid, I am preparing to establish a trading consortium and would like to know your thoughts on a deep collaboration. With your strength, combined with my financial resources, we could undoubtedly rise swiftly in this sacred land. As he speaks, Wealthy Beyond Compare's eyes sparkle with a vision of the future. However, Su Mubai slowly shakes his head in response. As for collaboration, I must decline. At this declaration, the smile on Wealthy Beyond Compare's face falters slightly. Yet, Su Mubai continues. Perhaps we could explore an alternative approach. Please, go ahead. Wealthy Beyond Compare's interest is piqued, though he soon finds himself taken aback. I do not require a partner, but rather an agent. Su Mubai toys with the exquisite wine glass, locking eyes with Wealthy Beyond Compare. I believe you are the perfect fit. In that moment, Wealthy Beyond Compare is momentarily speechless. Wasn't the discussion supposed to be about collaboration? How did it turn into an interview? Even if one is powerful, such assertiveness seems excessive. Wealthy Beyond Compare's brow twitches slightly. This time, he contemplated relinquishing a portion of his interests, accepting some losses without much concern. However, he never anticipated that Bayi would audaciously propose that he work for him directly. What ist? After all, he possessed an SSS-level talent. Although his strength might not compare, was this not an egregious affront? Bayi truly had a knack for humor. Fujia Tian Xia swiftly composed himself. Gently declining exposition vita take fallist. Yet, Su Mubai shook his head earnestly. I'm not jesting. Fu Jiatianxia cast a surprised glance at Su Mubai. From their first encounter, he discerned that this young man was extraordinary, even without the Myriad Realms game. He was undoubtedly no ordinary individual in Blue Star. Yet at this moment, he could not fathom why the other party would insist. Could he not perceive the refusal? Furrowing his brow, Fu Jiatianxia was about to speak when Su Mubai waved his hand, producing a gem the size of a thumb and placing it on the table. A 5th-level gem? Fu Jiatianxia's pupils constricted. One alone granted a boost of 160 attributes, a significant enhancement for early-stage players. This must be the drop from that epic-level boss. What? Before he could finish his thought, Fu Jiatianxia abruptly stood up in shock. He even rubbed his eyes, clearly incredulous about the scene that had just unfolded. The gem had undeniably been 5th level one moment, only to transform into a 1st-level brilliant gem the next. The description shifted from 160 strength to 1 strength. The percentage boost was undoubtedly a more advanced phenomenon. This is my talent. By consuming certain resources, I can elevate an item by 1 level. Su Mubai smiled slightly, succinctly explaining the essence of his promotion ability. Becoming my agent will only yield greater profits for you. Such a talent exists. Fu Jiatianxia slowly returned to his seat, the astonishment still evident on his face. For the first time, he began to contemplate Su Mubai's proposal. Truthfully, after witnessing the effect of Su Mubai's talent, he felt a stir of desire. The sole question remained: how great would the benefits be if he became the other party's agent? With this in mind, Fu Jiatianxia steadied his thoughts and gazed at Su Mubai, inquiring, "If I were to handle these affairs on your behalf, what portion of the profits do you intend to share?" Since Su Mubai had been forthright, he too saw no reason to be indirect. Profits were paramount. Everything else was mere trifles. The fish is hooked. A smile crept onto Su Mubai's lips as he slowly raised a finger. 10%. Fu Jiatianxia narrowed his eyes slightly, beginning to weigh the prospects. However, he soon found no need for deliberation, for Su Mubai shook his head once more, softly stating, "Not 10%, but rather 1%. "What? 1%? Are you trying to insult me?" Even Fu Jiatianxia, with his exceptional emotional control, found himself slightly agitated by Su Mubai's words. "Bai Yi, this is rather excessive, don't you think?" Fu Jiatianxia paused for a moment before speaking. Who would strike directly at the jugular upon arrival? He chose to trust his instincts, determined to collaborate with Bai Yi, or rather, to work under him. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to secure as many benefits as possible for himself. With this thought in mind, Fu Jiatianxia took a deep breath and said, 1% is far too low. Let's first consider this proposal, shall we? As he spoke, he unveiled the full extent of his remarkable talents for the first time. Chapter 77. The game officially begins. The decision of wealthy beyond compare. Upon witnessing the complete version of the God of Wealth talent, Su Mubai could not help but cast a profound glance at wealthy beyond compare. This old rascal had indeed concealed much in the previously shared talent information. God of Wealth, SSS grade exclusive talent skill. Skill effects. 1. Money tree. Once a day, you may shake the money tree, randomly obtaining between 1 to 999 gold coins. Additionally, there exists a certain probability of acquiring special treasures. If your wealth is below 10,000 gold coins, you will receive a minimum of 500 coins. When your wealth exceeds 10 million gold coins, the currency obtained from the money tree will be upgraded to soul coins. 2. Abundant wealth. The currency you carry increases by 1 daily, with a certain probability of an additional 5 increase upon leveling up. The higher your level, the greater the probability. 3. No loss. Upon your death, you will not drop any gold or items. In the moment of death, you may use currency to offset the loss of lifespan caused by death. 4. Prosperous fortune. For every genuine transaction you undertake, there exists a probability of obtaining additional rewards. The greater the proportion of the transaction amount to your total assets, the higher the probability. 5. Path of the God of Wealth. When your wealth first surpasses 10 million gold coins, you will transition to the unique hidden profession, God of Wealth. While players can share their talent, equipment, and item information without altering the content, they can conceal a portion of it. Wealthy Beyond Compare had previously concealed the vast majority. Even the 3 details sent to Su Mubai were only half revealed. Su Mubai had anticipated this, yet he did not expect that the God of Wealth, this SSS grade talent, would not enhance combat power in the slightest. All effects merely served to increase wealth and acquire treasures. Only the final effect might grant wealthy beyond compare extraordinary combat capabilities. After all, a unique hidden profession stands just below exclusive hidden professions. Even the evidently commerce-oriented God of Wealth would undoubtedly possess numerous formidable abilities. However, wealthy beyond compare must first amass 10 million gold coins to undertake this transition. After perusing the complete God of Wealth talent, a glimmer of doubt flickered in Su Mubai's eyes. Could it be that every SSS grade talent inherently accompanies a unique hidden profession? Or is it merely that the God of Wealth is particularly exceptional? Contemplating this, Su Mubai glanced at his own talent. Cataclysm. Unique forbidden level exclusive talent skill. Skill effects. 1. Promotion. Permanently elevate any object by 1 tier without any cost. 2. Sublimation. At the expense of certain resources, permanently elevate any object by 2 tiers. 3. Cataclysm. At the cost of a portion of lifespan, permanently elevate any object by 3 tiers and bestow it with cataclysmic attributes. Usage restrictions. Cannot be applied to the talent itself, cannot be applied to the player's entity, cannot affect cataclysmic attributes. And repeated use on the same target will override previous enhancements. Tier restrictions surpassing limitations. Untraceable, unreplicable, unstealable. Upon the complete death of player by Yi, it will vanish. In comparison to the God of Wealth, although Cataclysm boasts only 3 effects, each is undeniably potent. Promotion alone can enable Su Mubai to amass wealth swifter than even the God of Wealth himself. The cataclysmic traits he possesses render this talent truly deserving of its unique and forbidden status. Currently, he holds 3 cataclysmic traits, each one more formidable than the last. And he has merely unlocked one of the professional cataclysmic traits. As long as his lifespan permits, he can imbue all items with terrifying cataclysmic characteristics. Most importantly, the God of Wealth talent does not possess attributes such as untraceable, non-replicable, or non-plunderable. Seeing Su Mubai's silence, the wealthy merchant smiled faintly, believing that his comprehensive talent effects had left the other party in awe. Brother Bai Yi, do you truly think that a 1 share is reasonable? Su Mubai chuckled softly, opting not to respond, but instead revealing the quantity of gold coins in his backpack. The wealthy merchant abruptly leaped from his seat, his countenance shifting through myriad expressions: shock, confusion, disbelief. At this moment, he could no longer conceal his emotions, exclaiming, 10 million gold coins? How is that possible? He began to doubt whether he or Bai Yi was the true God of Wealth. Even if one could expend resources to enhance items, there would still be costs involved. How had the other managed to amass such wealth in such a short span? He understood that by revealing such a vast sum of gold, the implication was clear. If he agreed, he could immediately transition into the role of the God of Wealth. This was precisely why the wealthy merchant was so eager to collaborate with Bai Yi. He recognized that only by aligning himself with his strongest player could he swiftly achieve his own class change and secure the capital necessary to thrive in the multiverse game. However, he never anticipated that after merely 2 days in the game, Bai Yi could produce 10 million gold coins. In that instant, the wealthy merchant felt a strong impulse to agree outright. Yet, considering that he would bear full responsibility for all matters while only receiving a mere 1 profit, he hesitated. Su Mubai did not rush him, merely pouring himself a glass of wine and savoring it leisurely. This wealth was, of course, earned today, apart from the level 5 gemstones. He could profit around 1 million gold coins by reselling level 3 and 4 gemstones from each level 1 main city. Coupled with the profits from Donghai City, his total gold surpassed 10 million. In stark contrast to Su Mubai's calm demeanor, the wealthy merchant was in turmoil. He was inclined to agree, yet his heart resented the one offer, deeming it far too low. For a moment, the private room fell silent. Just as the wealthy merchant found himself in a battle of wills, a sudden series of system announcements solidified his resolve. Blue Star Region announcement. The number of players entering cities has surpassed 10,000. The multiverse game has officially commenced. After 24 hours, the requirement to leave the novice village will be reduced to level 5. In 3 days, all novice villages will close, and remaining players will be teleported to their corresponding cities. 10 Blue Star Region announcement. The Blue Star Region's level leaderboard, equipment leaderboard, and wealth leaderboard are officially active. 10 simultaneously, Mubai received a flurry of system notifications. Prompt: you have ascended to the top of the Blue Star Region's level leaderboard, ranking first with an overall experience surpassing that of all others combined, enhancing the effects of your title. Prompt: you possess 6 pieces of equipment that meet leaderboard requirements, occupying the top 5 positions, further amplifying the effects of your title. Prompt: you have reached the pinnacle of the Blue Star Region's wealth leaderboard, ranking first, and you are the sole occupant of the entire list, boosting the effects of your title. Prompt: you simultaneously hold the first position in the Blue Star Region's level leaderboard, equipment leaderboard, wealth leaderboard, and mount leaderboard, elevating your title to unparalleled heights. Upon reading the notifications, Mubai had yet to examine his new title or the 3 major leaderboards when Fu Jiatianxia, seemingly resolved, suddenly declared, 5. I only require 5. Raising the stakes now, and only asking for 5. Mubai furrowed his brow, gazing quizzically at Fu Jiatianxia. He found himself perplexed, questioning the basis for this particular percentage, especially at the moment he had secured the top position on all leaderboards. In response to Mubai's scrutinizing gaze, Fu Jiatianxia took a deep breath and continued. 5 does not imply that you would give me 5, but rather, I would retain only 5 for myself. As long as you entrust all commercial matters to my full management, 95 of everything I possess will belong to you. At that moment, his eyes were as resolute as one seeking to join a cause. Mubai was momentarily taken aback. So, what you mean by 5 is not that I give you 5, but you only keep 5. I merely intended for you to work for me. And yet you've chosen to effectively sell your soul? Fu Jiatianxia's decision was indeed beyond Mubai's expectations. A soul contract, should it be breached, entails far graver consequences than mere penalties. One could be obliterated from the very fabric of the multiverse game at a soul level. It must be said, Fu Jiatianxia was sufficiently audacious and astute. This was a colossal gamble. Once the soul contract was signed, aligning himself with Mubai, even retaining only 5 of his wealth could potentially yield far greater returns than the previous 100. More crucially, such an action would effectively provide him with a robust support system within the multiverse game. Chapter 78. Is there not a limit to cheating? Seeing that Mubai remained silent, Fu Jiatianxian felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Could it be that he would receive nothing, not even 5? However, he quickly reassured himself. Are you serious? Never before have I been so earnest. Fu Jiatianxian nodded without hesitation. His gaze was profound, as if he glimpsed the future within Mubai. Then, let us enjoy a fruitful collaboration. Mubai smiled as he rose, extending his right hand towards Fu Jiatianxian. He understood that the other party was wagering on his ability to maintain this lead. But what of it? For Mubai, there was no detriment in this arrangement. Once the soul contract was established through the multiverse game, he could confidently delegate all business matters to Fu Jiatianxian. With the god of wealth talent, the other party would only excel further. Moreover, he would soon transition into a true god of wealth himself. Boss, I shall begin drafting the soul contract immediately. A smile finally graced Fu Jiatianxian's face as he clasped Mubai's hand. At the moment the two signed the contract, chaos erupted among all Blue Star players due to the preceding system announcement. Countless chat channels in the novice village were inundated with messages, rapidly scrolling by. What does this mean? The game is only now officially starting? What was all that before? Consider it good fortune. It was merely time granted for you to acclimate to the data-driven environment. I thought leveling up was exceedingly difficult. It turns out we could leave the village at level 5 once the experts departed. We can enter the city tomorrow. How exhilarating. Exhilarating indeed. But what can we possibly do outside when we barely understand the novice village? We might not even find a place to sleep. The multiverse game is compelling us to find ways to enhance our strength. I was prepared to lounge around in the novice village after my early morning session, and now you tell me I must leave the village in 3 days? Damn it, refund me. Buddy, are you not feeling well? The only refund possible is your life. Haha, once life is lost, there is no need to continue playing. I must hurry to clear the misty forest. This latest district-wide announcement thoroughly disrupted the rhythm of the majority of players. No one anticipated the existence of a mandatory village exit. The novice village at least provided free accommodations, but once in the city, everything would come at a cost. Even if one wished to relax, there would be no opportunity to do so. The emergence of this announcement compelled many low-level talent players, who had been prepared to take it easy, to start planning for the future. If grinding monsters for profit is too perilous, they would have to become full-time life players. Naturally, many others were filled with anticipation for what lay ahead, as entering the city signified greater opportunities. Aside from this, players began to explore the newly unveiled 3 major leaderboards. Although they were somewhat prepared for Baiyi to occupy the top position, witnessing the actual leaderboard left them utterly astounded. Blue Star Region Level Ranking, 1st place, Baiyi. Level 20, Dragon Empire, 2nd place. Sanchi Qing Feng, Level 11, Dragon Empire, 3rd place. Fei Liku Si, Level 11, Sanctuary Empire, 4th place. Peiluan, Level 11. North Radiance Empire, 5th place. Yin Tuo Luo, Level 11, White Elephant Kingdom, 6th place. Yudu Ming, Level 11, Cherry Blossom Kingdom, 7th place. Alay Si, Level 11. Illuminated Federation, 8th place. Taiyang Ho E, Level 11, Korea Kingdom, 9th place. Qianxia, Level 10, Dragon Empire, 10th place. Weina Si, Level 10. Illuminated Federation in the level rankings. Baiyi's name looms like an insurmountable mountain, glaringly perched at the pinnacle with an impressive Level 20. From the 2nd to the 8th place, all are at Level 11. The swift ascent of these 7 individuals to Level 11 can be attributed to their SSS grade talents. Yet, despite possessing the same SSS grade talent, the affluent Tianxia has failed to even secure a place on the list. This is an unavoidable circumstance, as the wealth-gathering talent does not augment combat prowess. Although these players with SSS talents appear to be merely 9 levels below Mubai, the reality reveals a vast disparity. Since their entry into the game, they have collectively amassed less than 2 million experience points to reach Level 11. Conversely, Mubai has exceeded an astounding 66 million experience points. This 9-level difference, when viewed through the lens of total experience, represents a staggering gap of over 30 times. This discrepancy exists even though Mubai has not consistently leveled up. For instance, he has squandered over 10 hours merely scavenging and reselling gemstones. This is also the reason he seeks an agent. While he remains unperturbed by the possibility of being caught up to, Mubai's ambitions have never been tethered to other players. He is reluctant to waste time on monetary matters, viewing the sacred Forbidden Land as merely the beginning, with the myriad worlds representing the true journey. Prior to that, swiftly enhancing his strength remains paramount. Among the newly unveiled 3 major rankings, the level ranking is relatively favorable. The subsequent 2 lists, however, truly astonish all who behold them. Blue Star Region Equipment Ranking. Minimum requirement. Epic items. 1st place. Dylan's Crystal Ball. Legendary item. Baiyi 2nd place. Curse Crown. Legendary item. Baiyi 3rd place. Remnants of the Forgotten. Legendary item. Baiyi 4th place. Frost Guardian. Legendary item. Baiyi 5th place. Robe of the Death Speaker. Legendary item. Baiyi 6th place. Qing Ming. Epic item. Sanchi Qing Feng 7th place. Necklace of Undying Will. Epic item. Baiyi. The equipment ranking halts abruptly at 7th place. To qualify for the ranking, items must be at least of epic quality. Except for Sanchi Qing Feng's struggle to secure 6th place with the epic Qing Ming. The remaining equipment is exclusively Baiyi's. Moreover, the top 5 are all legendary items. Outside of Jubai City, in a level 15 map, Sanchi Qing Feng ponders deeply as he caresses the azure sword in his hand. This sword is a growth-type equipment inherent to his talent. Moreover, the finest equipment he possesses is merely a level 5 golden gear dropped by Reggie in the hellish difficulty Misty Forest, where one might wonder, did Baiyi acquire such an abundance of legendary grade equipment? There has been no announcement of a legendary grade boss's first kill, after all. The other players endowed with SSS-level talents were utterly taken aback upon viewing this leaderboard. What a farce. While we are still reveling in a few pieces of golden grade equipment, you're already wholesale trading in legendary items? Is this reasonable? Nevertheless, regardless of their opinions, this remains an established fact. Moreover, the absurdities do not cease there. Wealth ranking of the Blue Star region. First place, by Yi, 10. 23 million gold coins. That is all. The wealth ranking, much like the mount ranking, displays only a solitary name. Upon seeing Bai Ye's name alongside the staggering 8-digit sum of gold coins, players throughout the Divine Forbidden Land were plunged into silence. If it were possible, everyone would wish to report this. With a level that is far ahead, unmatched strength, wholesale legendary grade equipment, mythic mounts, and over 10 million gold coins. Even the district announcements are solely triggered by you. Goodness, the third day of the Infinite World game has only just begun. Where does one find a hexagonal warrior like you? Even cheating has its limits, does it not? Chapter 79. A Galloping Steed. The Trading Contract. Additional update. In the illustrious Fenghua Tavern of Donghai City, within the confines of the private room number 1, the external disturbances bore no consequence on the solemn agreement between the two parties. Upon confirming the terms, a violet beam of light descended from the multiverse game, coalescing into a contract that shimmered with an ethereal presence. Without a moment's hesitation, the affluent entity known as inscribed his name upon the document. Mubai followed suit with equal resolve. In an instant, the soul contract transformed into 2 luminous beams, each merging into the foreheads of the respective signatories. Notification. You have entered into a soul contract with. Henceforth, the counterpart shall have full authority to manage all commercial affairs between you. 95% of their future wealth will belong to you. Any breach of contract will result in soul annihilation. As the system's notification resonated, opened his eyes, a gleam of satisfaction illuminating his countenance as he addressed Mubai. Boss, I look forward to your guidance. Please proceed with your class change. Mubai replied with a slight nod and a hint of a smile. From this moment forth, the sole god of wealth within the multiverse game would serve as his subordinate. Upon the successful signing of the contract, Mubai promptly transferred 10 million gold coins to. Instantly, radiant golden light emanated from the latter, signaling the commencement of his class transition. The glow was vibrant and showed no signs of dissipating quickly. After a brief observation, Mubai diverted his attention to the title that had undergone multiple enhancements, culminating in a change of name. Galloping Steed. When equipped with this title, all experience points gained through any channel will be increased by 100. It remains as straightforward yet practical as ever. The moniker Galloping Steed is indeed fitting. With the title re-equipped, Mubai smirked. Following successive upgrades, the experience enhancement effect surged from 20 to a remarkable 100. With this title, Mubai's already extraordinary leveling speed would surely render other players envious and left in the dust. 5 minutes later, S-class change finally concluded. As the golden light faded, his appearance seemed unchanged. However, Mubai could distinctly sense a profound shift in his aura. How'd it go? Have you learned any skills? Shook his head in mild disappointment, revealing the skills he had just acquired. Money Shield. A passive skill, no level. For every gold coin in your inventory, you gain 1 point of shield with a maximum level of 100,000. If not attacked for 10 minutes, the shield will refresh. Trading Contract. A. Level 102. Active skill. You can establish a trading contract with a target. Once signed, both parties can trade at any time as long as they are in the same nation, irrespective of spatial distance. Current contract capacity, 0-1. Instant release, cooldown of 24 hours, consuming 10 of mana. Upon showcasing the skills, a colossal gold ingot materialized in S hands. Other skills would require expenditure from this very artifact. Fortune God S ingot, profession exclusive, wealthy beyond measure. Offhand item non-droppable. Non-tradable level, 10, follows the character, attributes. All attributes, 50 health, 2000 mana, 2000 special effect. Insufficient level, not unlocked. This is the ingot of the Fortune God. through which you may learn the skills of the Fortune God profession, though the price is rather steep. The Fortune God's ingot is akin to the Book of the Dead, a profession-exclusive item. Its fundamental attributes are merely comparable to those of a level 10 epic item. It pales in comparison to the upgraded Grimoire of the Dead. Upon inspection, I realized that the second skill can only be learned after advancement. Wealthy beyond measure sighed, feeling that this unique hidden profession was not as formidable as he had imagined. He had initially believed that upon changing professions, he would gain significant combat power, only to discover he possessed merely two skills, one defensive and the other non-combat. However, Mubai chuckled. From the words of Sidhu Ji, it was clear that only through continuous advancement could one truly harness the profession's potential. A first-tier player could hardly unlock the true power of such a potent profession. The Fortune God, having just transitioned, was fortunate to possess two A-rank skills, considering that he himself once had only one A-rank and one S-rank skill. Although the skills were not of the same type and thus incomparable, the trading contract skill could prove immensely beneficial for Mubai. Yet, it required further advancement. Allow me to assist you in enhancing it. With a flicker of thought, Mubai utilized Cataclysm to elevate both skills alongside the Fortune God's ingot in a single, seamless transaction. By forging a soul contract, enhancing Wealthy beyond measure was tantamount to augmenting his own commercial empire, and Mubai saw no reason to hold back. The sole regret was that the Fortune God profession could not be enhanced without cost. The system notification echoed previous messages, indicating that it had surpassed the limitations of the divine Forbidden Land. Mubai furrowed his brow. When he had transitioned to the cataclysmic necromancer, he had not been met with such a prompt. Was this a bug that had since been rectified? Or did the profession selection in the Celestial Hall not belong to the divine Forbidden Land? Yet, that seemed implausible, as Sidhu Ji had implied the existence of other sovereign professions within the divine Forbidden Land. Shaking his head, Mubai ceased to dwell on the matter, knowing that clarity would come in due time. What truly concerned him was whether the upgraded trading contract would meet his expectations. If it did, he would need no further preparations and could directly seek out Wanjie to venture to the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Boss, your talent is utterly extraordinary. Wealthy beyond measure gazed enviously at the suddenly enhanced exclusive item and skills, admiring Mubai. Though this talent did not directly augment combat power, it held boundless potential. All right, there will be plenty of opportunities for you to be astonished in the future. For now, let us examine the effects post-enhancement of the trading contract. Mubai waved his hand, prompting Wealthy beyond measure to hastily display the skill attributes. A faint smile crept upon Mubai's lips. It was accomplished. Little Sakura, are you prepared to experience the impending calamity of the undead? Chapter 80. The God of Wealth Contract and the Soul Crystal. God of Wealth Contract, S. Level 105, Active Skill. You may establish a God of Wealth contract with your target. 1. As long as both parties are on the same planet, they can conduct transactions at any time, disregarding spatial distance. 2. Upon completing an effective transaction with the target of the contract, you will receive a certain amount of experience points based on the transaction value. Current number of contracts that can be signed, 02. Instant release. Cooldown period of 24 hours, consumes 20 of mana. Success. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Mubai's eyes as he gazed at the newly acquired God of Wealth contract. He promptly had Fu Jiatian Xia sign the contract with him. With his pact in place, he could venture into the Sakura Kingdom without any lingering concerns. After all, he was heading there with the intent to kill and might very well be wanted by the Sakura Kingdom, making it impossible to enter the city and exchange his spoils for desired items. Now, with Fu Jiatian Xia by his side, Mubai could immerse himself in the adventures within the Sakura Kingdom, leaving all other matters to be managed by his companion. After its promotion, the God of Wealth ingot now boasted base attributes equivalent to those of legendary grade equipment of the same level. However, its special effects remained dormant. What puzzled Mubai was that neither the God of Wealth ingot nor the Death Tome had ascended the equipment rankings. As for the Money Shield, it had been enhanced after being upgraded to an S-level skill. With this ability, Fu Jiatianxia would find it exceedingly difficult to be defeated by players. Closing his panel, Fu Jiatianxia rubbed his hands together and smiled at Mubai, saying, "Boss, could my talent also?" "Absolutely not." Mubai interjected with an eye roll, cutting him off. "An SSS-level talent aspiring for further promotion? That's preposterous." Cough, cough. "I understand it's unlikely. I was merely asking out of curiosity," Fu Jiatianxia replied, quickly shifting the topic. "The money tree hasn't been shaken today. I wonder if there's a good omen after my promotion to God of Wealth." Upon hearing this, Mubai became intrigued. He observed as a radiant golden light surged from Fu Jiatianxia's hands. In the next moment, an ethereal money tree, over 2 meters tall, coalesced from the golden glow. "Ah, it has grown quite a bit," Fu Jiatianxia remarked, a glimmer of joy in his eyes, as he grasped the trunk and gave it a shake. In truth, he did not need to manifest the money tree when using his talent. He was merely demonstrating it for his boss's benefit. As the tree swayed gently, despite its golden hue, it began to shed an array of purple-black coins. This process did not last long, and Mubai cast a quick glance, his pupils narrowing slightly. The quantity of purple-black coins undoubtedly exceeded 500. It was important to note that Fu Jiatianxia's current wealth surpassed 10 million gold coins. This meant that these purple-black coins were soul coins. In terms of value, the worth of so many soul coins could very well exceed 10 million gold coins. This was a remarkable outcome of their close bond. Had the wealthy individual not proactively proposed the signing of soul contract, Mubai would have never directly bestowed upon him the sum of 10 million gold coins. Consequently, the prospect of extracting soul currency from a money tree would remain uncertain for an indeterminate period. Likewise, for Mubai, in just a matter of minutes, his fortune had nearly doubled. The combined effect of their endeavors was far more than a mere arithmetic addition. Their efficiency in generating wealth had soared to unprecedented heights. Yet, the spectacle was not over. As the soul currency scattered, the money tree erupted once more in a dazzling display of golden light. With a resounding clap, a stone the size of an infant's fist, dark purple and black in hue, tumbled into the heap of soul currency. It was only then that the money tree began to gradually dissipate. The affluent individual waved his hand to gather all the treasures, a look of elation gracing his visage. In total, there were 680 soul coins and a singular, advanced soul stone. He promptly placed all his gains upon the table, excitement radiating as he gazed at Mubai. "Boss, do try to upgrade it." Upon hearing the mention of the advanced soul stone, Mubai's eyes gleamed with anticipation, and he immediately focused his thoughts. Cataclysm. Target, advanced soul stone. Prompt, please select the promotion tier, first, second, or third class. Click to view details. Option 1. Upgrade to Soul Crystal, no cost. Option 2. Sublimate to Soul Essence, consuming 100 Soul Crystals. Option 3. Cataclysm to Soul Origin Crystal, consuming 1,000 years of lifespan. He chose to promote to the first class. As Mubai made his selection, the advanced soul stone on the table shimmered with light, its surface gradually fading to reveal a dark purple crystal. Soul Crystal, rare special treasure absorbing, it will increase lifespan by 100 years. Note, whether you place the Soul Crystal in your backpack or storage, it will lose 1/10 of its value upon your death, with a minimum loss of 10 years. 100-fold. The effect had been amplified to an astounding 100-fold. Gulping in unison, the two men stared in astonishment at the attributes of the Soul Crystal. This small gem could extend a human's life by over a century. For the two who had only recently ventured into the realm of the Myriad Worlds game, this was nothing short of a miraculous treasure. Mubai took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to immediately use the Soul Crystal, and turned his attention towards the pile of soul coins. Drawing on his prior experiences with upgrading copper and gold coins, this time he selected only a single soul coin. Cataclysm. Target, soul coin. Prompt, please select the promotion tier, first, second, or third class. Click to view details. Option 1. Upgrade to Ancient Soul Coin, no cost. Option 2. Sublimate to Ancient Soul Coin, consuming 10,000 soul coins. Option 3. Cataclysm to Primordial Soul Coin, consuming 100 years of lifespan. As expected, the soul coin could not be directly upgraded to a higher value soul crystal. Mubai shook his head in disappointment and canceled the promotion. The name Ancient Soul Coin suggested a similarity to ancient gold coins. He could always choose to upgrade it later when the need arose. This item was of no interest to anyone other than those who required it. Previously, during his pursuit of gemstones, he whimsically attempted it once and ended up with an ancient coin added to his inventory. These funds, including this soul crystal, were not intended for use by Mubai. Unaware of the existence of the auction house before, he had hastily employed 50 high-grade soul stones, which still caused him some regret. However, it at least resolved the issue of insufficient lifespan, alleviating the concern of facing an untimely demise resulting in a forced account deletion. Yet, the circumstances have changed. Absorbing this soul crystal would only extend his life by a mere 100 years. However, should he utilize these resources as a starting capital for amassing wealth, the two of them could swiftly establish a vast commercial empire. Although players lack soul stones, the locals of the Forbidden Land possess them. The upcoming auction in East Sea City presents a golden opportunity for a significant increase in wealth. Moreover, other first-tier main cities will also host auctions. With newfound riches, Mubai need no longer toil personally. He could entrust these matters to the god of wealth, ensuring even greater profits. Chapter 81. The favor of the goddess of fate. Let us put everything away. After the enhancement, the soul coins transform into ancient soul coins, which are of little immediate use. A flicker of disappointment crossed the eyes of the wealthy tycoon upon hearing this. He had hoped that Bai could directly elevate the value of the soul coins. Yet, it made little difference, merely a matter of selling the enhanced items once. If the currency could truly be upgraded, then it would likely no longer require his involvement. With this thought, the wealthy tycoon felt that, in fact, it might be a boon. With a wave of his hand, he stowed the items into his backpack, then retrieved several pieces of equipment along with a parchment. These were the items he had promised earlier, as well as the equipment dropped from the players he had slain at the teleportation square. You need not give me the equipment. Keep it for yourself. Mubai gestured dismissively, picking up the parchment of fate. Just as he was about to utilize the cataclysm, he heard the wealthy tycoon continue, "Boss, you misunderstood. What I meant was for you to enhance these pieces of equipment as well, as that would increase their value." Mubai's lips twitched after signing the soul contract. This fellow truly no longer treated him as an outsider. Who was the worker here? Wasn't this the reversal of roles? Nevertheless, Mubai understood this was the proper course of action, and with a wave of his hand, he upgraded all the equipment presented by the wealthy tycoon. Simultaneously, he disposed of all the other useless items in his backpack, including the entirety of the possessions from the fallen players. The wealthy tycoon immediately began to gleefully tally his gains, prompting Mubai to concentrate. Cataclysm. Target. Parchment of Fate. Prompt. Please select the enhancement tier, Tier 1, Tier 2. Click to view details. He opted for Tier 1. This item was already a legendary grade artifact, thus offering only two choices. However, for Mubai, there was no option but to take advantage of this opportunity. With a hum, the parchment shimmered with a soft glow, its texture and refinement significantly enhanced. You have acquired the mythical item, Favor of the Goddess of Fate. A mythical item. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Mubai's eyes. This was the first mythical grade artifact he had obtained, excluding Frost, which was a creature. Favor of the Goddess of Fate, mythical grade item. Upon use, you will gain one opportunity to roll the dice of fate. Regardless of the outcome, you will receive the favor of the Goddess of Fate. The higher the roll, the more substantial the reward. Gambling enthusiast, the highest reward is indeed mythical. Are you certain you do not wish to go all in? As expected, once elevated to the mythical level, the specter of misfortune and the mundane occurrences vanished. Any roll would yield rewards. However, after careful consideration, Mubai refrained from using it immediately. According to the information provided by the multiverse game, luck attributes existed within the game. Yet, this was a high-level hidden attribute, requiring items that enhanced luck for it to manifest. Such items were, evidently, exceedingly rare. Nonetheless, Mubai was confident that if such a thing existed within the game, he would undoubtedly acquire it. Once he possessed a measure of luck, he would then utilize this parchment to maximize its worth. Certainly, he could have sold the scroll to the wealthy individual, yet its value would undoubtedly pale in comparison to that of mythical-grade equipment. Therefore, it is wiser to retain it for a chance at something greater. Should he indeed uncover a piece of mythical-grade gear, it would signify that he could acquire a divine-grade item without cost. This level is one that the multiverse game does not provide information on, ensuring its rarity. Come, allow me to take you somewhere. The two exited the Fenghua Tavern, and Su Mubai summoned Frost, ascending into the sky with the affluent individual. Frost emitted a disgruntled huff, clearly showing some reluctance towards anyone other than her master. It was the first time Fu Jia Tianxia flew atop a dragon, his eyes alight with excitement, gripping the back of the throne tightly while surveying the nocturnal cityscape below. Soon, Frost landed at the East Sea City auction house. As he beheld the grand and magnificent edifice before him, a spark of brilliance flickered in Fu Jia Tianxia's eyes. With the promotion of the owner and his own god of wealth talent, it wouldn't be long before they could establish their own auction house. Now endowed with startup capital and backing, his envisioned commercial empire would soon unfold. Following Su Mubai into the auction house, despite it being the dead of night, the place remained ablaze with light. As the most bustling area in East Sea City, it operates around the clock. Ascending to the second floor, the ticketing staff had changed from the previous young lady to a middle-aged man. However, this posed no hindrance to Su Mubai. He promptly produced the East Sea token to assert his identity, causing the previously languid middle-aged man to sit upright. Lord Baiyi, how may I assist you? Can my VIP card be used by others? Su Mubai gestured towards Fu Jiatianxia. With a worker at his disposal, there was no need for him to personally attend the auction. He could better spend his time leveling up or slaying a few cherry blossoms. After all, the two had signed the God of Wealth contract, allowing for transactions at any moment, with remote manipulation possible. Yes, but it must be a person you designate. The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly. However, this requires the supervisor's record, so please hold on a moment. After saying this, he picked up a communicator and made a call. Subsequently, he escorted Su Mubai and his companion into a finely decorated private room. Lord Baiyi, please wait a moment. The supervisor will arrive shortly. The middle-aged man delicately served them tea before exiting the room. Boss, how on earth do you manage this? Fu Jiatianxia's eyes brimmed with curiosity. With a talent like promotion, he had begun to grasp Su Mubai's strength and wealth. Yet, how had he attained such a high status? Could it be that the first to exit the novice village could be this impressive? Consider it a reward for an epic quest, Su Mubai replied with a slight smile. Initially, he had felt a pang of disappointment when there was no reward for the task set by Sidu Ji. Yet, in hindsight, the EC token proved to be incredibly useful. Without making them wait long, there was a knock at the private room door. Enter. A portly middle-aged man pushed open the door and entered. If one were to disregard his visage, he appeared to be a carbon copy of the wealthiest individuals. Lord Baiyi, I am Qian Shengxian, the supervisor of the auction house in Donghai City. After a brief self-introduction, Qian Shengxian turned to the affluent gentleman and inquired, "Is this the esteemed individual you designated?" "Indeed," Su Mubai replied with a slight nod. Qian Shengxian promptly retrieved a crystal ball to record the pertinent information regarding the affluent gentleman. Moments later, he put away the crystal ball and smiled. Lord Baiyi, all is in order. From now on, this gentleman may represent you at the auction simply by presenting the VIP card number 007. Thank you. Su Mubai acknowledged with a nod, gesturing to summon all the elevated grade brilliant gemstones. Concurrently, the wealthy gentleman also unveiled all the items he intended to auction. Qian Shengxian's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Soul Essence Crystal. My Lord Baiyi, this is an exceedingly rare treasure, typically found only in the imperial capital. Are you certain you wish to proceed with its auction? Chapter 82. Engaging with the intelligent is effortless. Additional update. Is this item particularly expensive? Su Mubai inquired, raising an eyebrow. If memory served him correctly, the transmutation of a mid-tier soul stone into a soul crystal necessitated an expenditure of 1 million soul coins. When translated, This equated to approximately 10,000 soul coins for a single year's lifespan. According to prior information, each soul coin encapsulated an hour's worth of temporal energy. Hence, a year of life should be valued at 760 soul coins. However, extracting that energy required specialized techniques. Considering these additional costs, a sum of 10,000 soul coins appeared reasonably justified. Yet, if the expenses for transmutation were nearly equivalent to the value of the resultant item, the endeavor would yield little profit. Su Mubai observed Qian Shengxian, awaiting his response. The latter nodded. Indeed, you might believe that the effects of 100 high-tier soul stones are akin to those of a soul crystal, yet the latter possesses some irreplaceable properties, which justifies a premium. What properties? Su Mubai probed. I cannot say for certain, but rare treasures like the soul crystal typically surface only at annual auctions. Our suggested starting bid is 1.5 million soul coins, and based on historical data, the final selling price should hover around 2 million soul coins. Are you truly certain you wish to proceed with the auction? Qian Shengxian reiterated. Su Mubai nodded, affirming with a soft hum. It appeared that profits still relied on advancement rather than mere acquisition. The post-transmutation items bore little additional worth. 100% markup might seem substantial to others, yet it paled in comparison to the potential of advancement. The paramount benefit of transmutation lay in the consumption of resources to elevate usable items to higher tiers. Enhancing combat prowess. Very well, Qian Shengxian beamed, his eyes narrowing into slits of delight. He retrieved the crystal ball once more, commencing the documentation of Su Mubai and Fu Jia Tianxia's auction items. In addition to the soul crystal, there were 580 first-tier brilliant gems and 58 mid-tier soul stones. Following the auction, these assets would serve as the initial capital for their commercial empire. After a thorough verification, Su Mubai affixed his signature. The details of these items, consistent with prior records, would be inscribed within his VIP card. Mr. Baiyi, I shall now attend to other matters, Qian Shengxian declared, his smile growing warmer upon securing a commendable transaction. Wait a moment, Su Mubai called out, then turned to Fu Jia Tianxia, inquiring, what kind of contract have you signed with them? Fu Jia Tianxia immediately grasped that them referred to Feng Yi Xiao and the others. He promptly responded, I provide them with comprehensive logistical support, and they are required to join my team or faction, with all actions adhering to my interests as the fundamental principle. Naturally, I cannot deliberately place them in peril. Should there be a breach of contract, the system will forcibly reclaim all equipment, erase all skills, and impose a penalty of tenfold the contract's value. Su Mubai nodded slightly, pondering for a moment. The binding force of contracts remains formidable, and the costs of breach are sufficiently substantial. In other words, the affluent and powerful have invested in a few loyal enforcers. This is advantageous, for although I prefer to act independently, if one desires to establish a commercial empire, a certain degree of influence is indispensable. The number of members may be few, but they must be exceptional. The astute ability of the affluent to read the room is evident. Noticing Su Muba's contemplation, he promptly declared, Rest assured, boss, at dawn. I shall form a mercenary group, entrusting you with the position of leader, and we will amend the contract to prioritize your interests. The reason for his decisiveness lies in the fact that this course of action poses no detriment to him, having already forged a deep bond with Baiyi. Baiyi's interests align with his own. Despite having entered into a soul contract, one must still exercise prudence. Such matters should not be broached by the boss, after all. Su Muba regarded the affluent with a nod of approval. Engaging with intelligent individuals is indeed a relief. Bring them to Baiyi Court to meet me at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Baiyi Court? The affluent expressed confusion, unaware of such a place. My residence. It can be found on the map, Su Muba briefly explained, dismissing the astonished gaze of the affluent. He then turned to the waiting Qian Shengxian and stated, Manager Qian, I would like to cancel the consignment of the 3 epic-level items I submitted yesterday. Is that acceptable? No problem at all. Then I appreciate your assistance. Qian Shengxian nodded and departed the private room. Su Muba had perused the auction manual, noting that no items at the auction were below level 60. His 3 items could only reach a maximum level of 60. Their value pales in comparison to that of the soul crystals. However, during the early stages of the game, powerful low-level equipment is scarce, and even with money, one cannot find a place to purchase it. There are none available, not even at the golden tier, let alone the dark gold tier. Therefore, these 3 items will be far more beneficial for equipping the soon-to-be-formed mercenary group. Subsequently, should he enhance the talents and equipment of Feng Yi and his companions, this elite team should possess a fighting chance against players with SSS-level talents at this stage. As for the A-level skill book, it would naturally be sold to acquire funds for other skill books for improvement. Before long, Qian Shengqian personally delivered the 3 items. Once he departed, Su Mubai stowed the items into his backpack and turned to the affluent, saying, "My VIP card can be used to cover the auction value of consigned items. If funds permit, purchase all the soul stones at the auction. Should there be any surplus, feel free to bid on those items that will appreciate significantly post-upgrade. For any special items, notify me immediately." "Rest assured, boss, I understand." The affluent nodded with a smile. "I trust you will handle this well, but remember one thing." At this juncture, Su Mubai paused momentarily before continuing. "In the future, we must prioritize items such as the soul stone. As long as I do not call a halt to it, you may freely accumulate them. Lifespan is, without a doubt, the most coveted resource for Su Mubai. With sufficient longevity, he could continuously harness Cataclysm, thereby acquiring an ever-increasing array of cataclysmic traits. With the capacity to amass wealth beyond measure, he believed that good news would soon arrive. "Understood," replied the affluent figure, nodding solemnly in acknowledgement of the first directive issued by Yi following the contract signing. "Very well, you should rest now. We shall reconvene tomorrow." As the two exited the Eastern Sea auction house, Su Mubai summoned Frost to take flight. It was the dead of night, and he dared not disturb Huaijian. Any communication would have to wait until daylight. This interval would serve as an opportune moment for leveling up. As Frost soared through the wilderness, Su Mubai reclined on his throne, propping his chin with one hand. It had been 3 days, yet he felt no trace of fatigue. Could it truly be attributed to the Death Sovereign class? A flicker of uncertainty crossed his eyes as he opened his attribute panel to review the formidable stats following his ascension to level 20. Chapter 83. Level 20 Attributes and Skill Details of Yi. First and foremost, I must extend my sincerest apologies to all my esteemed mentors. Today, I find myself under the weather with a mild fever, which has left me feeling dizzy and disoriented as I attempt to calculate the data. My repeated errors have consumed an inordinate amount of time, yet the subsequent chapters necessitate this information. I regret to inform you that I must take a brief leave of absence. I am truly sorry, respected mentors. The following 3 chapters are titled Level 20 Attributes and Skill Details of Yi, Level 20 Equipment Details and Gem Settings of Yi, and Level 20 Summon Panel Details. Originally, this data was for my personal reference. However, given that it is a complementary platform, I have decided to share it openly for any who may require it for their own perusal. I shall refrain from including such data in tomorrow's narrative. For those mentors who are not particularly fond of data, feel free to bypass this section, as it will not impact the storyline, though it may leave you questioning the formidable strength of the Undead Legion. A brief glance is recommended. With the incorporation of gems, the various attributes have seen a significant enhancement. Attribute Panel Player Yi, Level 20, 46, 21, Class Death Sovereign Exclusive Hidden Class, Class Cataclysmic Traits 1. All skill effects are doubled. 2. Level Insufficient, not unlocked. 3. Level Insufficient, not unlocked. Secondary Profession, Intermediate Appraiser, Intermediate Appraisal Skill, Mental, 4,178. Agility, 841. Constitution, 779. Strength, 721. Free Attribute Points, 0. Health Points, 1. Permanently capped due to unknown reasons. Life Sharing, 6. 989 billion 6. 989 billion. Specific value. 6. 988. 664. 000. The total life points of all skeletons, headless horsemen, and shadow knights are summed and then doubled. Mounts are not considered summoned entities and are thus excluded from this calculation. Mana. 279,180, 279,180. 1 spirit 60 mana. Mana regeneration rate. 8,356 5 seconds. Reduced by 80 in combat. Spell power. 18,520. 1 spirit 3 spell power. Spell critical rate. 50 critical damage. 275. Physical defense. 1531. Magical defense. 7632. Elemental resistances. Curse 40. Ice 40. Others 10. Unique talent. Cataclysm. Unique forbidden level. Skill slots. 1121. Scorch. E2. Summon space expansion. B3. Summon elite skeletons. A4. Advanced undead aura. A5. Chain corpse explosion. A6. Summon headless horseman. S7. Life sharing. S8. Death summoning. SS9. Death drain feedback. SS10. Death gaze. SSS 11. Death domain teleportation. SSS. Available skill points for ordinary summoning space. 1340 1340. Commander summoning space. 2020. Legion 160 160. Equipment. Brief. For details, see Chapter 84. Class specific. Death Tome LV20. Lifespan. Exceeding 52 years. Skill details. 1. Scorch E. Level 1. Active skill. Unleashes the soul fire to burn the target. Inflicting a total of 200 spell power as magical damage over 5 seconds. Attack range. 30 meters. Casting time. 2 seconds. Cooldown. 5 seconds. Mana cost. 20 points. 2. Summon space expansion. B. Passive skill. No level. Increases summoning space by 8. Cataclysm trait. 1. Manipulation range of summoned entities increases to 500. 2. After your summoned entities perish, they can be resurrected in a full summoning space, with each individual entity being able to trigger this once per hour. 3. Summon elite skeletons. A. Level 9 max. Active skill. Summons 3 elite skeletons to fight for you. Elite skeleton warrior, elite skeleton archer, elite skeleton mage. Casting time. 3 seconds. Cooldown. 30 seconds. Mana cost. 3,000 points. Cataclysm trait. 1. Elite skeleton warrior's health cap increases to 500. Attack power increases by 100. 2. Not unlocked. 3. Not unlocked. The panel of elite skeletons benefits from the player's spirit attribute bonus. 4. Advanced undead aura. A. Passive skill. No level. All allied undead creatures receive a 30 boost to all attributes. Affected range. 500 meters. 5. Chain corpse explosion. A. Level 11 max. Active skill. The ultimate ability allows for a sequential detonation of up to 3 corpses or remains, inflicting magical damage upon all enemies within a 20-meter radius of each corpse or remnant. This ability cannot be used on the remains of bosses. Damage dealt. 20 of the target's maximum health prior to death, plus 200 of spell strength. The casting range is 200 meters, executed instantaneously, with a cooldown of 30 seconds and a mana cost of 6,000 points. 6. Summon Headless Knight. S. Level 17, 05, active skill. Summons a Headless Knight to fight on your behalf. Casting time. 5 seconds. Cooldown. 10 minutes. Mana cost. 9,500 points. The attributes of the Headless Knight are augmented by the player's spirit attribute. 7. Life sharing. S. Passive skill. No level. Skill effect. You share your life force unidirectionally with all summoned undead creatures. 8. Death summoning. SS. Passive skill. No level. Skill effect. 1. Reduces casting time for summoning skills by 75. 2. Reduces cooldown for summoning skills by 75. 3. Enhances attributes of summoned creatures by 100. 4. Increases the summoning space limit tenfold. 9. Death drain feedback. SS. Level 1, 010. Active skill. Skill effect. 1. Drain. Extracts death energy from corpses and stores it. With a maximum of 10 targets per extraction, cooldown of 30 seconds, no cost, maximum casting range of 100 meters. Death energy value. 800, 800. Level 20. Class characteristics, double the effect. 2. Feedback. Instantly restores your life or mana, and can also be used to enhance a summoned creature. Cooldown of 30 seconds. Consumes 1 to 400 points of death energy. 1 point of death energy restores 200 points of life or mana. 1 point of death energy enhances the target's primary attribute by 1 for 60 seconds, except for the death energy value. All other descriptions do not have the doubling effect of class disaster characteristics. Actual use will be doubled. 10. Death Gaze, SSS, Level 1, 050, Active Skill. Gazes upon the target, incinerating their soul. Skill Effect, 1. Inflicts 500 of spell strength as true damage per second for 10 seconds. 2. The creature under gaze will continuously experience fear. 3. All life forms with a level lower than yours will have all attributes forcibly reduced by 20 upon being gazed at. This effect is solely determined by life level and cannot be mitigated by any resistance. 4. Creatures slain by death gaze will endure excruciating torment, becoming weakened upon resurrection, with all attributes reduced by 40 for 12 hours. Cast instantaneously, with a cooldown of 60 seconds, consuming 5 of maximum mana. No sustained guidance is required after casting. With a maximum attack distance of 100 meters. Wherever your gaze falls, death follows closely. 11. Domain of Death Transition, SSS, Level 1, 050, Active Skill. Traverse the realm of death, moving at will. Skill Effects, 1. Utilize the Domain of Death as a launching pad to instantaneously leap to the target location, simultaneously dispelling all negative effects upon oneself. 2. Upon transition, be safeguarded by the power of death, rendering oneself immune to all damage and negative effects for a duration of 3 seconds. 3. Establish a Shroud of Death at 2 specified coordinates, allowing you and your chosen allies to traverse freely. Non-designated units are unable to interact with the Shroud, and any attacks will pass through it unimpeded. 4. The size and position of the Shroud can be altered at your will. While the Shroud persists, allies who pass through it shall not perish. And even when their life force reaches 0, they may continue to engage in battle. Instantaneous Release. Leap cooldown time is 15 seconds, consuming 1 of maximum mana. Casting range is 0, 200 meters. The Shroud of Death has a cooldown time of 120 seconds, consuming 1 of maximum mana per second, with a maximum duration of 30 seconds and a casting range of 0, 500 meters. Where your thoughts direct, the Legion shall arrive in an instant. Chapter 84. Details of Level 20 Equipment and Gemstone Configuration for White Knight 1. Special Item. Death's Grimoire, Profession Exclusive, White Knight. Unique Item Indestructible, Non-Tradable, can be summoned or retracted at will level. 20. Follows character level. Base Attributes. Spell Power 600. All Attributes 200. Damage to undead creatures increased by 100. This benefit also extends to your summoned entities. Spirit 10. New at level 20. Special Effects. 1. Soul Harvest. You, your summoned entities, and contract creatures will absorb a portion of the soul energy from targets you slay. Wild creatures you defeat will weaken upon their next respawn, while players you vanquish will suffer double penalties, including a reduction in lifespan. Current soul points. 2. 8. Consuming 5,000 soul points grants you a third chance to unveil the Death's Grimoire. The second special effect unlocks at level 30. This tome serves as a rulebook, accessible only to you. Upon fulfilling the requirements, you may learn exclusive skills of the Lord of Death from its pages. 2. Main hand weapon. Remnant of the Forgotten, staff level. 10 to 200 legendary item durability. 1,000 equipment requirements. Advanced hidden class of undead sorcerer. Spirit 500 base attributes. At level 20, spell power 2400, spell critical rate 10, critical damage 20, all attributes 100 affixes. 1. Spirit 10-2. Casting speed increased by 23. Summoning space 50 accompanying skill. Remnant of the Forgotten. Active skill inflicts 1,000 of spell power as frost, death, and shadow elemental mixed damage within a 100-meter radius around the target, causing all enemies in the area to forget their skills for the next 5 seconds. Casting time, 3 seconds, cooldown, 10 minutes. Gemstones, level 5 critical gem. Critical rate, spell critical rate 5, can only be embedded in the main weapon. Only one of the same type may be embedded. Level 5 damage gem. Critical damage, spell critical damage 5, can only be embedded in the main weapon. Only one of the same type may be embedded. Level 5 Amplification Gem. Spell power increased by 5, can only be embedded in the main weapon. Only one of the same type may be embedded. To forget is the most profound liberation. 3. Offhand Weapon. Dylan's Crystal Ball. The true name of the item can only be revealed upon unsealing. 1. Orb of Pearl Offhand Level. 0. 200 Legendary Item Durability. 1000 Equipment Requirement. Must have the quest Dylan's Lament active base attributes. Level 20. Spell power 300. All attributes 100. Health 4000. Mana 8000 affixes. 1. Spell critical hit 30. Critical damage 52. Sealed State. Effect unknown 3. Sealed State. Effect unknown skill. Sealed State special. Unlocks upon entering the first phase of the quest. Quest item. Automatically disappears upon quest failure. 2. Headgear. Cursed Crown Head Level. 10 to 200 Legendary Item Durability. 1000 Equipment Requirement. Advanced Hidden Class of Necromancer. Spirit 500 Base Attributes. Level 20. Physical Defense 140. Magical Defense 270. Health 2500. Mana 5500. All attributes 100 affixes. 1. Spirit 10-2. Curse Resistance 33. The wearer shall be incessantly eroded by deathly energy. Skills. Cursed Power. Passive skill. All your spells will carry curse effect. Randomly applying 2 curses to the target for 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Cursed Aura. Aura skill that, when activated, reduces the speed of all enemies within a 100-meter radius by 30, including but not limited to attack speed, movement speed, and casting speed. Consumes 200 mana per second, with no cooldown time. Gem. Level 5 Spirit Gem. Spirit 160. Can only be embedded in armor. Level 5 Spirit Gem. Spirit 160. Level 5 Spirit Gem. Spirit 160. Cursing is an art. 3. Shoulder Armor. Cruel Pauldron's Shoulders Cloth Armor Level. 10 Golden Tier Durability. 100. Physical Defense 28. Magical Defense 35. Spirit 15. Constitution 15. Spell Power 20 Gem. Level 5 Spirit Gem. Spirit 164. Robe. Whispering Robe Upper Body Cloth Armor Level. 10 to 120 Legendary Item Durability. 1000 Equipment Requirement. Necromancer Class. Spirit 300 Base Attributes. Level 20. Physical Defense 300. Magical Defense 600. Health 3000. Mana 6000. All attributes 100 affixes. 1. Spirit 10-2. All Elemental Resistance 10-3. Mana Regeneration Rate increased by 100. Skill 1. Undead Guardian. Passive skill grants a shield equivalent to 300 of your health, which resets every 30 minutes. 2. Whispers of the Undead. An active skill that, when activated, enhances casting speed by 30 and allows for dual casting, lasting for 30 seconds with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Gem. Level 5 Spirit Gem. Spirit 160. Level 5 Spirit Gem. Spirit 160. Level 5 Spirit Gem. Spirit 160. You are not hallucinating. This is indeed the whisper of the undead. 7. Arm Equipment, none. 8. Hand Equipment, none. 9. Waist, Emerald Belt. Waist Armor Cloth, Level 5 Bronze Durability, 2240 Armor, 10 Constitution 3, 10. Leg Equipment, Frost Guardian, Pants Cloth Level. 10 to 200 Legendary Item Durability, 1000 Equipment Requirement. Undead Mage Class, Spirit 300. Base Attributes, Level 20. Physical Defense, 240 Magic Defense, 440 Health, 2400 Mana, 5600 All Attributes, 100 Affixes. 1. Spirit 10-2. Ice Element Resistance 33. Melee attacks on enemies reduce their movement speed by 30 skill. 1. Frost Guardian. An active skill that condenses the power of frost, encasing oneself in ice, entering a relatively invincible state for a brief period. Instant release, lasting up to 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Level 5 Spirit Gem. Spirit 160. Level 5 Spirit Gem. Spirit 160. Level 5 Spirit Gem. Spirit 160. The Frost Guardian, a reliable ally. 11. Footwear Dual Layer Cloth Shoes. Shoes Cloth Level 5 Black. Iron Durability. 30-30 Armor. 6 Movement Speed 2. Double Layer Protection for added reassurance. 12. Neck Ornament. Necklace of Undead will necklace accessory level 10 to 60 follows player level, increasing every 5 levels, up to a maximum of level 60. Epic item durability 500 equipment requirement. Spirit 1 50 base attributes. Level 20, spell power 240 health 1600 mana 3000 spirit 100 constitution 30 agility 30 affixes. 1. Spell power increased by 10-2. Attacks inflict multiple curse effects, reducing the target's double defense by 10, attack speed by 10, casting speed by 10, and movement speed by 10. Summons can also trigger this. Skill. Will of the Undead passive effect. Reduces the impact of charm, fear, and hypnosis negative states by 80. Active effect. Liberates oneself from negative states of charm, fear, and hypnosis, rendering one immune to these 3 afflictions for the subsequent 5 seconds. Instant release. Cooldown time of 120 seconds. Will of the Undead, unyielding. 13. Back accessory, Cloak of Mist. Cloak accessory level 5 golden quality durability 100 physical defense 28 magic defense 20 constitution 10 spirit 10 upon equipping. It reduces overall presence, thereby diminishing aggro effects. 14. Ring accessory 1 Venomous Ring. Ring accessory golden quality durability 100 spell power 30 agility 10 spirit 10 spell skills may inflict an additional 150 points of poison damage with a certain probability, triggering a maximum of once every 10 seconds. 15. Ring accessory 2 None. 16. Other accessory 1 Emblem of the Leader. Emblem accessory level 5 golden quality durability 100 health 200 mana 400 spell critical hit chance 5 upon achieving a spell critical hit. You will receive a buff, Spirit 20, lasting for 10 seconds, non-stacking. 17. Other accessory 2 None. Gem socketing regulations. Special gems may be freely socketed, whereas basic attribute gems can only be embedded in armor. Accessory type equipment cannot accommodate gems. Note: Tome of Death is exceedingly potent. The level 1 Master Jeweler in the main city cannot unlock socketing holes. Golden quality equipment. 1 gem, up to level 5, dark golden quality equipment. 1 gem, up to level 5, epic quality equipment. 2 gems, up to 1 level of brilliant gem, legendary quality equipment. 3 gems, up to 2 levels of brilliant gem, mythical quality equipment. 4 gems, minimum 2 levels of brilliant gem, saintly destruction quality equipment. 5 gems, minimum 3 levels of brilliant gem, current total gems socketed in bay. 13. Level 5 critical hit gem. 1. Level 5 damage increase gem 1. Level 5 amplification gem. 1. Level 5 spirit gem. 10 total enhancements. Spell power 5 spell critical hit rate 5 spell critical hit damage 5 spirit 1600. Equipment added percentages. Damage increase against undead creatures. 100 spell power. 10 spirit 40 spell critical hit rate. 45 spell critical hit damage. 70 casting speed. 20 curse resistance. 30 ice elemental resistance. 30 all elemental resistance. 10 mana recovery rate. 100 chapter 85. Knight of the White. Level 20 summon creatures, and Mount Panel Aura. Advanced Undead Aura. All allied undead creatures receive a 60 enhancement to all attributes. Originally 30, the effect is doubled due to the profession's cataclysmic traits. 2. Defense Aura LV17. Within a 340-meter radius, all allied creatures receive a 17 boost to both physical and magical defenses, with effects that do not stack. The following are the statistics augmented by the 2 major auras. Mount Space. 1/1's Legendary Mount. Frost Dragon King. High tier undead creature. Level 10 experience 1. 2/1. 2,100 million. Loyalty 100. Due to the influence of the Death Sovereign profession, loyalty never diminishes. Movement speed bonus 800 cross land, sea, and air. Health 4 224 billion 4 224 billion. Mana 3 52 billion 3 52 billion. Attack power 2 112 million. Spell power 1 76 million. Physical defense 2 0592 million. Magical defense 1 6,474 million. Elemental resistances: Ice 80, Death 70, Shadow 60, others 40. Skills: Frost Breath, Dragon Roar, Size Reduction, Basic Ice Spells. Frost Freeze, Frost Breath, inflicts 500 spell power as ice damage to targets within a 5-meter radius every second, accompanied by severe injury and burning effects, lasting up to 30 seconds. Attack range: 50 meters, cooldown 120 seconds, consuming 2,000 mana per second. Attack range: attack distance correlate with size. Dragon Roar: a kingly pressure emanates from the dragon, instilling fear in all creatures within a 1,000-meter radius, reducing the attributes of life forms with levels lower than the Frost Dragon King by 10 to 50. The greater the disparity in life levels, the more potent the effect of fear. If the level difference is too great, the efficacy of the Dragon Roar will diminish. Size Reduction allows for a degree of size reduction, facilitating combat or access to otherwise inaccessible areas. Frost Freeze, passive effect, doubling the chance and effect of all ice spells to freeze. The Frost Dragon King, a formidable legendary being of the Frost Dragon lineage. Summoning Space, 1340-1340. The skeleton benefits from the player's mental enhancement coefficient of 0.61. Elite Skeleton Warrior, 540. Elite Skeleton Warrior, level 20. Strength, 43,318. Vitality, 43,318. Agility, 43,318. Health, 331. 804, 331. 800. 1 point of vitality, 20 points of health. Prior to sublimation 15. Attack power, 216. 600. 1 point of strength 2. 5 points of attack power prior to sublimation 2. Physical defense, 76. 000. 1 point of vitality 1. 5 physical defense prior to sublimation 1. Skills: Heavy Strike LV9, Wild Charge LV9, Heavy Strike, E, level 9 max. Swings the weapon to deliver a heavy blow to the target, inflicting 190 physical damage. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. Wild Charge, B, level 9 max. Dashes towards the target at 300 speed, dealing 300 damage, and can stun the target for up to 5 seconds based on the strength difference between both parties. Charge distance, 10 to 100 meters. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. 2. Elite Skeleton Archer 400. Elite Skeleton Archer, level 20. Strength, 43,318. Vitality, 43,318. Agility, 43,318. Health, 649. 800, 649. 800. 1 point of vitality, 15 points of health. Prior to sublimation 12. Specific value, 649, 770. Rounded to 2 decimal places. Attack power, 86. 600. 1 point of strength, 1 point of attack power. Prior to sublimation 0. 75. 1 point of agility, 1 point of attack power. Prior to sublimation 0. 75. Physical defense, 40. 500. 1 point of vitality 0. 8 physical defense prior to sublimation 0. 5. Skills: Double Shot LV9, Deadly Sniper LV9, Double Shot, E, level 9. Max instantaneously fires 2 arrows at the target, delivering a double strike, each arrow inflicting 99 physical damage. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. Deadly Sniper, B, level 9 max. Focuses to unleash a powerful shot with up to double range, dealing 450 physical damage to a single target with a doubled critical hit rate. Casting time, 2 seconds. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. 3. Elite Skeleton Mage 400. Elite Skeleton Mage, level 20. Spirit, 43,318. Agility, 43,318. Stamina, 43,318. Health, 433. 200, 433. 200. 1 point of stamina, 10 points of health. Prior to sublimation at level 8. Spell power, 108,295. 1 point of spirit 2. 5 spell power. Prior to sublimation at level 2. Physical defense, 25,300. 1 point of stamina 0. 5 physical defense. Prior to sublimation at 0. 33. Magical defense, 30,400. 1 point of spirit 0. 6 magical defense. No prior sublimation. Skills: Fireball level 9, Fire C level 9, Fireball, E level 9 max. Unleashes a fireball to strike the target, inflicting 220 of spell power as fire damage. Casting time is 5 seconds. Cooldown is 30 seconds. Fire C, B level 9. Max releases a fiery C, dealing 100 of spell power as fire damage within a 30-meter radius of the target every second. Casting time is 3 seconds. Duration is 9 seconds. Cooldown is 60 seconds. Commander Space, 2021. Headless Horseman 20. The Headless Horseman receives a mental enhancement coefficient of 1 from the player. Headless Horseman, level 20. Strength, 72,196. Stamina, 72,196. Agility, 72,196. Spirit, 72,196. Health, 721. 9600 721 9600. 1 point of stamina, 100 health. Attack power, 72,200. 1 point of strength, 1 point of attack power. Physical defense, 168,900. 1 point of stamina, 2 physical defense. Magical defense, 168,900. 1 point of spirit, 2 magical defense. Elemental resistance, death 20. Shadow 20. Skills, death charge level 9. Headless immunity level 9. Death charge, S. Level 9 max, charges toward the target at 900 speed, dealing 900 damage to all enemies in its path, with strength effects increased by 900 during the charge, unstoppable and unaffected by control skills. Charge distance, 10 to 200 meters. Cooldown is 60 seconds. Headless immunity, S. Immunity to all negative effects targeting the head, such as blindness, dizziness, etc. Legion. Summon Shadow Knights to join the Legion, with a maximum summon count equivalent to 42. 5 of the player's commander summoning space, truncated at decimals, with a minimum of 2 summons. Dominion, defense aura level 17. Within a 340-meter radius, all allied units receive a 17 increase in both defenses. Effects do not stack. Being headless, one cannot be dazed. Legion summon, Shadow Knight 1. 1. Headless Horseman 50 attribute, Shadow Knight. Level 20, strength, 36,098, vitality, 36,098, agility,